Chapter 001, starting at maximum level. In the world of Dragon Ball, on Earth, amidst the desolate landscape, a solitary figure stood in a daze. He appeared to be a young man in his 20s, clad in an orange short-sleeved vest and deep blue turtle school uniform. He wore white gloves on his hands and white combat boots on his feet. His hair stood upright in a spiky black, with two strands falling across his forehead. Adorning his ears were a pair of patera earrings, and his eyes gleamed with wisdom and calm. His name was Vegeta. So what on earth is going on here? A look of bewilderment graced Vegeta's face. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary transmigrator, and while he was thrilled to find himself in the world of Dragon Ball, what was this Vegeta nonsense? Undoubtedly, Vegeta was the most perfect super warrior. Yet, the timing of his appearance was utterly wrong, and his identity was rather awkward, was it not? The storyline here diverged significantly from the original, unfolding in a rather twisted manner. After Goku and Vegeta fused, they decisively defeated Majin Buu, but in a moment of excessive force, Buu was vanquished. And thus it came to pass. Vegeta did not enter Majin Buu's body, and as a result, he could not undo the fusion, leading Dragon Ball Z to conclude in this manner. Had it not been for his transmigration, the subsequent plot could have been entirely predicted. All those who perished in this great battle would be resurrected by the dragon. Then, Vegeta would be the center of curiosity, while Bulma and Shishi would reach a consensus after some bickering. The two women would share a husband, and Gohan, Goten, and Trunks would all call him Dad. Later on, Bulma would even bear him a daughter named Bra, and the seven of them would live happily together. What the heck? A splendid anime filled with intense battles had devolved into a family drama soap opera. Damn it, I refuse to be Vegeta. I refuse to be the one to take over. Vegeta lamented, clutching his head in despair. Not far behind him stood the supreme Kai Dondi, who had been fiercely protected by everyone. Dondi stepped forward hesitantly and said, Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, rather anyway, everyone can still be revived using the Dragon Balls, so there's no need for such sorrow. Vegeta turned around, casting Dondi a peculiar glance. Sorrow? Not a chance. He was simply struggling to cope. So, should he eliminate Dondi? If the Dragon Balls were gone, Gohan and the others would be unable to revive, and he wouldn't have to be tormented anymore. Dondi felt a chill run down his spine under Vegeta's strange gaze, swallowing hard and instinctively taking 2 steps back. Ahem, just call me Vegeta. He finally refrained from becoming a devil. After all, he was a respectable young man of the 21st century. He couldn't be so unreasonable. Yes, Mr. Vegeta. Dondi responded quickly, then inquired, so, shall we return to the Supreme Kai's realm? The Dragon Balls are still there. Vegeta felt no inclination to comply, shaking his head and saying, you can go by yourself, there's no danger on Earth right now, so you can manage alone. Dondi paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll take my leave now. Though Dondi was familiar with Goku and Vegeta, Vegeta was a completely independent entity, giving him a distinctly different impression. Thus, Dondi felt somewhat intimidated in Vegeta's presence and hastened away. Vegeta paid him no mind, instead sighing to himself. After some time, he slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to regain composure. Well then, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Worst comes to worst, I can seize a time machine or a time ring and venture into another dimension. Since this Vegeta had not undone the fusion, it indicated that this was not the main world, and he could always show off in the main world later. Now, let me first acclimate to the power of this body. Even though he had inherited all of Goku and Vegeta's memories and abilities, he was not the true Vegeta and needed time to adjust. He began with a set of basic exercises, moving with astonishing speed, effortlessly completing thousands of push-ups within a minute. With a casual punch, he could shatter mountains and split seas. With a simple kick, he could send the earth flying. During this training, Vegeta gradually learned to control and integrate this newfound strength. Next up is energy gathering, explosive power, and the Super Saiyan transformation. With a mighty roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from Vegeta. A white blaze of energy surged upwards, initially erratic, but as his body grew more attuned, the aura stabilized. Soon, his eyes shifted from black to a light green, accompanied by a deafening roar and flickering lightning. His hair and eyebrows transformed into golden hues, enveloped in a golden aura. Boom! The golden energy swelled dramatically, morphing from flames into a jet-like form, with arcs of blue electricity flashing intermittently. At this moment, Vegeta's gaze sharpened further. Clenching his fists tightly, he let out a bellow that shook the very earth beneath him. His once upright hair rapidly extended, cascading down to his waist. The golden eyebrows vanished, the brow bone lowered, and his face became chiseled and resolute, as if carved from stone. Within his singular light green irises, deep blue pupils emerged. The surrounding golden aura solidified into radiant light, while the previously sporadic blue arcs became more concentrated. Chapter 002: Beerus Arrives on Earth. What? This energy is overwhelming. Could it be that Majin Buu is not completely defeated? Just as the god Gogeta arrived on Earth via instant transmission, he was staggered by an incomprehensibly potent force, falling to the ground with a thud. Right? This is Goku and Vegeta's energy. He quickly realized, truly, they're the fused warriors. This intensity is astonishing. No wonder they could easily dispatch Majin Buu. As he uttered these words, he subconsciously overlooked the fact that he was also a fused warrior. Earlier, when demonstrating the Patera Earring's abilities to Goku, the East Kai merged with his attendant Gogeta. Unfortunately, their foundational strengths were too weak, resulting in a meager increase in power, rendering them a failed and inferior fusion. Fortunately, that explosive energy only erupted for a moment before dissipating. Otherwise, not only would Gogeta be unable to hold his ground, but the Earth itself might have been obliterated. Gogeta gazed towards the source of the energy, spotting the now transformed Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, engaging in combat amidst the ruins. What on earth is he doing? Gogeta pondered, momentarily perplexed. Is Vegeta having a fit of delusion? Why is he fighting the air? He had been monitoring the previous battle through a crystal ball and was aware that Majin Buu had been defeated, which was why he had instantaneously arrived on Earth. However, witnessing Vegeta's current state led him to instinctively think the battle was still ongoing. But soon, he discerned the truth. Vegeta was struggling to adapt to his overwhelming power, which was too great to wield effortlessly. Impressive. He hasn't even adjusted to the power from the fusion, yet he has already vanquished Majin Buu. With such strength, who in the universe could rival him? Gogeta was astounded, unable to suppress his admiration. No, there is someone stronger than him. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Gogeta paused, quickly recognizing the owner of the voice, and inquired, "Ancestor, could it be that Vegeta is not the strongest? I cannot fathom what kind of power could surpass his. You'll find out soon enough, for he is currently heading towards Earth." The old Kai's voice was filled with trepidation. "What?" Gogeta exclaimed in alarm. Unaware of the circumstances, he assumed it was some malevolent entity, and panicking, suggested, "What should we do? Should I take Vegeta to the Kai realm for safety until he grows stronger?" "Fool!" The old Kai scolded vehemently. "Do you intend to bring the God of Destruction Beerus with you? With his divine status, how could he possibly not find the Kai realm? God of Destruction?" Gogeta was utterly bewildered. The old Kai then realized and cleared his throat, stating, "You may not be aware, as I was sealed within the divine sword long ago. To put it simply, the God of Destruction exists as a counterpart to the Kai. The Kai is responsible for creation, while the God of Destruction is tasked with annihilation, together maintaining the balance of the universe. Sometimes one encounters formidable entities that necessitate destruction. Thus, the destroyers are invariably the mightiest beings in the universe, suited to fulfill this role." The old Kaio-Ken exhaled deeply, his entire being relaxing. "I see now I mistakenly believed him to be an evil entity akin to Majin Buu if he is indeed a deity." "Fool!" The old Kaio-Ken barked vehemently. "Beerus possesses a notoriously malevolent disposition. Acting solely on whims, should he be provoked, he will not hesitate to unleash destruction without regard for anything else. In my past, I incurred his wrath, but due to the symbiotic relationship between the Kaio-Ken and the destroyers, the demise of one results in the other's end. Therefore, he chose to seal me within the divine sword. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, the old Kaio-Ken quickly cleared his throat and continued. In any case, regardless of Beerus' intentions on Earth, do not interfere with him if you encounter him. Maintain utmost respect otherwise, he may obliterate the planet at any moment. Having recently endured the ordeal with Majin Buu, they were aligned with Earth's warriors and certainly wished to avoid witnessing its destruction at the hands of Beerus. Ah, is that so? The Kaio-Ken seemed oblivious to the latter part of the conversation, pondering aloud. If the Kaio-Ken perishes, the destroyer also meets his end? How fortunate I was not to fall to Majin Buu. Or it would have been catastrophic moreover. To think that our ancestor was sealed by the destroyer, how extraordinary. As the Kaio-Ken rambled on, the old Kaio-Ken could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "You imbecile! Hurry and relay this matter to Vegeta, instructing him to avoid provoking Beerus at all costs, or we shall indeed face dire consequences." Yes, I'm on it. The Kaio-Ken snapped back to reality, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he hurriedly scrambled toward Vegeta. Vegeta, wait a moment. There's something I must discuss with you. Beerus, the destroyer, has arrived on Earth? Upon hearing the Kaio-Ken's account, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it supposed to be several years before Beerus awakens? Why has he come so soon? At this juncture, how is the Super Saiyan God supposed to handle it? I may not even be a match for him. Chapter 003, Battle Imminent. So this is Earth? In other words, the individual below is the Scion who roused me from my slumber. As Vegeta conversed with the Kaio-Ken, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. He looked up, and his expression instantly shifted. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. High above a cat, a blue-skinned creature? This was unmistakably Beerus, the destroyer, accompanied by his attendant Whis. From Beerus' words, it seemed he had awakened early due to being disturbed by Vegeta. Vegeta's immediate thought was that his recent transformation into Super Saiyan 3 had unleashed an overwhelming aura that resonated throughout the cosmos, awakening the slumbering Beerus. But could such a phenomenon truly rouse Beerus? Regardless, he was indeed here. Descending from the heavens, Beerus and Whis landed before Vegeta, appraising him with disinterest as he yawned, then flicked away the tears that had gathered in the corners of his eyes. Whis, you must have made a mistake. He appears to be nothing special at this level. I could squash him with a mere finger. How could he possibly be the so-called deity from my prophetic dreams? Whis corrected him. Super Saiyan God. Yes. Super whatever God, Beerus replied dismissively, then waved his hand. Very well, since that's the case, it'll just destroy the Earth to avoid a wasted trip. With that, he extended his right hand, a purple orb of destructive energy coalescing in his palm. Wait a moment. The Kaio-Ken sprang forth, drenched in cold sweat, inwardly lamenting. Just as our ancestor warned, his temperament is indeed most dreadful. What? Do you have an objection? Beerus tilted his head, yet the destructive orb in his palm remained undiminished. Though Beerus maintained a calm facade, his condescending demeanor was unmistakable. The thought of facing the most powerful destroyer in the universe left the Kaio-Ken utterly anxious, rendering him unable to voice his concerns. Fortunately, Whis interjected, Lord Beerus, this individual is likely the Kaio-Ken. Are you certain you wish to destroy him as well? What? Beerus jumped back in shock, hastily dissipating the destructive orb and glaring wide-eyed at the Kaio-Ken. What business does a dignified Kaio-Ken have here on Earth? The stark contrast in Beerus' demeanor left the Kaio-Ken momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that his ancestor had indeed spoken the truth. The Kaio-Ken and the destroyer were symbiotic, or else Beerus would not be so alarmed. With this realization, the Kaio-Ken breathed a sigh of relief and, remembering his ancestor's words, addressed Beerus with respect. Lord Beerus, this is all due to Majin Buu. He recounted the events surrounding Majin Buu, including the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta through the use of earrings, culminating in the ultimate defeat of Majin Buu. These matters did not particularly concern Beerus. He merely inquired casually, not anticipating that Jebbet would take it so seriously. However, Whis remarked, it seems that Lord Beerus has been remiss. Such tasks should rightfully fall to the God of Destruction. Moreover, putting the Kaio-Shin in direct peril could have dire consequences, especially if it comes to the attention of Lord Zeno. A.T. Whis's reminder. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Beerus's brow. As for the notion of destroying Earth, that idea had long been cast aside. By the way, you must be the Scion Vegeta who vanquished Majin Buu, correct? Beerus awkwardly chuckled, then turned his gaze toward the silent Vegeta behind him. Whis, stifling a laugh, said, Lord Beerus, your method of diverting the conversation is rather crude. Enough. Beerus could not help but bark in irritation, then turned to Vegeta and asked, since you're the last Scion, do you possess knowledge of the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta sighed inwardly, realizing he had finally drawn attention to himself. His silence was a deliberate choice to avoid attracting Beerus's scrutiny, especially since he had only recently traversed into this body, which he had yet to fully master. Should a confrontation ensue, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Despite Vegeta's strength, he remained within the realm of humanity, and there existed a fundamental disparity between him and Beerus. However, now that the conversation had turned to him, Vegeta resolved not to remain in the shadows any longer. Maintaining a composed demeanor in the face of Beerus's inquiry, he replied coolly, I know. You know, Beerus's eyes brightened instantaneously. Pray tell, where might he be? Initially, Beerus had simply asked out of curiosity, never expecting to receive an actual lead. Though arrogant and capricious, he held a measure of respect for the powerful and yearned for the opportunity to engage in battle with them. In his prophetic dreams, the Super Saiyan God was a being capable of contending with him, and they had once fought an unprecedented battle. Thus, upon being awakened by the aura of Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan 3, he did not immediately seek the source of that energy, but rather sought out the Super Saiyan God. And now fate had intertwined their paths. What reason do I have to inform you? Vegeta did not harbor ill will towards Beerus, but he was irked by his lofty demeanor. Yet, upon uttering this phrase, Beerus's expression darkened. Are you courting death? Vegeta took a deep breath, transforming explosively into a Super Saiyan. If you wish to defeat me, then I shall divulge the information. Having taken this step, he resolved to give his all, using Beerus's power to hone his own abilities. With that, Vegeta's muscles tensed, his vigilance heightened to its utmost. Chapter 004. Vegeta versus Beerus. Vegeta, Jebbet exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically, but it was too late for him to intervene. Yar, Whis observed with keen interest. So this is what a Super Saiyan looks like. However, if this is all there is to it, you stand no chance against Lord Beerus. What a joke. Does he truly believe he can contend with me? Beerus felt provoked, his ire igniting as he growled. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In an instant, Beerus vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Super Saiyan Vegeta. His finger bent as he flicked it against Vegeta's forehead. How swift! Vegeta's heart raced. Is this the power of a god of destruction? Despite his heightened alertness, he was still caught off guard. And by the time he sought to evade, it was already too late. Though it was merely a fingertip, devoid of any discernible energy wave, the moment it struck, Vegeta felt as though he had been hit by a cannonball. His body propelled like a projectile. Boom! Vegeta soared several hundred kilometers, crashing into a distant mountain and becoming entombed beneath the rubble. Had he witnessed such a scene before his own transmigration, he could only have marveled at it from screen. Experiencing it firsthand was unfathomable. What sensation accompanies a mere human body collapsing a mountain? Pain, that was the singular, overwhelming sensation. His entire being felt as though it were disassembling, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, he had transformed beforehand. The impact was mitigated, and once he regained his composure, he expelled his energy, shattering the surrounding debris and taking to the air once more. Had he endured such an assault in his normal state, he likely would not have been able to rise again. The amplification of Super Saiyan 1 exceeded his expectations. However, given that the disparity at Super Saiyan 1 was insurmountable, he resolved to test his abilities at Super Saiyan 2. Boom! Golden flames expanded dramatically, transforming from fiery tendrils into a jet-like plume, with arcs of blue electricity flickering intermittently. In that moment, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, filled with combat fervor as he surged forward at breakneck speed. Launching a punch with all his might that he was not seeking punishment. He was fully aware that he could not prevail, yet he chose to gradually escalate from Super Saiyan 1. That the reason for this was that the body was not entirely his own, and the fusion of souls was not yet perfected, preventing him from fully grasping his strength. Should he abruptly unleash Super Saiyan 3, it could lead to catastrophic consequences if things went awry, resulting in the potential loss of control over his own power. The optimal approach was to incrementally enhance his combat capabilities. This was akin to playing a game such as Fruit Ninja. If one gradually increased their speed, they might successfully clear the levels. However, if one attempted to start at maximum velocity, they could easily find themselves facing a game over screen. Not injured, Beerus raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. You've transformed again. It appears you are not as weak as I initially presumed. Nevertheless, you remain no match for me, as Vegeta unleashed a fierce and full-force strike. Beerus remained unfazed, casually raising a finger to effortlessly block the attack. Vegeta was not taken aback by this. Thus, he continued his assault, recalling the fighting styles of Son Goku and Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of punches. Beerus, displaying overconfidence, placed one hand behind his back, using only a single finger to deflect Vegeta's onslaught. Regardless of how many punches Vegeta threw, Beerus effortlessly countered each one. Impressive, Gogeta observed from a distance, his eyes wide with disbelief. The power Vegeta displayed had surpassed that of Majin Buu by several magnitudes. After all, he had once been able to hold his own against Buu in his base form, and now he had ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Yet even so, Beerus was able to block him with merely a finger, preventing any residual force from escaping. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Gogeta would never have believed such a feat possible. At that moment, he finally comprehended the extent of the universe's most formidable being's power. Unbeknownst to him, however, Beerus's expression began to grow grave. The speed of Vegeta's punches was escalating, and the force behind them was intensifying. Within a brief span, the strength had increased tenfold compared to the initial strikes, and Beerus found it increasingly difficult to maintain his single-finger defense. Annoying fly, Beerus could no longer remain as relaxed as he had been at the outset. His frustration began to boil over as he swiftly swatted a hand towards Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta's eyes lit up. He narrowly evaded the strike and countered with a kick aimed squarely at Beerus's face. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Beerus stood steadfast like a colossus, his posture unwavering, not even tilting his neck or blinking an eye. Yet that very kick caused Beerus's expression to darken, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Oh ho ho! It appears Lord Beerus is about to lose his temper, Whis chuckled lightly. Having accompanied Beerus for many years, he was acutely aware of his personality, a prideful being with an extreme aversion to losing face. With Vegeta having kicked him in the face, how could he possibly remain composed? Indeed, the next moment he roared, "I shall end you." Chapter 005. The terrifying aura of Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, I shall end you. Amidst the cacophony of roars, Beerus suddenly unleashed a devastating punch. This strike was a stark contrast to his previous playful demeanor, embodying nearly all of his strength, albeit without the infusion of energy. Nonetheless, even in this uncharged state, Beerus's prowess far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. A sense of foreboding washed over Vegeta. He had not anticipated Beerus's sudden surge into fury. After all, in a fight, one might expect alternating blows. Yet here he was, struck dumb by the sheer might of Beerus. As he had just marveled at Beerus's strength, he found himself caught off guard, unable to prepare for the volcanic eruption that was to follow. Fortunately, after the previous flurry of punches, his mastery over this body had significantly improved. Although he still could not confront Beerus head-on, he believed he could at least withstand this uncharged blow in a moment of desperation. Vegeta conjured a Kamehameha wave at an astonishing speed, colliding it against Beerus' fist. This hastily launched attack lacked potency, yet it provided just enough force to propel him backward at great speed. How Navi Beerus showed no intention of letting Vegeta escape. Upon witnessing his evasion, he instantly pursued with another full-powered strike. When Beerus became serious, he was truly terrifying. Vegeta pondered the extent of his power should he fully harness his abilities. However, in his current state, he was still far from a match. Thus, realizing he had neither the time to dodge nor counterattack, knowing any retaliation might be futile, he could only shield himself with his arms. Bracing for Beerus's blow, boom! Vegito was sent flying once more, this time further than before, crashing through mountains and leaving him disoriented. When he finally came to a halt, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Injured, even after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, having significantly improved his control over his power and taking precautions, he was still wounded. Damn it, is the gap truly this vast? Vegeta felt a weight in his heart. Observing Beerus, who had clearly shifted to a serious demeanor, it became evident that he was merely relying on his physical strength, which Vegeta could barely withstand. What if he unleashed his full power? Vegeta feared he would be obliterated in an instant. Indeed, the chasm between mortals and gods was not merely a matter of combat strength, but rather a difference in realms. Son Goku, upon entering Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue after achieving Super Saiyan 3, also faced defeat at Beerus's hands. Yet the disparity was not so great as to result in instant annihilation. In fact, the full power of Super Saiyan Blue was already dangerously close to Beerus's level. Vegeta, in his base form, was comparable to Goku's Super Saiyan 3, and if one considered the power increments, Super Saiyan 1 could rival Goku's Super Saiyan God, while Super Saiyan 2 could match Super Saiyan Blue. Thus, one could surmise that Super Saiyan 3 equated to Ultra Instinct. In the past, he had indeed thought so, but reality had proven otherwise. Therefore, even if Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and fully mastered his strength, defeating Beerus remained an impossibility, and he might even struggle against Super Saiyan Blue Goku. What now? Will I just concede? Beerus crossed his arms, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, then do inform me of the Super Saiyan God's whereabouts. Perhaps if I am pleased, I might overlook your prior insolence. Perhaps the ambiguity in his words was telling. Even if he truly overlooked it, Vegeta had no intention of surrendering. Save your words for when you actually defeat me. Vegeta had adjusted his energy, and with a firm grasp on the power of Super Saiyan 2, he began to gather an even greater force. Transitioning into Super Saiyan 3. He clenched his fists tightly, and with a thunderous roar, the very earth trembled beneath him. His hair, once standing tall, rapidly elongated, cascading down to his waist. The golden eyebrows vanished, and his brow lowered. His face etched with determination, as though carved from stone. In his singular, light green irises, deep blue pupils emerged. The golden aura enveloping him transformed into a radiant glow, stabilizing while the previously flickering blue arcs of energy became denser. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was relatively slow, yet the power unleashed was utterly terrifying, radiating outward from Earth into the cosmos. Beerus's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of recognition. Yes, it is indeed you. I remember clearly. It was this very surge of energy that roused me from my slumber. What a terrifying force! Gogeta trembled at the sight, was waved his staff, calming the tumultuous energy that Vegeta had unleashed, which had caused Earth to enter a state of instability. Now, this is interesting, was chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes. Though not at the divine level, if Lord Beerus is not careful, he may very well find himself in a precarious position. Of course, Beerus heard Whis' words and understood their implications. However, he felt no concern, for only those who had attained divine status could grasp the nuances of Whis' statement. Regrettably, Vegeta was not a god. Mortals could not comprehend the true nature of divinity, and thus Beerus had no reason to fear a fall from grace. At least, that was Beerus's conviction. Little did he know, he was on the brink of a significant miscalculation. Chapter 006 Fierce Battle. The full power of Super Saiyan 3 let us ascend to the skies. For our battle, Beerus pointed upwards. While he had no fear of losing to Vegeta, the unparalleled intensity of Vegeta's aura compelled him to take the situation seriously. In the high altitudes, he could unleash his full potential. Perfectly agreeable, a wicked smile curled upon Vegeta's lips. In his Super Saiyan 3 state, he appeared remarkably fierce. Alas, how did it come to this? Gogeta observed the two ascending into the skies. Cradling his head in despair, he yearned to consult the Supreme Kai. But regrettably, ever since Beerus had arrived on Earth, the old Kai had severed all communication with him to speak with the old Kai. He would have to return to the Kaioshin realm. Gogeta cast a furtive glance at Whis, who maintained a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation. This seemed rather tiresome. Whis gazed skyward, then waved his staff, conjuring a three-dimensional hologram displaying the clash between Vegeta and Beerus. Now, this is much easier to comprehend. Whis chuckled, appearing carefree, showing no concern for the outcome of the battle. Gogeta felt somewhat exasperated. Whis seemed detached, as if the battle's result bore no weight on him. Nevertheless, given Gogeta's position as the weakest here, he had little say in the matter and could only fret from the sidelines. This will suffice. In the high skies, Beerus stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of disdain. As Vegeta transitioned into Super Saiyan 3, an immense power surged forth from him. It was accompanied by significant energy drain. He understood well that, should he exert himself fully in this form, he would not be able to sustain it for long. With the battle spirit ignited, as soon as Beerus's words left his lips, Vegeta vanished in an instant, launching a ferocious offensive. Unlike their previous encounters, this time he was genuinely serious. Vegeta's aura and attacks were magnitudes stronger than before. "You are far too eager," Beerus mused, though a hint of caution flickered within him. He feigned nonchalance, raising his arm to deflect Vegeta's strike, returning with a punch of his own. From this exchange, it was evident that he was not as relaxed as he appeared. When facing Super Saiyan 2, he stood tall and unyielding, like a pillar of strength. However, against Super Saiyan 3, he was compelled to act swiftly, his energy coalescing as he engaged in combat. Vegeta, wary of underestimating Beerus, opted to change his tactics rather than meet him head-on. Bang! The two individuals merely brushed against each other, yet a resounding crash reverberated through the air. High above, a powerful shockwave radiated from their very presence, expanding outward in all directions. The atmosphere enveloping the Earth's surface was instantaneously swept away by this force, creating a vast expanse of vacuum. Fortunately, the Earth had been fortified by Whis' divine power. Otherwise, under the onslaught of the shockwave, it might have succumbed to cataclysmic upheavals, triggering a massive tsunami. Impressive power. A subtle smile graced Beerus's lips as he raised an eyebrow, stating, "Although there remains a considerable gap between us and the god of Super Saiyans, you have certainly piqued my interest. Very well. Allow me to exert a fraction of my strength." His words signified that he had begun to regard Vegito with a measure of respect. It is crucial to acknowledge that, given Beerus's character and status, those who earned his regard were indeed worthy of pride. Regrettably, Vegito had no need for such accolades. His sole desire was to use Beerus as a means to hone his skills and expedite his mastery of his newfound power. Thus, gratitude was not in his repertoire. Instead, he scoffed, "Just a fraction of your strength. If you underestimate me, don't come crying when I defeat you." What a joke. "I, Beerus, lose to you? Are you dreaming?" Beerus retorted, surprisingly devoid of anger. A rarity indeed. While they exchanged words, their hands never ceased movement. Rather, their combat grew increasingly intense, the muffled sounds of impact merging into a symphony of violence. Every collision of fists and feet unleashed an invisible wave that spread outward. As the battle escalated, so too did the ferocity of the shockwave. Aside from the Earth, blessed by Whis, the entire solar system trembled, with disturbances rippling into the distant void. The cacophony of their clash echoed across the cosmos, sending tremors through the starlit expanse. This exceptionally ferocious spectacle left Gogeta, a spectator, trembling with trepidation and unease that he remained uncertain of the consequences that would unfold should Beerus and Vegito continue their destructive dance. Yet, he was acutely aware that the responsibility for mending the aftermath would inevitably fall upon him, a thought that was nothing short of vexing. Whis merely cast a mild smile in his direction, offering no commentary, before turning his gaze back to the aerial confrontation with renewed interest. "Get away from me!" Beerus suddenly bellowed, increasingly constrained as their combat progressed. A burst of purple radiance erupted from his form, enveloping him in an overwhelming aura of divine authority. The essence of a deity is imperceptible. One can only gauge its strength through the intensity of its presence. Vegito, who had been enjoying the skirmish, suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, forcing him to regain his composure. Simultaneously, he unleashed all his energy in a spectacular explosion of golden light. He found that his aura had grown even more formidable than before. Chapter 007. The Relentless Solar Punch. Beerus, I owe you my gratitude. Without your influence, I would have taken much longer to reach my current prowess. Vegito chuckled heartily, reveling in the immense power he now completely commanded. Although Beerus did not fully grasp the implications of Vegito's words, he instinctively felt belittled, igniting his fury. Do not underestimate me, you scoundrel. With a fist imbued with purple energy, he struck fiercely towards Vegito. However, Vegito, who had previously shied away from a direct confrontation, retaliated with equal fervor. The impact of their fists resonated with an earth-shattering might. Waves of tangible energy cascaded outward, causing distant stars to succumb to their burden. Exploding one after another into cosmic dust, Beerus stared at Vegito, astonished. This was a blow fueled by his rage, surpassing any previous assault. Yet, Vegito had managed to withstand it without a hint of strain on his face. A true contest of strength. Vegito grinned once more, relishing the sensation. From this moment forth, he was the genuine Vegito, the epitome of a super warrior, no longer the hollow semblance of a false Vegito. With a sigh, Beerus exhaled a breath of frustration, his body relaxing. Though your performance is indeed surprising, it is regrettable that you are not a god after all. Upon uttering these words, a new wave of purple light emanated from him. Yet this time, the aura felt entirely different. Despite Beerus merely floating there, devoid of movement, the pressure he exerted upon Vegito was immense, sending a chill through him. Is he finally resorting to the powers of a destroyer? Vegito pondered, fully aware that, at his current strength, he could contend with Beerus in a normal state. However, should Beerus unleash the full might of a destroyer, Vegito would stand no chance. After all, Beerus was correct. No matter how powerful Vegito became, he ultimately lacked the divine essence necessary to fathom the nature of a deity's energy. The unknown is indeed the most perilous. Then let us commence the second round. Beerus smirked, confidence and composure returning to his visage. Vegito took a deep breath, assuming a defensive stance that, I am coming in. Beerus's grin widened, and in an instant he vanished from sight, reappearing right before Vegito, without a hint of flourish. He threw a straightforward punch, identical to the initial strike, yet this time it was charged with terrifying energy. How swift! Vegito's pupils constricted. Having fully mastered his Super Saiyan 3 form, he found himself caught in a situation that mirrored his earlier Super Saiyan 1 state. Unable to react in time. Boom! Once again, he could not evade. Beerus's fist collided squarely with Vegito's head, propelling him through the air. However, Beerus did not relent. His purple aura surged once more, and like a flash of light, he pursued Vegito with incredible speed. Fortunately, the physical resilience of Super Saiyan 3 Vegito far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 1. Thus, even after taking a direct hit, he quickly regained his senses, feeling only a slight daze in his head, which did not hinder his ability to continue fighting. Is this the power of a destroyer? Truly terrifying, utterly insurmountable. Vegito quickly assessed the situation, realizing that evading Beerus's subsequent attacks would be nearly impossible. Without hesitation, he spread his arms wide, palms facing inward. Solar punch. A brilliant light erupted, catching the advancing Beerus off guard, and he was struck. What in the world is this cursed technique? Beerus howled in agony, halting his assault while clutching his eyes tightly. Vegito seized this opportunity to launch a counterattack. Boom! 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 The fierce skirmish reignited. Even temporarily blinded, Beerus adeptly defended himself through his instinctual perception of energy, denying Vegito any chance to capitalize. Nevertheless, Beerus found himself increasingly suppressed, unable to mount an effective counteroffensive. This was precisely what Vegito desired. While he unleashed a torrent of attacks, he meticulously absorbed the energy Beerus emitted, searching for a means to counter it. Divine energy could only be resisted by divine energy, allowing for a more effortless confrontation. is, after all, too rudimentary. The same intensity of attack, when bolstered by Ki, would lead to exponentially greater consumption that to simplify. Ki resembled water, while divine energy was akin to ice. Using water to combat ice would require an overwhelming quantity to raise the temperature sufficiently for assimilation. Thus, even if Vegito's Ki vastly exceeded Beerus's in terms of quality, it ultimately fell short. Given this reality, could he compress his Ki, enhancing its density? If successful, even if he could not rival divine energy, his circumstances would undoubtedly improve. An epiphany struck Vegito, and as Beerus's vision began to clear, he unleashed the Solar Punch once more. Solar Punch. Beerus had not anticipated Vegito's audacity, and once again he was caught off guard. "Ah, you despicable scoundrel, just wait." Beerus roared in a fit of rage, time and again. Had he been made a fool of by this so-called destroyer? He resolved to erupt directly, determined to confront the onslaught of Vegito despite his impaired vision, intent on delivering a severe reprimand to this foe. Regrettably, Vegito offered no opportunity, swiftly creating distance while attempting to compress his energy. Chapter 008. Beerus has completely lost control. Kamehameha, a brilliant white light coalesced in the palm of his hand, rapidly transforming into a massive sphere of light, only to begin contracting shortly thereafter. Vegito was attempting energy compression within his body for the very first time, and with the potential for technical failure, he risked catastrophic self-destruction. Thus, he decided to apply the method of energy compression to the Kamehameha instead, and the process proceeded relatively smoothly. However, upon compressing the energy nearly tenfold, he found himself unable to advance further. At this level, it would not inflict any harm upon Beerus. Could it be? Vegito suddenly recalled something and lamented. This is precisely the tenfold Kamehameha used by Super Saiyan 4 Goku in the GT series. Given that they were still within the timeline of Dragon Ball Z, Vegito's memories of Goku lacked this technique. However, upon executing it and feeling its power, he came to a realization. Yet, despite his frustration, having unleashed the technique, he could not simply waste it. He would aim it at Beerus and observe the results. The Kamehameha, now infused with tenfold compressed energy, surged forth just as Beerus regained his vision. As it left Vegito's palm, the Kamehameha expanded instantaneously, casting a fierce white radiance in all directions that I was unprepared just now. But do you really think you can use the same trick a third time? What do you take me, Beerus, for? As Beerus regained his sight, he was immediately blinded by the white light, mistakenly believing Vegito had unleashed the solar flare for a third time, and was instantly enraged. A translucent energy shield enveloped Beerus's entire form, rendering even the light unable to penetrate. Yet, to his astonishment, this was not the solar flare, but rather an extraordinarily powerful tenfold Kamehameha. This translucent shield merely served to block light, lacking any defensive capability. Thus it was effortlessly shattered by the tenfold Kamehameha, unleashing all its energy upon Beerus. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud. From a distance, Vegito stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The tenfold Kamehameha was indeed formidable, yet given Beerus's strength, he should have easily withstood it without allowing any energy to explode. However, the spectacle before him was unexpected. Being struck directly, surely even Beerus would not emerge unscathed? Indeed, as the explosive aftermath subsided, Beerus's figure gradually came into view. He was no longer the composed being he had been at the start. His form was now marred and disheveled, although he had not sustained injuries. Numerous areas of his body were charred. Most critically, his attire, emblematic of his role as the god of destruction, had become tattered and torn. "This is bad news on Earth," Whis remarked upon witnessing the scene through a viewing screen. Yet his expression remained as cheerful as ever, as if the entire affair were inconsequential. Jebite, however, failed to perceive any significant trouble. He was instead filled with admiration for Vegito's performance. Despite their vast difference in strength, he managed to engage in such a contest. In O Wonder, Scions are considered natural warriors, and Vegito, being the fusion of two of the most extraordinary Scions, possessed unparalleled talent. If Vegito were aware of such thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond with a serious and earnest declaration. This is merely the result of fortunate happenstance. Nevertheless, the atmosphere high above was thick with tension. Beerus hung his head low, his entire being trembling. This was certainly not due to cold. "I will annihilate you. I will certainly destroy you." Beerus clenched his fists, suddenly lifting his gaze, his eyes blazing with an ominous ferocity. Simultaneously, a layer of purple energy began to envelop his body, causing the very fabric of space around him to warp. This caused Vegeta's pupils to constrict in an instant. This must be a manifestation of energy compressed to its utmost limit, transforming from a gaseous state to a liquid one, far more astonishing than the divine energy he had previously displayed. The purple aura surrounding Beerus resembled vapor, formed from steam. It was far more substantial and could not be compared to the luminous effect unleashed after an energy burst. "This is truly dire," Vegeta thought, grimly chuckling to himself. Little did he know that Beerus would be so fragile, completely losing his composure after being struck. Under such overwhelming might, should Beerus choose to launch an offensive, Vegeta feared he would be left with nothing but remnants. "This cannot stand. I must save myself." Having only recently gained mastery over this newfound strength, Vegeta could not allow himself to perish here so easily. Extreme compression, then. Here goes. Vegeta had merely experimented with the compression of the Kamehameha. Now, to survive Beerus' assault, he had no choice but to attempt compressing the energy within his own body. While he could not hope to contend with Beerus in this state, he at least needed to withstand one wave of his assault. However, Beerus afforded him little time. Facing Vegeta, the purple aura surged and gradually coalesced in his palm. He slowly uttered two words: destruction. The destructive energy coalesced into a sphere, its potency causing Vegeta's mouth to twitch in disbelief. How could he hold himself in such high regard? Just from its appearance, one could tell it was far stronger than what had been depicted in the original narrative. Beerus was genuinely intent on killing him. Chapter 009. An unexpected turn of events compress it. As the destructive sphere drew ever closer, Vegeta felt as if he were mentally ensnared, unable to evade, and could only desperately compress the energy within his body, hoping to survive beneath this sphere of destruction. Beerus was not a reasonable being. Any word spoken now would be futile, leaving Vegeta with no choice but to seek his own salvation. The notion of praying for Whis to intervene in his moment of need never crossed Vegeta's mind. He had no familial ties with Whis, no bonds of friendship, nor the culinary delights that served as ties in the original narrative. To place his hopes on Whis would be sheer folly. Yet, as the destructive sphere approached, Vegeta felt as though his very soul might dissolve, and his heart grew exceedingly solemn that on one hand, he accelerated the process of energy compression. On the other, his mind raced to devise a method to counter the impending doom. "This is it, a desperate gamble. I hope it works, otherwise I may as well be remade." Ultimately, Vegeta chose a particular ability. And just as the destructive sphere was about to engulf him, he unleashed a shield of energy compressed to its absolute limit. The energy shield, also known as the energy protection barrier in the original narrative. Vegeta had utilized this technique to enter Majin Buu's body without being absorbed in this timeline. It was Vegeta's first time employing it. He was uncertain if this would suffice to withstand the destructive sphere. But apart from this, all other abilities would be in vain, as the destructive sphere could annihilate everything and dissolve all. Sizzle. There was no grand explosion, only a dull thud. As the destructive sphere made contact with Vegeta's energy shield, the energy erupted instantly, consuming the entire shield. Hissed like sulfuric acid eroding metal, the destructive sphere relentlessly corroded the energy shield, initially sparing Vegeta himself. Yet, even with the destructive sphere held at bay, Vegeta wore no semblance of smile. His expression was grave and resolute. He needed to continuously replenish energy to the shield to counteract the destructive sphere's devastation. Indeed, he had gambled correctly. Compressing energy did provide a significant boost in power, and the energy shield crafted from this compressed energy was sufficient to temporarily stave off the destructive sphere. However, the toll it exacted upon him was immense. Originally, due to compression, the energy within him had suddenly diminished significantly. Unfortunately, in terms of mass, it was still vastly inferior to destructive energy. Thus, for every unit of destructive energy expended, he needed to replenish it with dozens of units of compressed energy. How much energy did this destructive sphere possess? Vegeta was uncertain, but he was certain that even if he exhausted all his energy, he could not dissipate this sphere of destruction. He had to devise another strategy. Otherwise, he would be left waiting for his demise. With that in mind, he resolved to take drastic measures. Energy Blade. He unleashed an energy sword using compressed energy and struck directly at the destructive sphere. If the energy shield could withstand for a moment, perhaps the energy sword could cleave through the destructive sphere as well. Hiss, the sound reminiscent of sulfuric acid corrosion echoed. The energy sword did not cleave the destructive sphere as Vegeta had envisioned. Instead, upon contact, they clashed and began to erode each other. Although the effect was slightly more pronounced than the pure defense of the energy shield, the consumption on Vegeta's part remained immense. If the stalemate continued, he would soon find his energy depleted. Open up, Vegeta roared, pouring every ounce of strength into the strike, that if he could split the destructive sphere in half, perhaps he would be saved. Given Beerus's temperament, he likely would not pursue him any further. Oh ho ho, this Scion named Vegeta is rather impressive. He can withstand even Lord Beerus's full energy form of destruction on the ground. Whis observed the spectacle with a smile. The three-dimensional light screen projected by his staff was capable of reflecting even Vegeta's presence within the destructive sphere. Gogeta opened his mouth several times, only to swallow his words back down each time. His face was filled with concern for Vegeta, yet as a lesser being, his words would carry little weight. Even if he pleaded for mercy at this moment, it would likely be in vain. In light of this, it would be more prudent to return and have the Earth's deity use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Vegeta. Until today, Gogeta had never even heard of Beerus, and thus he was unaware that those destroyed could not be revived by the dragon unless one sought the Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, Beerus had already descended from the heavens. After unleashing the full energy form of destruction, he had anticipated the outcome and saw no need to linger. However, upon witnessing the image projected by Whis' staff, his expression shifted. He was still alive? Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile that he actually thought to employ compressed energy, that if he were given more time to train, Lord Beerus may not even stand a chance against him. Tisish, Beerus clicked his tongue, pausing for a moment before saying, Whis, rescue him. Whis appeared slightly taken aback, but then nodded with a smile. Very well, Lord Beerus. After all, having accompanied Beerus for many years, he quickly understood. Beerus had merely acted impulsively in unleashing the full energy destructive sphere. His intention was never truly to kill Vegeta. After all, Vegeta could be considered the strongest in the seventh universe beneath Beerus himself. Given Beerus's regard for powerful beings, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of regret. Most importantly, he had yet to extract any information regarding the Super Saiyan God from Vegeta. Oh no. Yet just as Whis was about to act, his expression suddenly changed. Boom! In the skies above, the destructive sphere erupted instantaneously, unleashing a powerful energy that swept across the land, casting a violet-red glow over the earth. Thanks to Linhai Jizuan, Yuhua, Qingshu VIP Crown, and Shaji Mu for their support. Chapter 010. Vegeta vanishes. The explosion of the destructive sphere was something they had not anticipated. For destructive sphere was not a power that manifested its might through explosions. Once unleashed, everything would be obliterated, dissolved, and vanish without a trace. However, the scene before them was indeed unexpected. The most critical aspect was that the explosion of the destructive sphere had enveloped the sky above the earth in a thick layer of destructive energy. If too much time elapsed, the entire planet would be consumed. Damn it, what on earth did he do? How could this happen? Beerus's forehead throbbed with veins. He somewhat regretted instructing Whis to save him. After all, Vegeta had essentially unraveled his destructive sphere, effectively slapping his face. And yet, he had chosen to intervene. Such a situation was intolerable for the prideful Beerus. However, having spoken those words, retracting them would be even more humiliating. Which was why he was now seething with rage. I don't know. He has already vanished. Whis, who had always maintained a cheerful demeanor, now furrowed his brow. Beerus was taken aback. What do you mean vanished? See for yourself. Whis waved his staff, projecting a light screen that immediately reflected the entirety of the sky above Earth. There, apart from the expanse of destructive energy, no living being could be found. Could he have already been destroyed? Beerus muttered, though even he found it hard to believe. After all, just a moment ago, Vegeta had been locked in a stalemate with his destructive sphere. Although it appeared perilous, he was still able to hold his ground for a time. There had been no visible changes. How could he have suddenly been obliterated? Beerus extended his hands, and the layer of violet energy above was drawn into his palms as if a great whale were drinking water, restoring clarity to the sky. Yet, still, there was no sign of Vegeta. Whis, rewind time. Beerus turned to Whis. Whis was somewhat astonished, not expecting Beerus to go to such lengths for Vegeta. Nevertheless, he nodded, brandishing his staff as the time rewind was promptly executed. Except for himself, Beerus, and the nearby God Gogeta, the entire surrounding space rolled back 3 minutes to before the explosion of the destructive sphere. However, after the time rewind, Beerus was left utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. No, the destructive sphere remains, but the figure that was locked in a standoff with it is gone. Thus, as the destructive sphere traversed the sky without a target, it dissipated on its own. Whis, what on earth is happening? Where did Vegeta go? Beerus's face was a mix of confusion and astonishment as he looked at Whis. Whis gazed at the sky, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He waved his staff, and the projection reappeared. This time, it did not reflect a specific location, but replayed the moment before the time rewind, capturing Vegeta and the destructive sphere in their confrontation. The scene unfolded just as they had seen before. Vegeta first employed the energy shield, but, sensing the overwhelming consumption, resorted to the energy sword. With a downward strike, the destructive sphere's consumption intensified, and there was a trend of it being cleaved in two. However, when Vegeta's energy peaked, the destructive sphere erupted without warning. Indeed, it detonated without any forewarning, and it was not Vegeta's doing, because at that moment, Vegeta had yet to react, still in the motion of his downward strike. As a result, less than 1/100th of a second later, Vegeta's figure suddenly vanished, equally without warning. After watching the footage, Beerus was even more perplexed. This was beyond his comprehension. Could something be meddling? A surge of malice arose within Beerus. Aside from that possibility, he could think of nothing else. No. Whis shook his head, waving his staff again. Look here. Still replaying, this time the footage zoomed in on the point of collision between Vegeta's energy sword and the destructive sphere, where a bolt of pitch-black lightning flashed, followed by the explosion of the sphere and the disappearance of Vegeta. What is this? A look of horror crossed Beerus's face. Whis sighed. It seems there is no doubt. This is a rift in time and space. The clash between the energy sword and the destructive sphere resulted in a violent collision, intertwining their energies and giving rise to unpredictable anomalies that led to the emergence of a rift in space-time. It was this very rift that catalyzed the mutation of the destructive sphere's energy, causing it to explode. As for Vegito, if my assumptions are correct, he has likely fallen into the space-time rift. If it were merely a spatial tear, the reversal of time might still be effective. However, when time is involved, there is no recourse. Within the space-time rift, a moment may stretch into eons, rendering Whis's trifling 3 minutes of rewind essentially futile. At this juncture, not even Whis, nor the Grand Minister, nor the Omni King could ascertain Vegito's whereabouts, nor could they deduce whether he was alive or dead. There appears to be no alternative. Beerus understood this and shrugged. Ceasing his concerns, Whis, let us return that we must resign ourselves to the notion that Vegito no longer exists in this world. What other choice do we have? Whis, too, felt helpless. Had he intervened a mere second earlier, perhaps things could have been salvaged, but now it was too late. The two departed from Earth, leaving the bewildered Gogeta God behind. In such circumstances, what was he to do? How could he explain this to Gohan and the others? Chapter 011. Perfect mastery of soul and flesh opened for me. With a thunderous shout, Vegito wielded his energy sword, exerting every ounce of strength to strike downward, only to find himself cleaving nothing but air. Before him lay no trace of the ominous destructive orb, but rather a swirling kaleidoscope of colors. The sensation of swinging at nothingness left him profoundly unsettled. Suddenly, The force he had unleashed collided with an unseen barrier and rebounded violently. Not good! Vegito, still reeling from the drastic change in his surroundings, was caught off guard. The sudden recoil caused him to spurt a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He cursed under his breath as his body, heavily injured, began to falter, swiftly retracting from Super Saiyan 3 back to his normal state. While he had not felt the strain during his transformation, reverting to normality revealed the overwhelming pressure surrounding him, threatening to crush him entirely. I can't hold on much longer. Vegito gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the gaps. He hastily scanned his surroundings, but aside from the vibrant haze, there was naught else. This ethereal mist was not static. It flowed rapidly away, imparting an illusion akin to a kaleidoscope. Albeit with fewer shifting patterns, he was oblivious to his location, yet he realized that if he lingered any longer in this state of injury, he would surely perish, die not under Beerus's destructive sphere, but in such an inexplicable realm would be a farcical fate. Absolutely not. I have yet to experience my moment of glory. I cannot succumb in such a disheveled manner. Vegito roared, his nearly fading energy sword slicing through the colorful haze. With a soft hissing sound, he managed to carve a rift, revealing a black void. The energy sword, however, dissipated as he reverted to his normal state. Lacking the power to sustain itself, before Vegito could react, an immense suction emanated from the black fissure, drawing him in. Well, it can't be worse than this, he thought, instinctively preparing to resist, but ultimately surrendering to the force that enveloped him. As the world spun chaotically, he lost track of his experience until he plummeted into the chilling embrace of water. The frigid sensation enveloped him, a reminder of his grievous injuries. He had traversed countless tribulations upon his arrival, and now, to find himself in such a predicament was almost comical. Even though he could swim, the risk of cramping and drowning loomed large in his weakened state. Is there any other traveler more unfortunate than I? Vegito lamented silently. Yet, what could he do? He had to muster his spirit and fight for survival. Fortunately, he remained the undisputed champion of the seventh universe, far surpassing the likes of gods of destruction and angels. Thus, despite the pain and exhaustion, he ultimately managed to drag himself to the shore. Upon reaching the bank and surveying his surroundings, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The area was lush with greenery. Alive with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, he had emerged beside a serene natural lake, the tranquility of the environment offering him a moment of respite. Yet he soon realized the severity of his injuries. Following his battle with Beerus, his energy had been nearly depleted, and the subsequent events had left him gravely wounded. The injuries to his body were one concern, but the more pressing issue was the chaotic amalgamation of energies within him, creating an unstable condition. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the conflicting energies comprised Beerus's destructive energy, his own compressed energy, and the kaleidoscopic energy from the previous realm. Additionally, there was a barely perceptible strand of black lightning that he could only detect upon scrutiny. What on earth is this? He pondered. Am I in a fabricated Dragon Ball universe? Is this some fantastical realm? Vegito's mind was awash with questions. Forget it. I will address this later. A series of unexpected events had left him yearning for a moment of rest. He turned back toward the lake, intending to quench his thirst. However, upon glimpsing his reflection in the water, he was taken aback once more. Is that me? Vegito. The image reflected was not the Vegito he recognized from the original story. It bore his likeness, but was predominantly shaped by his past self. Put it simply, it was an amalgamation of his own features, infused with elements of Son Goku and Vegeta, resulting in a more refined and striking appearance. Of course, Vegito was not preoccupied with aesthetics. He was contemplating the truth behind this transformation. He was certain that upon his arrival, he had not appeared in this form, but rather in the original depiction. What had caused this alteration? Finally, he arrived at a possibility: mastery over the soul. Previously, his battle with Beerus had been an exercise in control over his power, aimed at perfecting his capabilities. Ultimately, he was an external soul, incapable of achieving a complete harmony with this body. Yet now, for reasons unknown, he had attained a perfect mastery over his soul. Originally, he had merely crossed over into Vegito's form. Now, It was as if Vegito had been deconstructed and repurposed to enhance him. Henceforth, this body belonged solely to him, with no ties to Son Goku or Vegeta. Chapter 012. Traversing time and space. Raditz strikes. After resting by the lake for a while, Vegito gradually regained his strength. However, the entanglement of energies within him hindered his recovery, rendering him unable to access his full power and leaving him feeling unprecedentedly weak. This location still seemed to be on Earth. He resolved to seek out Dend at the lookout for healing. Determined, Vegito took to the skies, albeit feebly. Despite his fatigue, he could still utilize the flight technique, likely managing to muster a combat power of several thousand. In the midst of desolation, a battle was underway. Nearing its climax, and leaving the area in shambles, "Do not harm my father." A child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, charging fiercely toward a long-haired man nearby. While what? His combat power is 1,307. The long-haired man, his face contorted with shock, was suddenly and forcefully collided with by the child. Had Vegeta been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished. This was unmistakably a scene from the Saiyan saga, depicting Raditz's arrival on Earth. That little brat, Raditz, clutching his chest, managed to rise, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "His battle power is merely 1, and it fluctuates with his emotional state." With a flick of his hand, he sent the child, Gohan, flying, only to be seized from behind by Son Goku in a desperate embrace. "Piccolo, hurry and make your move." Son Goku resolved to perish alongside Raditz, ignoring the latter's pleas for mercy. Raditz had deceived him once before, and aside from mutual destruction, he could devise no better means to subdue him. "Son Goku, I'm about to strike." Piccolo, having gathered his energy, grinned wickedly. "Eradicating you both would be splendid." He silently added, "However, your companions will resurrect you with the Dragon Balls. Release me. I swear I shall never return to this planet." "I was wrong." Raditz's struggles were futile as he begged Son Goku. Though Son Goku was innocent, he was not foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you ready?" At that moment, Piccolo was finally poised to act. "Strike now." Son Goku bellowed with his eyes shut out. No. Raditz's face was a mask of terror. "Special beam cannon." Piccolo extended 2 fingers. The comic book was accompanied by a barrage reminiscent of Kaio-Ken's finger, intertwining the visuals with an air of malevolence. It was only upon revisiting the manga to write this scene that I realized this. I had been so naive before. Furthermore, for those who do not understand, please refrain from asking me for explanations. However, at that moment, a ki blast surged forth, detonating right between the 3 of them, simultaneously engulfing Piccolo's special beam cannon. Boom! Piccolo, Son Goku, and Raditz were all hurled away, crashing to the ground in disarray. What just happened? Shock was evident on Piccolo's face. The intensity of that ki blast far surpassed their combined strengths, and even sensing its aura stripped him of the courage to resist. "Who is it?" Son Goku felt a sense of despair wash over him. He had prepared himself for death, yet here he was faced with yet another unexpected turn of events. If this continued, his family and friends would surely be slaughtered. With that thought, he instinctively glanced towards Gohan's position. Thankfully, after being struck by Raditz, Gohan had lost consciousness, and his distance spared him from harm. I'm alive once more. Raditz, in stark contrast, rejoiced in his fortune. The 3 of them exhibited different reactions, but each was rendered incapacitated by the explosion of that ki blast, unable to rise for the moment. A sound of footsteps echoed, causing all 3 to turn their heads in unison. Before them stood a remarkably handsome young man, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, giving off a fragile impression. However, none of them were particularly concerned with appearances. What astonished them was the tail that swayed behind him, identical to Raditz. "You 2 are a Scion. Are you allied with Raditz?" Son Goku felt a surge of despair. This newcomer was clearly far superior to Raditz and posed a threat beyond what he and Piccolo could handle. Yet, Raditz was equally perplexed, for he had no recollection of anyone like this among the remaining Scions. "Fear not. I harbor no ill will towards you. I believe I just saved your life." The young man stepped closer, introducing himself. "By the way, my name is Vegeta, and I too was raised on Earth." Indeed, The newcomer was none other than Vegeta. Even he was taken aback by the amusing scene he stumbled upon on his way to the sacred world of the Kais. It seemed that previous kaleidoscopic realm was indeed the fabled time tunnel. As for the tale, Son Goku and Vegeta had long since lost theirs upon their fusion, hence the fused being, Vegito, also bore none. Yet, inexplicably, a tail had sprouted behind Vegito en route here. Should I tell you this is a foreshadowing? Should I reveal this as preparation for transforming into Super Saiyan 4? He speculated that perhaps it was due to the perfect mastery of both soul and body that his Saiyan bloodline had been reawakened, resulting in the emergence of the tail that at present, his body could be described as a brand new entity, akin to being reborn. That's so. Then I can rest easy. I truly appreciate it, upon hearing Vegito's words. Son Goku exhaled a sigh of relief, his entire being relaxing. Chapter 013. Who truly is the fool? It was not that Son Goku was so naive as to believe Vegito solely based on his words. Rather, he understood that with Vegito's strength, there was no need for deceit. Most importantly, while Raditz's aura radiated malevolence, Vegito's was pure, indicating they could not possibly be on the same side. This is impossible. The only Scion who came to Earth was Kakarot. Raditz vehemently refused to accept this, shouting, "Moreover, there is no one like you among the Scions. Who are you?" Vegito merely cast him a disinterested glance and turned his attention to Son Goku. "How shall we deal with him? Shall we kill him?" Naturally, Piccolo wished to eliminate Raditz immediately, yet he was acutely aware of Son Goku's character. If there was a peaceful resolution, he would be reluctant to resort to killing. As anticipated. Son Goku hesitated momentarily before responding. If you can restrain him and prevent him from causing further harm, then let him go. Restrain him, you say? I believe that could be accomplished, Vegito mused. Really? Son Goku's eyes sparkled with hope. As long as Raditz could be temporarily subdued, it would suffice. After all, he was his elder brother, and unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to take his life. Vegito offered no further explanation and advanced towards Raditz. What are you planning? I want to let you succeed. Raditz sensed impending doom, forcing his injured body to lash out with several key blasts, which detonated against Vegito. In an instant, smoke engulfed Vegito entirely. Vegito, Son Goku, and Piccolo's expressions changed dramatically, the former nearly rushing forward to rescue him. Unfortunately, having expended too much stamina and energy during his battle with Raditz, he was powerless to intervene. You dare to pin your hopes on such a fool. Raditz was taken aback by Vegito's lack of evasion, but after a moment of surprise, he erupted into laughter. However, just as his laughter faded, the smoke cleared, revealing Vegito entirely unharmed. Impossible. Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly replaced by sheer terror. That key blast, even someone several times stronger would sustain severe injury if caught unawares. Yet Vegito stood there, his attire untouched by even a speck of dust, a testament to his formidable power. Thank goodness, Son Goku sighed in relief. If Vegito had been injured while helping him, he would have felt incredibly guilty. So, who is the fool now? You should know the answer, Vegito stated coolly, extending his palm towards Raditz. Dante begged for mercy. Please don't kill me. I promise I shall never commit evil again. Raditz, devoid of dignity, collapsed to his knees. However, Vegito had no intention of taking his life, for it was Son Goku's wish. This body was originally formed from the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, a debt he owed to both, and he certainly intended to repay it when the opportunity arose. Vegito gathered an energy sphere in his hand and shot it directly at Raditz. Raditz, caught off guard while still pleading for mercy, suddenly froze, standing motionless. Son Goku initially thought Vegito had killed him, opening his mouth to say something, only to let out a sigh instead. This was all Raditz's own doing. Even if Vegito had truly slain him, it would be entirely justifiable. Enough, stop playing dead. Vegito lightly kicked Raditz. Gradually breaking free from his frozen state, Raditz stared in confusion. I'm not dead. Do you wish for me to kill you? Actually, I don't mind at all. Vegito remarked with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. Don't. Raditz instinctively took 2 steps back, his expression shifting dramatically as he sensed the situation within his own body. What have you done to me? It's merely a surge of energy, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. This energy will not impact you in any significant way, but the moment I wish it, it will explode within you. What? Raditz's face contorted into an expression of sheer horror. With such a threat, his life was essentially at Vegeta's mercy. Now he finally understood what Vegeta meant by control. But what could he do? This was certainly a far better predicament than facing immediate death. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. This means he won't dare to act recklessly anymore. Thank you, Vegeta. By the way, my name is Sun Wukong, and that over there is Piccolo. Piccolo scoffed, displaying his usual aloofness. That I am aware of who you are, Vegeta acknowledged with a smile. Sun Wukong was taken aback, clearly surprised that Vegeta recognized him. However, true to his nature, he quickly shifted his focus. Speaking of which, your strength is incredible. Even with Piccolo and I teaming up, we couldn't defeat Raditz. Yet you subdued him so effortlessly that a fierce battle spirit radiated from Sun Wukong's eyes. If it weren't for his physical limitations, he might have issued a challenge right then and there. Piccolo harbored similar thoughts, though he was significantly more reserved than Sun Wukong. The two of them were already the pinnacle of Earth's fighting prowess. With no rivals besides each other, little did they expect to encounter two formidable beings far beyond their capabilities today, which had truly broadened their horizons. That it was foreseeable that after this day, their stagnant power would experience a remarkable leap forward. Chapter 014. Crafting high-quality detectors. Someone is coming. Vegeta did not respond to Sun Wukong's words. Saving his life was sufficient. Accepting his challenge would only lead to a lifetime of entanglement. Following Vegeta's gaze, a plane was rapidly approaching from the distant sky. It's Bulma and the others. Sun Wukong waved at the aircraft. Soon, the plane landed and three figures emerged: Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi. Wukong, what is going on? What happened? They were astonished by the scene before them, as Raditz stood quietly at a distance. And despite their fear, they approached cautiously. Sun Wukong briefly recounted the situation, placing particular emphasis on introducing Vegeta. Oh, you are also a Scion? Krillin inquired curiously as he circled around Vegeta. Master Roshi nodded. Indeed, you have a tail like Wukong did as a child. Can you transform into a Great Ape as well? So cool, Bulma exclaimed, her hands clasped her chest in admiration. Vegeta, possessing Sun Wukong's memories, felt an inexplicable familiarity and warmth towards these individuals. Thus he responded to their inquiries with patience. Do you have any Senzu beans? Vegeta asked. Having abandoned his initial plan to seek Dandy for healing, he had to settle for the Senzu beans instead. Unfortunately, these individuals did not place much importance on the beans and seldom kept them on hand, only searching for them when in need, which left Vegeta somewhat speechless. Everyone is injured, Bulma noted as she carried the unconscious Gohan over. In that case, I will take you all to Karen Tower in the plane. She retrieved a small passenger aircraft from her capsule, spacious enough to accommodate a dozen people. Truly, Bulma was remarkable, always carrying various tools with her. Piccolo, you should come along too, Vegeta beckoned. Only then did everyone notice that Piccolo had not followed them and was stealthily attempting to slip away. While he was not inherently malevolent, he belonged to the demon clan, and Sun Wukong had killed his father. Thus, initially, Piccolo was quite conflicted internally, projecting an air of aloofness. Before Piccolo could decline, Vegeta added, if you wish to enhance your strength. Without hesitation, Piccolo decided to join. He did not doubt Vegeta's words, as Vegeta was undeniably far stronger than him and possessed the capability to guide him. After their battle with Raditz, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo felt significantly challenged and were eager to improve their strength. The group boarded the aircraft, piloted by Bulma. Raditz quietly followed along, not uttering a word, leaving others to wonder if he had resigned himself to his fate or was concocting other schemes. Vegeta paid him no mind and reached out to Raditz. Hand over your detector and turn off the communication. How do you know? Raditz instinctively refused. The energy wave Vegeta had unleashed upon his arrival had destroyed his detector, preventing it from registering Vegeta's power level. Just as he was about to secretly take a reading, Vegeta forcibly snatched it away. What is this? Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity piqued. Piccolo, appearing wise, remarked he must have used that device to detect our location and strength. So this device can communicate as well? It seemed that Raditz's companions already knew what had transpired. Raditz scoffed, "Here's a piece of advice. You'd better release me. Otherwise, when they arrive, it will be your demise. Their power far surpasses mine, and even Vegeta would not stand a chance against them to that point. It won't just be you. All of Earth will perish." What? The others, aside from Vegeta, were taken aback. Bulma, piloting the plane, nearly lost control in shock. Duppy, calm. Vegeta snapped his fingers, delivering a sharp blow to Raditz's head, nearly knocking him out. Do not worry. They're still far from Earth. At the earliest, they won't arrive for another year. Giving you ample time to train out a year. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. He never wanted to experience such a defeat again. Therefore, he resolved to train diligently over the next year, determined to defeat those two Scions himself. Piccolo shared a similar sentiment, though he hoped to receive guidance from Vegeta, as it was Vegeta who had brought him aboard the plane. Humph, naive. Raditz scoffed at their reactions. If he couldn't defeat them, how could they possibly challenge Prince Vegeta? It was nothing short of absurd. Bulma, this device is now in your hands. Vegeta handed the detector to Bulma, saying, "Many in the universe utilize such devices. If we could manufacture a batch, it would greatly enhance our convenience in the future. Also, this one is of a lower specification. If the strength of the detected individual exceeds the detector's limit, it will simply explode. See if you can improve it, ideally creating one without any limits, and no problem. Leave it to me." Bulma expressed her enthusiasm for such high-tech products. Yet, she found it somewhat strange. Many were aware of her background. And while it was understandable that Vegeta recognized her expertise in technology, she couldn't fathom why he spoke to her so casually when requesting assistance, giving her the impression of a close relationship. Little did she know, Vegeta's mind was filled with Vegeta's memories, and given their shared history of having a son named Trunks, it was only natural for them to be familiar. At tea times, Vegeta found himself troubled. Although he remained himself, those memories often influenced his perceptions, particularly towards those around him. Despite it being their first encounter, it felt as though they were longtime friends, which was not entirely a bad thing. Chapter 015. Master Karen refuses to provide Senzu beans in a distant corner of the universe. Raditz has been defeated. How utterly embarrassing, nearly eliminated on such a low-power planet. What do we do? Should we head to Earth? I am particularly interested in that Scion named Vegeta. Set course. Are we going to rescue Raditz? Don't be ridiculous. Why would we save such a useless being? I merely perceive that the individual named Vegeta possesses formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing yours. Should we succeed in enlisting him into our ranks, the execution of our future missions would undoubtedly become far more effortless. Consequently, I find myself quite eager to engage in a contest with him. At that juncture, refrain from intervening, allowing me the opportunity to confront him. As for Naba, should he be careless, he might very well meet his demise. If he possesses such capabilities, nevertheless, one must ponder, could he possibly be your kin? His name bears a striking resemblance to yours, Vegeta. Indeed, it is none other than Vegeta and Naba who are currently engaged in this discourse. Vegeta scoffed, declaring impossible. Although I do have a brother exiled to the far reaches of the universe. His name is Tabor. This Vegeta seems to have emerged from nowhere. There are no records of him on planet Vegeta. Is it conceivable that he is a descendant of some exiled Scion? Naba speculated. Why not simply inquire of him? Vegeta retorted, showing little inclination to dwell on the matter. The two then boarded their respective ships, setting the coordinates for Earth as their destination, initiating automatic flight. By the way, I just recalled that Kakarot's son possesses a battle power that seemingly far exceeds that of a typical Scion child, Vegeta suddenly remarked, his voice reaching Naba's ears through the communicator. Naba inquired in confusion. Is there a misunderstanding? There is no mistake, Vegeta asserted confidently. Raditz was struck only once by that little brat, and his energy drastically diminished. It appears that the hybrid offspring of Scions and Earthlings possess extraordinary strength. Could they be deemed Super Saiyans? Naba feigned humor, chuckling, before adding, if such hybrids continue to proliferate, the Scion's ambition to dominate the universe may no longer be a mere dream. Enough of your nonsense, Vegeta interjected. Individuals of such caliber will only grow stronger as they mature. Aren't we thus in a perilous predicament? Ah, indeed. Naba finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In any case, let us eliminate all Earthlings first. With that, Vegeta terminated the communication. The spacecraft soared swiftly, and both individuals entered a year-long slumber. This time, their objective was not the Dragon Balls, but rather Vegeta, an endeavor that might even catch Vegeta himself off guard. On Earth, at Karen Towered, oh dear, it appears you have sustained quite serious injuries. It seems you have endured a fierce battle, Master Karen remarked, taken aback by Goku's near-lifeless state. He had sensed Raditz's arrival, yet was astonished that Goku and Piccolo had teamed up and still suffered such a crushing defeat. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 Senzu beans, distributing one each to Goku and his son Gohan, while also offering one to Piccolo. After all, Piccolo had fought alongside them, and despite his prideful demeanor, it was evident to all that he was not wholly ungrateful. It was merely due to the intimidation of the former Demon King Piccolo that everyone still harbored some fear of him. There's no denying that Raditz is undeniably strong. Had it not been for Vegeta, I might have already met my end. Goku openly acknowledged his defeat. After consuming the Senzu beans, the trio's injuries healed, their energy restored, and even the unconscious Gohan awoke and scathed. Raditz, witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment, his gaze flickering toward Master Karen. Perhaps he was contemplating whether to forcibly seize some Senzu beans for himself. However, upon encountering Vegeta, he instantly adopted a more subdued demeanor. Vegeta then spoke. Master Karen, might I trouble you for a Senzu bean as well? Oh, are you feeling hungry? Goku interjected, exhibiting his typical lack of thoughtfulness. He remained oblivious to the peculiar expressions of the others, continuing, while Senzu beans can stave off hunger for 10 days, they lack flavor and are quite unpalatable. We might as well head to Bulma's house later. It's spacious and well-stocked. You fool, Bulma retorted vehemently. Did I ever say I would invite you? You simply assumed as much, displaying a complete lack of manners. Besides, who would be as preoccupied with food as you are? Senzu beans are primarily for healing and restoring energy. Do you not understand? There is no need to be so angry, Goku muttered, utterly perplexed by Bulma's ire. He then scrutinized Vegeta, remarking, but I don't see how Vegeta appears injured at all. I am indeed injured, and severely so, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. If I do not tend to these wounds promptly, I shall be unable to unleash my full power. What on earth? Everyone gaped in disbelief, unable to unleash his power. Yet he effortlessly defeated Raditz. Just how powerful could he be if he were at full strength? Krillin murmured to Master Roshi, I thought he looked pale due to some weakness. Turns out he was injured. I can't believe he managed to defeat Goku's brother in this state. He is truly terrifying. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. I previously assumed he was one of us, although their voices were hushed. Vegeta's keen hearing allowed him to catch every word, and he was immediately filled with irritation. These two insufferable individuals were truly deserving of a beating. At that moment, however, Master Karen spoke up, yet he did not provide Vegeta with a Senzu bean, shaking his head and saying, I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Master Karen, do not be so stingy, Goku whined, clinging to him in a childish manner. Besides, Vegeta just saved me. Please, Master Karen, Vegeta was somewhat puzzled. He did not recall Master Karen being a miserly individual and suspected there might be some underlying reason for this behavior. Indeed, Master Karen shook his head, explaining, Senzu beans are meant for healing physical injuries. But Vegeta has an issue with his energy. To be honest, a Senzu bean would likely be of no help. However, if you wish to try it, I can offer you one. That's how it is. Goku scratched his head awkwardly. I thought Master Karen held some misunderstanding about Vegeta. But speaking of which, Vegeta, you are incredibly powerful, even while injured. What kind of strength does the one who managed to harm you possess? Not only Goku, but the others were equally intrigued. However, Vegeta evidently had no intention of elucidating that he addressed Master Karen, saying, I would still like to give it a try. Master Karen said no more and directly handed him a Senzu bean. Unfortunately, as Master Karen had indicated, upon consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta merely restored his energy. His physical injuries healed, but his energy issue remained unresolved. What on earth have you sustained? How is it that even a Senzu being cannot remedy your condition? What shall we do now? Goku appeared even more anxious than Vegeta himself. Part of his concern stemmed from genuine worry, yet a larger portion was driven by a desire to witness Vegeta's complete strength. Vegeta, however, was not troubled. If the Senzu beings proved ineffective, he could always seek assistance from the Eternal Dragon. Although the dragon might not be able to cure him directly, it could surely provide some insight into potential remedies. Perhaps you could consult the Supreme Kai, Master Karen suggested. Due to certain rule-related matters, I am not entirely certain, but the Supreme Kai should possess some knowledge. Rules? Vegeta's mind sparked with curiosity. Could it be that the destructive energy left by Beerus actually contained a form of energy governed by destruction rules? In essence, was divine energy merely extreme compression combined with the power of rules? Many previously perplexing questions found clarity through Master Karen's words. Just a single, simple term had seemingly opened the door to a new world for Vegeta. Thank you very much, Master Karen. I shall seek out the Supreme Kai immediately. The group had initially come in search of Senzu beings, and now that Goku and the others had recovered, and Vegeta had received the answers he sought, there was no longer any need to linger. Bulma took Master Roshi back to the Kame house, intending to study Raditz Scouter, while the remaining individuals proceeded to the Supreme Kai's temple. This was Krillin's first visit, and he was filled with curiosity, while Raditz dismissed it with disdain, and Piccolo wore a complex expression. The Supreme Kai and the Demon King Piccolo were originally one entity, and Piccolo had fully inherited the memories of the Demon King. Now, as he was about to meet the Supreme Kai, his feelings were undoubtedly mixed. Let me tell you, the Supreme Kai has a servant named Bubbles, who looks rather amusing. Goku chattered away, eager to showcase his knowledge of the place. Hello there. At that moment, the dark figure of Bobo appeared. Sun Wukong instantly felt embarrassed, scratching his head and chuckling. Bobo, I was just introducing you to them. I would never speak ill of you. Bobo, unfazed, maintained his ever-calm demeanor. Making it impossible for anyone to discern his emotions, he addressed the group, stating, "The Heavenly God is already aware of everything. He also knows that in a year, 2 extraordinarily powerful Scions will arrive. While their exact intentions remain unknown, for the sake of caution, the Heavenly God has permitted you to train here. Furthermore, the Heavenly God has instructed Yachirobe to inform Yamcha, Ten, and Chaozu, and they will soon join you. At that time, you can all train together." "Really? That's fantastic!" Krillin exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Previously, Sun Wukong and Tien had comparable strength, but after training the Divine Realm, he could easily overpower Tien. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha were all exceedingly envious of Sun Wukong's fortune, never anticipating they would have the same opportunity now. "Bobo, the Heavenly God has mentioned that you may also remain here." Bobo turned to Piccolo. Unfortunately, Piccolo disregarded him, turning away with a dismissive TC. He was only present because of Vegeta. He had no interest in associating with anyone else. "Then, does the Heavenly God have time to meet with me? There are matters I wish to consult him about." Vegeta's demeanor remained cordial. After all, he was a person educated in the higher echelons of the 21st century. Even with extraordinary power, he would not forget his roots. Striving to remain humble, polite, principled, he would never act like a domineering figure. Looking down upon others while being subservient towards women, to be frank, such individuals are universally despised in reality. Everyone wishes to trample upon them upon sight. Bobo nodded. "You must be Vegeta, correct? The Heavenly God has informed me that he is willing to meet you. But certain matters can only be discussed privately. He is waiting for you inside." Vegeta silently nodded. He understood that the power of rules pertains to the Divine Realm, and it was best not to involve Sun Wukong and the others. He comprehended this and certainly did not believe the Heavenly God was being pretentious. Chapter 017. The Heavenly God's Proposal. Greetings, Heavenly God. Vegeta entered the Divine Temple and soon saw the Heavenly God standing not far from the entrance. The Heavenly God indeed did not put on airs. He was simply standing there, and as soon as Vegeta stepped inside, he encountered him. However, what Vegeta did not expect was the Heavenly God's opening remark, which startled him greatly. "Greetings, powerful being from another timeline. Another timeline? Is he referring to me? Vegeta was not surprised that the heavenly god recognized him as an outsider. After all, he was the god of Earth, and his divine consciousness could perceive everything on the planet. When Vegeta descended, some form of disturbance would have certainly caught his attention. Yet, Vegeta had always believed he merely traversed time, not realizing he had crossed into a different space-time continuum. This meant that this realm was fundamentally distinct from his original world. A thought struck Vegeta. Had he arrived in the main world of Dragon Ball? I understand your purpose for coming. The heavenly god continued. Although I am uncertain how you were injured, the fact that you survived in such a high-intensity realm of rule power astonishes me that a look of genuine astonishment appeared on the heavenly god's face. Perhaps this was why he addressed Vegeta with such respect. Regarding the matter of time and space, there was no need for further contemplation. Vegeta collected his thoughts and inquired, "Can you elaborate on the power of rules?" Rest assured, although I am not from this timeline, if any issue arises here, I will lend my assistance. After all, I'm also an Earthling in my own timeline. I see. Your words relieve me, the heavenly god replied, not doubting Vegeta's intentions, like Sun Wukong. He understood that with Vegeta's strength, he could easily coerce them. Thus there was no need for deception. While I wish to clarify everything for you, I am merely the god of Earth, and my knowledge is limited. I will share what I understand about the power of rules, perhaps wishing to leave a good impression on Vegeta. The heavenly god revealed everything he knew without much reservation. In truth, the heavenly god's comprehension of the power of rules was not profound. Many aspects were only partially understood, making explanations laborious and at times convoluted, which could be quite taxing for the listener. Fortunately, Vegeta possessed his own understanding and, with his transcendent knowledge, ultimately grasped the concept. To put it succinctly, martial artists who cultivate ki are essentially honing their physical strength, drawing ki from their cells. The power of rules, on the other hand, is an intangible force in the universe, fundamentally similar to the laws of the primordial world. The distinction lies in that in the Dragon Ball world, as long as one can comprehend these rules, they can harness them for their own use. The extent of this ability depends on individual capability. In reality, what this world refers to as magic and superpowers fundamentally relies on the power of rules. Although these abilities are rare, there are indeed many who possess them. For instance, Chaozu's telekinesis, Oolong's transformations, and Puar's shape-shifting all exemplify the application of the power of rules. However, their comprehension is elementary. They utilize these abilities without understanding their underlying principles. Individuals like the heavenly god operate at a much higher level, capable of manipulating these rules at will and even teaching them to others. Yet this remains a rudimentary application. As Vegeta initially speculated, true divine energy involves integrating the power of rules into one's own energy, thus elevating that energy in this manner. Mortal ki transforms into divine energy. Once all of one's ki undergoes this metamorphosis, one can be considered a deity. Naturally, the heavenly god cannot achieve this, which is why he possesses divine authority but is not part of the divine lineage. The energy within you must be what remains from the divine lineage. The intensity of divine energy far surpasses that of ki, and your inherent strength alone cannot dissipate it, as the disparity in levels is too great. At this juncture, the heavenly god suddenly remarked, "If it were me, even a minuscule amount would cause my body to shatter. Yet the vast divine energy within you merely restricts your strength, to be honest. I cannot even fathom how powerful you would be in optimal condition." Enough with the lamentations, Vegeta replied, somewhat exasperated. "While I have a general understanding of the situation, I still do not know how to proceed. Can you suggest a constructive approach?" "There is indeed a method," the heavenly god pondered for a moment, hesitating slightly. "However, I cannot guarantee its efficacy, and the process will be exceedingly painful. Please elaborate." Vegeta did not immediately agree. After all, he had no inclination towards masochism and would not recklessly subject himself to immense suffering without understanding the consequences. Yet if there were no other alternatives in the end, he would have to resort to this plan. "Super divine water," the heavenly god proclaimed. "There exists a treasure in the celestial realm known as super divine water. It can awaken the potential within you, but simultaneously, it is a potent poison. Only by enduring the excruciating effects of its toxicity can one reap its benefits. I am familiar with super divine water, but how does it pertain to my situation? Upon hearing the mention of super divine water, Vegeta's heart felt a sense of relief. He recalled Sun Wukong's experience with it, which had indeed been agonizing. However, for someone with his current formidable power, that level of physical torment was negligible. Chapter 018. The entire divine temple trembled. The divine energy within you has not manifested. You can still utilize a portion of your own strength, indicating that this divine energy has been suppressed. If your power were to increase at this moment, you might be able to completely subdue that divine energy. At this point, the heavenly God added with some uncertainty, "Well, that is my hypothesis that as for the outcome, it can only be determined through your own experimentation." Very well. Although this rationale was simplistic and blunt, Vegeta found no grounds for rebuttal. "Let us give it a try." Vegito took a deep breath. The ability to suppress the divine energy did not stem from Vegito's own extraordinary prowess. Rather, it was due to the fact that he had compressed the energy within himself to over 10 times its original volume, thereby significantly enhancing its intensity. However, relying solely on this tenfold compressed energy would still fall short when compared to divine energy, rendering it insufficient for suppression. That it was only after he fell into the time-space tunnel that he acquired the radiant energy. This energy not only refrained from attacking him, but also neutralized the destructive energy that conflicted with Vegito's own energy. Thus, a delicate equilibrium was achieved within him, where three factions coexisted, merging and repelling each other simultaneously. Of course, if he were to follow the Celestial's advice and elevate his energy to completely suppress the destructive energy, that would clearly be futile. Who could predict whether the radiant energy would perceive a threat upon his energy enhancement and ultimately ally with the destructive energy? Nonetheless, he entertained other notions that might be worth exploring, provided he leveraged the effects of the super divine water. "Have you truly made up your mind?" The Celestial hesitated. "It is not that I doubt you. It is merely that many who consume the super divine water do not survive the ordeal and ultimately perish. Thus far, only Sun Wukong among humanity has managed to endure." Vegito couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this juncture, such demoralizing words were unnecessary, that if there was genuine concern for him, why mention the super divine water in the first place? A slight smirk graced Vegito's lips as he replied, "Rest assured, neither my innate talent nor my perseverance can be compared to Sun Wukong. Since you possess such confidence, I shall say no more." The Celestial placed a cup of super divine water before Vegito. "By the way," Vegito suddenly recalled, "since you have allowed Krillin and Tien to train in the temple, why not let them try the super divine water as well? I believe they can endure it." They were significantly stronger than the Sun Wukong, who first drank the super divine water, and with their supporting character aura, as long as they followed the path tread by Sun Wukong, failure was unlikely. Actually, this was already part of the training plan, the Celestial explained. However, given their current physical condition, the likelihood of failure is quite high, so I intend to allow them to train for a while longer before making a decision. Furthermore, I will have Bobo explain the specifics of the super divine water to them, allowing them to decide for themselves whether to drink it. That made sense. Vegito understood upon reflection, and a wonder in the original story. Sun Wukong's combat power rose from over 200 to over 300 after 3 years of training in the temple, while Krillin and Tien, after only a year of training and 6 months of solitary practice, managed to elevate their combat power from over 200 to nearly 2,000. Based solely on the numbers, they utterly outclassed Sun Wukong. Hearing the Celestial's explanation, Vegito finally grasped the situation. However, this mattered little to him. As long as he remained in this time-space, Earth would be safe. Before long, after consuming a cup of super divine water, the anticipated agony did not manifest. Instead, Vegito experienced a refreshing sensation akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. What was happening? Vegito felt somewhat bewildered, for he vividly recalled Sun Wukong's profound experience after drinking the super divine water. There was no mistaking it. Yet before he could ponder further, the super divine water transformed into a wave of coolness that coursed throughout his body, activating every cell within him. The martial artist's energy is extracted from the cells, but due to the body's automatic protective mechanisms, only a minuscule portion can be drawn out to extract a greater volume of energy. One must enhance physical training. The Super Divine Water, however, maximizes the potential of that portion of energy that cannot be extracted. In truth, the potential development of the Elder from planet Makai and the Old Supreme Kai was achieved by utilizing the power of rules to extract the energy hidden within their cells, a process akin to that of the Super Divine Water. However, the rule-based approach had no side effects and yielded stronger results. At this moment, Vegito could distinctly sense the activation of the cells throughout his body, with a continuous surge of power emerging. Once the energy accumulated to a certain level, Vegito found himself unable to contain it without utilizing his inherent strength, and it erupted forth instantaneously. Boom! The entire temple trembled under the force of this newfound aura. While it was still far from the pinnacle of Vegito's power, it was undoubtedly a significant improvement over his current state, where he could only muster a combat power of several tens of thousands. Its intensity likely exceeded 100,000, but how remarkably powerful. Sensing the sudden outburst of Vegito's might, the Celestial was instantly paralyzed with fear. What was happening? Was this aura truly Vegito's? Outside, Sun Wukong and the others were also taken aback by this overwhelming energy, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Thanks to the ancient Super Saiyan for the generous rewards and heartfelt appreciation for everyone's monthly votes, flowers, and evaluation tickets. Chapter 019. Raditz challenges a horde of Earth warriors. It was not that Vegito's potential could only manifest a combat power of 100,000. Rather, he had deliberately suppressed it, only unlocking the surface-level potential to prevent interference with the tenfold compressed energy. This newly acquired energy did not fuse with the compressed energy. Instead, it transformed into an independent force, constituting the fifth energy within him. The first was the tenfold compressed energy of his original body. The second was the destructive energy. The third was the radiant energy, which also represented the energy of time-space rules. And the fourth was a streak of black lightning, the nature of which Vegito had yet to comprehend. It remained aloof from the other three energies, neither interacting with them nor affecting Vegito's body in any way. Thus, he decided to set it aside for the moment and focus on resolving the entangled energies first. He envisioned them as three formidable entities engaged in a fierce battle, with the residual force alone sufficient to obliterate the newly activated energy of 100,000 combat power. Naturally, Vegito could not allow it to join the fray, so he opted to compress it while quietly absorbing the residual force of the three powerful entities, gradually strengthening himself. This strategy had been formulated before he consumed the Super Divine Water. Perhaps with this method, he could cultivate an energy that simultaneously embodied the destructive and time-space rules of divine energy. Whether he would succeed remained to be seen once he fully absorbed the three energies. Although the progress was slow and required patience, success would enable him to transcend the divine, far surpassing Beerus, the god of destruction. After all, this was merely the foundation of energy. Once he ascended to divinity in the future, his starting point would be higher than that of Beerus. The energy of 100,000 combat power was quickly compressed to its utmost limits, achieving an astounding intensity of 20 times. It was unclear whether this was due to an elevated threshold or the result of experience and proficiency gained from prior efforts. However, upon reaching 20 times, further compression was no longer feasible. Yet, after sensing the destructive energy, he felt somewhat disheartened. Its intensity still failed to match that of the destructive energy. Through comparison, he discovered that the strength of the destructive energy was approximately 50 times greater than that of ordinary energy. In other words, the destructive energy equated to 50 times compression combined with the rules of destruction. This was irrefutable. Although the gap remained significant, Vegito was elated upon realizing this, for he now understood how to direct his future efforts. Celestial, grant me more super divine water. Vegito saw a glimmer of hope and was eager to digest the three energies at once, aiming for immediate ascension to divinity. Perhaps the super divine water could expedite this process. Did those previous effects yield no results? The Celestial had only just regained his composure. He had been significantly shaken by the earlier surge of power. However, that aura had only erupted briefly before Vegito reined it back in for compression. The Celestial initially believed that Vegito's apparent lack of pain after consuming the super divine water indicated that he had merely unleashed his original strength. That no, the effects were excellent, which is why I wish to try again. Vegito consumed another cup of super divine water. However, he was disappointed to find that the second cup yielded no effects. The Celestial remarked, if the first cup was effective, then drinking more will not work, as the super divine water can only be consumed once. I see. That seems acceptable, Vegeta sighed, realizing that he had perhaps been overly optimistic about the situation. By the way, you just finished your drink, and it appears that you have not been affected by the poison. The deity wondered if there might be some unspeakable secrets involved, yet his curiosity remained unquenched. Indeed, Vegeta nodded, suggesting that perhaps his constitution was rather unique, granting him a formidable immunity to toxins. After all, he was the epitome of the perfect warrior. How could he possibly be thwarted by mere poison? This notion had already crossed his mind. His new body was entirely impervious to toxins. I see. With his curiosity satisfied, the deity refrained from probing further. As the two stepped outside the temple, they found Sun Wukong and his companions engaged in battle with Raditz once more. Vegeta quickly surmised that Sun Wukong, unable to contain himself, had challenged Raditz again, and others had joined in the fray. This skirmish was notably less intense, focusing primarily on sparring, with Raditz facing off against a group of Earth warriors. Yamcha, Tenshinhan, and the others had arrived, and even combined with Piccolo, they were effortlessly outmatched by Raditz. After all, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Victory could not be achieved merely through numbers. However, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had escalated significantly, surpassing everyone else, though still falling short of Raditz's might. Had the Scion's injuries healed, resulting in a surge of power? Vegeta mused quietly. Before arriving at the temple, Sun Wukong had been thoroughly beaten by Raditz. It was only natural for him to gain strength after consuming the Senzu beans. Yet Piccolo, unaware of this, was taken aback by Sun Wukong's sudden increase in strength. Frustrated, he channeled all his indignation into his fighting spirit, relentlessly pursuing Raditz with fierce intensity. Why aren't you joining in? Vegeta approached the visibly anxious son Gohan, who stood by as an observer. That I can't possibly do that. Upon hearing this, son Gohan became immediately flustered. He had been instilled with the notion by Chi-Chi that he should aspire to be a scholar, having never trained, so how could he dare to involve himself in such battles? Thank you for the donation from First Place. Little Street Fighter, Chapter 20, The Explosive Potential of Son Gohan. Humph. A bunch of insignificant pests. Do you truly believe that banding together makes you my adversaries? How Navi Raditz, having been thoroughly suppressed by Vegeta earlier, was now relishing the chance to reclaim his sense of superiority against these Earth warriors. Faced with a group of opponents whose combat power barely reached a few hundred, even an additional 100 would not pose a challenge to him. Only Sun Wukong, with his newfound strength, could present any semblance of trouble, but even that was merely a minor inconvenience. Raditz's taunts ignited anger among the others, yet the stark difference in strength rendered any rebuttal utterly futile. Only through combat can one ascertain who is truly formidable. Bring it on. Sun Wukong, disregarding the disparagement, charged forward with a battle cry, only to be swiftly sent flying by a kick from Raditz after just a few exchanges. Wukong, Krillin exclaimed in alarm. However, rather than pursue Sun Wukong, he planted his hands on his hips, forming a blossom shape, and gathered a blue energy sphere, launching it towards Raditz. Kamehameha! The blue energy sphere soared through the air, avoiding the other Dragon Ball warriors and struck Raditz from the side. Humph! Raditz didn't even glance back, casually swatting the Kamehameha back towards its origin. Not good. Krillin's expression changed as the energy wave hurtled toward the already knocked back Sun Wukong. Fortunately, by that time, Sun Wukong had regained his footing and managed to catch it with both hands. Phew! That was close. Sun Wukong appeared visibly relieved. In truth, given Krillin's strength, he posed no threat unless ambushing from a concealed position. What? At that moment, Raditz suddenly stiffened, his body rendered momentarily immobile. This was due to Chaozu's telekinetic ability, which could momentarily immobilize humans. Unfortunately, The vast disparity in power meant that Raditz only remained stiff for the briefest instant before regaining control. However, that fleeting moment had already shifted the tide of battle to a prime opportunity. Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Piccolo, positioned closest, simultaneously launched their attacks. The trio's combined assault was overwhelming, catching Raditz somewhat off guard out of course. Even if these attacks landed, he would sustain no real harm. At most, he might feel a minor sting. Yet, being assaulted by what he deemed insignificant pests was a considerable humiliation. How could he allow Tenshinhan and the others to have their way? "Begone!" Raditz bellowed, unleashing a powerful aura that sent Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu flying. Piccolo, gritting his teeth, managed to endure the onslaught, then unleashed his full strength, coordinating with the returning son Wukong to flank Raditz. "Annoying flies," Raditz scowled. Were it not for the energy left by Vegeta within him, he would have dispatched these warriors with ease. Instead of being forced into a restrained engagement, in truth, he had never wished to fight. What was the point of a game where he could not unleash his full power? Alas, son Wukong had initiated the conflict and dragged in a whole entourage. What could he do? He felt utterly despondent. Upon emerging from the temple, Vegeta beheld this chaotic scene, but merely smiled, choosing not to intervene. Raditz's presence was inherently superfluous, if he could serve as a training partner for these Earth warriors. It was a fitting use of his abilities. "Gohan, come here for a moment." Vegeta beckoned to son Gohan. "What is it?" "Uncle Vegeta." Son Gohan obediently approached, after awakening from his Senzu bean recovery atop Korin Tower. He had heard Krillin's introduction and knew Vegeta was responsible for saving him and son Wukong, thus feeling a sense of gratitude towards him that "I'd like to examine you." Vegeta placed his hand on son Gohan's head, energy flowing from his palm into Gohan's body. "Uncle Vegeta, you know medicine too? But I'm already fine." Son Gohan seemed to misunderstand, yet he complied, remaining still. Vegeta, of course, was not a healer. He was merely curious about son Gohan's condition. From the very beginning, everyone had sensed his extraordinary potential. If properly developed, his strength could surpass that of son Wukong. Indeed, whenever he became emotionally charged, his power would erupt in the Majin Buu saga, after being trained by the Elder Kai. He unleashed his full potential, entering the legendary mystic form, momentarily surpassing son Wukong's Super Saiyan 3, while son Goten and Trunks, also descendants of Super Saiyans, were undoubtedly strong. They paled in comparison to son Gohan. Moreover, when son Gohan was conceived, son Wukong was not yet a Super Saiyan, possessing merely a combat power of a little over 300. How could such a child possess explosive potential? Thus, son Gohan's extraordinary circumstances undoubtedly marked him as an anomaly, perhaps possessing qualities beyond the ordinary. Indeed, after Vegeta's examination, he discovered several distinct aspects. The contemplative expression crossed his face, and he began to channel energy through his hand. Boom! A powerful aura erupted within son Gohan, its intensity even surpassing that of Raditz. In the midst of the chaotic melee, son Wukong, Raditz, and the others momentarily froze, instinctively turning to see the source of this overwhelming energy. Son Gohan, each displaying expressions of astonishment. Even if Raditz could not sense energy, the pressure emanating from such a powerful presence was unmistakable. How could he possibly be oblivious to it? This is impossible. Everyone bore incredulous expressions, including the deity, who had been closely observing Vegeta's actions. Chapter 021. Experiment on Krillin. The energy emitted by son Gohan has surged to an astonishing height, nearing 2,000 in battle power, completely surpassing Raditz. While this formidable aura poses no challenge to Vegeta, it is nothing short of astonishing for Goku and the others. Alas, before anyone could fully absorb the shock, the energy surrounding Gohan rapidly dissipated like snow under the sun. He then rolled his eyes and slipped into a state of weakness, nearly fainting. What on earth just happened? How did Gohan suddenly become so powerful? "Vegeta, what did you do?" Goku rushed over, his expression revealing more curiosity than concern for Gohan's condition. After all, Gohan was merely fatigued. A little rest would suffice, posing no real danger. Indeed, that aura was terrifying, far stronger than any of us combined. Krillin chimed in, joining the conversation. In fact, the others wore expressions of eager curiosity as well. Vegeta smiled faintly, already aware of the situation, but still uncertain about certain aspects. We shall discuss this later. Goku, let me assess your condition. Vegeta beckoned Goku closer. All right. Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, can I also unleash power like Gohan did? They all recognized that, since Gohan had not trained, he could not retain such a burst of energy, which would dissipate entirely. However, for the others, it would be different. If they could contain this energy within themselves, it would equate to a significant boost in battle power. How could they not look forward to that? I still need to take a look. Vegeta did not provide a definite answer. Yet soon, he furrowed his brow. Not possible. Goku's face reflected a hint of disappointment. Vegeta replied, your body differs from Gohan's. Krillin, let me examine you. Huh? Can I? Krillin asked, somewhat surprised, if even Goku couldn't meet the requirements. He certainly lacked the confidence. Without any explanation, Vegeta pulled Krillin over for an inspection, his face again wearing a contemplative expression. In a way, could Krillin actually be capable? Goku felt a pang of imbalance upon seeing Vegeta's expression. Perhaps it was due to the Earthling bloodline? Vegeta speculated, then turned to Krillin with a serious tone. I want to conduct an experiment. The process may be somewhat perilous, but if successful, you will be able to unleash immense power akin to Gohan's earlier display. And if it fails? Krillin asked nervously, shrinking back a bit. Will I die? That remains uncertain, Vegeta teased. If you die, I will have them request Shenron to resurrect you. Krillin stumbled, his resolve wavering. Perhaps I should do it instead. I am also an Earthling. Yamcha stepped forward, saying, Krillin has already died once. Shenron cannot bring him back a second time. If it were me, it would be fine. Vegeta cast an unexpected glance at him. Surprised by his courage in this critical moment, in truth, few who follow Dragon Ball held any fondness for Yamcha. It was not merely because he had taken away their childhood goddess, but rather that Bulma had mentioned his notorious infidelity and penchant for indulgence. While everyone else was diligently training, he was the only one unable to keep pace, ultimately being the first and only one to announce his intention to quit. Moreover, his personal history was marred with blemishes. Starting as a desert bandit was one thing, but post-Buu Saga, he sought a more leisurely lifestyle as a host, only to be fired due to excessive nervousness. In summary, while he might be considered somewhat righteous, his character left much to be desired. Regardless, Vegeta held no favorable impression of him. Developing his potential was less appealing than seeking out Tin. Ahem. Krillin cleared his throat, summoning his courage. I will handle it myself. I trust Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled, saying, rest assured, while it is dangerous, it is not life-threatening. In the event of an accident, a Senzu bean will suffice. Only then did Krillin breathe a sigh of relief. They were in the sacred land, with Karen Tower just below, making Senzu beans readily accessible. Yamcha felt he could not argue against that. Are you ready? I am about to begin. Krillin swallowed hard and nodded. Vegeta summoned a surge of energy, which he then promptly struck into Krillin's abdomen. Krillin's body convulsed, emitting a piercing scream. Krillin! The others' expressions changed dramatically, and Goku rushed forward, only to be halted by Vegeta. Do not approach. Krillin gritted his teeth, addressing the group. He clenched his jaw tightly, his fists balled up, veins throbbing on his bald head. His body convulsed, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It was evident that he was enduring immense pain with tremendous willpower. Vegeta! Krillin! Goku was frantic, his concern for Krillin palpable, given their lifelong companionship and training together. Vegeta waved his hand, signaling silence. This is a necessary process. My only uncertainty lies in the extent of the final outcome. Boom! At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Krillin, white flames swirling upwards. It's done. The effect seems promising. Vegeta's eyes brightened. Incredible. Initially worried about Krillin, Goku and the others now stared in awe, their disbelief evident. Chapter 022. The legendary Super Earthling Krillin's current burst of energy exceeds even that of Gohan just moments ago. Vegeta quickly assessed the situation. Using Raditz battle power as a baseline, which was 1500, Gohan had reached around 2000, and now Krillin must be at 2500. so strong. I feel an endless surge of power within me. Krillin carefully controlled the energy erupting from his body, the once massive white flames stabilizing around him. Though he had yet to train in the sacred land and was somewhat inexperienced in energy control, years of practice allowed him to contain his aura, preventing energy loss. How is this possible? Does the bloodline of us Earthlings harbor such powerful forces? The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, with Yamcha, Ten, and the other Earthlings particularly exhilarated. Goku, however, wore a glum expression, having gleaned from Vegeta's earlier words that this was a power exclusive to Earthlings. After over 20 years of being an Earthling, he had just now discovered he was actually a Scion. You should understand now, Krillin. Vegeta crossed his arms, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was genuinely pleased, not solely for Krillin's condition, but also because he sensed within himself the potential to unleash this power. Yes, Krillin responded with excitement, saying, "It seems you have opened 2 meridians within me, allowing all my latent potential to surge forth." However, he quickly regained his composure and analyzed, despite this state being immensely powerful. The consumption of stamina and energy has increased significantly, making it unsustainable for long. That it is best that you think this way. Vegeta replied with a grin. The 2 meridians I've opened for you are known as the Run and Do meridians. Once these pathways are connected, all potential will be unleashed. For now, let us refer to this state as the potential state. In this state, you will gain over 10 times your power for a short duration, and this multiplier should increase with further training. However, this power should not be used frequently, as overexertion may cause permanent damage to your body. Adapt to and maximize this newfound strength. Focus on enhancing your physical resilience. With the elucidation provided by Vegeta, everyone has essentially grasped the situation at hand. In simple terms, unblocking the Run and Do meridians is akin to awakening all latent potential when not in use. The openings can be sealed without any adverse effects. However, once the openings are activated, the dormant power within the body can surge forth all at once until physical stamina and energy are depleted. And one can also voluntarily seal the openings again. Of course, if this power is overexerted, it can significantly diminish cellular vitality, drastically depleting one's life force. So, is it true that only Earthlings possess these 2 meridians? Sun Wukong expressed disappointment, then curiously inquired, "What about Gohan?" Vegeta explained, "Although Gohan is your son, he possesses half Earthling blood, hence he has the Ren and Do meridians as well. Moreover, by a fortunate coincidence, his Ren and Do meridians are innately connected. While a regular Earthling would be unaffected, his Scion heritage endows him with a naturally superior constitution. This leads to the situation where, once he becomes emotionally stirred, his power can spiral out of control, unleashing his potential. Therefore, I recommend that you teach him to control his energy as soon as possible." Sun Wukong mused, though he only partially understood. Nevertheless, he comprehended one thing. Gohan's physique appears to surpass that of both pure-blooded Scions and pure-blooded Earthlings. And as a father, he felt a swell of pride for his son. Yet, the realization that he himself lacked these 2 meridians left him feeling quite dejected. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with hopeful anticipation, clasped his hands together, and said, "Vegeta, since Earthlings possess these Run and Do meridians, surely Scions must have some other meridians as well. Why don't you investigate further?" Raditz, standing nearby, also expressed his displeasure, saying, "Scions are a warrior race. There is no way we could be inferior to those mixed bloods on Earth. You must have overlooked something. Raditz, how about I, a mere Earthling, help you loosen up a bit?" Krillin, still in a state of potential, chuckled ominously, his fists cracking in anticipation. He vividly recalled how Raditz had sent him flying with a single swipe of his tail when he first arrived. Raditz hesitated, pretending not to hear, and turned his head away. Ridiculous. He wasn't foolish enough to engage with that bald-headed warrior at this moment. Even if he couldn't sense energy, he was still capable of discerning those whose strength vastly surpassed his own. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago in the battles across the cosmos. There certainly are methods for Scions to enhance their power. Vegeta interjected at this moment. Ditto. Really? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement. Come. I'll be your test subject. Are you sure? Vegeta's expression turned peculiar. Oh. Sun Wukong sensed something amiss, yet his desire for strength compelled him to grit his teeth and nod. Absolutely. Very well. Vegeta nodded, addressing Krillin. Krillin, go fetch some Senzu beans from Kirin Tower. We really need Senzu beans? Fine. At that moment, Krillin regarded Vegeta's words with utmost reverence, propelling himself towards Kirin Tower in a burst of speed. More Senzu beans? Sun Wukong swallowed hard, contemplating whether the process of Scion unblocking their meridians was far more perilous than that of an Earthling. Little did he know, Scions require no such meridians. They simply need to come back from the brink of death, achieving results far superior to merely unblocking meridians, as this leads to a permanent enhancement of their innate strength. Chapter 023. Sun Wukong becomes the weakest. Boom. Just as Krillin departed, a formidable energy surged forth from the heavenly realm. However, this energy did not erupt all at once, but rather increased in three distinct phases. In simpler terms, it was boom. The energy surged dramatically, surpassing Sun Wukong. Boom. The energy surged again, exceeding Raditz. Boom. The energy surged for the third time, completely eclipsing Krillin in his potential state. What? Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the energy explosion, only to find Piccolo. Even Vegeta appeared somewhat taken aback. Wasn't he Piccolo and Namekian? Could it be that Namekians also possess the run and do meridians? Piccolo, you too have unblocked your run and do meridians? Sun Wukong darted over, feeling a profound sense of imbalance within, with everyone surpassing him one after another. Once Tin, Yamcha, and the others unblocked their run and do meridians, he would become the weakest. The Kaio-Ken was equally astonished. For after Vegeta had explained the run and do meridians, he too had searched within himself, but found nothing. Yet, why was it that Piccolo, who shared life with him, was able to unblock his? No. Piccolo's expression turned somewhat peculiar. I could not locate the position of the run and do meridians. Only then did Vegeta comprehend. Indeed, only Earthlings possess the run and do meridians. However, a question arose, since Piccolo did not unblock the run and do meridians. What was the nature of his current state? He could see that Piccolo had similarly unleashed his potential. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta and explained, after hearing Vegeta's words. I attempted to locate the run and do meridians as well, but found nothing. Instead, I discovered a sealed acupoint in my head. Moreover, from top to bottom, there are 8 such acupoints in total. I tried to unblock them, and as a result, I managed to unblock 3 of them, causing my energy to surge 3 times. The remaining 5, no matter what, I cannot unblock. It must be due to my body's insufficient strength. This state of being resembles what Krillin described earlier. It should also be what is referred to as potential state, right? Piccolo, typically taciturn, spoke at length this time, his excitement at unlocking his potential leading him to share so much. At the same time, he aimed to describe it as thoroughly as possible, allowing Vegeta to observe for any potential side effects. 8 gates. The term immediately sprang to Vegeta's mind, triggering a sense of disarray within the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, he stepped forward to examine Piccolo, confirming that everything was indeed fine, akin to the situation of Earthlings unblocking their run and do meridians. These 8 sealed acupoints bore a striking resemblance to the 8 gates from Naruto. Each time one of these acupoints is unblocked, energy increases significantly. However, unblocking the final one would lead to a fatal outcome, as it represents the final death point. This is intriguing. A slight smile crept upon Vegeta's lips. First, we have the Super Earthlings. Now, we have the Super Namekians, alongside the future Super Saiyans. In the event of any danger to Earth, if everyone were to unleash their energy simultaneously, they would surely terrify those villains. Well, that is merely a thought. In reality, whether it be Super Earthlings or Super Namekians, in terms of potential, they cannot compare to Super Saiyans. It merely raises the overall level of Earth's warriors. Vegeta succinctly summarized the situation and reminded Piccolo to be cautious with the final sealed acupoint. Naturally, he did not state that it was absolutely forbidden to unlock it. After all, in this world, with the existence of Dragon Balls, Dying after exhausting 1's energy is not a significant concern. It mainly depends on whether the opponent is worth such a sacrifice. I sense Piccolo's energy just now. Have you also activated your potential state? Krillin returned with the Senzu beans. Since Vegeta hadn't specified how many were needed, he brought back all of Krillin stock, 3 beans in total. Very well. In this timeline, the Senzu beans had already been depleted by that glutton, Yajirobe. In the original story, when Sun Wukong returned from training with King Kai, he had only acquired 2 Senzu beans and ended up needing hospitalization after his battle with Vegeta. While Yamcha assisted Krillin in explaining Piccolo's situation, Vegeta took a Senzu bean and tossed it to Sun Wukong. Gohan, this one's for you. Although the Senzu beans were scarce, this one would not make much difference. He could always ask Krillin to grow more later, but if there were any technical challenges, they could always seek assistance from the Eternal Dragon. Wukong, are you ready? Vegeta turned to look at Sun Wukong. I've been ready. What do you need me to do? Sun Wukong was already brimming with anticipation. Warming up? You don't need to do anything, Vegeta replied, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he extended a finger. Bayu, a wave of energy pierced through Sun Wukong's chest, mere inches from his heart. What are you doing? Wukong. All present were struck with trepidation. Had it not been for the prior actions of Vegeta, which had already won their trust, they might have resorted to direct confrontation. Yet, even so, without a compelling reason to persuade them, they would never absolve Vegeta. Fortunately, they soon witnessed Vegeta placing a Senzu bean in his son Wukong's mouth. In just a brief moment, Sun Wukong's injuries began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. What on earth was happening? However, before they could voice their inquiries, a resounding roar erupted, and, following the others, an immensely powerful aura emanated from Sun Wukong. Surpassing all those before him, it was a significant leap above Piccolo, and most importantly, Sun Wukong's strength was not merely potential but concrete, tangible power. Was this the limit? His battle power was estimated to be around 5,000. Vegeta meticulously observed Sun Wukong's condition, finding it instrumental in his own study of Scion physiology. According to Vegeta in the original work, Scions experience a substantial increase in power after recovering from severe injuries sustained in battle. The stronger the opponent and the more grievous the wounds, the greater the enhancement upon recovery. Yet, in Vegeta's view, there were 2 additional crucial factors: having faced opponents significantly stronger than oneself and possessing an ardent desire to grow stronger. Much like the early days of Vegeta, when he encountered adversaries not much stronger than himself, he maintained a relatively stable mindset, resulting in modest increases in power after each recovery. It was only after facing the overwhelming might of Jinyu and Frieza that his mental state nearly shattered, unleashing a torrent of dissatisfaction and fury, thus leading to explosive growth of at least several 100,000, but most importantly, when confronted with Frieza's third form, boasting a battle power exceeding 2 million, he found himself utterly incapable of even engaging in combat. Yet, through a grievous injury inflicted by Krillin, he resurrected with a staggering leap from several 100,000 to 2 million. This clearly illustrated that perspective and mindset were paramount. One need not necessarily engage with formidable opponents to grow. Sun Wukong, too, had been grievously wounded by Jinyu. During his recuperation, he was unable to participate in battle, consumed with concern for Sun Wufan and Krillin's safety, while also sensing the overwhelming auras of Piccolo and Frieza, leading to an explosive surge in his own power. However, after his encounter with Raditz, Vegeta appeared just in time. Although he harbored a desire to grow stronger, the urgency of the situation was not pressing, resulting in only a modest increase from over 400 to around 600 yet, as he witnessed Sun Wufan, Krillin, and Piccolo surpassing him, and learned that Earth's inhabitants could unleash their potential. Sun Wukong could no longer remain idle. His near-death experience had propelled his battle power beyond 5,000, astonishing all present except Vegeta. What on earth had Kakarot achieved? Raditz's face was filled with shock. Among those gathered, he alone could not perceive the strength of the aura. Yet he understood that these individuals who had recently surpassed their limits possessed the capability to overpower him effortlessly. Who was it that claimed Earth was merely a backward planet, inhabited by uncivilized and weak natives? Raditz felt a wave of despair wash over him. realizing that his hope of escaping the control of the Earthlings had dimmed significantly. What a terrifying aura! What was happening? Why had Sun Wukong's power surged so dramatically after his injuries healed? After the initial shock, Krillin and the others were left puzzled. Sun Wukong's current strength was unlike theirs. It was not a temporary surge of potential, but rather genuine, enduring power. Indeed, what could be the reason? Sun Wukong, filled with joy yet confusion, inquired, "Vegeta, you must know the cause, right?" "Ah," Vegeta replied, explaining, "Scions are born warriors. Fighting against formidable opponents only makes them stronger, and with each recovery from injury, their power escalates." Vegeta succinctly outlined the situation, and only then did the others begin to comprehend. Moments ago, Sun Wukong had envied the Earthlings. Now, it was they who envied him. However, each individual possesses their own unique opportunities, and with Vegeta's assistance in unlocking their potential, everyone was now content to the request of the group. Vegeta subsequently helped in Kaiotsu and Yamcha to unlock their potential. Although he had little fondness for Yamcha, he couldn't show blatant favoritism after everyone had assisted him. That was not Vegeta's style. Thus, outside the Supreme Kai's temple, waves of unprecedented energy erupted as they engaged in a fierce melee, striving to adapt to their newfound power. Raditz still could not escape. But this time, his strength was only marginally superior to Kaiotsu's potential state, and he fell short against the others. Fortunately, as he lagged behind in power, the group no longer focused their efforts on him. They fought amongst themselves, allowing Raditz to survive. Vegeta cast a glance their way, then turned his attention to a corner where he sat down, having studied the physiology of both Earthlings and Scions. He was now intent on meticulously analyzing his own condition. His body, a perfect amalgamation of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, could only be considered a refined state of a Scion, eventually possessing mastery over both spirit and flesh. It was the Earthling attributes that took precedence. Therefore, he could utilize both Scion transformations and Earthling potential. Of course, he also attempted to explore the 8 gates, but regrettably, this was unique to Namekians, and he lacked these 8 shackles within him. Otherwise, with the unlocking of his potential and the 8 gates, coupled with the Super Saiyan transformation, he would not require anything else to transcend into a divine state. However, one surprising revelation struck Vegeta. The power gained from the super divine water would automatically strengthen without the need for him to train. It seemed to be in a state of active absorption of the 3 mixed energies due to inertia. Was this a convenient excuse for me to be a slacker? Vegeta found himself both amused and exasperated. To be able to grow stronger without training, he truly was favored by the heavens. One could only say, as a transmigrator, he was indeed the protagonist of this world. 2 days later, Bulma delivered the newly crafted detector. To their surprise, she had fashioned it into contact lenses. Considering you all are frequently engaged in battle, making them as contact lenses makes them less prone to damage, Bulma remarked casually, her eyes scanning the surroundings. After all, it was her first visit to the Supreme Kai's temple. While the scenery was indeed impressive, the thin air held little allure for her. Impressive, Vegeta could not help but applaud. Truly, Bulma, you are a genius to conceive such an idea. Of course, Bulma beamed at the compliment, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. However, she pondered, but how does one use this? Vegeta picked one up and placed it on his eye. Blinking, he felt no difference, as if it weren't there at all. It operates via voice command, Bulma elucidated. Simply utter the word detect and direct your gaze toward your target, and it will scan that area. Moreover, the detected values have no upper limit as per your specifications. Detect, Vegeta called out, then turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, who was engaged in basic training nearby. Beep beep, battle power, 5,500. Indeed, after his near-death revival, Sun Wukong's battle power had risen to around 5,000. However, after 2 days of adaptation and training, his power had slightly increased and stabilized at 5,500. Piccolo, battle power, 602. Krillin, battle power, 385. 10, battle power, 412. Yamcha, battle power, 320. Kaiotsu, battle power, 238. This reflects their current prowess, after unleashing their latent potential. Having experienced a surge of formidable power, and with a portion of that potential retained, Everyone has made significant advancements in just 2 days. The latent states of the others hover around 8 to 10 times their usual strength. Even Piccolo's third lock, once unleashed, allows each individual to effortlessly overpower Raditz 1500. However, there is one exception. Chaozi, perhaps due to his inadequate physical strength, he can only achieve a 5-fold increase upon activating his latent state, rendering him still inferior to Raditz. As for Gohan, he has already returned to the Capsule Corporation. He mentioned needing to go home first to reassure Chi-Chi, and once he has persuaded her, he will rejoin everyone for training. Naturally, Vegeta pays this little mind. Impressive indeed, Vegeta remarked, giving Bulma a thumbs up. Although they have yet to test its limits, Bulma's assertion of it being limitless seems credible. Perhaps, by detecting their own power, they might also gauge it, and Vegeta is quite curious about his current combat capabilities. Bulma, how should one go about measuring their power? Surely, I can't ask someone else for assistance. Bulma rolled her eyes and replied. You just need to close your eyes and say detect. Ah, I see. Vegeta eagerly complied, only to be met with a cacophony of garbled characters. What on earth? Vegeta was perplexed. Observing his expression, Bulma inquired, What is the matter? It's garbled, Vegeta replied, exasperated. Could such a thing even exist in this world? Surely, something must be amiss. Bulma donned a set herself. She had prepared about 10, including those for Goku and the others. Detect, Bulma exclaimed. Incredible. Although Krillin and the others are quite strong, Goku has reached 5,500, truly deserving of his reputation. After saying this, she turned to Vegeta and uttered a command to detect. Yet again, garbled nonsense ensued. How can this be? Bulma frowned, murmuring, This shouldn't be. Could the formula be incorrect? Yet Goku and the others were able to detect there's T that moment. Goku and the others, noticing the commotion, gathered around. Upon understanding the situation, they marveled at the convenience of the detector, while also expressing curiosity regarding Vegeta's enigmatic combat power. There's no such thing as limitless potential, Raditz scoffed disdainfully. Isn't it obvious that if even the most advanced civilizations in the universe can't produce such a device, it's bound to malfunction? In Raditz's view, Vegeta's power must surpass the detector's limits. This Earth woman merely transformed the overflow into gibberish, fundamentally still akin to his type of detector, merely fooling those who lack understanding. What did you say? Faced with such skepticism in her domain, Bulma exploded in indignation, vehemently retorting, You don't even understand the formulas, merely inputting raw data line by line. Can that truly be called advanced scientific civilization? If the scientists of the universe are at such a level, then I could rightfully claim the title of the universe's foremost scientist. Raditz naturally dismissed this. Yet before he could retort, a mere glance from Vegeta silenced him. Perhaps I know the reason, Vegeta mused, leaning in to whisper something to Bulma. Dada. Is that the cause? Bulma's eyes lit up. Now I know how to improve it. However, Vegeta, you're truly remarkable to have achieved such a feat. Are Goku and the others really so inept? Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. Bulma's words were refreshingly unrestrained. Chapter 026. Dispatching Goku to the frontier, having discerned the reason behind the garbled output. Bulma promptly conceived a new idea and began to reclaim all detectors, intent on creating a new version. Vegeta, what did you just say to Bulma? Why did she call me an idiot? Goku approached with a sheepish grin. Despite his outward innocence, he was clearly scheming, having caught the subtext in Bulma's words. Vegeta, with a bemused smile, replied, It's probably better if you remain oblivious. Knowing such things would only hinder your training. If you wish to fall behind and be outpaced by Piccolo and the others, then I suppose sharing 1T hurt. Perhaps I'll pass on that. Goku exclaimed, startled, as he quickly waved his hands in refusal. However, he soon adopted a combative stance, declaring, Vegeta, let us have a spar. Not a chance, Vegeta scoffed, reclining on a lounge chair Bulma had previously brought him, turning over and becoming a lazy fish. Who would relish battling this combat fanatic? I have no masochistic tendencies. What are you doing? Everyone is diligently training. Is this really acceptable? Goku was baffled by Vegeta's behavior. With a sudden thought, he threw a punch without hesitation. To his astonishment, Vegeta didn't even rise. He merely lifted a finger lazily and effortlessly blocked the strike. In a way, Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. The area where Vegeta's finger made contact had turned crimson, bearing the imprint of his digit. This is absurd. I thought my strength had increased significantly. Even if I'm not your match, I shouldn't be this far off. He was confident that his current strength was not too distant from the power Vegeta had exhibited when he subdued Raditz. Kakarot, are you joking? Raditz interjected, returning to his role as the commentator. Your strength may be increasing, but Vegeta's power is also returning. It's evident who is advancing more rapidly. Presently, Raditz found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy, limited to merely expressing his presence verbally to avoid being overlooked and cast aside for eternity. Right? Goku suddenly recalled that Vegeta was still recuperating. With this realization, he understood Vegeta's lethargy and felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier surprise attack. I am sorry, Vegeta. I forgot. Goku apologized, but before Vegeta could respond, he continued. How about you injure me once more? I feel like I'm nearing my limit. Simply training isn't sufficient. Vegeta was utterly speechless. Goku's antics were truly relentless. Fine. I suppose I'll have to send him away to the frontier. Otherwise, I won't be able to focus on my own training. Kaio-Ken, Vegeta called out toward the direction of the sacred temple. And the image of the Kaio-Ken soon appeared. Take him to the Kai realm. It's more suitable for him. Vegeta gestured toward the exuberant Goku. The Kaio-Ken hesitated for a moment. He had previously contemplated this, but dismissed the idea upon Vegeta's arrival. He was surprised that Vegeta would mention the Kai realm. How did he know about it? Who is the Kai? Is he formidable? Goku's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Extremely powerful, Vegeta replied casually, as long as you train there. Your strength will increase several-fold. Really? Goku could barely contain his excitement, momentarily forgetting his wife and children as he pulled the Kaio-Ken, exclaiming, Kaio-Ken, please take me there. Very well. The Kaio-Ken barely had time to think before being hurriedly swept along. However, he still cautioned, remember, once you arrive, refrain from speaking recklessly, listen to my instructions, and maintain decorum. Understood, I absolutely won't speak out of turn. Sun Wukong patted his chest in assurance. Consequently, the celestial deity took Sun Wukong away, and in the blink of an eye, the two figures vanished from the divine palace, reminiscent of instantaneous movement. However, Vegeta discerned that this was not mere teleportation, but rather a traversal between two distinct worlds. It appeared that the celestial being had first sent a request to the underworld, which then facilitated their passage. Vegeta made a mental note of that sensation. Should he ever need to venture to the underworld, he should be able to find the way himself. Nevertheless, this matter did not weigh heavily on his mind. Even if such a time arose, there would always be a method to reach it. Assessing the situation within himself, he found the circumstances exceedingly favorable. The newfound power had grown several-fold. Even if he remained idle, should this trend continue, in a few years he would fully absorb and digest the 3 strands of mixed energy. Regrettably, Sun Wukong's strength was still insufficient. If he had a worthy opponent to engage in fierce combat, the absorption rate would be significantly accelerated. Vegeta sighed softly. He had previously realized that combat could enhance energy absorption efficiency. But alas, there were no adversaries here. Thus, he set his sights on Frieza. A year hence, AS for embarking on a journey, now to seek him out? Regrettably, excluding that temporarily unusable tenfold compressed energy, he was not yet Frieza's match. Therefore, while he appeared to be idly lounging, he was, in fact, using his will to expedite the absorption of energy, slightly increasing the pace, and also allowing for some accumulation. When the time came in a year, he would undoubtedly be able to confront Frieza, perhaps even surpass him in strength at 8T that juncture. He would leverage Frieza's prowess to achieve a complete transformation of his energy. Thanks to the ancient Super Saiyan Level 10 for the donation Chapter 027. A favor ode to Bulma, with Sun Wukong, dispatched to the King of Worlds. Vegeta's days became considerably more leisurely. The absence of the incessant buzzing in his ears lifted his spirits, even allowing him the leisure to offer guidance to Piccolo and the others in their training. Piccolo and his companions understood that Sun Wukong had gone elsewhere to cultivate, and upon his return, his strength would undoubtedly increase several times over, prompting them to train with even greater diligence. Their power steadily rising as well. Notably, Raditz was gradually assimilating into this circle, beginning to train earnestly. Moreover, he had learned from Bobo the perception and application of energy, showcasing a talent that surpassed that of all Earthlings. Of course, the catalyst for this transformation was a conversation he had with Vegeta. Now that these Earthlings have become stronger than me, I can no longer recklessly endanger the planet. Is it possible for you to eliminate the energy within me? Raditz sees an opportunity to make his request to Vegeta. The energy within him felt like a ticking time bomb, uncertain of when Vegeta might be in a foul mood and allow it to explode. Vegeta merely smiled faintly in response, saying, "When to eliminate it depends on you. Once your combat power exceeds 100,000, you'll be able to resolve it effortlessly." Curse you, Raditz thought, filled with a variety of expletives. He realized that Vegeta was merely toying with him. 100,000 combat power. Was he joking? In Raditz's mind, even if he toiled his entire life, he could never reach that threshold. However, Vegeta remained indifferent to Raditz's thoughts, considering it a small victory to spare his life. That a few days later, Bulma arrived once more, presenting a brand new version of the detector. This time will definitely work. There will be no more gibberish occurrences, Bulma declared with a confident expression. Vegeta smiled, knowing that practice is the only true measure of truth. Indeed, Bulma did not disappoint him this time, successfully detecting his power level. Combat power, 25,000. Strength, 500,000. What do you think? Surprised, upon witnessing the astonishment on Vegeta's face, Bulma broke into a triumphant smile, then donned the detector herself to measure Vegeta's strength. Puffed. Bulma immediately spat out, her eyes widening in disbelief, unable to regain her composure for a long while. 500,000. Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of Piccolo, Krillin, and others who were training nearby. Bulma, what is this 500,000 about that has you so shocked? Krillin inquired. Bulma pointed a trembling finger at Vegeta, exclaiming, his combat power strength is 500,000. What? How is that possible? That's just too outrageous. The group was taken aback. Combat power strength? Is it different from regular combat power? Expressions varied among them, yet without exception, they were all astonished. Piccolo's gaze flickered. He recalled that Vegeta's injuries had yet to heal. This meant that 500,000 wasn't even his peak combat power. Vegeta smiled slightly, waving his hand dismissively. All right, no need to act so astonished. I've merely traveled further than you all. In time, you will all reach such heights. This was the true demeanor of a master. Vegeta silently gave himself 32 likes for his performance. Well, in truth, he was genuinely impressed by this brand new version of the detector. 500,000 was indeed the maximum combat power he could currently exhibit. The energy gained from consuming the super divine water had elevated him from 100,000 to 500,000 in recent days. Aside from analyzing and understanding the laws of power, he had been maintaining the energy in a compressed state, which he could now stabilize at a factor of 20 times. After compressing 500,000 by 20 times, it remained at 25,000. Thus, the combat power displayed was essentially the quantity of energy, while strength represented the true hard power. Just like Piccolo now, whose combat power was 625, his strength was also 625. This indicated that Piccolo's energy was quite ordinary, having yet to undergo any refinement. Of course, at his current level, he had not yet reached that stage. But why is your combat power and strength different? Aren't we all the same? Krillin also measured his power with a new detector, subsequently expressing confusion regarding Vegeta's strength. Only Bulma understood the reason behind this. Otherwise, she would not have been able to create a new detector. However, Vegeta had instructed her not to disclose this information, so she remained silent. Vegeta, of course, would not divulge it either, simply stating, your levels are not yet sufficient. Just focus on enhancing your strength for now, and don't overthink it. In time, you will gradually comprehend. Very well. Upon hearing this, Krillin could only shrug. They were all profoundly shaken by Vegeta's strength, each one beginning to train fervently, knowing that someone could attain such levels. They believed that they too could achieve it one day. These warriors were among the elite on Earth. none of whom were to be underestimated. Bulma, I will need to trouble you to create one more item. Once they had departed, Vegeta spoke again to Bulma. Bulma wrinkled her nose. What now? You really know how to delegate tasks. Speak. What do you need this time? A gravity device, Vegeta replied, a device capable of altering the surrounding gravity. I believe this should not pose a challenge for you. Bulma chuckled lightly. Being recognized in her field naturally pleased her. However, she did not immediately agree, instead saying, as for the previous detector, let us put that aside. For the gravity device, unless you agree to owe me a favor, I will only assist you then that a warrior with a combat power of 500,000, a being 100 times stronger than Sun Wukong, and handsome to boot. How could she let that opportunity slip away so easily? Chapter 28. The Scions are coming. Vegeta remained oblivious to Bulma's subtle intentions. He merely regarded her as a remarkably astute woman. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. It was not in his nature to take without giving. Having troubled others, he felt compelled to offer something in return. Furthermore, Bulma was just an ordinary person, and even if she requested a favor, it was unlikely to be anything that would pose a significant challenge for Vegeta. In the days that followed, tranquility reigned as everyone busied themselves with their training, and no peculiar incidents arose. During this time, Gohan finally arrived. It was evident that he had put considerable effort into persuading Chi-Chi. Vegeta refrained from intervening in Gohan's training issues, having already discerned his physical condition, which rendered him no longer curious. Typically, Vegeta would recline languidly in a chair, yet his mind was immersed in the intricacies of the rules of power within him. He would accelerate energy absorption with his thoughts while contemplating these principles. In addition to his training, he would often venture down to the lower realms for leisurely strolls. As a traveler in this Dragon Ball world sparked his curiosity, he was not a training fanatic. His current endeavors were solely aimed at ensuring a more prosperous life in the future. Once he reached a certain level of strength, he would undoubtedly relish life to the fullest point 2 months later. Bulma delivered a gravity device, the result of collaboration with her father, Dr. Brief. This external apparatus had an effective range of 100 meters, capable of enveloping the entire otherworld. It was intended for Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and the others to utilize in their training. Additionally, there was a portable wristband that Vegeta requested for himself, allowing him to carry it wherever he went and engage in gravity training at any time, akin to wearing weighted clothing. However, the gravity device was fundamentally different from weighted garments. This adjustment in gravity would affect all bodily organs, tissues, and bones, rather than merely increasing physical weight. As time flowed steadily on. A year swiftly elapsed. One day, while the Earth warriors were diligently training, a voice suddenly resonated in their minds. Hi. It's been a year. How is everyone? This voice, though emanating from within, was heard by all, including Vegeta. Goku, is that you? Has Goku returned? Where is he? They all turned their heads in search, but not a trace of Goku was visible. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. He was well aware that Goku was not present. Given that the voice had been transmitted, it was evident that it utilized King Kai's abilities. Within this, he faintly sensed fluctuations of the rules of power. If he chose to, he could easily send the voice back without relying on King Kai's abilities. In fact, he could even use the rules of power to instantaneously transport himself to King Kai's planet. Indeed, over the past year, Vegeta's understanding of the rules of power had reached a remarkable level, allowing him to teleport akin to that of a Kaio-Ken. No need to look for me. I'm still on King Kai's planet, communicating with you through King Kai's power. Goku's voice echoed once more in their minds. Wow, it can be done like that. King Kai is truly impressive, Krillin exclaimed in admiration. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their search for Goku. King Kai is indeed remarkable. He has taught me some extraordinary techniques. When I return, you will all be astonished. And Vegeta, perhaps I am already stronger than you. Goku proclaimed with evident pride. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had been detected with a battle power of 500,000 just a year prior. Throughout this past year, Vegeta had kept his energy concealed, making it impossible to ascertain his true strength. However, it was evident that he had been steadily improving. Krillin and the others suppressed their laughter, eagerly anticipating Goku's return and the inevitable challenge he would present to Vegeta, hoping to witness him stumble. Enough with the idle chatter. Piccolo interjected with a huff, his face displaying a hint of arrogance. Goku, your conversation with us at this moment is surely not born of boredom. Is it that the Scions are coming? Upon hearing this, the other's expression shifted, a wave of tension washing over them. According to Raditz, while they had indeed grown stronger, without the potential transformation, they would still fall short against his two companions. However, the potential transformation was an exhausting technique, leaving them vulnerable once it wore off. It could only serve as a trump card. Piccolo, you certainly are perceptive, Goku marveled. Indeed, King Kai sensed it. The Scions will arrive on Earth tomorrow, so I wanted to give you all a heads up to prepare. Tomorrow, the group clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with determination. Amidst the tension, they were eager to showcase the fruits of their training from the past year. I could see this moment. Vegeta interjected, Goku, how long did your journey take? Haha, it wasn't long, just about 3 months, right? Goku suddenly froze, then shouted, oh no, I forgot to account for the return trip. I wonder if I can make it back in time. You all must wait for me. Idiot, Krillin and the others sighed in exasperation. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had anticipated Goku's habitual laziness. It was worth noting that in the original story, it took Piccolo and the others just over 30 days to reach King Kai's planet after their demise. Among them, Kaiatsu had only a battle power of 610, even though Goku had a battle power of only 416 while traversing Snake Way. Encumbered by weighted clothing, it should not have taken him over 6 months. Here, with a battle power of 5,500, he still took 3 months. A true champion of procrastination. Chapter 29. Being a joyful bystander upon learning that the Scions would arrive the following day, Krillin and the others ceased their intense training, opting instead to regulate their energy and restore themselves to peak condition. Raditz, although it may not be appropriate to say, you must know your former companions quite well, given that they were once your allies. Piccolo inquired of Raditz regarding the two Scions. Humph. Do you think I'm someone who would betray my comrades? Raditz scoffed, a look of disdain etched on his face. Although he had gradually adapted to life on Earth and found it far superior to his previous existence of relentless battles and uncertainty. Deep down, he still considered himself a Scion, feeling no kinship with the Earthlings. Whether you choose to disclose information is your prerogative. However, with our current strength, even if we are slightly weaker than them, if we all unleash our potential, this should not pose a threat, Piccolo stated, a slight smile playing on his lips. I merely wish to gather more information. Perhaps we can find a more peaceful resolution. Otherwise, if Vegeta calls upon you to join the fray, how will you decide? Raditz's latent energy still lingered within him, and his life remained in Vegeta's hands. Krillin, intrigued, remarked, Piccolo, I never expected you to consider joining forces. You were even contemplating a peaceful resolution. Goku was right. The Piccolo reborn is entirely different from the former Demon King. Enough with the nonsense. Piccolo snapped, his temper flaring. This is only temporary. Once we deal with those two Scions, I will still aspire to conquer the world and will not hesitate to eliminate you all. However, Krillin remained unfazed, and even Tin and Yamcha wore amused expressions, thanks to Vegeta's request for Bulma to create the gravity device. They had not left the other world throughout the past year, continuously training together. After spending an entire year in close quarters, who did not know one another, the once timid Gohan, now possessing a much sturdier character, quietly remarked, Uncle Piccolo is truly not being forthright. In that moment, it was evident that everyone present was keenly aware of the situation. Though Sun Wukong's voice was low, it resonated clearly with everyone present, prompting a hearty laughter to erupt. Humph, you can only laugh now. Once Vegeta and the others arrive, you won't be able to muster a smile. Raditz scoffed, clearly unimpressed by the jovial atmosphere, since you're so eager to know their background. I shall reveal a morsel. If Vegeta refrains from intervening, you lot, even combined, would not stand a chance against him, even in your potential unleashed state. The two Scions who've arrived are Vegeta and Nappa. I've mentioned them before, so you all know exactly who I refer to. However, they could scarcely comprehend that the name Vegeta, so similar to that of Vegito, bore such formidable power. Could it truly be that they were no match for him, even in their potential unleashed form? Krillin's expression turned grave. He was well aware that his potential unleashed state could now be sustained for 10 minutes, granting him a tenfold increase in combat power. Yet this alone would not suffice to contend with that Scion. The others, upon hearing Raditz's words, felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. Was it, indeed, necessary to rely on Goku or Vegito's strength? Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of pride and mockery flashed in Raditz's eyes, noted only by the distant Vegito, that if one were to factor in the Great Ape transformation, Vegito would undeniably surpass them all combined. Vegito found the situation amusing. While Krillin and the others had indeed grown significantly stronger, it was evident that reaching Vegeta's level within a year was an impossible feat. They could unleash their potential. But Vegeta could also transform into a Great Ape. Although the Great Ape form has its weaknesses, its combat power could be maintained for extended periods, unlike the fleeting potential unleashed state, of course. While the potential unleashed state could be activated at will, transforming into a Great Ape required the creation of a moon. In this regard, the potential unleashed state held the advantage as for the feelings of Krillin and the others at that moment. Vegito merely adopted a spectator's attitude. Choosing not to expose Raditz, he had no intention of intervening in the battle set for the following day, even if it resulted in casualties. He could always revive them with the Dragon Balls. After all, a part of him was derived from Vegeta, and out of courtesy, he wished not to lay a hand on him. In due time, he would simply enjoy the spectacle, treating that confrontation as a captivating cinematic experience. With varied emotions, they soon awaited the arrival of the Scions at 6 o'clock the next morning. As the dawn light began to emerge, two spherical vessels descended upon the city of East, inciting a measure of panic. Before Piccolo and the others could rush over, one of the Scions, sensing their presence, unleashed an attack that leveled the city to the ground. What are they doing? Krillin and the others gritted their teeth, unleashing their full power as they soared at the fastest speed toward Vegeta and Nappa's location. Vegito, however, remained leisurely behind, seated in a plane piloted by Bulma. Why are you so calm? Didn't you say you grew up on Earth? Bulma found Vegito's nonchalance baffling. That it seemed he had maintained this detached demeanor since their first encounter. Chapter 030. Raditz wishes to remain an observer. Was my greeting not enthusiastic enough? Nappa, the bald brute responsible for the city's destruction, floated in the air, laughing heartily. Vegeta, arms crossed and visibly displeased, retorted, "That is quite enough, Nappa. If this planet sustains too much damage, it won't fetch a high price." "True enough," Nappa replied, brimming with enthusiasm. "So, Vegeta, what shall we do now? Should we seek out that Vegito first? Indeed, we should locate the strongest fighter. It must be him." Vegeta pressed a button on his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta, something's amiss. Nappa, likewise checking his scouter, grew visibly tense. There are more than just a few individuals on this planet with a power level exceeding 1,000, and it seems they are aware of our presence and are rapidly approaching. What is the fuss? With my power level at 18,000, they are merely a handful of weaklings, Vegeta replied calmly. Power levels of 2 or 3,000 pose no threat to us. Well done, you've cleared the area. We shall wait here for Vegito and Kakarot. That makes sense, Nappa agreed, descending alongside Vegeta, bouncing a few times on the ground before exclaiming, the gravity on Earth is so light. It makes movement quite easy. Vegeta, remember our agreement. When we see Vegito, don't you dare steal my glory. That if you fight, it'll be too easy, and that would ruin the fun, Nappa warned. Vegeta flashed a wicked smile. Do as you wish. Just don't kill him. We may need their strength to conquer this planet. If Raditz were still alive, with Kakarot and Vegito, the 5 of us could easily bring this planet down. You're making me excited. This planet we are targeting could fetch a high price, and even with 2 more people to share it, that is still considerably more than before, Nappa chuckled. Vegeta smirked. It's just like a senior teaching a novice. Not charging tuition is generous enough, yet the novice still wishes to share the spoils. The two exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Suddenly, Vegeta's brow furrowed as he gazed toward the horizon. Sure enough, several figures soared through the sky, among them a familiar face. Raditz, that useless Raditz, he wouldn't dare confront us. Would he? Nappa questioned incredulously. He is not foolish enough to seek his own demise. Fully aware of the gulf between us, Vegeta replied, arms crossed, scoffing. But from the looks of it, he has been living quite comfortably on Earth this past year. I'll take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Just as I hoped. Nappa grinned mischievously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, the Earth-S warriors began to descend before Vegeta and Nappa, totaling 7, including Raditz. Vegeta, Nappa. Raditz's gaze flickered between the two, yet he remained silent. Piccolo, exhibiting a hint of leadership, stepped forward, fists clenched, and addressed Vegeta and Nappa. To be cautious, I must first inquire why you are here. Isn't it your voice, alongside Kakarote's, that nearly killed Raditz? Vegeta shot back, his curiosity piqued. I'm intrigued. Why did you not finish Raditz off afterward? Wasn't it your intention to perish together rather than let him live? Indeed, you were well informed about past events, thanks to that scouter, I presume. Piccolo glanced at the devices in their hands that Bulma's invisible scouter could also communicate, albeit limited to Earth due to technological constraints. Piccolo glanced back at Raditz, noting his silence, and answered, There's no longer a need for that if you're merely here as guests, we can extend a welcome. Guests? Ha ha ha, Vegeta. This fellow is a Namekian, ISNT. Just as the rumor suggested, naively so, Nappa chuckled loudly. Vegeta, grinning wickedly, added, It's possible. With a power level of 500, it indeed aligns with what a Namekian could achieve. Let me be frank, Nappa continued. We've come to exterminate the Earthlings and retrieve the scattered Scions, so you might as well await your demise. Despite your Namekian heritage, you stand alone and are no match for us. Namek? Piccolo was taken aback. He had long suspected he was not of Earth, given his lack of certain energy channels. Vegito seemed to know, but refrained from explaining. Piccolo, so you're an alien too? No wonder, Krillin exclaimed. Namekians possess extraordinary combat abilities and seemingly incredible powers, such as magic, Vegeta boasted, displaying his knowledge. But alas, their most fatal flaw is their naivety. They often speak of peace, making them frequent targets for malevolent forces in the universe. I see. Piccolo signaled to his comrades and assumed a battle stance. Thank you for enlightening me about my ancestry. However, this is my domain now, and I will not permit your destruction as for whether or not I am your match. That will be determined through battle. As Piccolo's voice faded, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others, including Son Gohan, assumed their battle stances. Only Raditz found himself in a rather awkward position. Thus he quietly withdrew a short distance, intending to observe the conflict from the sidelines. Chapter 031. Piccolo versus Nappa on a nearby mountaintop. Bulma had already secured the aircraft within a capsule. She and Vegeta watched the battle unfold from afar, the latter relying solely on his keen eyesight and aura perception, while Bulma had to utilize binoculars. Are you truly not planning to intervene? Given your capabilities, you could easily defeat them, couldn't you? Bulma mused, wishing she had a scanner, but the distance was too great for her to ascertain the exact power levels of Vegeta and his companions. Rest assured, Piccolo and the others can handle it without issue. Do not forget, they have been rigorously training under intense gravity for a year, Vegeta replied with an air of nonchalance. Although Vegeta and the others arrived a few hours earlier than in the original timeline, Goku's strength far exceeded that of the original narrative, allowing him to arrive ahead of schedule. Coupled with Piccolo's enhanced abilities, which were several times greater than in the original story, and the new detection devices at their disposal, Vegeta felt no need for concern to owe him. This skirmish was merely a child's play, an opportunity to witness the unfolding of the original plot. He was far more intrigued by the potential repercussions of this battle and the impending arrival of the formidable villain. Frieza. Very well, Bulma sighed in resignation. Since you've stated it so, I shall cheer them on, hoping for no unforeseen disasters. Vegeta offered a slight smile, choosing not to respond. He was somewhat taken aback to discover that Bulma and Yamcha were not in a romantic relationship. In fact, Bulma was currently single. Each time they met, it was evident that Bulma preferred Vegeta's company, while Yamcha remained oblivious to it all. Was this not the main world of Dragon Ball? Vegeta found it curious. Yet he did not ponder it further, as it mattered little to him. Meanwhile, the battle commenced below. Vegeta and the others had detected Piccolo and his allies' power levels, realizing they were formidable and thus avoiding the creation of any vegetable-like beings. Instead, allowing Nappa to step forward and challenge everyone directly that I must warn you, when I unleash my power, the battle will conclude in an instant, and you shall feel no pain. Rejoice in that. Nappa proclaimed, clenching his fist and suddenly releasing a surge of energy. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from Nappa, causing the very ground to tremble. Despite the intensity of his presence, Krillin and the others remained cautious but unfazed. Early on, they had utilized a concealed scanner to gauge Nappa and Vegeta's battle power. Both Scions were incapable of concealing their energy at 0.7,000. That is Nappa's battle power, and his intensity is equally 7,000. Krillin noted that in their minds, aside from Vegeta, the battle power and intensity of the others were consistent. Tremble. Insignificant Earthlings experience the overwhelming power of Lord Nappa, Nappa boasted, believing the Earth warriors were quaking in fear. Rendered speechless by his might, he punched forward, generating a fierce gust of wind. Does anyone wish to step up? Piccolo crossed his arms, seemingly disinterested in Nappa's display. However, the group behind him was visibly sweating. Krillin chuckled wryly. To be honest, unless we all attack together, we may have to resort to unleashing our latent potential that a year prior. They had merely been a group with battle powers of a few hundred. Even with their impressive gains over the past year, reaching the thousands was already commendable, representing an increase of several dozen times. Nonetheless, they still paled in comparison to Nappa. Aside from Piccolo, the strongest among them, Tien Shinhan and Krillin boasted battle powers of 5,800 to 5,600, respectively. While their lower battle power could be compensated for with skill and experience, it was crucial to remember that Scions were born warriors who grew stronger with each battle. Nappa, being a seasoned combatant, would undoubtedly possess superior fighting techniques and experience compared to Krillin and the others. Tisich, Piccolo scoffed softly, pulling back his cloak and huffing. What are you all here for if you can't even handle such a minor character? Don't say that, Piccolo, Krillin replied, somewhat embarrassed. The Scion behind Nappa possesses significant power. We'll need to combine our strengths against him. So for now, let us conserve our energy. Throughout the past year, perhaps due to habit, Piccolo had developed a close bond with son Gohan, akin to that of father and son. Additionally, Krillin had been proactive in engaging with Piccolo, fostering a degree of familiarity, while the others remained more distant. Uncle Piccolo, please be careful, son Gohan urged, his expression tense. His usual battle power was merely 1,500, slightly above that of the original narrative, as his youth rendered him physically and mentally immature. However, none underestimated him. For Gohan's potential was the most astonishing among them. Upon unleashing his latent power, he could amplify his strength 20-fold, reaching an astounding 30,000. Unfortunately, he had only recently begun his training, and his full power was difficult to control, leading others to temper their expectations. What? You wish to face me alone? Nappa grinned as Piccolo stepped forward. Yet without waiting for a response, he bellowed and charged at Piccolo, delivering a devastating punch. Charging straight at me? How contemptuous! Piccolo smirked, gathering power in his fist to meet Nappa's strike head-on. Chapter 032. Vegeta's glass heart shattered with your paltry 3,500 battle power. You think you can match my fist? How naive. Nappa laughed derisively. However, Vegeta, observing from behind, sensed something amiss. The Earth warriors appeared far too composed. Oh no! Vegeta suddenly recalled an important detail and shouted, Nappa, be cautious. These individuals can control their battle power. Do not be deceived by the readings on the scanner. What? Nappa was slow to react, and the realization came too late. Boom! The two fists collided, and Nappa's arm bulged with veins, twisting grotesquely as a scream escaped his lips, and he was violently propelled backward. Though Piccolo emitted no overwhelming aura, and the scanner indicated his power to be merely 3,500, it was Nappa who suffered the consequences. Nappa was sent flying several thousand meters, crashing into the ground. His energy diminished to the brink of collapse, leaving him barely alive. His arm was grotesquely contorted, likely rendered useless. Idiot! Raditz, not far off, grimaced inwardly. Despite knowing the futility of hope, he had clung to a glimmer of possibility that Vegeta and the others might help him escape Vegeta's control. However, witnessing Nappa's performance, he abandoned that notion. Impressive, Krillin and the others stood in stunned silence. Yamcha swallowed hard. Thank goodness he's on our side now. If he were still that Dark Lord from before, we would be in dire straits. Tien Shinhan contemplated, Piccolo's strength is evidently far superior to Nappa's. I wonder just how powerful he truly is now. Perhaps it's over 10,000. Although they trained together daily, the first lessons from Krillin and the Supreme Kai had focused on energy control, allowing each of them to conceal their auras effectively. Unless they fought with full intensity, no one knew each other's true capabilities. Meanwhile, Vegeta was utterly baffled. What in the world is this absurd plot development? This is nothing like the script. Ultimately, he could only attribute the bizarre turn of events to Nappa's incompetence. Kakarot and Vegeta haven't even arrived yet, and you fall first? What is this? Nappa reached out to Vegeta for help. Stop! Vegeta seized Nappa's hand, and with a malicious grin, hurled him high into the air. What are you doing? Vegeta! Nappa exclaimed in shock. I could see that moment. His voice rang out clearly and robustly, entirely unlike that of an injured individual. You have no value left in existence. Perish! A formidable energy erupted from Vegeta, transforming into a shockwave that surged directly towards Nappa in the sky. What? Such potent energy! How ruthless! He doesn't even spare his comrades. Piccolo and Krillin were taken aback. Boom! The shockwave erupted with a blinding light, accompanied by Nappa's frenzied roar. However, Vegeta furrowed his brows, and Piccolo, along with Krillin, looked quite astonished. Hey, that person is him, right? Krillin said uncertainly. Why would he go to save someone? Moreover, didn't he say he wouldn't intervene? You should ask him yourself. How would I know what he is thinking? Piccolo scoffed, his mood quite displeased. After all, Nappa was the one he had injured. The result was that the foe's companion was attempting to kill him, while their own side was trying to save him. What kind of situation was that? At that moment, a slightly melancholic voice echoed from above. Still not a match for you. I even used the Kaio-Ken technique, yet I was still a tad slower than you. Goku? Krillin and the others looked up in surprise. In the air were three figures. One clad in an orange GI adorned with the emblem of the Kai, none other than Son Goku. The other two figures included the barely conscious Nappa and the imposing Vegeta, that moment. Vegeta had one hand supporting Nappa's back. Floating in the IT was he who had rescued Nappa, and it was indeed he whom Piccolo and Krillin had been discussing earlier. However, they hadn't anticipated Goku's sudden appearance. Judging by his words, he seemed to also intend to save someone, but Vegeta had gotten there first. Vegeta scrutinized Goku, his scouter unable to measure his precise power on the surface. It only registered 12,000. Yet from the fleeting surge of energy earlier, Vegeta deduced he should possess around 50,000 in combat power. What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta remarked with a smirk. If I hadn't shown up, would you have used the Kaio-Ken? Without the Kaio-Ken, you wouldn't have caught up, would you? You clearly just wanted to snatch the person from me, and you still have the audacity to criticize me. Goku obviously hadn't intended to save anyone. He merely saw Vegeta's arrival and felt a sudden urge to test his strength. You really know about the Kaio-Ken? Goku scratched his head and chuckled. After all, he is an enemy, and I was hesitating on whether to save him, so my reaction was a bit slow. But speaking of which, Vegeta, why did you save him? You're not usually this warm-hearted. As the two conversed, they began descending from the air. Vegeta flicked his hand, tossing Nappa to the ground, causing him to grunt in pain. Vegeta! Kakarot! Vegeta ground his teeth at the speed they had just displayed had startled him, leaving his pride in tatters. Chapter 033. Goku versus Vegeta. Didn't I save you once? How could you say that to me? Outrageous! Vegeta rolled his eyes dramatically. Goku chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. All right, I admit it was my mistake. I just thought you seemed indifferent to many things. Vegeta's tone grew somber. There are hardly any Scions left. If they die out there, so be it. But if they perish at the hands of their own, I cannot bear to witness. Yes, that's so. Goku couldn't quite grasp it, finding the reasoning rather lofty. Yet the truth was, Vegeta was merely acting on a whim, or perhaps indulging in a cruel sense of humor. He was curious to see what Naba would look like if he survived and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden eyebrows, golden beard, green eyes. Would his head resemble a golden light bulb? And how would he look in Super Saiyan form? Would his hair suddenly grow? Or would his beard become long and thick, forming into tufts? Just thinking about it was amusing. Vegeta, you're far more like the Prince of Science than you, haha. Naba, who had narrowly escaped death, laughed heartily, genuinely believing Vegeta as casual reasoning. Tisish, meddlesome fool, Vegeta scoffed. Regardless, they will all die soon, so I don't care what you say. What he truly valued was his own pride. To strike down one's own comrade, only to be thwarted by the enemy, was this the dignity of a Scion prince? Vegeta was in dire need of a battle to vent his fury. Goku, your moment to shine has arrived. If you die, I will gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Upon realizing this, Vegeta promptly made his exit, taking Naba with him. You underestimate me? Goku clenched his fists and chuckled. Although the opponent is indeed formidable, I'm not the same as before. How could I possibly die? However, Vegeta frowned. The Dragon Balls? You don't know yet? Goku, without a second thought, replied proudly. There is something on Earth called Dragon Balls. If you gather 7 of them, you can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish, including resurrection. Such a thing exists. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo behind him. I've heard that the Namekians possess various miraculous abilities. These Dragon Balls must be your creation, right? Hee, that settles it. After hearing their conversation, Vegeta tossed Naba beside Raditz and departed without worry. He had just remembered that Vegeta was still unaware of the Dragon Balls. They had come to Earth purely because Raditz had been defeated. Vegeta's rescue of Naba was merely incidental, primarily to make a reasonable appearance and mention the Dragon Balls, so that Frieza on the other end of the communicator would be informed, prompting him to head to Namek. Although Goku and the others understood that the scouter could communicate, their ignorance prevented them from considering that Vegeta might have other companions, or that there might be a larger boss behind the scenes. Even when they later learned that Frieza had discovered the matter of the Dragon Balls through the scouter, they would assume that Vegeta, like them, was unaware of it, never suspecting that it was intentional. Truly a pathetic sight. Naba. Raditz looked down at the barely conscious Naba, a smirk plastered on his face. Do you have the right to say such things, Raditz? Naba glowered, saying, This whole situation arose because of you. I haven't yet settled the score with you. Humph. Once I recover, I will teach you a lesson. Hey, are you not afraid that I might kill you right now? Raditz crossed his arms, looking down at him. After a year of rigorous training, his strength had also significantly improved. Though he was still not a match for Naba, he had gained the confidence to engage in equal conversation without being subservient as before. Do you dare? Naba, though somewhat blunt, was not a fool. Given your arrogant personality, you're unusually quiet today. You must be restrained by Vegeta, right? He just saved me. Would you dare to kill me? To be honest. Raditz truly didn't dare. Vegeta had thrown Naba to him, making it clear that he was to keep an eye on him and ensure he didn't die. However, not wanting to lose face. Raditz sneered. You should remember, it was that Namekian who teamed up with Kakarot a year ago, risking their lives, almost leading to our mutual destruction, only to be stopped by Vegeta. What are you trying to say? Naba frowned. Raditz replied with pride. Haven't you figured it out yet? You can't withstand even a single punch from Piccolo, and I am stronger than the 2 of them combined. Do you think you can teach me a lesson? Not for another 100 years. Naba's pupils constricted in an instant. Could it be that Raditz had experienced a tremendous surge in power over the past year? Indeed, when Raditz first arrived on Earth, the highest combat power among the Earthlings was Kakarot's mere 400. Now, they were all around 2,000 to 3,000, and yet he could easily take down someone with a power level of 3. 500, then how much had Raditz improved? What secrets was this Earth hiding? Naba fell silent, feeling that given his current predicament, it would be wiser to bide his time. Perhaps seizing the opportunity presented by Vegeta, saving him was the most prudent course of action, clinging tightly to the powerful ally. Setting aside Naba's situation with Raditz, over yonder, Goku and Vegeta had already engaged in a fierce battle following a brief exchange of words that Goku's arrival had alleviated the pressure on Krillin and the others. who now wore expressions of relief as they chose to observe the combat. Piccolo, too, was curious about Goku's growth over the past year and refrained from intervening. Chapter 034, Great Ape Vegeta vs. Earth warriors in the ruins of East City. Two figures clashed at astonishing speed, the sound of their strikes echoing in a rapid succession of dull thuds, their forms flickering in and out of sight, reappearing in an instant. How formidable! Their speed was utterly beyond comprehension. Goku had indeed grown significantly. Maintaining a battle power of approximately 15,000, he was able to hold his own against Vegeta, watching the intense battle from a distance. Krillin and the others could not help but express their astonishment. Their strength paled in comparison, and even the faintest sense of energy was diminished. The weakest among them, Gohan, could no longer detect anything at all. Humph, this level of power. Piccolo clenched his fists slightly. His battle power barely surpassed 1,000, rendering him unable to compete with either of the two, but most critically, he could sense that Goku was not yet exerting his full strength. This was Goku's style. Regardless of his opponent, he would never unleash his full power at the onset. In no time, the two combatants disengaged momentarily. Vegeta scoffed, "Humph, Kakarot, I admit you are indeed strong, far superior to that fool Raditz. However, with your current capabilities, you cannot possibly challenge me." Though he spoke confidently, his heart was burdened with anxiety. Kakarot was proving to be a formidable adversary if he were to join forces with those Earthlings. Particularly that Namekian, victory would not come easily. Most importantly, he had yet to unleash his full transformation. Indeed, it was essential to find an opportunity to transform into a great ape, Vegeta contemplated inwardly. Meanwhile, Goku was lost in the thrill of battle. Having not experienced such a vigorous confrontation in ages, his blood coursing with excitement. Goku chuckled, scratching his nose. "You haven't defeated me yet. It's a bit premature to say such things. Is that truly the case?" A peculiar smile appeared on Vegeta's face. Alarmed from a distance, Raditz saw a white light coalescing in Vegeta's hand and shouted, "Stop him, Kakarot!" "What?" Goku failed to react, not sensing any threat from the white light in Vegeta's grasp. "Fool, that is an artificial moon. He's about to transform into a great ape." Raditz, well acquainted with Vegeta, could deduce his intentions from a mere gesture. Unfortunately, his warning came too late in the astonished gaze of Goku and the other Earth warriors. Vegeta effortlessly tossed the white energy sphere into the sky. "Ah ha ha! How I relish the sight of your panicked expressions." Vegeta laughed triumphantly. "Though I despise transforming into that hideous form, I must do so to conserve energy. Allow me to demonstrate the overwhelming destructive power of my great ape transformation. It is truly unfortunate, Kakarot. This is all your fault for being foolish enough to lose your tail. Otherwise, you too could harness that power to contend with me, though the outcome would remain unchanged. Only he, the Prince of the Scions, Vegeta, a super genius among Scions, could maintain clarity of mind and perfect control over that power after transforming into a great ape. For others, even if they transformed, their increased destructive force would be futile without mental clarity. Roar! Vegeta's expression twisted into a terrifying visage, sharp fangs protruding from his mouth as his form rapidly expanded. "This is dire." Raditz instinctively grabbed Naba and fled to a safe distance. His power was inferior even to Naba's. How could he contend with Great Ape Vegeta? Survival was paramount. The battle could be left to Kakarot and the others. After all, Vegeta was there to hold the line. Indeed, this was a perilous situation. The aura emanating from Vegeta was terrifying. Cold sweat dripped down Piccolo's brow. Even if he unleashed his potential, he was still no match for Great Ape Vegeta. At that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Raditz's earlier assertion that none of them together could rival Vegeta. "Everyone, let's join forces. Goku may not be able to endure this." Krillin, equally drenched in sweat, mustered his courage and explosively unleashed his potential, charging toward Great Ape Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the energies erupted as Piccolo, Tin, Kaiotsu, and Yamcha followed suit, each unleashing their potential to join the fray. The overwhelming power of Great Ape Vegeta exerted tremendous pressure upon them. Cooperation became essential. Only Gohan lagged slightly behind. His mastery of potential was still lacking, and after unleashing it, he could muster only a single strike, which paled in comparison to Great Ape Vegeta's might. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and charged forward in his normal state. What incredible power! Goku was utterly astonished by the aura of Great Ape Vegeta. Vegeta's base power was 18,000, and while creating the artificial moon had depleted some of his energy, leaving him with around 16,000. The transformation into a Great Ape multiplied that tenfold, reaching a staggering 160,000. Goku was no longer his match. However, sensing the surges of potential energy from Piccolo and the others behind him, Goku was filled with awe. They had achieved such heights. Bring it on. Goku steadied his mind, feeling invigorated once more. Although he possessed the Kaio-Ken technique, he had only trained under twice the gravity of King Kai's planet and could only adapt to 2 times his current physical strength. This was roughly on par with Piccolo's potential state, far from being enough to confront Great Ape Vegeta. For him, it was a monumental challenge, yet it was precisely this challenge that ignited his fervor. Chapter 035. Intense Battle. Completely at a disadvantage, ha. A bunch of weaklings. What can you accomplish even if you unite? Great Ape Vegeta looked disdainfully at the approaching Earth warriors, swatting a massive paw toward them. Boom! A powerful gust of wind swept outward, forcing the Earth warriors to dodge. A diminutive figure, unable to react in time, was struck directly by the Great Ape's paw and sent hurtling away. Kaio-Ken shouted in alarm. Kaio-Ken's power had risen to 1,800, slightly above Gohan's. However, with a potential multiplier of only 6, he barely exceeded 10,000, unable to withstand even a single blow from Great Ape Vegeta. Damn it, Tien had no time to check on Kaio-Ken's condition. He unleashed all his power and launched a fierce attack from the side. Piccolo, the strongest, had unlocked 3 seals, boosting his power to 90,000. Although still vastly inferior to Great Ape Vegeta, he was in the best condition among the fighters. So he directly engaged in a frontal assault to restrain him. Tien, with a power of 58,000, Krillin at 56,000, and Yamcha at 50,000, took advantage of Piccolo's diversion to launch a flurry of punches and kicks. However, to their astonishment, despite unleashing their full strength, they could not even ruffle a single hair on Great Ape Vegeta. Unflinching, he allowed their attacks to land before grinning widely. Suddenly, his tail swept through the air, sending all the Earth warriors, including Piccolo, flying away. Gohan, lagging behind, found himself alone in the arena as the others were sent sprawling. How terrifying! Gohan's face paled in fear, and he took a few steps back, unable to muster the courage to face Great Ape Vegeta directly. Kakarot's son. Great Ape Vegeta tilted his head, looking down at Gohan with contempt. Is this what you call a Scion? You truly bring shame to our race. Perish. With that, he brought his massive paw crashing down toward Gohan's head. Gohan! Piccolo, Krillin, and others shouted anxiously. However, having just been struck and sent flying, their internal energies roiled, their breath unstable, rendering them incapable of offering assistance. At that moment, a flash of red light darted past. Boom! The giant Ape Vegeta's massive palm crashed down upon the ground, leaving behind an enormous handprint. The giant Ape Vegeta found himself perplexed, realizing he had missed his target. Just as he spotted a red light swiftly zipping past the edge of his palm, soon, that red light, accompanied by Gohan, came to a halt not far away, its radiance retracting to reveal Goku's stern expression. Kakarot, Vegeta's face displayed astonishment. You actually have some hidden power? In truth, a blaze of jealousy was raging within Vegeta's heart. These accursed Earthlings, one after another, somehow managed to collectively push their limits. Although they posed no threat to him in his giant ape form, he was grateful for his transformation. Had he not become a giant ape, he might have faced dire consequences just moments ago. Such a situation was intolerable for Vegeta, who regarded the Earthlings as mere uncivilized primitives. How could the prince of the proud Saiyan warrior race nearly meet his demise on this planet? Now, even Kakarot, a lowly Saiyan warrior, had emerged to rescue others from his grasp. This was utterly unacceptable. Regardless of how much power you have concealed, you shall undoubtedly perish in my hands today. The giant Ape Vegeta let out a furious roar, his mouth agape as a sphere of energy rapidly coalesced, which he then unleashed towards Goku. This is bad. Goku had just calmed Gohan's emotions, causing him to react a moment too late. There was no time to evade now. I'll do it. Triple Kaio-Ken. Gritting his teeth, Goku pulled Gohan behind him, a violent red aura erupting around him as he braced himself to confront the energy blast from the giant Ape Vegeta. However, his muscles bulged, veins throbbing, clearly indicating he was operating beyond his limits. Boom! The moment the energy blast made contact with Goku, it detonated violently. Unlike the Kamehameha wave, which sustained its power, this was merely a one-time explosive attack, leading to an immediate explosion upon contact. The energy surged forth, radiance expanding, engulfing both figures in searing light, rendering the situation entirely obscured. Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and others cried out in alarm, having just regained their footing, sustaining various degrees of injury. Darn it, this guy's power is overwhelming. We can't get close, and attacking from afar with energy blast is easily avoided. We must devise a strategy to restrain him. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Krillin, his expression grave, suggested, perhaps we can find an opportunity to sever his tail. As long as we can cut it off, he will revert to his original form. Right? The tail. Piccolo recalled this detail as well. After a brief exchange of glances, the group quickly formulated a preliminary plan. The battlefield was rapidly changing, leaving no time for lengthy discussions. They could only set a general direction and ultimately had to act to determine the outcome. Meanwhile, the area where the energy blast had detonated began to reveal the two figures as the light faded and the dust settled. Remarkably, they emerged unscathed. However, Goku was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Chapter 036. Crisis. Piccolo's sacrifice Vegeta, Goku shouted, charging directly at the giant Ape Vegeta. His speed was astonishing, leaving Krillin and others who intended to strategize utterly taken aback. Kakarot, the giant Ape Vegeta roared in response, swinging his enormous arm down towards Goku. Vegeta was furious. His full-force strike in giant ape form had failed to harm Kakarot. This was simply inconceivable. He was determined to shatter this illusion and demonstrate to everyone that he, Vegeta, was the strongest, and Kakarot was merely a lowly warrior. Yet, Goku was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely felt the strain of the Triple Kaioken's burden and hoped to resolve the battle swiftly. The two engaged in fierce combat, turning the surrounding landscape into ruins, transforming it into scorched earth. Bam, bam, bam. Each collision of fists and palms unleashed tremendous force, powerful shockwaves spreading outward, preventing the Earth warriors from even approaching. Under the Triple Kaioken, Goku's strength was now nearly on par with the giant Ape Vegeta. Though slightly disadvantaged, he faced him head-on without fear. This is incredible. Goku possesses such formidable power. He alone could defeat that Scion. Krillin and the others watched in astonishment, the tactics they had just devised forgotten. However, Piccolo's expression turned grave. No. Goku's condition is troubling. He appears to be enduring intense pain, and his energy is becoming erratic. This is bad. My stamina is nearly depleted. Yamcha interjected. You all probably can't last much longer either, right? Shun-Ti, we seize an opportunity to act. After unleashing their potential, the group had been sent flying within just a few exchanges. Now, it was Goku's turn to shine. They should have reined in their energy, but the rapidly changing situation left them little time to contemplate, and by the time they acknowledged the issue, their potential was almost exhausted. Coincidentally, after exchanging blows with the giant Ape Vegeta, Goku's surrounding red aura flickered and then vanished, and he was sent flying. Go. Piccolo charged forward, launching an energy blast at the giant Ape Vegeta. Humph, bothersome flies. The giant Ape Vegeta, ready to capitalize on his advantage against Goku, was intercepted by Piccolo and the others. In a fit of annoyance, he didn't even dodge, instead bracing himself against Piccolo's energy blast with his physical form. Not a scratch. Subsequently, the giant Ape Vegeta began to gather energy for a blast aimed at the Earth warriors. The energy contained within far more terrifying than what he had unleashed against Goku and Gohan. This time, the giant ape Vegeta was genuinely impatient. Scatter! However, this was precisely what Piccolo and the others had hoped for. They dispersed at lightning speed, completely avoiding the direct assault. The giant ape Vegeta's energy had been released, and it was now impossible to control. Oomph! One down, the giant ape Vegeta smirked. Had Piccolo and the others remained clustered together, they might have managed to withstand the blast through combined strength, but all would have been rendered incapacitated. With no chance of further combat, as it stood, it mattered little, for the energy blast was directed toward the small, panicked figure. Gohan. This is bad. Just as Piccolo and the others evaded, they sensed Gohan behind them. Closest to him, Piccolo gritted his teeth and dashed back. In time, Piccolo's expression changed, and he suddenly made a resolute decision, unleashing a surge of energy from within. Let me through. In the next moment, boom! The aura surrounding Piccolo surged dramatically. His battle power skyrocketing from 90,000 to 180,000. He had unlocked the fourth seal within him, instantly doubling his power. From the previous 8-fold strength of the third seal, it now became 16-fold. Piccolo's form nearly vanished in a blur, just managing to push Gohan out of harm's way before the energy blast struck. However, due to the forced breakthrough of his seals, his energy was already unstable and compounded with his previous exhaustion. This sudden surge caused him to falter at a critical moment. Boom! The energy blast detonated upon impact with Piccolo, instantly consuming him. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan saw clearly that at the last moment, Piccolo succumbed to weakness and was obliterated by the energy blast. Boom! Gohan erupted in fury. His energy surged sharply, surpassing Krillin and the others in an instant. Die! Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each detonating against the giant ape Vegeta. Yet, despite his rage, his fundamental battle power remained inferior. The sudden spike in energy ultimately fell short of even 100,000, and although he managed to inflict some pain on the giant ape Vegeta, it was not severe. He merely appeared somewhat disheveled. But that was enough. Solar Flare. Tianjin Fan unleashed his signature move. The Great Ape Vegeta let out a wretched scream, clutching his eyes with both hands. Krillin swiftly executed a key slice, nearly severing the tail of the Great Ape Vegeta. Indeed, it was a mere hair's breadth. It was not that he had missed. It was the new Wolf Fong Fist, taking advantage of the moment. Yamcha charged in, delivering a flurry of close-range strikes to the Great Ape, causing the beast to stagger just enough to narrowly evade the key slice. That it was over. Yamcha was left dumbfounded that he exited his potential state just as the Great Ape Vegeta regained his sight, only to be met with a crushing stomp. Chapter 037. And the final spirit bomb. Without any suspense, Yamcha met his demise, perishing even more miserably than Piccolo, reduced to a mere puddle of mud. Yamcha, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan were on the verge of tears. In the distance, Bulma gasped in horror, dropping her binoculars to the ground with a thud. When Piccolo fell, she felt little, as her connections with the former Demon King were minimal. Moreover, the rapid shifts in battle left her unable to react in time. Yet now, with Yamcha's death, she witnessed it all too clearly. Although Yamcha was not her boyfriend in this world, he had been a good friend for many years, their bond considerable. Vegito, why haven't you intervened? Everyone is on the brink of death, Bulma cried, her tears streaming down her face. Vegito awkwardly rubbed his nose. In truth, while his strength was formidable, his awareness was rather lackluster. After all, having traversed from the 21st century and grown up in a period of peace, one could hardly expect him to possess the battle instincts akin to those who, like Son Goku, were constantly embroiled in combat. Such expectations were unfounded. Thus, when Piccolo was dying, his thought process was as follows. Piccolo was nearing his end. The distance is too great. Even with my speed, I need time to save him. Piccolo has fallen, damn it. I can't teleport. And so, it was the AS for Yamcha. He admitted he simply did not wish to save him. He had never harbored any fondness for Yamcha. And now, not only had Yamcha brought about his own demise, but he had also provided an unexpected assist to Vegeta. If not Yamcha, then who? Ultimately, he would resurrect Piccolo anyway, Reviving one or two was the same. Let him die for a while. He could train with King Kai in the meantime. Don't fret. Though there have been unexpected complications, the scales of victory are tipping in our favor. After the battle concludes, we could devise a means to revive them. Vegito could only offer this consolation to Bulma. Wiping her tears, Bulma retorted, "You speak so lightly of it. Do you truly believe we will win? I see no signs of it. Such a splendid opportunity has been squandered by that damned Yamcha." Huh. If I think about it this way, Yamcha's death is indeed well-deserved. However, now only Krillin and Tianjin Fan, both on the brink of exhaustion, remain a hold on, while the others are incapacitated. How can we possibly win? Goku had overexerted himself with the triple Kaio-Ken, ultimately collapsing without defeating Vegeta. Kairatsu had been sent flying at the outset and had not been seen since. He might be unconscious in some corner. Furthermore, Gohan, after expending all his energy, was utterly drained and could offer no assistance. As for Raditz and Nappa, could they be relied upon? Vegito smiled slightly, gesturing towards a certain direction. "Look over there." "What?" "Huh. That is Son Goku." Bulma's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Indeed, Son Goku had fallen, yet he absorbed the life force of the surrounding plants, forcing himself back to his feet, having gathered a spirit bomb of considerable potency. Vegito assessed the situation. At this level, it could only severely injure the Great Ape Vegeta, and it would require more time to completely defeat him. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. The Great Ape Vegeta had taken notice. Tianjin Fan and Krillin had already nearly exhausted their potential states. Following Yamcha's death, their energies surged once more, but they soon exited their potential states, drained, just as Vegeta was about to deal with them. He was momentarily distracted by the spirit bomb in the sky, and he became aware of it. "Kakarot, you bastard!" The Great Ape Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he abandoned Krillin and Tianjin Fan, striding towards Son Goku. Simultaneously, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his mouth, all striking Son Goku, forcing him to stagger backward, barely maintaining his spirit bomb. This cannot be the end. Son Goku had not anticipated being discovered, yet it was nearly time. While he could not obliterate the Great Ape Vegeta in one blow, landing a hit would naturally alleviate the crisis. Spirit bomb. Seizing the moment before Vegeta could reach him, Son Goku propelled the spirit bomb forward. "You damned bastard, I will tear you apart." The Great Ape Vegeta sensed the impending threat. There was no evading it now. He could only muster all his strength to confront it head-on. Boom! The spirit bomb detonated, sending a mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. The shockwave rolled forth, propelling the already weakened Son Goku far away, utterly exhausting his last vestiges of strength. How tragic! I never imagined it would end up like this. Vegito marveled. This was quite the spectacle, far more thrilling than any 3D, 4D, or 5D Hollywood blockbuster. Moreover, he gleaned numerous combat techniques from this encounter, intricately weaving them into the memories in his mind, should he return to the moment of his initial arrival. Facing Beerus anew, he would undoubtedly not find himself in such dire straits. Yet the final outcome surprised him. Son Goku and the others had grown significantly stronger compared to the original narrative, yet they still ended in mutual destruction. One could only conclude that one must never get carried away. In the original tale, they lacked the strength to confront the Great Ape Vegeta and had to rely on cunning to turn the tides. Here, however, with their newfound power, their overconfidence led them to confront the Great Ape Vegeta directly. Would they not possess a modicum of self-awareness regarding their capabilities? Each of them, having perished, truly deserved their fates. Chapter 038. I have come to show off. The ultimate outcome mirrored the inevitability of Yamcha's demise. Vegeta had been thoroughly defeated, struck by a highly concentrated spirit bomb from Son Goku, forcing him to revert from his Great Ape form. His body was riddled with wounds, barely able to stand, let alone fight. Now, he lay amidst the ruins, struggling for breath, a mere plaything for others. Let's not forget, this is the home ground of the Earthlings. Even if Son Goku and the others were incapacitated, there were still many who could deal with Vegeta. How infuriating! How detestable! How utterly loathsome! Vegeta, seethed quietly, and he had never envisioned that he would meet his end in such a wretched place as Earth. As the proud prince of the Scions, this was far too humiliating. Quite unsatisfied, was he? Suddenly, two figures appeared beside him. Vegeta looked up, his expression shifting slightly. Raditz, Nappa, you traitors. Nappa had recuperated for a considerable time. His wounds still present, yet his strength had returned somewhat. Raditz, having not fought at all, remained in pristine condition. He stood with arms crossed, looking down upon Vegeta with a cold smirk. Oh, you have the right to say such things? Nappa's face contorted in rage. After all, Vegeta had sought to kill him not long prior. A fleeting shadow of regret crossed Vegeta's eyes. Indeed, had he not acted impulsively earlier, perhaps Nappa could have shielded him at a critical moment. And the outcome would have been different. Of course. Even if he felt regret, Vegeta, as the proud Scion prince, would never bow his head. Raditz sneered, saying, "Had it not been for you forcing me to Earth to see Kakarot, do you think I would find myself in this predicament? Yet I must thank you, Vegeta. Your days of comfort are over, and mine are just beginning." "Good days," Vegeta scoffed. "Don't make me laugh. Raditz, even if you survive, you will merely be a prisoner." "Let me tell you one more thing," Raditz chuckled. "You should be grateful that Vegito did not intervene today. Otherwise, your corpse would have been cold long ago. His prowess is far beyond what you can fathom. You know what the situation was here before I arrived on Earth. The mightiest warrior, Kakarot, had merely a power level of over 400. But now, Vegeta's pupils narrowed, as if he recalled something. Nappa exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be Vegeta?" "Indeed," Raditz nodded, saying, under his guidance, within a year, the battle powers of those Earthlings surged from a mere couple of hundred to 5,000 or 6,000. While Kakarot ascended from over 400 to 50,000. Although Raditz, lagged a bit, I too improved from 1,500 to 6,000. As he finished, Raditz flashed a broad smile, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth, brimming with pride. "What?" Vegeta and Nappa were both taken aback, suddenly comprehending why Raditz felt emboldened enough to converse with them in such a tone. "Surprised, are you? The real astonishment lies ahead." Raditz smiled mysteriously and continued. "A year ago, a scientist on Earth modified my scouter, creating a new type of device that is more covert, more stable in function, and capable of limitless detection. He produced the invisible scouter from his eye. A reward from Bulma for his contribution. Now it makes sense. Vegeta, and no wonder, he always felt as though those Earthlings could perceive his strength. He had previously assumed Raditz had divulged his information." "Hey, that's not what I wanted to say," Raditz interjected. "What I meant to convey is that with this limitless new scouter, a year ago, we detected Vegeta's battle power at 500,000. Vegeta and Nappa trembled, their eyes widening in shock. Then Raditz delivered another crushing blow. Moreover, he was injured, severely restricting his power. 500,000 was merely a fraction. Over the past year, he has recovered significantly. However, the Earthlings possess a skill for concealing their ki, making it impossible for me to ascertain Vegeta's exact value. Nevertheless, I suspect he is the legendary Super Saiyan." Vegeta and Nappa were left speechless, their expressions frozen in a state of shock, a numbness following their overwhelming astonishment. After a considerable pause, Vegeta regained his composure, clenching his fists fiercely, his teeth grinding audibly. "Nonsense. The notion of a Super Saiyan is utterly preposterous. Even if such a being existed, it could only be I." Vegeta's fragile pride shattered once more. Nappa, too, was incredulous. If he truly were Super Saiyan, how could he possibly be injured? "That is inconceivable. I never intended to persuade you." Raditz grinned. "I came purely to gloat." Vegeta suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to pummel this fool. But alas, even the slightest movement was a challenge for him. "Haha, they are coming. Let me witness what fate befalls you, Prince of Science," Raditz said, crossing his arms and stepping aside, adopting a stance of eager anticipation. During Raditz's conversation with Vegeta, Krillin and Tien had regained some strength and approached Goku, Gohan, and Kaiotsu together. Chapter 39. Mastering the cultivation of Senzu beans, Vegeta had initially hoped to witness a different kind of spectacle. Perhaps even intervening at a critical moment to save Vegeta. thus repaying a debt of flesh and blood. However, Goku remained as naive as ever, and after persuading Krillin, Tin, and the others, he simply let Vegeta go. Nappa chose not to follow Vegeta, but instead decided to stay with Raditz on Earth, eager to verify the truth behind the Super Saiyan AS for the deaths of Piccolo and Yamcha. Krillin contemplated the Dragon Balls of Namek, and soon Goku obtained the specific location of Namek from King Kai. The spaceship was not an issue. Raditz had long ago been sent by Bulma to assist in research. All that was required was to replicate it on a larger scale, much like the ship Goku had used in the original story, of course. Constructing the spaceship would take time. Ultimately, the question of Vegeta's inaction was discussed briefly. Yet no one dared to blame him. They all understood that Vegeta was an outsider who had been recuperating and throughout the year had provided invaluable guidance that significantly enhanced their abilities. It could be said that the success of today's battle was largely due to Vegeta's contributions. How could they possibly fault him? Moreover, before Vegeta could act, Goku had already arrived. Given Goku's character, even if Vegeta had wished to intervene, Goku would likely have refused, and so they all rested while awaiting Bulma to complete the spaceship. After which they would journey to Namek, the homeland of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, the cosmic tyrant Frieza, upon receiving reports from his subordinates regarding Vegeta's activities on Earth, learned of the Dragon Balls and hastened with his minions to Namek. A Super Saiyan, you say? That one named Vegeta? Frieza sat in his hovercraft, swirling a cup of red juice in his hand, his gaze icy. If a Super Saiyan possesses merely a power level in the hundreds of thousands, it would be utterly disappointing that in that case, I would regret destroying planet Vegeta. Frieza chuckled coldly, remarking, after all, those wild monkeys are indeed useful tools, much like Vegeta. Though they can be disobedient at times, with a little discipline to remind them of their inferiority to me, they will soon fall in line. Yes, indeed, Lord Frieza, replied a respectful and earnest Zarbin, that a power level in the hundreds of thousands poses no threat to Lord Frieza. However, it does surpass the limits of the Saions. So calling it a Super Saiyan is fitting, albeit somewhat different from our expectations. Indeed, Mr. Zarbin, you truly grasp my sentiments, Frieza replied with a smirk, draining his cup in one gulp, then adding, it is also possible that Raditz is merely spouting nonsense. That Vegeta is not a genuine Super Saiyan. Zarbin paused thoughtfully, then mused, there is certainly that possibility. Regardless, this Vegeta must be eliminated, that I cannot allow forces beyond my control to exist in the universe. Frieza declared, his gaze cold as he stared into the depths of space. Shall we summon the Jinyu Force? Zarbin inquired, bowing respectfully. Yes, let them head to Namek and await further instructions, Frieza pondered. While they may not be a match for Vegeta, it would be beneficial for them to witness a stronger power, a fitting opportunity to temper their arrogant disposition. Once I collect the Dragon Balls and attain immortality, I shall personally visit Earth. I am eager to discover what abilities this stray wild monkey possesses. A Super Saiyan. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the conversation between Frieza and Zarbin unfolded, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Half a month had passed since Vegeta departed from Earth. Given the number of individuals traveling to Namek, including Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Tin, Kaiotsu, Raditz, and Nappa, along with Bulma and Vegeta, the total count reached 9. Thus, Bulma was tasked with modifying a spacecraft of greater capacity. During this time, Bubbles had also come forth, offering the Supreme Kai's spacecraft. Although the Namekian ship was not as swift as the Scion vessels, it possessed numerous convenient features. Ultimately, Bulma combined the two types of spacecraft, crafting an entirely different, new model. Thanks to this, along with the assistance of Dr. Brief, the project was completed in a mere half-month. Throughout this time, Vegeta remained at Korin Tower, aiding Korin in cultivating Senzu beans. In that span, he managed to produce only 100. Notably, these Senzu beans were cultivated using ultra-divine water. The seeds are all readily available, and the cat sage did not specify their origins. Regardless, there are enough for whatever quantity one wishes to plant. The soil is of no particular concern. Once sown, they can be irrigated with divine water and then stimulated into growth through the power of rules. The cat sage typically plants 10 seeds at a time, which generally take about a month to mature. However, the success rate is rather low. Under normal circumstances, one can only expect to harvest 3 or 4 viable seeds, with the remainder perishing. Furthermore, after a season of planting, due to energy depletion, he must rest for 3 to 5 months to recuperate. Upon learning of this method, Vegito began to research the means of stimulating growth through the power of rules. And under the astonished and speechless gaze of the cat sage, he managed to produce 100 seeds all at once. During the first 10 days, he focused on research, and in the subsequent 5 days, he successfully brought forth 100 seeds, achieving a success rate of 100%. Moreover, Vegito appeared utterly unfazed, seemingly experiencing no energy loss, unlike the cat sage, who had to endure a cool-down period. Chapter 040. The Terrified Raditz and Nappa 6 days later. Wow, is this Namek? The environment is truly splendid. The homeland of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, so primitive, it is said that the Namekians are very environmentally conscious. So it must be quite different from Earth. Shortly after the spaceship landed, a group of Earth warriors eagerly rushed out, exclaiming in delight at the surrounding scenery. Following closely behind them were Raditz and Nappa, both crossing their arms with expressions akin to that of country bumpkins entering a city. We have finally arrived. I was bored to death. Vegito stretched lazily as he stepped outside. Had he known, he would have teleported here instead. Being cooped up with this peculiar group of individuals was enough to drive anyone insane. Especially Goku, who, like the monkey from Journey to the West, could never sit still, always bouncing around and causing chaos in his moments of idleness. Goku resembled a hyperactive child, incapable of remaining calm for even a moment. Bulma, empathizing with this sentiment, nodded in agreement, visibly displeased, and remarked, "Indeed, it seems we're the only 2 sane individuals here. I simply cannot fathom their thought processes. Just now, I had yet to properly assess the oxygen levels and gravity conditions, and they rushed out recklessly. What if the environment of Namek differs vastly from Earth, and the Earthlings cannot adapt?" Vegito chuckled and shook his head, acknowledging that Bulma's concerns were not unfounded. However, martial artists possess energy barriers, making such considerations unnecessary. They merely overlooked the feelings of Bulma, an ordinary person. Never mind, it's futile to reason with these guys. I shall first investigate the Dragon Balls. Bulma retrieved a radar and pressed a button. Beep, beep. Look, there's a response. Indeed, there are Dragon Balls here, Bulma exclaimed with delight, drawing the attention of everyone around her. There are truly Dragon Balls? Aha, this is wonderful. The Earthlings were elated, embracing each other in celebration. This means that both Piccolo and the Supreme Kai can be resurrected, and the Dragon Balls on Earth will also be restored. Vegito cast a glance at the radar and cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. It appears someone is collecting the Dragon Balls if they get to them first. Do not say I didn't warn you." The radar indicated that 4 Dragon Balls were clustered together, rapidly moving toward the location of the 5th. Without a doubt, Vegito knew it was Frieza and his crew. Indeed, Goku's expression turned serious. Moreover, I can sense a significant gathering of malevolent energy, with one particularly overwhelming presence. To be honest, I'm not a match for it. What? Let me take a look. Krillin gasped, quickly glancing toward the direction Goku sensed. Activating his invisible detector, it was no wonder Krillin was so anxious. After returning from King Kai's, Goku's combat power had skyrocketed to 50,000 following his battle with Vegeta and subsequent recovery. It rose to 80,000. After further training and 2 near-death experiences, his current combat power was a staggering 150,000. Such a high combat power, and he still claimed he was no match. How terrifying must the opponent be? Beep, beep. Combat power, 20,000. Strength, 20,000. Combat power, 22,000. Strength, 22,000. Combat power, 530,000. Strength. Unknown, gasp. Krillin inhaled sharply, his pupils dilating in shock. It was the first time he had encountered someone with such immense combat power, of course. Vegito was excluded from this comparison, as his power remained concealed, leaving no one aware of its true measure. Moreover, the unknown strength of the opponent suggested it could far exceed the 530,000 mark. How could this be? Are the Namekians truly so formidable? Tin, after scanning, widened his three eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yamcha trembled uncontrollably, nearly diving into Tin's embrace. Vegito, unfazed, remarked, "Did not King Kai mention that the Namekians are gentle and peace-loving? Their energy signatures cannot possibly be malevolent. It is likely that extraterrestrial beings have invaded, seeking to forcibly seize the Dragon Balls. This could spell great disaster for the Namekians. So, what do you plan to do?" "I must go take a look," Goku declared, exploding with energy as he took off. "We're coming too." Krillin, Tin, and Yamcha followed suit. Gohan hesitated for a moment, bowed slightly to Vegito and Bulma, and stated, "I'm going too," before soaring into the sky. "Tsh, are they all fools?" Nappa's forehead glistened with sweat as he trembled. "Those guys are clearly asking for trouble. How could they come here?" Raditz, realizing the identity of the adversaries, looked equally anxious. "You ask me? Who should I ask? Kakarot and the others are simply courting death." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Bulma inquired, furrowing her brows. "Oh, you know who they are. You'd be better off not knowing." Raditz clenched his fists. "The most prudent course of action now is to quickly call Kakarot and the others back. We must leave Namek at once. The farther away, the better." Chapter 041. Found you. Vegito, why don't you all join in? It will be enlightening to see how Goku and the others handle this. Vegito seized Nappa and Raditz by the nape of their necks, flinging them both away. The direction they were thrown was precisely where Goku and the others had departed. "What are you doing?" Bulma frowned. Her instincts told her that Namek was in grave danger, potentially threatening her life. "Relax, nothing will happen," Vegito replied nonchalantly. "Let Goku and the others scout ahead and clear out the riffraff. I'll come in to finish things off. After all, heroes always make their entrance at the last moment." As for the likes of Chui, Dodoria, and the Ginyu Force, Vegito had no interest in them. He would leave them for Goku and the others to deal with it. As for Frieza, it was clear that Goku and his companions wouldn't be able to defeat him. So Vegito would inevitably have to step in. His true purpose for this journey was Frieza. Of course, if Goku were to transform into a Super Saiyan, that would be even better. Whether Frieza lives or dies doesn't matter. Vegito could always use Super Saiyan Goku for training. "Perfect. Now that you mention it, I feel reassured," Bulma said, casting a glance at Vegito, her body relaxing. She had feared that Vegito would be reluctant to intervene, which would have caused her concern for her safety. Now that she knew Vegito would not stand idly by, she could finally put her mind at ease. Speaking of which, the environment on Namek is indeed quite pleasant. Vegito surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a gasp of admiration. It was only natural that the two of them began to stroll, taking in the scenery, pointing out various aspects of their environment, and enjoying their time immensely. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, sensing the presence of Vegeta and Xiao-E, detached himself from the main group and soared in their direction. In contrast, Krillin and the others, much like in the original tale, rescued Dandy and diverted Dodoria. However, unlike the original, after creating some distance from Frieza, anyone from their side could easily overpower Dodoria, who possessed a combat power of 20,000. Consequently, Sun Wukong and Vegeta temporarily reached an agreement to collaborate and hurried over. Dodoria revealed the truth about the extermination of the Saions, only to be obliterated by Vegeta's energy wave, driven by rage. Following this, they proceeded to visit the Grand Elder. Son Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu had all unlocked their potential, significantly enhancing their strength. Sun Wukong's power surpassed that of the Grand Elder, rendering the Elder unable to assist. As for Vegeta, the three Saions, Nappa and Raditz, were deemed too malevolent, and thus the Grand Elder refused to help them unlock their potential. Although many changes had occurred and the number of participants was different, the trajectory remained quite similar. A contemplative expression crossed Vegeta's face. While he could not discern the specifics of Sun Wukong's activities, he could generally infer the course of events through his sensing abilities. Meanwhile, he was enjoying a leisurely excursion with Bulma, reveling in the experience. Bulma, completely at ease, was chattering away like a joyful magpie, laughing and joking without a care, entirely oblivious to Sun Wukong and the others. As Vegeta's gaze drifted to the horizon, he occasionally caught Bulma staring at him intently, her eyes reflecting a sense of longing. Was it infatuation? Perhaps. In truth, given Vegeta's prowess, how could he possibly remain oblivious? He had realized this long ago. Yet he found himself pondering a rather serious question. With his looks and charm, if he were to address this matter directly, would Bulma not instantly throw herself at him, perhaps even take advantage of the situation? Given the current state of war and chaos enveloping Namek, was it not already excessive for them to be enjoying such leisurely pursuits? What if another battle were to erupt? With that thought, Vegeta opted to avert his gaze, pretending not to notice. Unexpectedly, while Vegeta's thoughts wandered, trouble arose. "Found you, Vegeta!" A figure suddenly appeared behind them. The two turned around to find none other than Sun Wukong. However, his appearance was rather peculiar, as he wore the outdated scouter that Scions had when they first arrived on Earth. "Sun Wukong, did you not say you were unaccustomed to the scouter? Why are you wearing such an antiquated device now?" Bulma questioned, her face a mask of confusion. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Was this situation related to Jinyu? Upon carefully sensing the aura, it indeed seemed so. After Sun Wukong and his companions had departed from the Grand Elder, they must have encountered Jinyu and the Jinyu force. Sun Wukong had evidently let his guard down and had his body swapped with Jinyu. Currently, Krillin and the others were engaged in a chaotic battle with the remaining members of the Jinyu force, positioned at quite a distance. Meanwhile, the body-swap Sun Wukong was dragging Jinyu's injured form as he hurried towards them. This indicated that Jinyu had led Sun Wukong away from the battlefield and, unnoticed by anyone, executed the body swap before heading directly to Vegeta. "I am quite curious as to how you know of my existence, and what your intentions are in seeking me out," Vegeta inquired, raising an eyebrow at Jinyu while holding Bulma back from stepping forward. The astute Bulma quickly sensed something was amiss, promptly falling silent and retreating to the background. Jinyu chuckled ominously, to have garnered the special attention of Lord Frieza. "You are indeed exceptional, exhibiting such keen awareness. I had initially planned to use this body to deceive you and launch a surprise attack, but to my surprise, you saw through it at once." Chapter 042. Experience the might of 300,000 battle power. Specially favored by Frieza, Vegeta raised an eyebrow. However, he soon grasped the situation. It was likely that Jinyu had learned of his existence through Vegeta's scouter, recognizing that his power far surpassed that of Sun Wukong and the others, thereby harboring ulterior motives. Yet, if that were the case, why would Jinyu still dare to approach him? Did he doubt his capabilities? Indeed, it wasn't long before Jinyu stated, "Lord Frieza believes that our Jinyu force is no match for you, wishing to utilize your strength to diminish our morale. However, I believe that with your frail physique, I could easily tear you apart with a single hand." Vegeta could not help but burst into laughter at such ignorance. "I am quite intrigued to know how you intend to accomplish that. Perhaps you could demonstrate on the grass beside you." Vegeta's expression was one of mockery, prompting Bulma to stifle a laugh. How could one tear apart with a single hand? Is this individual here to entertain us? Jinyu seethed, infuriated by the mockery, ready to retaliate. Just then, the body-swap Sun Wukong arrived. "Vegeta, Bulma, do not believe him. I am Sun Wukong. That guy has swapped bodies with me." Sun Wukong shouted before even approaching, fearing that Vegeta and the others might fall for Jinyu's deception. Bulma rolled her eyes and replied, "Sun Wukong, do you think everyone is as foolish as you? We can clearly see the truth." With Vegeta by her side, Bulma felt emboldened, showing no trepidation towards Jinyu. "Ah, I see. Then I can rest easy. Vegeta is indeed impressive." Sun Wukong sighed in relief, not at all angered by Bulma's words. "Well then, since you are here, I might as well eliminate you all at once. Lord Frieza will undoubtedly regard me in a new light." Jinyu clenched his fists and cackled. "Let me show you the immense power of this body, which boasts a combat strength of 300,000. Previously, during his battle with Jinyu, Sun Wukong had activated a double Kaio-Ken to amplify his strength. Consequently, Jinyu believed that Sun Wukong's physical form possessed a combat power of 300,000. Jinyu bellowed, his internal energy coalescing as his aura began to rise. "Beep, beep, beep. Bulma, utilizing an invisible scouter to analyze the body of Sun Wukong, now inhabited by Jinyu, was met with the revelation of a combat power reading of 45,000. Is this what you refer to as 300,000 combat power? Bulma's expression was a mix of bemusement and restraint from laughter. Not only was it merely 45,000, but even if it truly were 300,000, facing Vegeta would still lead to defeat. Thus, Bulma felt no concern. Rather, she found the absurdity of the situation quite amusing. Jinyu, don't waste your effort. Just as I cannot adapt to your body, you cannot fully harness the power of mine, Sun Wukong earnestly advised. My techniques can only be executed by me, so it would be best to revert to our original forms. It would benefit us both. Enough with the nonsense. Jinyu, noticing that the situation was not unfolding as he had anticipated, wore a grim expression. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, it was not his first time using the body-swapping ability, and the body he had exchanged with Sun Wukong had originally belonged to someone else. Given time to acclimate, he could unleash its strength. Of course, techniques like Kamehameha or Kaio-Ken would be impossible, but the inherent power of the body could still be tapped into. Unfortunately, having rushed over to find Vegeta without first acclimating to the power, he had miscalculated. My apologies, Vegeta, but it seems I must ask for your assistance this time. I currently possess no strength whatsoever. Sun Wukong, unable to persuade Jinyu, turned to Vegeta for help. Jinyu was exceedingly ruthless. Before the body swap, he had severely weakened his own body, leaving it in a state barely clinging to life. That Sun Wukong could manage to reach this point was already quite an achievement. Vegeta extended a hand, palm facing Jinyu. How about I simply eliminate him? Then you can summon the Dragon Balls to resurrect your body and swap back. Sun Wukong's expression grew awkward, and he hesitated. Isn't that a bit too troublesome? Let's think of a way for Jinyu to swap back himself. That I believe your suggestion is the more complicated one. Vegeta is not joking. Defeating Jinyu is merely a fleeting moment. Yet compelling him to revert his body requires countless calculations. It seems far more expedient to simply eliminate him. Sun Wukong is at a loss for words, realizing that seeking Vegeta's assistance may have been a miscalculation. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Jinyu roars in fury, unleashing a massive energy blast towards Vegeta, inadvertently including Bulma in his line of fire. Bulma pales in fright, hurriedly seeking refuge behind Vegeta. Fortunately, Vegeta remains utterly composed, providing her with a sense of security. Otherwise, she might have collapsed in terror. With a mere flick of his wrist, Vegeta catches the energy blast, squeezing it gently until it dissipates with a muted pop. How is this possible? Jinyu's eyes widen in sheer terror. At that moment, he recalls Frieza's words, finally believing their veracity. The chasm between them is insurmountable. Run! Without hesitation, Jinyu ignites a blaze of white flames around him. Sprinting away at the utmost speed, he comprehends that not only is he still unaccustomed to this new body, but even if he were, he would likely be no match for Vegeta. Chapter 043. I have never killed anyone. Can you escape? In a flash, Vegeta stands before Jinyu. This terrifying speed surpasses ordinary comprehension, akin to instantaneous movement. Yet, unexpectedly, Jinyu shows no sign of panic. Instead, he grins triumphantly. Thought you've fallen for my trick? Exchange. He spreads his arms wide, his mouth agape as a beam of white light shoots forth toward Vegeta at remarkable speed. The two are so close that the light barely allows for a reaction before striking Vegeta. Watch out, Vegeta! Sun Wukong's expression shifts dramatically, recalling how he had been similarly exchanged before. However, given his current physical condition and the distance Vegeta and Jinyu have already covered, he finds it impossible to leap in and reclaim his body as he did in the original tale. Yet, Vegeta is not Sun Wukong. He would never be caught off guard as Jinyu unleashes that beam of white light. Vegeta has already conjured an energy shield around himself. This shield can withstand even the destruction of Beerus's full energy form. Exchange. What a joke. Buzz. The white light collides with the energy shield, causing not even the slightest ripple. Subsequently, Vegeta reaches out, effortlessly grasping the beam of light. What? This is impossible. Jinyu's piercing roar and boundless panic echo from within the luminous sphere. This is a scenario he has never encountered before. Even with Frieza, he could not perform such a feat. At worst, he would return empty-handed and suffer a minor backlash. But now, his exchange ability has been completely neutralized, so Vegito observes the struggling white light in his grasp. Unfazed, the so-called exchange is merely a utilization of the power of rules to facilitate the transfer of souls. Simple and straightforward, devoid of substantial technical complexity, with a brief sense of the situation. Vegito realizes that this ability is entirely within his grasp, albeit rather useless. This skill only proves effective against those with weaker souls. One must either target the feeble or possess latent potential like Tagoma from Dragon Ball Super, who, despite being weak, harbors great potential. Were Vegito to have transmigrated as an ordinary person, he might use this ability to exchange with the Scion. But now, who could he possibly exchange with? Who could rival Vegito? Rubbish! Vegito delivers a candid evaluation of this skill. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Jinyu, now reduced to a soul sphere, struggles to accept reality, for even Frieza could not achieve such a level. Could it be that this Vegito is even more formidable than King Frieza? Jinyu cannot fathom such a possibility, hence his inability to comprehend the current situation. Vegito, however, is indifferent to his plight, clutching Jinyu's soul while lifting the now empty shell of Sun Wukong's body, swiftly moving to his side. Do not move, Vegito instructs, aligning the two bodies together. Having grasped the principle of the exchange, Vegito effortlessly assists Sun Wukong in reclaiming his body. Wow, it really worked. Thank you so much, Vegito. You are truly far mightier than I am. Sun Wukong's physical form remains unscathed, and upon regaining it, he joyfully leaps about, throwing a series of rapid punches. As for Jinyu. Wukong, here, take this. Vegito seals Jinyu's soul within an energy sphere and hands it over to Sun Wukong. What is this? Sun Wukong, unfamiliar with the essence of souls, fails to notice that Jinyu's body has turned into an empty shell. Try using a Kamehameha to see if you can disperse it. Vegito suggests, casting a sidelong glance at him. Testing something? Sun Wukong cracks his knuckles, performing a few warm-up moves. All right, let me give it a shot. Kamehameha. Boom. Jinyu's soul sphere does not last even a second before being obliterated. Of course, Jinyu is not entirely obliterated. He will merely have to report to the afterlife. What? That was weak. I barely used half my power, and it was gone. Sun Wukong remains oblivious to the situation. Fool! Bulma quickly grasps the reality. That must be Jinyu's soul, right? Now he is completely dead at O. So it really is true. Sun Wukong realizes this, and then curiously asks Vegito, why didn't you take care of him yourself instead of tricking me? Although it is not a grave matter, Sun Wukong has never been fond of deception. I merely asked you to disperse him. What trickery is there in that? Vegito rolls his eyes before continuing. Keeping this guy around is a significant hassle. Who knows whom he might exchange with next? It would be a problem to deal with later, so he must be eliminated, but I have never killed anyone. If you do not intervene, do you expect Bulma to do it? I certainly cannot. Bulma jumps up in fright, waving her hands in protest. Yet, no one expects her to, anyway. Sun Wukong comes to a sudden realization, exclaiming, you possess such incredible strength, yet you have never killed anyone. Truly, my instincts were correct. You are indeed a good person, but you could have just said so outright. Was there really a need for secrecy? Although he himself has not killed many, it does not mean he has never done so. Consider the Red Ribbon Army of yore and the Demon King Piccolo. Yet, rationally speaking, he is excessively naive. Even if he has taken the lives of his comrades, he is able to let it slide, akin to Vegeta or Frieza. Tell you, Vegito scoffs, rolling his eyes. If I told you, would you simply let him go? What if he were to exchange with Bulma? Would you be able to fight? Sun Wukong is rendered speechless, contemplating that if Bulma were the opponent, it would be utterly impossible to engage. Bulma, too, is at a loss for words, wondering why they would use her as an example. Chapter 044. Frieza finally moves Sun Wukong, regains his body, and swiftly departs, as Krillin, Son Gohan, and the others are still engaged in battle. Honestly, I thought Sun Jun would be quite reliable, but he always seems to find himself in various predicaments. Had it not been for you, Vegito, the consequences would have been truly dire upon witnessing Sun Wukong's departure. Bulma could not refrain from voicing her critique. In truth, upon seeing the visage of Sun Wukong in his matured state, she had entertained certain sentiments that in the original narrative. She had previously remarked that her choice to pursue a relationship with Yamcha instead of Sun Wukong was a grave misjudgment. Nevertheless, she ultimately did not unite with Sun Wukong, primarily due to his personality, which did not align with her preferences. Presently, however, Vegeta epitomizes her ideal Prince Charming, which explains her constant proximity to him. Regrettably, from her perspective, Scions are rather obtuse. Despite her overt gestures, Vegeta remains oblivious to her intentions. Of course, Vegeta's lack of responsiveness is not due to disinterest. Rather, he is preoccupied with refining the energy within him, striving to avoid distractions. As for subsequent developments, they shall be addressed in due course. Following the recent uproar caused by Jinyu, the two lost their enthusiasm for leisurely pursuits, with Vegeta cradling Bulma as they soared towards the battleground. In fact, following the Elder's potential enhancement, Krillin and his companions have transcended Vegeta's usual combat prowess, nearing the strength of Goku, Bardock, and others. Should they unleash their latent abilities, any one of them could effortlessly defeat the remaining members of Jinyu's force. Excluding Jinyu himself, however, they opted for a steady combat approach, honing their baseline strength while conserving stamina for any unforeseen circumstances. Krillin would confront Goku, Tien would face Bardock, Gohan would battle Rikum, and finally, a clash of powers would ensue between Yajirobe and Guldo. Additionally, Vegeta's fight against Zarbin proved to be equally intense. Perhaps spurred by Vegeta's status as a Super Saiyan, he returned to Earth significantly rejuvenated, with his battle power skyrocketing to 26,000. Zarbin, upon transformation, boasted a power of 27,000, making their strengths quite comparable, although Vegeta found himself slightly disadvantaged. However, upon realizing that those he once deemed inconsequential, such as Krillin, now possessed greater strength, his resentment transformed into fury, leading to an explosive surge in his power that allowed him to dominate Zarbin. Raditz and Nappa merely observed as bystanders. Their original intention was to depart Namek, harboring no thoughts of opposing Frieza. Yet, they found themselves ensnared, particularly with Vegeta's public betrayal of Frieza. Should they attempt to flee at this juncture, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Upon Sun Wukong's return, news of his triumph over Jinyu spread, prompting Krillin and the others to unleash their full potential, swiftly dispatching the remaining adversaries. Vegeta, exhibiting remarkable speed, had already elevated his power to 32,000 during the skirmish. While still inferior to Krillin and his companions, he was the most formidable among the opponents. After deliberating, they resolved to first procure the Dragon Balls, wishing to resurrect Piccolo and the Elder, thereby alleviating any concerns before devising a strategy to confront Frieza. When Vegeta and Bulma arrived, the group was just about to execute their plan to steal the Dragon Balls. Thus they stealthily followed to witness the unfolding events. With Frieza's left and right arms incapacitated and his scouters destroyed by the Namekians, he could no longer detect their presence. Nevertheless, Frieza remained a formidable adversary, and his instincts were troubled. He could wait no longer. Frieza cast the 6 Dragon Balls into a spaceship and embarked alone towards the Elder's location, which was easily identifiable as the landmark of Namek. Having previously detected that position while using his scouter, Frieza's spaceship zipped through space at an astonishing speed, disappearing from sight by the time Sun Wukong and his companions reached it. There lay the 6 Dragon Balls. Krillin, armed with the Dragon Ball radar he had acquired from Bulma, located the 6 Dragon Balls concealed within the spaceship, declaring, "The final one is hidden in a secluded cave. I shall retrieve it now." This particular Dragon Ball had been gifted to them by the Elder and concealed by Krillin before their encounter with Jinyu's force. It was impractical to carry the sizable Dragon Balls from Namek, each roughly the size of a basketball. Vegeta and Bulma observed from a distance, not daring to approach, remaining undetected. "Wow, these Dragon Balls are enormous. This is my first time witnessing such grandeur," Bulma exclaimed in awe. In truth, it was also Vegeta's inaugural experience. Aside from inheriting the memories of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he had never laid eyes on Earth-S Dragon Balls. However, they were merely glass orbs. Only when gathered together to summon Shenron did they evoke any real intrigue. Consequently, Vegeta's focus was not on the Dragon Balls, but rather on sensing Frieza's position. Realizing that the plot seemed to be aligning with the original storyline, Frieza would undoubtedly confront the Elder, only to be obstructed by Nail, while Dend would seize the opportunity to escape and seek out Gohan and the others to assist in summoning Shenron. What followed was precisely as Vegeta had anticipated. Upon discovering that Porunga had been summoned, Frieza abandoned the gravely injured Nail and raced back with astonishing speed. Under the wishes granted by the Namekian dragon, Piccolo was resurrected and conveniently transported near Nail. Without a doubt, they underwent fusion, causing Piccolo's battle power to surge to over 2 million. In the original storyline, he could easily overpower Frieza in his second form. Yet in this instance, bolstered by Vegeta's influence, he was now entirely capable of defeating Frieza in his third form, becoming the strongest warrior on Earth, aside from Vegeta. However, before Piccolo could arrive, Sun Wukong and the others were thoroughly overwhelmed by Frieza. Even when Sun Wukong utilized the Kaio-Ken tenfold, his battle power only reached 1.5 million, rendering him no match for Frieza's third form. Are you not going to make your move? Did you not say you would act upon Frieza's arrival? Bulma asked, her palms clammy with anxiety. The previous battle with Vegeta had already been a harrowing experience. To her dismay, Frieza was even more terrifying. His power seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. Moreover, Frieza's successive transformations instilled fear within her, making her dread that even Vegeta might not stand a chance. Despite her doubts, she endeavored to convince herself that Vegeta was indeed stronger. Vegeta gently patted her head, assuring her, "It is not yet time for despair. Sun Wukong is pushing himself to surpass his limits. Interrupting him now would only invite his ire. Worry not, for he possesses Senzu beans and has yet to consume them, leaving him with ample stamina. Furthermore, another warrior is on his way. I cannot overshadow him at this moment." Vegeta's composure alleviated some of Bulma's worries, yet she remained puzzled about this other warrior's identity. Porunga had not mentioned anything about bringing Piccolo to Namek. Thus, when Piccolo emerged to take over Sun Wukong's battle, astonishment swept across all present. Especially remarkable was the power he displayed, rendering him a formidable opponent against Frieza's third form, who found himself thoroughly outmatched. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, felt an adrenaline rush. Excellent. This is the perfect opportunity to push my limits. He consumed a Senzu bean, his power skyrocketing as he surpassed both Frieza's third form and Piccolo, reaching an impressive 5 million. What? That guy, Kakarot? Vegeta, already severely injured and lying despondently on the ground, was shocked to sense Sun Wukong's explosive surge of power. All the warriors from Earth possessed Senzu beans, and though they had each been gravely wounded by Frieza, they had consumed the beans to recover, albeit lacking the strength to rejoin the fray, relegating them to mere spectators. Even Raditz and Nappa had mustered the courage to join the fray earlier, only to be heavily injured yet again, their strength somewhat enhanced. However, everyone had chosen to selectively ignore Vegeta. Aside from Sun Wukong, none were inclined to share their Senzu beans with him. Vegeta, whose pride swells to the point of explosion, find himself incapable of lowering his dignity to seek assistance. Consequently, he is left to lie on the ground, a mere spectator to the feats of others. This diverges from the original narrative, where Goku, after being injured by Jinyu, remained in the healing chamber. Prior to Piccolo's arrival, he was the primary force, thus requiring some consideration. In stark contrast, Vegeta's strength has plummeted to that of the weakest link. With Raditz and Nappa having surpassed him, he is left only with the forever subordinate Kairatsu to compare himself against. Cursed be this fate. I am the prince of the Scions, the most gifted warrior. Someday, I shall tear each one of them apart. Tears of humiliation glisten in Vegeta's eyes, his heart brimming with resentment and fury, with no outlet for his emotions. Suddenly, a footstep resonates beside him. Vegeta turns to discover it is Gogeta. You feel discontent, do you not? You yearn for strength, I see. Gogeta's expression reveals nothing as he casually tosses a Senzu bean to Vegeta, Then unleash your power. Let Frieza witness the true might of the Saiyans. Vegeta, momentarily bewildered, struggles to grasp Gogeta's intentions. However, fearing Gogeta might reconsider, he swiftly consumes the Senzu bean. Countless Earthlings have partaken of these beans. He is well aware of their miraculous properties. Indeed, as with everyone before him, upon consuming the Senzu bean, his injuries mend at an observable rate, and his inner strength surges beyond its previous limits, surpassing even Frieza's third form and the newly reborn Piccolo. Gogeta briefly senses Vegeta's revival. Noting an explosive increase in battle power from 32,000 to 3 million. It becomes evident that perspective and mindset are the true catalyst for a Saiyans ascension. However, this will be constrained by the limitations of physical strength. After such a surge, prolonged enhancement will not be feasible without rigorous training. Otherwise, if every Saiyan could employ this method to infinitely boost their power, the universe would indeed belong to the Saiyans. I shall not express my gratitude. The proud Vegeta utters these words before bellowing into the fray. At this juncture, Frieza has already been forced into his final form, effortlessly knocking out Piccolo with minimal effort. Vegeta's resurgence coincides almost perfectly with Goku's. Thus, a formidable alliance is forged between Goku and Vegeta against Frieza. Chapter 046. The treacherous Frieza, regrettably. Even with his power skyrocketing to 3 million, Vegeta cannot withstand more than a few exchanges before being effortlessly defeated by Frieza in his complete state. Goku, having fully adapted to the burdens of the Kaio-Ken times 10, engages in a fierce battle with Frieza, whose power in his 50 state reaches 6 million, while Goku stands at a staggering 5 million. Ultimately, Goku resorts to the overexertion of the Kaio-Ken times 20, while Frieza unleashes his 100 form. Goku, you are indeed formidable, unexpectedly powerful, but this is where it ends. Frieza, taken aback by the audacity of a mere Saiyan monkey to push him to such extremes, reflects that eliminating the Saiyans beforehand was a judicious choice. It is not over yet. I still have the capacity to fight. Despite Goku being visibly at his limit, he stubbornly refuses to concede, as he is yet to be thoroughly defeated. Enough. I tire of this senseless battle. Frieza, having discerned Goku's true threshold, recognizes that despite nearing his own level, Goku remains significantly inferior. No amount of effort could bridge that gap. Furthermore, he must remain wary of the yet-to-act Gogeta, whose strength remains uncertain. With a swift motion, Frieza seizes Vegeta from a distance. Let us begin with you, Vegeta. As punishment for your public betrayal, I shall eliminate you first. You may find peace in death. What? Goku and the others are taken aback by Frieza's underhanded tactics, targeting those who are defenseless first. How infuriating! Frieza, I will slay you. Vegeta struggles in Frieza's grasp, yet seems oblivious to the gravity of his situation. He is in no position to confront Frieza. There is no need to rush. Soon enough, your companions will join you in death. Farewell, Vegeta. A wicked smile spreads across Frieza's face as he readies an energy blast aimed directly at Vegeta's heart. Stop it, Frieza! Without a moment's hesitation, Goku charges forward in a desperate attempt to save him. Goku is defeated. Gogeta, observing the scene, realizes Frieza's cunning ploy to ensnare Goku. However, he has no intention of intervening. Allowing Goku to suffer these setbacks might teach him to be more cautious in the future. Sure enough, Frieza's expression reveals his devious triumph as the energy blast, initially intended for Vegeta, swiftly alters course and strikes Goku's knee instead. Bang! Goku, mid-charge, loses his footing and collapses. How infuriating! Goku struggles numerous times to rise, but his kneecap has been shattered. Ha! Goku, how naive you are! Did you truly believe I intended to kill Vegeta? Frieza carelessly tosses Vegeta aside, disregarding him entirely. Frieza, Vegeta is but an insect expendable at any moment. Merely a whim away from death. Rather than eliminating Vegeta, your power poses a greater inconvenience to me. To prevent any unforeseen complications, I shall deal with you first. Frieza chuckles with delight, relishing the prospect of vanquishing Goku before turning his attention to Vegeta. Kakarot, you have brought shame upon our Saiyan race. You squandered such a prime opportunity. Despair floods Vegeta's face. Scions do not concern themselves with familial ties or friendships. How could you hold back for an enemy like me? You truly disgrace the Scion legacy. I know not what a Scion embodies, but I am Goku, raised on Earth. Though Goku feels reluctant, he harbors no regrets, nor will he waver from his principles. Frieza, a ruthless adversary, disregards their words, launching an energy blast at Goku without warning. Helpless against the assault, Goku is destined to perish beneath its lethal force. Goku, Father, Krillin, Gohan, and the others exclaim in horror, yet their disparate strengths render them powerless to intervene. Even the newly reborn Piccolo falls woefully short against Frieza's 100 state. Puff, at last, Gogeta makes his entrance, effortlessly catching the energy blast Frieza hurls at him, crushing it in his palm until it dissipates into nothingness. Goku, have you forgotten that you still possess Senzu beans? Gogeta queries, puzzled, for he had distributed some to each member before their departure. Having learned the cultivation methods, Senzu beans pose no issue for Gogeta. He can produce them in abundance, though. I had forgotten. Goku slaps his forehead, hastily retrieving a Senzu bean and consuming it, declaring, "This Frieza is truly powerful. I am no match for him. I must rely on you." Goku, indeed lacking any further recourse, finds himself at the limit of the Kaio-Ken times 20. Maintaining this state is already a feat, and he cannot push beyond it. Moreover, having recently revived from near death, his power surged to 5 million. Yet even with the Senzu bean, he cannot elevate his combat strength further. Very well, I never placed my hopes in you. Gogeta waves his hand, signaling Goku to retreat. If Goku were to defeat Frieza so easily, what purpose would there be for Gogeta's arrival on Namek? Was he truly just here for leisure? Chapter 047. Gogeta versus Frieza. Oh, is it your turn to take the stage? Gogeta. Frieza exhibited no concern for the retreating Goku, his attention firmly fixed on Vegeta. I must admit, I'm quite intrigued by your power. Do not disappoint me. Vegeta glanced at him, a sly smile gracing his lips. What I fear is that I may be the one left disappointed, confident. Are we? Frieza chuckled sinisterly. Then let us commence. Barely had he finished speaking when he vanished, reappearing beside Vegeta, executing a powerful kick. This treacherous fiend, though he doubted Vegeta's ability to match him, still sought to seize the initiative. Yet while others viewed Frieza's speed as terrifying, to Vegeta, it was merely mediocre, incomparable to Beerus, with a resounding thud. Vegeta merely raised his arm to block Frieza's full-force strike, then seized his tail and swung him down with great force before delivering a kick that sent him flying. The impact was astonishing, causing Frieza to lose control and crash through several mountain peaks, ultimately becoming buried under a heap of rubble. Incredible! Is this the power of Vegeta? Utterly terrifying. My assumptions were correct. Vegeta truly is the strongest. Vegeta's effortless display of strength exhilarated the warriors, dissipating the pressure Frieza had previously exerted over them. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Just how strong is this Vegeta? I yearn for a serious match with him." With a thunderous explosion, Frieza erupted from the debris, floating above the ground, fury ablaze in his eyes. His body bore numerous wounds, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Though his carelessness contributed to his predicament, being sent flying after a mere exchange was a blow to his pride. "Vegeta, I will slay you!" Frieza roared, charging once more, his energy surging as a dense purple flame enveloped him. Vegeta's expression became slightly more serious. Frieza, in his full power, was indeed worthy of attention. At the very least, Vegeta would have to exert himself fully without tapping into his primal energy. This was the reason he sought out Frieza. If he could not apply sufficient pressure, the battle would lose its significance. Very well, then, Vegeta unleashed his own formidable aura, white flames rising as he charged toward Frieza. Beep, beep, beep. The scouters of Krillin and the others went haywire with rapidly fluctuating readings. Frieza's combat power had long been assessed at 120 million, the strength he possessed in his 100 energy state. Now, Vegeta's combat power, which had previously been nearly zero, had surged to 5 million, with strength at 100 million. This was akin to Goku utilizing a 20-fold Kaio-Ken. where he too possessed 5 million in combat power and 100 million in strength. Was Vegeta employing a similar ability to the Kaio-Ken? Krillin pondered, somewhat confused. Piccolo shook his head. No, this is Vegeta's baseline combat power. And he is certainly holding back. Piccolo's intuition was remarkably accurate, especially after assimilating with Nail, granting him a profound understanding of the forces of the universe. Hiss, at Piccolo's words, those around them collectively gasped. To have a baseline combat power of 100 million, and not even in his strongest state, what would his full power unleash? Let us not forget, the potential states of Krillin and the others were taught by Vegeta. And it was he who suggested sending Goku to train on King Kai's planet. Therefore, it was indisputable that Vegeta had mastered similar techniques to the potential state or Kaio-Ken, unbeknownst to them. However, Vegeta could indeed utilize both the potential state and Kaio-Ken. Boom! At that moment, Vegeta and Frieza's fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force. 1 white, 1 purple. The two auras dominated the sky, their powerful energies sweeping outward, compelling the onlookers to retreat. Goku had already given Vegeta a Senzu bean, and now Vegeta pulled back to observe the battle alongside the others. Unlike the others, who were filled with awe, he gritted his teeth, brimming with reluctance. Humph. So this is all you are capable of. My previous concerns were unfounded. After a mere exchange of blows, Frieza discerned that Vegeta's exhibited strength was not significantly different from that of Goku using the 20-fold Kaio-Ken. One was merely a temporary burst, while the other relied on inherent power, allowing for sustained performance. Regardless, for Frieza, they were both equally inadequate opponents. I asked at your assessment. Frieza? Vegeta grinned, excitement coursing through him. His hypothesis was validated. When battling a rival of comparable strength, the fusion of energies within him accelerated significantly. The past year had honed his understanding of the forces of the universe to a profound level. Yet the efficiency of fusion had been lacking. If he could wholly merge that energy, he would undoubtedly ascend to a divine state. The newly emerged energy had already escalated to around 100 million in strength, making Frieza the perfect adversary to hasten this fusion process. Perhaps this battle could last a while longer. If he could delay it until complete fusion, it would be even better. Chapter 048. The single-cell Goku seizes the kill by your appearance. Do you also possess that red aura like Goku? Frieza feigned calm, a pang of unease surging within him. If Vegeta's baseline power was already so close to his own, should he transform into that red form? He would surely far exceed Frieza. Who could say? Vegeta chuckled, offering no direct reply as he swung his fist, resuming combat with Frieza. The recent bout had sufficiently fused their energies, but now that they had paused, they returned to their normal states. Thus, Vegeta was eager to engage in a prolonged battle. If he unleashed the Kaio-Ken outright, he could effortlessly defeat Frieza, rendering his long journey to Namek meaningless. Frieza remained unaware of this. Seeing Vegeta not transforming, he felt a surge of relief. He chuckled coldly, unleashing his full power to engage Vegeta in combat. 120 million against 100 million. However, the situation was entirely different from when Goku fought. Vegeta showed no signs of weakness and even seemed to hold a slight advantage. After all, Goku had utilized the Kaio-Ken in an overloaded state, his energy unstable and his body racked with pain, severely hampering his performance. Conversely, Vegeta's strength was solid and compressed, inherently more powerful than ordinary ki. Thus, it was entirely understandable that Vegeta held the upper hand. Nonetheless, Vegeta tempered his strikes, refraining from driving Frieza to despair. Otherwise, his plan for a prolonged battle would be thwarted. The air was filled with the sound of fists and feet colliding, each impact creating explosive bursts of sound, stirring violent winds across Namek, altering the very climate. What an intense battle! I can hardly keep up with their speed, Krillin exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He found himself leagues apart from their level, utterly incapable of comprehending how such heights were attained. The newly reborn Piccolo could barely keep pace, only slightly managing to follow their movements. Observing for a while, he remarked, for some reason, Vegeta seems to be holding back, almost toying with Frieza. If this continues, the battle may never conclude. Goku also noticed, Could he have other plans in mind? Yet we can't simply watch without intervening. I want to join the fight, despite his previous defeat. Witnessing such a spectacle stirred his very cells. Kakarot, I advise you not to overthink it. Both of them are monsters. Even with your considerable strength, you cannot possibly engage at this level. Vegeta remained gritting his teeth in frustration. His fragile heart had shattered numerous times. Yet he still found it impossible to acclimatize. Each time he encountered someone stronger than himself, particularly those vastly superior, a surge of inexplicable fury would ignite within him. Just as Piccolo was about to utter something, Goku suddenly chuckled. How can we know unless we try? With that, he charged forth without hesitation. 20 times Kaio-Ken. A crimson aura surged dramatically, and Goku appeared to be in better condition than last time. Although still somewhat strained, he no longer seemed to suffer as acutely. Vegito, I'm coming too, Goku shouted as he dashed towards Frieza, landing a punch that was swiftly countered by Frieza's retaliatory strike to his face, sending him hurtling away. However, Goku was not one to concede easily. He quickly regrouped and charged once more. Damn it, that wretched Kakarot! Vegeta longed to act recklessly and join the fray, but he found himself incapable. Lacking the Kaio-Ken, with merely a battle power of 3 million, he was unable to withstand even the residual forces of their clash, rendering him unable to approach the battlefield. Goku, stop being a nuisance. Vegito kicked Goku away in exasperation. He was utterly baffled by Goku's fervor. Even after being defeated, if you have the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan, then I'll gladly leave Frieza to you. Vegito, what are you doing? Goku, caught off guard by Vegito, was once again sent flying. However, this time his trajectory brought him closer to Frieza. With a quick turn, he charged directly at him. My apologies, Vegito, but I've stolen your opponent. Goku chuckled, soon becoming embroiled in a fierce battle with Frieza. Vegito nearly succumbed to the temptation of joining forces with Frieza for a 2v1 assault against Goku. What kind of logic did this fool operate on? Believing it was merely a jest? Ultimately, he restrained himself, remaining helplessly stationary. Remarkable, energy fusion level at 10 already. How swift! After sensing the situation within himself, Vegito was astounded to think that a year prior, the energy fusion level was merely 1. This implied that for the fusion to occur naturally, it would take a full century. Yet, the skirmish just now lasted less than 10 minutes. Achieving a level of 9, this meant that 1 minute of fierce combat equated to a year of automatic energy fusion. In this light, there was no need for haste. Even if Frieza was snatched away as an opponent, he could wait for Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan before sparring. An hour and a half would suffice. And Goku would undoubtedly be eager to comply. Furthermore, as time progressed, the greater the energy fusion, the stronger Vegito would become. He had already been suppressing his power while battling Frieza, and continuing in this manner would likely diminish the effectiveness of his efforts. This was the primary reason Vegito tacitly allowed Goku to claim the kill. However, Vegito had overestimated Goku. He could only withstand a few rounds before the burden of the 20 times Kaio-Ken became unbearable. Oh no! Goku's body flickered with red light before collapsing, only to be violently struck in the face by Frieza. With a resounding crash, Goku crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. I'll 1T grant you a third chance. Frieza was relentless, unleashing a colossal energy blast that was insufficient. After it detonated, he dove downward, aiming to strike Goku in the crater. Even if Goku had perished from the energy blast, he intended to deliver a final blow. Goku! Dad! Krillin, Gohan, and the others were aghast, while Piccolo shouted, Goku! Eat a Senzu bean. Time was running out. Frieza cackled sinisterly. He could see Goku amidst the rubble. He was indeed still alive, barely clinging to life, but retrieving a Senzu bean in his current state was a near impossibility. And Frieza would not grant Goku the opportunity. Frieza, die! Several energy blasts struck Frieza as he descended, launched by Vegeta. This proud Saiyan prince could not tolerate being disregarded and had been seeking an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, the disparity in power was too significant. Frieza did not even spare a glance, allowing the energy blast to hit him without sustaining any damage. Damn it! Vegeta pounded the ground in frustration. Enough, Frieza. Your opponent is me. Vegito swiftly appeared beside Frieza, delivering a kick. In this critical moment, it was still Vegito who would save the day. Bang! Frieza immediately turned, raising his arms defensively, yet he was still sent sprawling by Vegeto's kick. I was already prepared for you. Did you think I would be caught off guard? However, a smirk crept on his lips. Oh no, his target is Goku. Krillin and the others, as observers, quickly discerned Frieza's intent. Frieza had intentionally endured Vegeto's kick to adjust his position and accelerate towards Goku. Why bother? Vegito sighed. This Frieza was truly insufferable. Possessing undeniable strength, he still resorted to underhanded tactics and schemes at this moment. Vegito could have utilized instant transmission to intercept Frieza, yet he refrained, allowing Frieza to reach Goku. He realized that Frieza did not intend to kill Goku. Sure enough, Frieza did not strike directly. Instead, he seized Goku by the neck and lifted him. Turning to Vegito with a triumphant grin, what to do now? I have a hostage. Energy coalesced at his fingertips, aimed at Goku's heart. Once again, he resorted to his old tricks, threatening them to, don't worry about me. Vegito, just kill him. Goku, now harboring murderous intent, understood that Frieza must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, they would all be in grave danger. What will it be? Will you heed his words, or will you abandon resistance? Frieza regarded Goku with indifference, merely smiling at Vegito. Whoosh! The response was a ki blast, shot from Vegito's fingertip. What? Frieza's expression shifted slightly. He managed to evade just in time, but a scar now marred his face. Vegito maintained a cheerful demeanor, shaking his head. Frieza, you have indeed disappointed me. I initially thought you, as a cosmic emperor, would possess sufficient grace, but alas, I misjudged you. What do you mean? Frieza's expression darkened, feeling belittled. I merely wish to convey that you are at this level. Engaging you is tedious. Vegito shook his head, stating, moreover, I could not care less about Goku's fate. Even if he were to perish, he could simply be revived with the Dragon Balls, due to Frieza's sudden appearance. The Grand Elder of Namek had been deeply stirred, passing away prematurely, resulting in Porunga only granting the wish to revive Piccolo before vanishing. However, with Piccolo revived, the Earth-S Dragon was also restored, and the Dragon Balls remained usable. Frieza, you have miscalculated. Vegeta suddenly erupted in laughter. The Vegito, standing before you, is the legendary Super Saiyan, the perfect warrior. How could I exhibit mercy? Do you think I'm a fool like Kakarot? Frieza, your doom is nigh. Your end has arrived before the Super Saiyan. After countless frustrations, Vegeta ultimately recognized the reality. Him, Vegito, whose power remained an enigma, could very well be the Super Saiyan. Whoosh! A ki blast pierced through Vegeta's heart. Frieza! Vegeta's eyes widened, utterly unprepared for his life to end in such a manner. Frieza snorted disdainfully, tossing Goku aside, landing him next to Vegeta. I detest your incessant prattle about Super Saiyans. Do you think I, Frieza, am just anyone? Even if a Super Saiyan truly exists, they would not stand a chance against me. I was merely toying with you earlier, not expecting to be underestimated. Well then, let me show you the true terror of me. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. He twisted his neck, and his expression finally turned serious. Chapter 050. The dazzling appearance of Super Saiyan Vegito. Unfortunately, Vegito had already lost interest in Frieza. What he desired was a direct and visceral confrontation. Frieza was incapable of providing that. At the slightest inconvenience, he would resort to underhanded tactics. Vegeta, considering our shared Saiyan heritage, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Vegito glanced at Vegeta, choosing not to revive him with a Senzu bean. Perhaps, only after experiencing death once could Vegeta truly grasp the essence of life. In any case, it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Balls of Earth would be used to resurrect those slain by Frieza and his minions. Including the current Vegeta. In the original tale, Vegeta had also perished once, and upon arriving on Earth, his character gradually transformed. Otherwise, with his original demeanor, how could he ever come to value familial bonds? How could he have caught Bulma's eye? The previously vacant expression in Vegeta's eyes suddenly regained a flicker of focus. Are you truly a Super Saiyan? This question was undoubtedly what he most urgently wished to know. Vegito nodded slightly. Then allow me to make it clear to you. Boom! A flash of electricity surged, and Vegito instantly transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed state, his hair standing upright except for his bangs, and golden flames enveloping him. This abrupt transformation and the explosive surge of energy left everyone utterly astonished. The so-called Super Saiyan was merely a transformation state. As long as one's power reached a certain threshold and was subjected to specific stimuli, transformation was possible. In this state, strength was 50 times the norm. Vegito cast a glance at Vegeta and calmly stated, "With your potential, if you diligently train, you too shall one day attain this realm. 50 times." Everyone present collectively gasped in disbelief. They could no longer gauge Vegito's actual strength. The latent potential of Earthlings was rendered utterly insignificant before Super Saiyan. Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, his mind buzzing with disbelief. 100 million multiplied by 50 equals 5 billion. Right? He had only just begun to take things seriously. Was it really necessary to escalate to such a level? How was he supposed to fight like this? Should he just use his head? So that's how it is. Vegeta suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. The rumors he had heard were indeed true. Super Saiyans were the mightiest warriors, far surpassing Frieza. Knowing this was sufficient. Yet he still felt a pang of dissatisfaction. For Vegito was correct. Upon hearing the definition of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta understood that with his talent, he would one day reach that level, but alas, he would no longer have the opportunity. Vegeta felt a deep sense of regret, but no matter how unwilling he was. Having his heart pierced, enduring this long was already a miracle. Ultimately, Vegeta succumbed to death. Except for Son Goku, no one would willingly come to his aid. Not even Raditz or Nappa, for their current power levels were vastly inferior. Reviving Vegeta only to have him ride on their shoulders. Saiyans were very pragmatic. As for Son Goku, he was barely able to save himself, let alone save others. So this is a Super Saiyan. Truly remarkable. Frieza was internally panicking, his composure faltering as he stumbled backward, his former demeanor as the Cosmic Emperor completely lost. Vegito paid him no mind, his heart brimming with astonishment. Transforming into a Super Saiyan could actually accelerate the fusion of energy. Although this speed was not as swift as direct combat, it was several times faster than automatic energy fusion. Was it due to the explosive surge in ki and the enhancement of power that allowed for greater control over energy? If that were the case, Vegito suddenly broke into laughter. You're all frightened by a mere Super Saiyan form. What if I told you? There is more to come? What? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. This was too exhilarating. 50 times more, and that's just the initial transformation. Upon hearing this, Son Goku's face flushed with excitement. As if rejuvenated, he then leaped up, hastily retrieving a Senzu bean to consume. Oh my! Only then did Krillin and the others realize they had completely forgotten about Son Goku. Any normal person hearing Vegito's words would likely suffer from hypertension, let alone Son Goku in his injured state. Had he not had the Senzu bean, he would have surely perished moments ago. Nevertheless, Son Goku seemed unfazed, his face filled with eagerness and anticipation as he looked at Vegito, shouting, "Vegito, is what you say true? Is there an even stronger state? Can we witness it? What a joke! This must be a jest. This is utterly impossible." Frieza's terror was now unmistakably evident on his face, both internally and externally. "Then allow me to show you." Vegito smiled slightly. He was eager to discover whether continuing to transform would further accelerate the fusion of energy. Thus, he decided to show off a bit, which was perfectly reasonable. Boom! The golden aura surrounding Vegito swelled dramatically, shifting from a flame-like form to a jet-like one, with blue arcs of electricity flickering intermittently. His bangs reduced to a mere tuft, the rest standing upright, and his gaze became sharper. This is Super Saiyan 2, with strength double that of before. Next, we shall witness Super Saiyan 3. What? There's more. Vegito clenched his fists tightly, and with a mighty roar, the very ground trembled violently. His previously upright hair rapidly elongated, cascading down to his waist. The golden eyebrows vanished, the brow bone lowered, and his face bore a resolute expression, as if chiseled from stone. In his singular light green irises, deep blue pupils emerged, The golden aura surrounding him transformed into radiant light, stabilizing as the previously sporadic blue arcs became denser. How about that? This is Super Saiyan 3. My power is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. Thus, in this state, my strength is a staggering 400 times the norm. Vegito felt a sense of pride, as it was indeed his first time showcasing such prowess. Chapter 051. The Destruction of Namek. Beep beep beep. Battle power. 24 billion. Strength. 600 billion. Krillin and the others stared in disbelief as the scouter displayed these figures, leaving them aghast, mouths agape in utter shock. Gulp. Krillin swallowed hard, his expression dazed as he murmured, "How could the strength be 600 billion? Shouldn't T 400 times be 4 billion? He distinctly remembered Vegito's battle with Frieza, where the power was merely 5 million, with a strength of only 100 million. Yet now, what happened to the promised 400 times? Moreover, even 400 billion would have been surreal, but now it skyrocketed to 600 billion. Was this defying the heavens? No. Piccolo, possessing an invisible scouter, wore a similarly astonished expression, but unlike Krillin, he was not as bewildered. Perhaps this was Vegito's true strength? Previously, the 100 million strength was merely a playful jest with Frieza. Now, not only strength, but even his surface battle power, Vegito had far surpassed everyone. However, they were unaware that the 600 billion strength was merely Vegito's surface power. 10, with his 3 eyes wide open, forced himself to remain composed. I am more curious about how such a vast disparity in battle power and strength came to be. Even if Vegito stated our current realm was insufficient to comprehend, knowing wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Yet I cannot help but be intrigued. I am equally curious. Krillin awkwardly scratched his head. In truth, everyone shared the same sentiment. For aside from Son Goku using the Kaio-Ken, such discrepancies in battle power and strength had never been observed in others, even in potential states. So, what kind of realm was this? Would understanding it allow for strength enhancement while maintaining battle power? Had the energy intensity also increased? At this moment, Vegeta was contemplating the state of his body that a year ago, shortly after consuming the super divine water, he effortlessly achieved a 20-fold energy compression. However, over the past year, despite his numerous attempts, he remained stagnant at that 20-fold state, unable to progress further. His astonishment, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3 now, his energy intensity surged, directly escalating to 25 times. Presently, his energy intensity stood at 600 billion, indicating that his base level had reached a staggering 1.5 billion. Naturally, this was still far from his peak form. Yet in the span of merely 1 year, this newly cultivated energy had attained such a level, suggesting that it would not be long before he surpassed his original strength. In addition to the increase in intensity, his energy fusion rate had also skyrocketed to 12, with fusion efficiency multiplying several times over. If this trend continued, even without actively seeking out adversaries for battle, and instead allowing his energy to assimilate naturally, he could achieve full fusion within 2 to 3 years. Of course, this was contingent upon maintaining the Super Saiyan 3 form, which was evidently unfeasible. In the Super Saiyan 3 state, even without engaging in combat, energy would dissipate at an alarming rate, making it unsustainable for long durations. This is why, in the original narrative, Goku rarely employed the Super Saiyan 3 transformation in battle. Frieza appeared somewhat deranged, yet his expression soon contorted into a sinister grimace. However, even as a Super Saiyan, survival in the universe is impossible, isn't it? What are you planning, Frieza? Goku felt an immediate sense of foreboding and shouted as he lunged forward. It was too late. Even Vegeta could not intervene. Frieza wore a smirk of triumph, reverting to his former guise as the Emperor of the universe, while you were lost in the awe of the Super Saiyan transformation. I quietly redirected energy underground, obliterating the planet's core. This planet will explode in no more than 5 minutes, and you shall all perish. What? The hearts of everyone present sank, their faces paling. In 5 minutes. Even if they boarded a spaceship, they would scarcely escape far. The aftermath of the planet's explosion would surely obliterate their craft as well. We're doomed. Raditz trembled in fear. Enough with the chatter. We must devise a plan. Nappa gritted his teeth. What plan could there be? Unless we can instantaneously teleport to another planet, we are left with no options. Raditz had resigned himself to despair. However, his words sparked a glimmer of hope in Krillin's eyes. Wait. Instant transmission. We can have Shenron teleport us to Earth. Goten voiced his confusion. But Porunga from Namek is no longer here. No, we still have the Earth-S dragon. Piccolo stated firmly. I have conveyed our intentions to King Kai. He will relay the message to Earth. Are we going to be directly transported back? Krillin and the others were elated. Piccolo shook his head. No, we must wish for the resurrection of those slain by Frieza's minions. What? As long as that wish was granted, the Elder would also be revived, enabling them to use Porunga to relocate alongside the Namekians. Piccolo elaborated. Understanding dawned upon Krillin and the others, who marveled at Piccolo's wisdom and composure. However, time was of the essence. They had only 5 minutes left. Meanwhile, Goku unleashed a 20-fold Kaio-Ken and engaged Frieza in combat. Vegeta pondered whether to intervene. He had not anticipated Frieza's treachery, exploiting his transformation to stealthily sabotage the planet's core. Who could have foreseen such cunning? In that moment of transformation, the chaotic energy aura had obscured even Vegeta's perception of Frieza's underhanded tactics. Frieza, feigning a facade of fear and horror, was secretly plotting mischief. Indeed, this villain was exceedingly nefarious. Goku, empowered by the 20-fold Kaio-Ken, fought fiercely, driving Frieza back. Upon the third strenuous application of the 20-fold Kaio-Ken, Goku's body began to adapt gradually. Even if his battle power did not increase, the stability of his output improved significantly. You wretched monkey! Even if you defeat me, it's futile. I can survive in the vacuum of space, whereas your chances of survival are significantly lower. Frieza, despite being stronger than Goku, found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, his full energy state could not be maintained indefinitely due to its tremendous drain on stamina. But he had been in this state for quite some time and was now feeling fatigued, while simultaneously needing to guard against Vegeta. Thus he was reluctant to engage Goku further. Nevertheless, Goku pressed on, launching a relentless assault while shouting to Vegeta. Vegeta, what is the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan? You mentioned that once the power reaches a certain level, a specific stimulus would trigger the transformation. What is that stimulus? Oh, Vegeta raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that Goku was attempting to grasp the essence of the Super Saiyan transformation. It made sense, though Goku's comprehension could not be deemed the finest in the Dragon Ball universe. He was certainly among the elite. Even before mastering Ki or sensing energy, he had managed to execute the Kamehameha after merely observing Master Roshi. In Dragon Ball Super, he even mastered Ultra Instinct, a technique that even deities found challenging to control. Now, if Goku had gleaned some insight from witnessing Vegeta's transformation, a little guidance might suffice for him to achieve the transformation himself. Something Vegeta was entirely willing to facilitate. Moreover, he was curious to see if Goku could indeed succeed without the risk of dying. Thus, he did not hold back and directly reveal the answer. Rage. Utterly intense rage is the key. Rage? Goku kicked Frieza away, then floated high into the air, calmly closing his eyes, even retracting the Kaio-Ken to revert to his base form of the T. That moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The normally sunlit Namek experienced an unprecedented twilight that, in Vegeta's perception, a multitude of energy signatures emerged, rapidly accumulating to nearly 100. Ultimately, in the distance, a colossal green, plump lizard appeared. Vegeta, Goku! Below, Piccolo shouted, the Earth-S dragon has resurrected Porunga. We must wish to transport everyone except Frieza to Earth. What do you think? After they made their first wish, Frieza had charged in, leading to Porunga's untimely demise. Now that Porunga was revived, he was certainly nearby. Moreover, Piccolo was fluent in the Namekian language. Thus he could complete the wish without waiting for other Namekians to arrive. Vegeta glanced at Goku, who was radiating an increasingly potent energy. With hints of golden light flickering that it seemed that with just a little more time, he could achieve the transformation. You all should leave, Goku, and I will stay, Vegeta declared. Besides, we must deal with Frieza here. Piccolo had also heard Frieza's earlier remarks. Realizing that Frieza's survival in the void of space meant the impending explosion would likely have minimal effect on him. Given Frieza's nature, he indeed needed to be dealt with, otherwise he would pose a future threat to Earth. Take care of yourselves, then. Piccolo smirked slightly. If you perish, I will ensure they use the Dragon Balls to revive you. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, finding that line oddly familiar. Oh right, he had said something similar to Krillin during his potential training experiment. He had not anticipated that Piccolo would develop a sense of humor. It seemed that rebirth had indeed brought about change and growth. Grant me eternal life, Frieza. Suddenly, a loud shout drew the attention of everyone present. As they discerned the situation, their expressions involuntarily shifted. That cunning Frieza had once again resorted to underhanded tactics, stealthily approaching the dragon of Namek to make a wish after recognizing it. Unfortunately, the eternal dragon, Porunga, could only grant wishes made in the Namekian language, rendering any other language utterly disregarded. Thus, after making his wish, when nothing transpired and all eyes turned coldly upon him, Frieza found himself in a state of utter fury. Piccolo, wishing to avoid a prolonged ordeal, seized the moment to utter a series of incantations. I understand now that a flash of red light flickered in Porunga's eyes as he proclaimed, except for these 3 individuals, all others shall be transported to Earth. Wait a moment. The recently resurrected Vegeta finally grasped the situation. Pointing at Goku, who shimmered with golden light at the horizon, and shouted, Vegito, what on earth is happening with Kakarot? Tell me at once. An ominous intuition gnawed at him. Was Kakarot about to transform into a Super Saiyan? How could such a lowly warrior accomplish that? What had transpired during his absence? Regrettably, before Vegito could respond. And indeed, he had no intention of doing so. Under Porunga's command, everyone except for Vegito, Goku, and Frieza vanished, including Porunga himself. Chapter 053. The end. Goku is abandoned. How infuriating. Those damned bastards. Frieza seethed as he witnessed Piccolo and the others vanish before his eyes, along with Porunga, while the immortality he so desired slipped away. His rage reached a boiling point. Vegito chuckled mockingly. Frieza, spare yourself the trouble. No one will assist you in achieving your desires. Moreover, the powers of the Dragon Balls from Namek are limited. Even if you somehow acquired immortality through them, I would still be able to eliminate you. What? Frieza had never contemplated this aspect. The powers of the Dragon Balls were indeed finite. Of course, they are limited. Otherwise, how could the Namekians allow you to bully them? They could simply wish for your disappearance. Vegito regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool. So, even if I attained immortality, it would merely mean remaining youthful. Anyone stronger than me could still kill me. Frieza ground his teeth in frustration. You are quite astute, Frieza, Vegito remarked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Frieza felt a sense of disdain directed at him. Boom! At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant golden light. What? Frieza's expression shifted to one of horror. Goku had truly transformed into a Super Saiyan in just a matter of minutes. Indeed, Goku had succeeded. The golden light sword. He instantaneously entered the Super Saiyan state, his hair a brilliant gold, and his eyes a striking blue, his demeanor exuding a chilling intensity. So, this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. Goku marveled at the power surging within him, astonished by its overwhelming strength. However, in his initial transformation, he found himself unable to suppress the rising bloodlust within, fueled by boundless rage, yet possessing a calm mind. This internal conflict felt paradoxical and deeply unsettling that he feared what actions he might take in this state, potentially committing deeds he would regret for a lifetime. Vegito, how can I control my emotions after transforming? Goku inquired, somewhat perturbed. Even after becoming a Super Saiyan, with unprecedented power, he instinctively regarded Vegito as his guide in life. After all, Vegito could even transform into Super Saiyan 3, yet Vegito was equally bewildered. What emotions? Isn't it just like usual? Oh right, he suddenly recalled. During his own transformation, he experienced no emotional fluctuations due to the full power of the Super Saiyan state. However, he quickly tapped into his memories of Goku and Vegeta's first transformations. Understanding the sensations involved, you needn't deliberately control it. Simply be yourself. Vegito advised that I end the Super Saiyan state. Your mind will be clear and calm, so there is no need to worry about acting out of line. Once you adapt to this state, it will no longer feel contradictory. I end the original narrative. Goku's first transformation resulted in a significant shift in his personality. He was well aware of this and feared he might do something regrettable, which prompted him to send Gohan away at the first opportunity. That's so. Then I shall rest easy. Goku turned to Frieza, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power surging to 50 times its previous level, rendering Frieza exceedingly weak in his eyes. After all, in the original narrative, he was a regular 3 million power level. Here, however, he stood at 5 million, and upon transformation, his power skyrocketed to 250 million, effectively doubling Frieza's strength. Haha! Frieza chuckled awkwardly, but he wasn't particularly flustered. The time until the planet's explosion was drawing near. What does it matter if you kill me? Without the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, you'll all perish as well. Frieza seemed resigned to his fate, appearing to make one final desperate attempt. If I flee now, perhaps I might still make it, provided my spaceship is fast enough. I would love to continue this fight with you, but it seems you're no longer my opponent. Goku observed as Frieza displayed no intent to fight. He too relaxed. Vegito, how do we return? However, just as he turned around, Frieza's furious shout rang out from behind. Die, you damned wild monkey. An energy blast erupted from Frieza's hand, charged with the last vestiges of his power. Frieza was acutely aware that he lacked the ability to harm Vegito. But Goku, it was entirely possible that he could even kill him. Frieza, yet he had underestimated Goku, or rather, the essence of the Super Saiyan. Goku immediately turned around, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that engulfed Frieza in an instant. You remain so naive. Vegito shook his head as he approached. Haha. Goku reverted to his normal state, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Well, if you weren't this way, you wouldn't be called Goku. Vegito had no desire to change him. Everyone possesses their own understanding. Goku was not ignorant. Rather, it was simply his perspective on life. Relax, I'll use instant transmission to take you back. Vegito placed his hand on Goku's shoulder, sensing the direction of Earth. The ordinary version of instant transmission relies on sensing energy. In contrast, the divine version is based on spatial awareness. As long as one knows the coordinates, they can materialize at that point. Whoosh! Instant transmission was successfully executed. Vegito vanished, leaving Goku standing in place, utterly bewildered. Chapter 054. GT Time Space, Vegeta, and Baby, what in the world? Upon arriving through instant transmission, Vegito was taken aback by his surroundings. All around him was nothingness, a void of space, filled only with a profound sense of suffocation and overwhelming pressure. Moreover, where had Goku gone? Weren't they supposed to teleport together? Space. Had he miscalculated the instant transmission? Vegito pondered deeply. As for the lack of oxygen, that was genuinely not an issue for Vegito. Ordinary Saiyans indeed cannot survive in the vacuum of space, but even the original him could endure with the protection of an energy shield. As for now, with the power of divine rules in effect, he felt nothing at all. Vegito had never employed instant transmission before. If it were the ordinary version based on energy perception, he wouldn't have made a mistake with Goku's memories in mind. However, attempting the divine version based on spatial awareness for the first time, he hadn't anticipated such an error. Not only had he teleported to an unknown expanse of space, but he had also lost Goku. The Namekian planet should have exploded by now, and he wondered if Goku had managed to escape. Nevertheless, it was done now. If necessary, he could always make it up to him later, observing his surroundings. Although the area was devoid of life, shrouded in darkness with only a few distant stars twinkling, he still recognized that this was likely the former location of Namek. Namek, after the explosion, it transformed into nothingness. This is understandable, yet hardly resembles the aftermath of a recent detonation. Could it be that I have traversed time and space, arriving in a distant future? A sudden realization struck Vegeta. His instantaneous movement relies on the power of rules for traversal, which he believed to be akin to that of the Supreme Kai. However, upon reflection, it seems quite plausible that it differs significantly. This is because Vegeta's rules encompass the principles of time and space. If one were to isolate the spatial rules, it might align with those of the Supreme Kai, but presently, it inherently involves the rules of time. Thus, has he indeed instantaneously traversed time and space? Well, Vegeta felt somewhat overwhelmed. It would be best to return to Earth for clarity. As long as he encounters Goku and the others, he should discern the nature of this timeline. Frankly, despite the miscalculation in his teleportation, Vegeta felt a surge of joy within. This incident unveiled a new ability. Time travel. Active traversal and passive traversal are entirely different matters. If he thoroughly studies this newfound power, perhaps he could return to his own timeline and seek vengeance against Beerus. Vegeta placed his index finger upon his forehead, attentively sensing the energy of Earth's location, and soon captured a familiar aura. Whoosh! His form vanished from sight, only to reappear on Earth. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Vegeta was momentarily bewildered. "Who are you?" he inquired, as a figure nearby grew alert. The speaker was a middle-aged version of Vegeta, albeit with an unusual appearance. Silver-white hair adorned with red streaks on his forehead and chin, and red pupils. Beside this Vegeta stood Piccolo, a youthful Gohan, and Goten. Vegeta stroked his chin for a moment before realization dawned upon him. The GT timeline? Baby? Thus, the current timeline suggests that Baby, taking advantage of Goku's absence while he collected Dragon Balls in the universe, has implanted living eggs in Earth's populace, transforming them into Zoanbarians, while he himself has possessed Vegeta's body. How intriguing! Vegeta suddenly felt a surge of interest. The warriors of this timeline possess formidable strength. Even Piccolo's power surpasses that of the Fat Buu from Dragon Ball Z, therefore. He could seize this opportunity to merge the power of rules entirely. Eventually, only the ability for time-space instantaneous travel would remain. And if he could dissect it, he could return home. Although he initially held disdain for his own timeline, every individual must have roots. Ultimately, his stronghold lies within that realm. Even if he is not physically present, he must possess the ability to return at any moment. Who exactly are you? Why have you suddenly appeared here? Baby Vegeta, growing impatient with Vegeta's silence, pressed further, with all Earthlings implanted with living eggs. This unexpected arrival was an anomaly that required clarification. Moreover, from the sensed aura, this individual seemed quite formidable. However, before Vegeta could respond, Baby waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Never mind. Once I implant you with a living egg, you will willingly divulge everything." Goten, test his strength. "Yes, Lord Baby." Goten chuckled and, without greeting, transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching a powerful punch at Vegeta. Beep, beep, beep. Power level: 50 billion intensity, 80 billion due to Goten's swift movement. Vegeta had no time to transform, merely crossing his arms in defense, resulting in Goten's punch sending him flying. Boom! Vegeta crashed into a small mountain, becoming momentarily buried beneath the rubble. Of course, such an attack posed little threat to him, and he soon emerged from the debris, unscathed. With a Super Saiyan power level of 50 billion, his base form must be merely 10 billion, confirming he is indeed the weakest in the GT timeline. However, the additional 30 billion in intensity is likely due to Baby's enhancement post-possession. Vegeta assessed the situation, realizing that without utilizing his primal power, his base combat strength stood at about 1.5 billion, allowing for a fair contest against Goten. "What? You're unscathed!" Goten exclaimed in disbelief, preparing to charge again. Piccolo suddenly shouted from the side, "Goten, be careful. He is also a Saiyan." What? Not only was Goten taken aback, but even Gohan and Baby Vegeta paused momentarily. Piccolo pointed at Vegeta, proclaiming, "Look behind him. He too has a tail." Indeed, as Vegeta advanced step by step, a distinctive Saiyan tail swayed behind him. Baby Vegeta's expression darkened. There are still stragglers among the Saiyans. I thought only these few remained on Earth. Gohan shook his head, saying, "We haven't encountered him before. We're not quite sure. Regardless, he was meant to be dealt with, whether he is a Saiyan or not. The outcome remains unchanged. This is even better. My hatred for the Saiyans has found another outlet." Baby Vegeta's countenance grew grim. He shouted once more at Goten, "Hurry and eliminate him. Just seeing you Scion monkeys makes me want to explode with rage. Yes, Lord Baby. Goten showed no reaction to Baby's taunts against Scions, for he too harbored animosity towards the Scions due to the implanted living eggs within him. Boom! At that moment, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. With an intensity of 15 billion, it instantaneously surged to 750 billion, merely 50 billion below Goten. However, due to the 25-fold compression, his apparent combat power was a mere 3 billion. So, you can also transform. How unfortunate that you are not my match. Goten swiftly gauged Vegeta's aura, realizing it was only 3 billion, far inferior to his own. Thus, he unleashed merely half of his power, believing it sufficient to easily overpower Vegeta. The others shared this sentiment, showing no concern for Goten. But was it truly that simple? A slight smile crept upon Vegeta's lips. If Goten were to exert his full power, he would first have to endure some hardship. He needed to merge some energy before he could mount a counterattack. Yet presently, it seemed unnecessary to consider such matters. Vegeta elevated his aura to match Goten's, swiftly initiating an assault. What? Goten was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected strength. Momentarily caught off guard, by the time he regained his composure, he was already on the defensive, being pushed back by a relentless series of attacks, leaving him no time to gather energy. Damn it. You've been concealing your strength. Goten, believing himself to be set up, seethed with anger. Although he couldn't unleash all his energy at once, he could steadily increase his power during the intervals of Vegeta's assaults. However, as Goten's power rose, Vegeta's strength also escalated, leaving Goten perpetually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? He thought, astonished, as he gradually increased his power to about 80, yet still fell short against Vegeta. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta was inwardly elated. With his transformation into Super Saiyan, the rate of energy fusion was significantly faster than during his battle with Frieza. In this brief moment, the energy fusion progress that had previously reached 10 was now at 15. And this was merely the beginning. Boom! At that instant, taking advantage of Vegeta's momentary distraction while sensing the situation within, Goten fully unleashed his energy. An overwhelming aura of 80 billion surged forth. What is happening? On the other side, baby Vegeta's expression turned slightly grave. After possessing Vegeta, he held the strongest power among those present. Yet, fundamentally, he was nothing but a parasite with nearly zero combat experience. While others had long recognized the situation, he only noted the anomaly when Goten fully erupted. Lord Baby, this Scion's power is formidable, but he likely concealed his strength earlier. His true combat power is comparable to Goten's. Relying solely on Goten to subdue him may prove more difficult than anticipated. The speaker is Piccolo, renowned for his calm intellect and wisdom. Although it currently appears that Vegeta's energy intensity is not yet on par with Goten's, Piccolo firmly believes that Goten alone cannot defeat Vegeta. His assertion serves as a request to Baby, indicating his intention to join the battle. Is he truly that formidable? Even Goten is no match for him. Baby expresses surprise. Nevertheless, the more powerful the Scions, the better for him. Once he absorbs their Scion energy, he will become exponentially stronger. You should join in as well. Hold off on defeating him for now and test his limits. Baby makes a decision he might regret for a lifetime. Yes, Lord Baby. Although Piccolo does not entirely agree with this course of action, he does not voice his opposition. Having been implanted with Baby's eggs, they are merely required to follow orders without their own thoughts. Boom! Vegeta collides directly with Goten, a powerful shockwave radiating outward, shattering countless rocks, while the ground seems to have been plowed, sinking several meters. Though the clash appears evenly matched, Vegeta's strength subtly begins to surpass Goten's. Before Goten can continue his assault, Vegeta suddenly unleashes an even more potent aura, delivering a rapid second punch that strikes Goten squarely in the abdomen. Wow! Goten coughs up blood, unable to control his body as he is propelled away. Thunderous roars. A massive crater appears on the ground. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 20 billion. Intensity, 25 billion. Just as Goten is sent flying, an energy alert sound behind Vegeta. Piccolo is coming. Chapter 056, Defeating Piccolo. Gohan takes the stage. Boom. Vegeta's power surges, energy fusion exceeding 15, allowing him to ascend further. His baseline battle power quickly escalates from 1.5 billion to 2 billion, continuing to rise until it halts at 2.5 billion. With a baseline battle power of 2.5 billion in Super Saiyan form, that translates to 12.5 billion. However, upon seeing the figures from the invisible detector, Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan 2 without hesitation. Boom! The aura of 12.5 billion surges again, reaching 25 billion. Yet, due to a 25-fold compression, it manifests as merely 1 billion. Of course, those present already understand that Vegeta's actual strength far exceeds the aura he displays. Witnessing his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo feels not only astonished, but also considerably more serious. I never imagined you could even transform into Super Saiyan 2. I truly wonder where you come from. However, I am quite different from that young Master Goten, who is always indulging in leisure. As Piccolo speaks, he launches a fierce attack on Vegeta. Fully unleashing his power, he indeed has the right to say such things. In a battle of base forms, no Earthling or Scion collectively could match Piccolo's might. Even Vegeta finds himself compelled to engage Piccolo in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Boom, 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 boom. This battle is evidently several levels more intense than Vegeta's earlier confrontation with Goten. They clash from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the atmosphere. Energy shockwaves radiate outward from the two, generating invisible ripples that sweep across the earth, causing volcanic eruptions in many regions and unleashing tremendous waves in the oceans. Incredible. I was actually battling a monster of this caliber, after finally catching his breath. Goten gazes at the fierce confrontation above, utterly astounded and filled with dread. That moment, he had looked down upon Vegeta, the suddenly emerging unknown, dismissing him entirely. Though ultimately defeated, he attributed it to his own carelessness. However, now, as he observes Vegeta and Piccolo evenly matched, he comprehends the reality of the situation. This is beyond his capability to handle. Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo has yet to unleash his full strength. That Scion will not be his opponent. Gohan reassures Goten, patting him on the shoulder in consolation. Although they have been implanted with baby's eggs, they merely execute baby's commands while harboring intensified animosity towards Scions. Yet, fundamentally, they maintain their individuality, and their relationships remain unchanged, provided there is no conflict with baby's directives. Otherwise, even brothers would betray each other without hesitation. Not far away, Vegeta, baby harbors some concerns, unable to discern who is truly stronger. Upon hearing Gohan's words, he feels somewhat reassured and crosses his arms, watching the battle unfold. Gohan, I have a vague memory of this person, but it is not very clear. Do you know his origins? As Vegeta, baby observes. He cannot help but delve into Vegeta's identity. The current Vegeta's aura and appearance are vastly different from before. In Vegeta's memory, he can only recall a hazy outline. However, he cannot pinpoint who it is. As for Gohan, he has never encountered Vegeta and, thus, has no way of knowing that if my father were here, he would likely know. After all, he and Uncle Vegeta are pure Scions, while we possess half-Earthling blood and know little about Scion affairs. Gohan continues to watch the aerial battle, puzzled by the ongoing stalemate. He understands Piccolo's character and suspects he may be holding back slightly due to baby's words. However, once he realizes the opponent's strength is not easily overcome, he would soon unleash his full power. Yet, at present, there seems to be no discernible difference from the beginning. Could it be that this Scion's true power is already comparable to Uncle Piccolo's? No. If that were the case, Uncle Piccolo might not have a significant chance of victory, for Scions grow stronger with each battle. Unless faced with an utterly insurmountable opponent, the victor will invariably be the Scion. Lord Baby, allow me to assist Uncle Piccolo. Though Gohan has made his decision, he still awaits Baby's judgment. Baby, unable to perceive the situation clearly, but wishing to avoid prolonging the battle, nods and says, "Go ahead, it's best to end the fight swiftly. Goku should be returning soon, and I still have a grand surprise planned for him." Yes, Lord Baby. Gohan's energy surges as he rushes toward the heart of the battlefield. In the high altitude, the fierce battle rages on. Though Piccolo's expression has turned somewhat grim, he has exhausted all his strength. Not only has he failed to defeat his opponent, but he cannot even suppress him. And his own energy is rapidly depleting, making defeat seem inevitable. Energy fusion level 25. Vegeta clenches his fist, feeling immense. It's already at a quarter. My original power is gradually returning, and I will soon far exceed my previous limits. Piccolo, I truly owe you my gratitude. However, it appears you have little energy left. Will you retreat on your own, or shall I assist you in your exit? Vegeta glances at Gohan, who is charging up from below. Addressing Piccolo. Chapter 057. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta versus the mysterious Gohan. Piccolo is genuinely reluctant, having always believed that his strength was not inferior to that of the Saiyans. Apart from Goku and his son, as well as Vegeta, who are exceptional cases, their growth cannot be defined by conventional reasoning. Furthermore, even against other Saiyans, he does not believe he would fall short. Yet now, an ordinary Saiyan emerges with such formidable strength, striking a blow to Piccolo's confidence. Uncle Piccolo, allow me to handle this. You are merely at a disadvantage in terms of physique. Gohan approaches Piccolo, stating this with understanding, having spent over 20 years together. However, Piccolo shakes his head, responding, "You are mistaken. His power is far beyond what it seems that I can feel it. Therefore, you must exert your utmost strength. Otherwise, you may not be his match." Gohan pauses for a moment, then nods. "Do not worry, Uncle Piccolo. I will be cautious at the wheel battle." "Is it?" Vegeta observes as Piccolo finishes speaking and returns to the ground, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This is precisely what he desires. Uncertain of Baby's thoughts, it was rather unexpected that he would summon each combatant from weaker to stronger, thus providing him with a prime opportunity to buffer and merge energies. Had Son Gohan been summoned from the outset, even Vegito might have found himself troubled. The Son Gohan from the GT timeline is far from ordinary. Although he has become a scholar, he has not forsaken his training since the events surrounding Majin Buu. While he may not rival Son Goku in strength, he is certainly on par with Vegeta, who can only transform into Super Saiyan 2. Of course, this refers to his mysterious state, in terms of his normal form. He would undoubtedly fall short against the relentless Vegeta. Otherwise, Baby would not have chosen to possess him. I am Son Gohan, the offspring of Scion and a human. May I inquire about your identity? Son Gohan refrained from attacking directly, exhibiting the commendable decorum of a scholar. Vegito regarded Son Gohan with keen interest, his invisible sensors having already discerned the opponent's details. Combat power, 5 billion. Strength, 6 billion. This is in his normal state, merely 5 times stronger than Son Goten. Yet unlike Goten, Son Gohan possesses not only the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2, but also a mysterious state, a form more formidable than Super Saiyan 3. After the recent energy fusion, Vegito's normal state has elevated to a combat power of 200 million and strength of 500 million. If he were to transform into Super Saiyan 3, he might just stand a chance against the mysterious Gohan. In such a brief span, Vegito is quite satisfied with his progress, allowing him to spare a moment to respond to Son Gohan's inquiry. I am Vegito. As you can see, I too am a Saiyan. Son Gohan expressed mild astonishment. Vegito. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Ah, I remember now. It was a name given after my father and Uncle Vegeta fused. However, I clearly do not believe that this Vegito is the one I know, for such a notion is simply implausible. The Vegeta of this timeline is present below, while Son Goku has been transformed into a child by the Black Star Dragon Balls, forced to traverse the universe in search of them. With a faint smile, Vegito remarked, "Let us halt the idle chatter. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall answer any questions you wish to ask. Then let us commence." Son Gohan's expression turned serious as he removed his black-framed glasses and tossed them aside. "I must apologize, but for certain reasons, this battle may conclude swiftly." With that, he let out a powerful shout, unleashing his mysterious state. Boom! A torrent of intense silver-white energy erupted from him, though not as exaggerated as a Super Saiyan transformation. Son Gohan's features sharpened, and his hair was swept upward by the energy, leaving only a sharp fringe. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 2.5 trillion. Strength, 3 trillion. Although Vegito had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by the overwhelming aura. A 500-fold increase. The mysterious state indeed surpasses Super Saiyan 3 in magnitude. This enhancement likely stems not only from the potential of a human, but also from the Saiyan blood coursing through him. Thus, even if Krillin and others were to exhaust their potential states, they would not reach the strength of Son Gohan's mysterious form. However, this is what makes it intriguing. Vegito smiled slightly before also clenching his fist. Unleashing his energy as Vegito roared, the very fabric of space trembled violently. His hair, once standing upright, elongated to his waist. Golden eyebrows vanished, the brow bone lowered, and his face took on a rugged, chiseled appearance. Deep blue pupils emerged within his singular light green irises. Surrounding him, the golden aura transformed into radiant light, stabilizing as the previously flickering blue arcs intensified, crackling and popping incessantly. Son Gohan's pupils constricted. You can even transform into Super Saiyan 3. Uncle Piccolo's instincts were indeed correct. It appears that a swift conclusion to this battle is somewhat unrealistic. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Vegito could match Piccolo in combat. Super Saiyan 3, however, is 4 times as powerful. Son Gohan felt a twinge of concern regarding the mysterious state. At this moment, Son Gohan remained unaware that Vegito's strength had doubled following their earlier bout. Otherwise, he would not merely feel concern, but would struggle to ascertain who truly held the upper hand. Combat power, 80 billion. Strength, 2 trillion. A sly grin crossed Vegito's lips. While 2 trillion against 3 trillion might pose some difficulty, if he could endure, the energy fusion would surge yet again. He had Baby to thank for this opportunity, without which he would not have found himself in such a position. Chapter 058. The might of GT Gohan with a disparity of 1 trillion in combat power. A scenario of overwhelming dominance was nearly established. Thus, Vegito wasted no time, unleashing his full strength and launching an aggressive assault on Son Gohan. What? Son Gohan had not anticipated Vegito's sudden attack, and he found himself a step behind, immediately falling into a passive position. Although Son Gohan had not neglected his training, peace had reigned on Earth for over a decade, and his combat instincts had dulled significantly. Regaining his edge would not be an easy feat. Vegito recognized this as well, striving to maintain his advantage while progressively amplifying his energy. He hurled an energy blast, which Son Gohan narrowly evaded, only to be met with a swift kick from Vegito. In comparison to Son Gohan, Vegito's combat experience was markedly superior. Having inherited the memories of both Son Goku and Vegeta, he had engaged in fierce battles against beings far beyond Son Gohan's current caliber. Thus, a simple feint was all it took for Son Gohan to be sent flying, followed by a more powerful energy blast. Boom! This time, Son Gohan was unable to evade in time and was struck head-on. Though the hastily constructed energy blast was not as refined as the Kamehameha, it had undergone a 25-fold compression, delivering a significant blow to Son Gohan. While he sustained no injuries, he was undeniably left in a state of disarray. With his stamina noticeably diminished, damn it, Son Gohan tore the tattered remnants of his suit from his body, erupting with energy as he charged back toward Vegito. His speed was astonishing, even though Vegito had anticipated the move. He still received a solid punch to the face. However, even a frontal assault, unavoidable as it was, did not leave Vegito without recourse. Explosive wave attack. Vegito gathered an energy blast, igniting it in an instant, using the explosion's force to propel himself backward. Not good. Son Gohan's expression shifted as he realized he had no time to form a counterblast. Instead, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him, only to be hurled backward by the explosion. Wu Gohan, brother, below, Piccolo and Son Goten's expressions darkened in unison, both astonished that, at the very outset, Son Gohan had fallen so far behind. Vegeta and Baby's gazes sharpened, their expressions tinged with discontent. What is happening? Shouldn't Son Gohan's strength far surpass that of his opponent? Why is this the outcome? Even if he were to underestimate his foe, there should be limits. With a resigned sigh, Piccolo explained, Lord Baby, there have been no formidable foes on Earth for many years. It is entirely natural for Gohan's body to become sluggish without high-intensity battles. However, once he finds his rhythm, The situation will undoubtedly reverse that moment. Enraged by the continuous onslaught, Son Gohan unleashed all of his power, rapidly closing the gap to Vegito and launching a relentless barrage of attacks that left Vegito scrambling. It was not that Vegito could not keep up with the speed. Rather, in the absence of his primal power, his strength was considerably diminished. With a fierce kick, Son Gohan exploited a brief opening as Vegito was sent staggering back, propelling him through the air. Boom! Vegito's body crashed heavily into the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Explosive Demon Flash, with his right hand propped against his left, Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, suddenly unleashed a highly potent energy blast from the palm of his left hand, aiming directly at the form of Vegeta. Were it the original Son Gohan, he would never have considered such an action, for launching an energy blast at the Earth could potentially obliterate it. However, having just heard Baby's discontented voice, Son Gohan dismissed such thoughts, focused solely on bringing Vegeta to his knees. For Vegeta, this was rather exhilarating. Originally, facing a power level of 2 million against 3 million seemed somewhat precarious. But now that Son Gohan had entered the fray so swiftly, the situation had become quite troublesome. Although he had been momentarily dazed by a kick, he quickly sensed the impending danger of the incoming explosive magic flash. Unable to withstand or evade it, he could do nothing but shield himself. Otherwise, the Earth would face annihilation. Energy shield. Ultimately, Vegeta steadied himself and erected an energy barrier within the vast crater, protecting himself from the impending blast. Boom! The explosive magic flash struck, erupting into a mushroom cloud. Since the full force was absorbed by Vegeta, only the residual shockwave ravaged the ground, causing minimal impact on the Earth itself. Wow, I almost couldn't hold it, Vegeta exclaimed, unable to suppress his sarcasm as he revealed himself after the energy dissipated. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he had merely expended a significant amount of energy, sustaining no actual harm. No way, he wasn't even hurt, Son Goten exclaimed, astonished. How strong is this guy? Old Son had mentioned that maintaining Super Saiyan 3 required an immense amount of energy. He surely couldn't endure for long. Piccolo's voice remained steady, as he too was astonished by Vegeta's display of power. Observing the unscathed Vegeta, Son Gohan snorted coldly. If one attack isn't enough, then allow me to unleash another. Witness my explosive magic flash. You dare to press on? Vegeta's expression shifted as he seized the opportunity, while Son Gohan's energy had yet to fully coalesce, charging forward with a long energy sword slash. The previous explosive magic flash had already drained a considerable amount of his energy. If another wave were to come, could he continue fighting? Chapter 059. Vegeta and Baby's ambush. Vegeta's energy sword slash was utterly unexpected. Even though Son Gohan sensed the danger and hastily disrupted his energy gathering to evade, he still suffered a gash across his face, a lock of hair severed. What kind of technique is this? Son Gohan furrowed his brow. Perplexed, the ability to condense energy into the form of a sword was something he had never encountered before. Why not try it and find out? Vegeta smirked, offering no explanation as he continued his assault with the energy sword. Son Gohan wore a grave expression, remaining vigilant to Vegeta's movements as he deftly dodged one energy sword attack after another. There was no choice. The intensity of the sword made from condensed energy was formidable, and he dared not block it with his bare hands, lest he be easily cut down. However, I see through your strategy. You can only go this far. After evading another energy sword slash, Son Gohan roared, unleashing his energy and instantly accelerating in the blink of an eye. He was at Vegeta's side, delivering a flurry of powerful punches in rapid succession. He was relying on his superior combat prowess to overwhelm Vegeta with sheer strength and speed. In close combat, Vegeta found no room for his energy sword, becoming increasingly constrained. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to retract the energy sword. Yet if Son Gohan thought he could win solely through speed and strength, he was sorely mistaken. Let me show you the fruits of my training. Vegeta sensed the energy fusion within him, a slight smirk forming on his lips. 40. The godly Gohan from the GT timeline was indeed formidable. In such a brief span, his energy fusion had surged from 25 to 40. Naturally, This was also related to his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. However, without the pressure exerted by Gohan, his energy fusion would not have escalated so swiftly. Boom! As Son Gohan relentlessly pressed forward with his rapid attacks, an immensely powerful aura erupted from Vegeta. The energy intensity surged from 2 million, escalating in increments 0.3 million, from million, 5 million. What? Son Gohan was sent reeling by the explosive increase in Vegeta's aura, losing control of his balance. What is happening? His face was etched with horror. His first instinct was to believe Vegeta had concealed his power. But he quickly recognized something was amiss. No, he couldn't have been this strong just moments ago. Could it be that he was the legendary Super Saiyan, growing stronger with each battle, enhancing his power in response to a formidable opponent? Son Gohan was clearly mistaken. However, for him, this was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, he could not fathom how, in such a short time, Vegeta's strength had skyrocketed from weaker than Son Goten to surpassing his own. Meanwhile, Vegeta's aura continued to amplify, ultimately stabilizing at a staggering height of 10 million. This was dire. Son Gohan's expression darkened considerably on the surface. Vegeta's aura appeared to be merely over 3 billion, yet his actual combat power had multiplied 4 to 5 times. Clearly exceeding Son Gohan's mysterious state, the ultimate flash. At that moment, a blinding beam of light shot into the sky, the energy reaction intensely volatile. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 10 million. Intensity, 12 million, just as Vegeta had finally stabilized his internal energy. The invisible detector suddenly emitted a strong alarm. Simultaneously, a massive shockwave surged upward, leaving Vegeta with no time to respond. Boom! Vegeta was struck directly by the powerful shockwave before he even had a chance to change his expression. With an intensity of 12 million, it surpassed any energy he could muster. It was clear that, had anyone else been caught off guard by such an ambush, they would have suffered severe injury, if not death. The violent energy erupted fully, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Son Gohan, caught unawares, was sent flying by the shockwave of the explosion, his body rattled by the force. Witnessing such a terrifying release of energy, even the mighty Gohan could not help but be taken aback. Did Baby just make his move? Son Gohan understood. Unlike the parasitic Baby, who had no qualms about direct confrontations, he had absorbed Son Goten's Saiyan energy when the situation turned unfavorable, unleashing his most powerful attack to ambush Vegeta while he was unprepared. Under the present circumstances, this final ultimate flash represented the maximum intensity he could achieve, with an energy intensity of 12 million. It was a staggering 4 times greater than the mysterious Gohan's, and the sudden eruption of power was enough to astonish anyone. Son Gohan, return, give me your Super Saiyan energy, quickly, Vegeta shouted urgently from the ground. He knew that this shockwave would undoubtedly affect Vegeta, but what the ultimate outcome would be remained uncertain. The only thing he could be sure of was that it would not claim Vegeta's life. Therefore, Baby required even greater strength to ensure absolute dominance. Yes, Lord Baby. Son Gohan naturally would not refuse. Swiftly returning to Baby's side, he then transformed into Super Saiyan 2, channeling his Super Saiyan power into Baby, whose aura began to ascend rapidly in that moment. Chapter 060. The Sudden Rampage of Vegeta. Boom. After absorbing Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 energy, Vegeta erupted with an exceptionally powerful aura. His previously modest hair grew significantly longer, his upper body muscles bulging and becoming more defined. His facial features became sharper, and a pair of golden shoulder pads sprouted from his shoulders. The essence of Vegeta was gradually merging with Baby's true form. Blue arcs of electricity danced around, signifying that Vegeta Baby had now ascended to the state of Super Saiyan 2. Previously, he could only harness the power of Super Saiyan 1, yet his strength had surpassed that of Gohan. And now he had entered the Super Saiyan 2 phase, his combat power having surged dramatically. Humph! With this newfound strength, not even this Saiyan monkey before me, nor even Goku upon his return, can instill fear in me. Vegeta Baby thought, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Lord Baby was undoubtedly the mightiest warrior in the universe. How could a mere Saiyan monkey possibly contend with him? Gohan, already considerably weakened, stood by, sycophantically praising him. "Humph, useless waste," Baby dismissed him with a kick, exclaiming, "The sight of you Scion monkeys ignites my fury, and to think you couldn't even defeat a Scion of unknown origin. Forcing me to intervene personally. Utterly pathetic." Gohan, silenced by the reprimand, was joined by Goten and Piccolo, who could only acquiesce. However, the Scion known as Vegito, even if not dead, was likely left with but half a life. Baby felt somewhat embarrassed for his previous overzealous display of power. In truth, he was not a truly formidable warrior, but merely a parasite, possessing Vegeta's body and amplifying its strength in terms of actual combat capability. He was lacking. Vegito, who had been evenly matched with Gohan, had suddenly surged in strength. Though Baby believed himself stronger than Gohan, and perhaps even superior to Vegito after his enhancement, a sense of unease lingered within him. Thus, he promptly summoned Gohan back, absorbing the Super Saiyan energy to further elevate his own power, ensuring greater security. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, reverberating through the air, causing the atmosphere to tremble and leaving Baby, Gohan, and others aghast. "You wretched parasite, I shall slay you." As the residual energy from the explosion dissipated, Vegeto's figure emerged, appearing unscathed, his aura even more potent than before. Yet, his expression was one of intense fury. "This is impossible," Baby gasped in shock. Vegito not only remained unharmed, but had grown stronger. "Die!" Answered by a swift and powerful fist, Vegito darted from the sky to the ground, landing before Baby and delivering a punch that sent him flying. Following swiftly, Vegito pursued the launched Baby, unleashing a flurry of brutal strikes akin to a tempest. Each blow landed with crushing force, threatening to reduce Baby to a mere pulp, thus barely having had the chance to showcase his newfound power. Super Saiyan 2 Baby became a mere punching bag. With each blow, his form contorted grotesquely, and despite his robust physique allowing him to revert to his original shape, he was soon distorted anew. If there had been onlookers, they would surely have cried out in sympathy for Baby. Lord Baby, Gohan, Goten, and Piccolo were in a state of panic. Yet, they found themselves drained of energy, and the level of combat between Vegito and Baby was beyond their reach. They could only watch helplessly from a distance. "Baby, I will take your life," Vegito declared, launching Baby into the air with a kick, his hands forming a flower-like stance at his waist as he swiftly concentrated a colossal energy wave, directing it towards Baby. "What?" Baby, Gohan, and the others were taken aback. This individual could even wield the Kamehameha. Struck by the relentless assault, Baby found himself somewhat dazed, suffering injuries within. However, the Kamehameha required time to gather energy, granting him a brief moment to react. Uncertain of Vegito's sudden fury, Baby had no time to ponder. To save himself, he instinctively unleashed his life-preserving technique. "All Earthlings listen. Release your hatred for the Scions. I require your strength." Revenge Death Ball. Baby gathered energy before him. A black sphere formed from negative energy, coalescing rapidly. Simultaneously, all living beings implanted with his eggs, be they cats or dogs, ceased their activities, their faces contorting into grotesque visages as dark mists rose from them, converging at an astonishing speed towards Baby. This process, while lengthy in description, transpired instantaneously as Baby issued his command, as Vegito unleashed his Kamehameha. Baby had already begun absorbing a portion of the Earthlings' hatred towards the Scions that by the time the Kamehameha reached him, the amassed energy had swelled to a formidable level, barely holding the Kamehameha at bay. The Revenge Death Ball, composed primarily of negative energy, grew stronger with the accumulation of negative emotions, fueled by Baby's own hatred for the Scions, combined with the collective animosity of the entire Earth. It ultimately thwarted Vegito's full-power Kamehameha. Moreover, the Revenge Death Ball did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to grow in size. Combat power, 5 trillion. Strength, 20 trillion. This indicated Baby's current energy intensity, with combat power reflecting Vegeta's enhanced base strength, while intensity represented Baby's displayed power. Astonishingly, the Revenge Death Ball, once stabilized, boasted an intensity of 25 trillion. Even Vegito, consumed by fury, felt a flicker of concern. Damn it, this wretched baby is even more detestable than Frieza. That previous ambush had caught Vegito off guard, leaving him no time to react. In that critical moment, he had no choice but to unleash his base power to avoid severe injury. Naturally, such injuries could be remedied with a Senzu bean. However, the circumstances had not allowed him the luxury of contemplation. Upon sensing the threat, his subconscious had instinctively unleashed his base power, akin to reflexively closing one's eyes when a finger approaches one's eye. Once the energy erupted, it effortlessly shielded him from Baby's attack. The cost of this was that the mixed energy Vegito had been suppressing, meant solely for fusion, dissipated entirely, leaving him devoid of his original power. Energy fusion level, 49. This indicated his final progress, and his combat power had surged from 10 trillion to a staggering 20 trillion. Normal combat power, 1.7 billion. Normal strength, 50 billion. Super Saiyan 3 combat power, 68 billion. Super Saiyan 3 strength, 20 trillion. And thus, it was, his newly honed energy had become formidable, yet his original power was lost. He could no longer enhance himself through energy fusion and would have to rely on personal training for gradual improvement. Furthermore, due to the dissipation of the mixed energy, his grasp of the powers of the rules had diminished by half. Accurately, he possessed only 49, not even half of what he once had. This state of affairs rendered him considerably weaker than during his battle against Beerus, which explained Vegito's sudden fury towards Baby with a desire to eliminate him swiftly. 25 trillion in energy intensity. Vegito gazed up at the massive revenge death ball, his eyes ablaze with rage. Since he could no longer engage in energy fusion, he saw no reason to prolong this fight. With a deep breath, Vegito withdrew from Super Saiyan 3, returning to his normal state, subtly adjusting his aura to gradually calm his mind. Ha! In the lofty heights, Vegeta Baby had stabilized the situation and even turned the tide, bursting into triumphant laughter. His mirth escalated upon witnessing Vegeta retreat from his Super Saiyan 3 form, exclaiming with glee, "How about that? Have you come to understand the might of Lord Baby? You cannot defeat me. You can no longer sustain that transformation, can you? Now, brace yourself for the wrath of Lord Baby." The hatred Baby harbored for Vegeta was at its zenith. Had he not swiftly signaled the Earthlings to absorb their negative energy, he might have faced utter defeat. Thus, despite his covetous desire for Vegeta's Super Saiyan energy, he resolved not to leave this formidable foe alive. For if Vegeta were to escape his grasp, his doom would be assured. "Humph, have you lost your mind?" Vegeta merely scoffed at Baby's taunts, retorting coldly, "I have yet to fulfill my promise from earlier. How could I possibly concede defeat? My withdrawal from Super Saiyan 3 was merely a tactical shift to engage you in a different form. Ha! Do you think I am unaware? Super Saiyan 3 is the pinnacle of transformation. Are you suggesting there exists a Super Saiyan 4? Don't make me laugh." Baby expressed his disbelief at the possibility of Vegeta possessing an even greater state. "Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 exists, but I have yet to attain it," Vegeta replied icily. "However, against you, Super Saiyan 3 suffices." With a roar, a torrent of brilliant silver flames erupted from Vegeta's body, his hair standing tall save for a single lock, and his features became more pronounced. Beep, 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 battle power, 850 billion. Intensity, 25 megatons. I surmised, feeling the surge of power within him. Vegeta clenched his fist and then abruptly gazed at Baby, his eyes sharp as daggers. Is this the state of fully unleashed potential? In the distance, Son Gohan was left speechless. The term fully unleashed potential was a mysterious mode coined by Gohan himself. This sudden appearance of the Saiyan named Vegeta, who could not only transform into Super Saiyan 3, but also achieve this mysterious state, was bewildering. Well, what are you? Baby echoed the question that now lingered in the air. Unfortunately, Vegeta would not provide an answer, sneering, "When you reach the underworld, perhaps you can inquire with Yama about that, if Yama were to uncover his origins." The mysterious state for Vegeta merely represented the unlocking of his full potential. With both Earthling blood and Saiyan genes coursing through him, combined with the optimized physique of the Ultimate Warrior, he had indeed unlocked this mysterious mode. Baby, your end is nigh, Vegeta bellowed, charging towards Baby in the sky. Subtly, the powers of the rules enveloped him, and the silver flames gradually transformed into a half-particle energy state. Half-God Realm, Chapter 62. The Emergence of Black Lightning. Do you wish to kill me? Do you possess the capability? The vengeful death ball, as Baby felt the intense killing intent radiating from Vegeta. He was filled with trepidation. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the fully condensed vengeful death ball. Facing the vengeful death ball's intensity of 25 megatons, Vegeta's demeanor grew serious, yet he did not shy away. Instead, he surged forward, Dragon Fist unleashed. A golden giant dragon materialized behind Vegeta, roaring with authority. Its might overwhelming, an immense force coalesced within his fist, crashing into the black vengeful death ball. Buzz! The energies clashed violently, creating waves of force that spread outwards in tangible layers that on the surface, it appeared as if neither side had the upper hand, with the vengeful death ball seeming slightly disadvantaged. Baby clenched his teeth in frustration and channeled even more power into the vengeful death ball. The sheer magnitude of this extreme energy was overwhelming. It was on the verge of exploding, and with a miscalculation, it could annihilate not just Earth, but potentially the entire solar system that lay in the distance. Gohan and others watched in horror, filled with anxiety. However, just as they anticipated the imminent explosion, they suddenly heard Vegeta's thunderous shout, followed by an unexpected turn of events. Energy purification. The black vengeful death ball transformed into white at a visible speed, rebounding back toward Baby. No, this is impossible. Baby shrieked in terror. Such colossal extreme energy had long surpassed his control, and now it was being turned against him. Filled with dread, Baby thrust his hands forward, desperately trying to regain control of the vengeful death ball. Die, Baby! It would be too lenient for you to perish so easily, Vegeta roared, using the force of the Dragon Fist to propel the purified vengeful death ball towards Baby. If Goku could achieve this, what could possibly stop Vegeta? Energy purification was a mere feat. With the power of the rules at his disposal, it was not a difficult task, of course, since Vegeta was not at his peak strength. His current extreme battle power was nearly equal to Baby's. Thus, employing the Dragon Fist and energy purification had drained a significant portion of his energy, and it was not as effortless as it appeared. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the combined force of the vengeful death ball and the Dragon Fist left devastation in its wake, shocking even Gohan and the others who trembled in fear. Fortunately, while the purified vengeful death ball was potent, it was akin to ki energy and would not cause significant harm to Earth. Exhaling deeply, Vegeta descended to the ground, retrieving a Senzu bean from his pocket and consuming it. Instantly restoring his strength to its peak, this time he had truly unleashed his fury, pouring forth all his power. Yet despite the battle's intensity, he felt a sense of loss. Even if he vanquished Baby, the resentment in his heart would remain. Originally intended to hone his newfound energy, he had inadvertently inflated its intensity. His dismay. He felt he had lost his original strength, akin to gaining a sesame seed, but losing a watermelon. Just as Vegeta was overwhelmed with dissatisfaction, he suddenly noticed a shift in the elusive black lightning within him. Previously a mere arc of darkness, it had grown more pronounced, now shimmering with hints of golden light. Detectable by Vegeta, as he focused his thoughts on the black lightning, he sensed an unfathomable energy contained within, far surpassing his peak power. Most astonishingly, the energy he thought lost, the essence of his power and the mixed rule energy, was now encapsulated within this black lightning. What is this? The recovery of energy was indeed a momentous occasion for Vegeta, yet his mind remained puzzled. What origin did this black lightning have to preserve his strength? Moreover, it appeared to possess a nature far superior to mixed energy, as it could encompass them all. Could it be absorbed and fused? After a brief attempt, Vegeta's countenance brightened with joy. Although energy flowed into the black lightning, he could still enhance it through fusion. And the degree of enhancement seemed even greater. This what they call a blessing in disguise. The displeasure that had once clouded his mind dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy as the energy in the high sky subsided. The disheveled Vegeta Baby reappeared, panting heavily, he had managed to endure. At this moment, Vegeta Baby appeared significantly weakened, his aura diminished, and his face twisted in rage and hatred. He did not perish. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished. The recent surge of energy had been undeniably formidable. He had thought that Baby would not survive. Yet unexpectedly, he was still alive. Indeed, those who attain the status of a major antagonist in the original narrative are not to be underestimated. If that is the case, then allow me to grant you a final journey. Vegeta concentrated an energy sphere in his palm, aiming it directly at Baby high above. His spirits were buoyant, devoid of any lingering anger. Yet he still harbored a lethal intent towards Baby. Chapter 063. The Return of Son Goku. Upon witnessing Baby in peril, Son Gohan and the others mustered their waning strength to rush forward and attack Vegeta, attempting to divert attention. Unfortunately, they were already outmatched by Vegeta, and their current weakened state rendered them even less formidable. With minimal effort, Vegeta sidestepped all their assaults and swiftly sent them flying with a single kick. Baby, accept your fate. As he gazed at Baby, whose expression was grim and who had yet to fully regain his breath, Vegeta unhesitatingly launched the energy sphere. This might very well become the first soul to be claimed since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. However, to Vegeta's surprise, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power. 20 million. Intensity. 2 million. What on earth? Such bizarre data. As Vegeta momentarily processed this astonishing information, a small golden figure darted past and kicked the energy sphere away. Boom! The energy sphere detonated in the distance, obliterating an entire mountain range. The explosion was not particularly powerful. It was merely sufficient to eliminate the temporarily incapacitated Baby. Thus, the resultant noise was not overwhelmingly loud. What astonished Vegeta was that the sudden appearance of the golden figure was none other than Super Saiyan 3 Goku. "Who are you?" Super Saiyan 3 Goku inquired, his face laden with suspicion as he scrutinized Vegeta below. Only after discerning his true identity did Vegeta comprehend why the data from the cloak detector had seemed so peculiar. Son Goku had been transformed into a child by the Black Star Dragon Balls, resulting in a significant reduction in power. Originally possessing a strength of 20 million in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he could now muster only 2 million, a mere fraction, due to the instability of his energy. He was even unable to utilize instant transmission. In the original story, he had been effortlessly outmatched by Baby, who also possessed 20 million in strength, and even a fleeting transformation into Super Saiyan 3 could not be maintained for long before he reverted to his base form. However, aside from being astute in combat, Goku often displayed a lack of awareness in other situations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly confronted Vegeta. Vegeta gestured towards Baby not far behind him and said, "Son Goku, before you ascertain my identity, might it be prudent to first assess the situation? You are placing me in quite a predicament, eh?" Son Goku was taken aback by this response, and, sensing no hostility from Vegeta, found himself momentarily perplexed. That moment. Having just returned to Earth, he had first visited the sacred world of the Kais to return the Black Star Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to him, Dondi and Popo at the Sacred World had already fallen under Baby's control and would soon deliver the Black Star Dragon Balls to him. In the original narrative, Baby utilized the Black Star Dragon Balls to recreate a new planet, naming it New Planet Plant. After Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and, following a fierce battle, defeated Baby. The side effects of the Black Star Dragon Balls proved irreversible, resulting in the Earth's cataclysmic explosion. Since the Black Star Dragon Balls were created prior to the separation of Old Kai and Old Piccolo, Piccolo took it upon himself to ensure responsibility, ultimately perishing alongside the Earth. Returning to the main narrative, Son Goku had just parted ways with Trunks and, having sensed an unusual energy fluctuation upon leaving the Sacred World, had hastily abandoned Little Pan to rush here. The first sight that greeted him was Vegeta sending Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Piccolo flying, while targeting Baby, who bore a resemblance to Vegeta, with an energy blast. Concerned for his family, Goku did not take the time to assess the situation thoroughly and immediately intervened to prevent Vegeta from executing his strike. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, he turned to glance at Baby, momentarily stunned. "Vegeta, what has happened to you?" Goku's mind was in turmoil, and he felt utterly bewildered. He was unaware of the events that had transpired on Earth during his brief absence. Everything seemed to have changed upon his return. Son Goku, I never anticipated you would return so swiftly. Baby Vegeta, upon spotting Goku, could not suppress his fiery gaze filled with hatred, directed even more intensely at Goku than at Vegeta, thus revealing his true identity. Wait, your baby? Goku furrowed his brow, and, after carefully sensing the aura, he began to uncover the truth. Furthermore, he realized that everyone else, aside from Vegeta, also bore Baby's malevolent energy, an energy reminiscent of Trunks' previous encounter. They had already clashed with Baby in the cosmos, during which Baby had previously possessed Trunks. However, Goku was unaware that, although Baby had been repelled, a dormant egg had been implanted within Trunks. This allowed him to maintain consciousness, as Baby required an insider who could potentially play a crucial role at a pivotal moment. Grandpa, be careful. A small figure flew in from the horizon. It was Gohan's daughter, Little Pan, who shouted while soaring. That person is not Vegeta. Don't trust him. Juru, danger, danger. A small robot emerged from Little Pan's arms, chattering incessantly. You are indeed Baby, Goku finally affirmed, his expression growing grave as he surveyed his surroundings before once again turning to Vegeta, curiously asking, and who might you be? You seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Chapter 064. The naive young girl Vegeta sighed in exasperation. Is this truly the time for such discussions? Do you not see that Baby is already beginning to recover? As long as he absorbs some of the Earthling's animosity towards the Scions, he will soon regain his strength, perhaps even surpass his former capabilities. After all, Baby has yet to reach his peak state as depicted in the original narrative. However, upon sensing the dark lightning within him, Vegeta was not in a hurry to eliminate Baby. Allowing him to recuperate was inconsequential. Both Baby and Vegeta could enhance their powers, with Vegeta likely progressing at a quicker pace. Most importantly, Vegeta's animosity towards Baby had significantly diminished. Noticing Vegeta's helpless demeanor, Goku seemed to realize his own folly, offering an awkward smile before turning to face Baby. That I let you escape before. I never anticipated you would come to Earth. This time, I shall not let you slip away. You'll need the ability to do so, Baby retorted, displaying no signs of intimidation in the face of Goku. Thus, the ensuing skirmish unfolded without any suspense. Goku engaged Baby in combat, entirely disregarding Vegeta. The weakened versions of Goku and Baby Vegeta were indeed locked in a fierce exchange, with neither able to claim a decisive victory. Yes, he observed the battle unfolding above. Vegeta returned to his normal state, showing no inclination to intervene, that he understood Baby's strategy, to utilize Goku in order to gradually regain strength, perhaps finding an opportunity to escape and augment his energy. Conversely, Goku, with a singular focus, charged headlong into battle against his foe, oblivious to the broader implications. The complete form of Baby should be even stronger, right? But it seems I have hit a plateau, even if I wait for him to regain energy and then fight again. It likely won't enhance my energy fusion. Vegeta pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had already tested the mixed energy within the dark lightning. He could still absorb it, yet the progress of energy fusion had stagnated. Stuck at 49, his intuition suggested that he needed to elevate his realm to continue the process of energy fusion. Thus the question arose. He had two paths available, one leading to Super Saiyan God transformation, the other to Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Vegito clenched his fist fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, the answer was clear. The transformation into Super Saiyan God was a foregone conclusion. Why? Because he was already a demigod. And once the energy fusion was complete, he would ascend to divinity without needing to resort to such a false transformation. The transformation after becoming a god should resemble that of Zamasu, where divine energy combined with super red results in Super Saiyan Rose. So, where divine energy combined with super blue, Super Saiyan purple, perhaps a dark purple akin to Beerus. Well, those are matters to ponder later. For now, Vegeto's goal was to first transform into Super Saiyan 4, and after breaking through that boundary, the degree of energy fusion would undoubtedly surge once more. That he hoped to achieve a complete metamorphosis in this timeline. Vegito mused softly. When he first traversed here, he had clashed with Beerus. Although he had been thoroughly suppressed during that battle, it was an experience he greatly yearned for to engage in such a level of conflict once again. He first needed to resolve the mixed energy within himself. Huh. What are you all doing? Dad, it's me, Xiaofang. Don't you recognize me? Uncle Goten, don't come any closer. As Vegeta was deep in thought, a sudden scream nearby jolted him back to reality. Turning his head, he discovered that Son Gohan and Son Goten were bullying Xiaofang. Their intention was to capture her, intending to have Baby implant a live egg within her and extract a portion of Super Saiyan power. However, the brothers had just transferred energy to Baby and were still in a weakened state, so Xiaofang appeared to be in peril but was unlikely to be easily caught. Just as Vegito glanced over, Piccolo had quietly circled behind Xiaofang, seemingly on the verge of success. Jiru, Jiru, Jiru. Xiaofang, danger. Xiaofang, danger. The robot Jiru trembled in fear, hiding behind Xiaofang's backpack. You truly lack decency. I cannot stand by and watch this. Vegito declared, his form flickering as he swiftly scooped Xiaofang into his arms, spinning her around. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Piccolo were sent flying. Xiaofang was startled, and when Vegito set her down, she remained in a state of shock. Why you? I am Vegito, he replied, gently flicking her forehead. What are you doing? Xiaofang, upon realizing that Vegito was unlike Son Gohan and the others, who seemed to be normal, breathed a sigh of relief. But who was he? She felt she had never seen him before, but he was so handsome. And he had a tail. Was he also a Scion? Vegito, unaware of the multitude of thoughts racing through her mind, stated calmly, You knew they were up to no good. Why did you still approach them? Were you clinging to unrealistic hopes? Indeed, she was a naive little girl. With memories of Goku in his mind, he couldn't help but adopt the tone of an elder reprimanding her. Yet to Xiaofang, Vegito was a stranger, albeit one who had just saved her life. What the heck? Xiaofang pouted, ultimately unsure what to think. She did not argue but tugged at his sleeve, saying before we came back, You were fighting them, right? She pointed towards Baby, who was engaged in battle with Goku, then indicated Gohan and the others. Vegito raised an eyebrow. The girl appeared to be only about 10 years old. Yet she was perceptive and insightful, far cleverer than Goku. So, you're actually quite formidable, even stronger than my grandfather. Xiaofang's beautiful eyes widened with excitement and curiosity, with Goku currently entangled in battle with Baby and gradually losing ground. It was evident that prior to their arrival, Baby and his cohorts had clearly been at a disadvantage of BY comparison. The striking elder brother before her seemed to possess strength far surpassing that of her grandfather. To Xiaofang, Goku was the strongest warrior in the universe. She was astonished that someone even stronger had emerged, and he was so handsome to boot. Well, Vegito was oblivious to her musings and simply replied affirmatively, not bothering to downplay his power. Excessive humility would be disingenuous. Can you help me restore my father and the others to their original states? Xiaofang implored eagerly, gripping Vegito's sleeve tightly. Do not worry. Vegito glanced at her, stating, They are merely under temporary control and are not in any life-threatening danger. T.O. save them. We just need to defeat Baby or feed them super divine water. What is super divine water? Xiaofang's eyes brightened instantly. Vegito felt a twinge of headache. He was not adept at handling such young girls, and this back and forth was rather awkward. Danger, danger, Jiru interjected, providing Vegito with a timely escape. Sensing the imminent threat, Vegito swiftly pulled Xiaofang aside. Boom! A figure darted past their previous location, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. Ouch! Ouch! A voice emerged from the crater, unmistakably that of Goku, who soon climbed out. Looking a bit disheveled but otherwise unharmed, Vegito glanced upward. Baby had seized the opportunity to flee, taking Gohan and the others with him. Given that Goku was outmatched, Vegito had effectively diminished Baby's confidence. Baby was now in a rush to retreat and devise a plan to enhance his strength. T.O. Vegito. This was irrelevant. It was an opportune moment for him to study the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Honestly, Grandpa, you nearly crashed into us, and you couldn't even defeat that scoundrel named Baby. That's quite pathetic. Xiaofang complained about Goku while checking on his condition. Seeing that Goku was indeed fine, she finally relaxed. Goku shrugged helplessly. What can I do? Baby has possessed Vegeta, and his power is astonishing. I am no match for him, that if he hadn't been injured previously, I wouldn't have lasted this long. He suddenly turned to Vegito. Curiosity piqued. By the way, you injured baby, right? I've been meaning to ask, who exactly are you? You seem to be a Scion too? I know. Xiaofang eagerly raised her hand. His name is Vegito. He is much stronger than Grandpa. And he single-handedly defeated baby and my father. That's amazing. You truly are much stronger than me. I want to have a match with you. Goku exclaimed with excitement, suddenly recalling, oh, I remember after merging with Vegeta, I was also called Vegito. All right, enough of the chit-chat for now, Vegito interjected, feeling a bit exasperated. Currently, the entire Earth is virtually under baby's control, as they all have baby's live eggs within them. Only super divine water can purify them. So, do you plan to rescue them first, or take down baby? Everyone. Goku's heart sank, and then he suddenly remembered something that, oh no. The Dragon Balls. Both Goku and Xiaofang exclaimed simultaneously, since the entire Earth was under control. Baby had no reason to spare Dandy and Bobo in the other world, meaning the Black Star Dragon Balls they had previously sent back were also at risk. And Trunks, we must hurry and inform him. Xiaofang urged, her voice filled with urgency. Danger, danger, Trunks, danger. Enough with the noise, Jiru. We are discussing serious matters, Xiaofang scolded, stuffing Jiru back in her backpack. Goku said, it's too late to tell Trunks now. We can only hope he is safe. However, baby's strength is far too overwhelming. My power alone is insufficient to confront him. Grandpa, did you forget we have Vegito? Xiaofang expressed her dissatisfaction at Goku's oversight. Goku's eyes lit up. Vegito, are you willing to help us fight against baby? But before that, how about you fight me first? I want to see your strength. Grandpa. Xiaofang stomped her feet in frustration. At a time like this, you still think about that? Our top priority is to defeat baby. Rescue my father and everyone on Earth. That is indeed true. Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head. Vegeta, feeling a profound sense of helplessness, always sensed that he and these two individuals were not on the same wavelength. Well, he decided to prioritize his own matters first. Sun Wukong, if you have yet to make a decision, then perhaps you should observe from the sidelines. What transpires shortly may provide you with some inspiration. Vegeta resolved to transform into Super Saiyan 4, but he felt no need to conceal anything from Sun Wukong and Xiaofang. Those who possess the conditions for transformation, even if they do not witness his transformation, will eventually grasp it themselves. Those without the conditions would find it futile, even if they were to watch. You wish to do something? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, his eyes blinking with anticipation, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. Chapter 66. The emergence of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta instructed Sun Wukong and Xiaofang to step back a distance, positioning himself atop a mountain peak. The original text describes the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 quite succinctly. Transform into a giant ape. Regain rationality and master power. These 12 words encapsulate the entire process of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. However, whether the reality would be as simple remained to be seen through Vegeta's personal experimentation. Naturally, he harbored no concerns about potential problems. At worst, he would simply fail to transform. After all, transforming into a giant ape would not result in him losing his rationality, as it did for Sun Wukong. A man-made moon, imbued with 17 million Bulls waves, swiftly coalesced in Vegeta's palm, and he gently tossed it skyward, where it rapidly ascended into the heavens. This object, I feel as if I have seen it somewhere before. Sun Wukong observed from a distance, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The memory of the artificial moon was far too distant, and even if Sun Wukong had seen it, he could not recall it immediately. What a glaring sight, akin to a small sun. What does Vegeta intend to do? Xiaofang shielded her eyes with her palm, squinting slightly. However, her words served as a reminder for Sun Wukong. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Right, the artificial moon. Vegeta plans to transform into a giant ape." What giant ape? Xiaofang was unaware of this development. Yet before Sun Wukong could clarify, Vegeta's tail, having absorbed the Bull's light emitted by the artificial moon, began to react. For Vegeta himself, this sensation was quite extraordinary. It felt as if something within him had ignited, causing his body to swell rapidly with an explosive surge of power, simultaneously at the moment of transformation. His Super Saiyan energy was also ignited, triggering the Super Saiyan transformation alongside the giant ape transformation. Consequently, when he finally morphed into the towering giant ape, his fur, which should have been brown, now shimmered with a golden luster. Thus, this was the reason why in GT, the giant ape transformations of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were golden apes. Vegeta realized. Ordinary Saiyans transform into giant apes with brown fur. However, Saiyans who possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, upon becoming giant apes, simultaneously activate their Super Saiyan transformation, resulting in golden apes. Therefore, the power of a golden ape is equivalent to 50 times that of a brown ape or 500 times their normal state. How astonishing! Sun Wukong appeared to have discerned the disparity. His eyes widening in shock, he instinctively glanced at his own rear, pondering a serious question. The power of the golden ape seemed to surpass that of Super Saiyan 3. Should he consider finding a way to regrow his tail? Perhaps that would enable him to defeat Baby. How's he transformed like this? Is this what Grandpa referred to earlier as the giant ape? Xiao Fang's mouth gaped wide, her face a mask of astonishment. But this is somewhat different from what I imagined. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. He recalled that when he transformed into a giant ape, he would lose his rationality to In contrast, Vegeta's appearance clearly indicated that he, much like Vegeta, retained his sanity to know. This is not merely a giant ape transformation. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, his expression shifting. Unbeknownst to him, the ground began to glow faintly red. Reminiscent of a scorching iron pot, the surrounding air felt as though it was evaporating, and the temperature steadily rose. It's so hot. Grandpa, what on earth is happening? Is this all a result of Vegeta's transformation? Xiao Fang, accustomed to seeking her grandfather's wisdom when faced with questions, believed wholeheartedly that Sun Wukong was all-knowing when it came to training matters. Yet this time, Sun Wukong too was perplexed, unable to provide an answer to Xiao Fang's query. Boom! At that moment, the giant ape transformed from Vegeta unleashed an incredibly overwhelming aura, golden radiance shooting skyward before expanding, enveloping the entire space around him. Crackling sounds erupted like thunder, each strike resonating with terrifying might. Xiao Fang, already trembling in fear, quickly sought refuge behind Sun Wukong. What a terrifying aura! What does Vegeta intend to accomplish? Sun Wukong, though struggling to maintain his composure, wore a serious expression, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Nonetheless, he harbored a daring hypothesis in his heart. This transformation method could very well be a significant advancement beyond Super Saiyan 3, with an astonishing magnitude of enhancement. After all, the golden ape he had just witnessed had already surpassed Super Saiyan 3. If he were to progress even further, Sun Wukong could hardly fathom the implications. At last, the golden light in the distance gradually receded, the previously searing heat that had seemingly turned the very earth crimson, along with the fierce lightning, dissipated as swiftly as melting snow. Ultimately, the golden giant ape vanished, replaced by a tall and strikingly handsome man. However, this man bore a rather peculiar appearance, with red eye sockets, turquoise irises, and an extremely serious expression. He was draped in red fur, his lower body clad in red trousers, and a dark cape billowing behind him. Complemented by a robust red tail, he exuded an aura of primal ferocity. How incredibly handsome, how remarkably powerful! Both Xiao Fang and Sun Wukong, upon witnessing Vegeta's new form, exhibited distinct reactions, yet unanimously found themselves profoundly astonished. Chapter 67. Capable of defeating Beerus. Battle Power 8. 5 million. Intensity 250 million. That upon receiving the Battle Power Index from his invisible detector, Vegeta couldn't help but smirk. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation had enhanced his power tenfold over the golden giant ape. In other words, Super Saiyan 4 equated to 5,000 times his normal state, far surpassing the 400 times of Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, as Vegeta had anticipated, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, shattering his previous limits. The mixed energy contained within the black lightning was rapidly merging, effortlessly breaching the threshold of 50.505255670. Ultimately, the energy fusion degree stabilized at an impressive 79.9. This was the outcome of Vegeta's transformation. Boom! The previously stabilized aura surged once more. However, the phenomenon sensed by Sun Wukong indicated that the pressure emanating from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was intensifying, causing the Earth itself to tremble under this weight. Yet Vegeta's aura became increasingly elusive. As the energy fusion degree escalated, the divine energy's essence began to dominate, and Vegeta was progressively stepping into the realm of the divine. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 24. 99 million. Intensity, 9,999 million. Vegeta was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, the energy compression had surged to 40 times. His battle power had quadrupled, ultimately nearing the threshold of 1 quintillion. He harbored an inkling that once he breached this barrier, he would attain true divinity. Yet he found himself pondering. With an energy fusion degree of only 79.9, not even reaching 80, what would it take to surpass the quintillion threshold? Was the fusion degree of 80 the key to becoming divine? What purpose did the remaining 20 serve? Could it be a pursuit towards the realm of the angels? Before reaching such a realm, Vegeta naturally could not discern the answer with his current strength. He was incapable of defeating Beerus. However, it seemed that there was still room for further enhancement. The peculiar realization dawned upon Vegeta. If he could seize that feeling, it appeared there were astonishing transformations yet to come. Therefore, he immediately commenced his endeavor. The hum resonated within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation that surged forth. The energy within Vegeta was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis, and, in his perception, it felt as though the vast cosmos was entirely within his grasp. "Grandfather, look!" Xiao Fang suddenly exclaimed, tugging at Sun Wukong. Vegeta is undergoing yet another transformation. At some point, a swirling mass of rose-golden energy began to emanate from Vegeta, enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, his originally black hair swiftly transformed into a resplendent rose gold, while his irises shifted to a striking blue gold. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the occurrences unfolding before him. Everything transpiring had far surpassed the limits of his comprehension. Yet, one thing was certain: Vegeta had ascended to a realm that he could not even begin to fathom. Not only had Vegeta surpassed Baby in his previous Great Ape form, but even that of the Golden Odu. Transcending his peak state, Super Saiyan God, Vegeta exhaled slowly. He was but a step away, a mere fraction from entering the divine realm. Even though he had not fully attained divinity, he could still utilize the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. However, the effect was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. The Super Red state was merely a mortal aura cloaked in divine energy, while Super Saiyan God Rose was the fusion of divine essence with the Super Red transformation. Yet now, he had become an incomplete deity combined with the Super Saiyan God transformation, astonishingly manifesting as rose gold. Vegeta was utterly convinced that this transformation surpassed Zamasu's rose-hued state, representing a more perfected Super Saiyan God transformation. Why? Because Zamasu merely inhabited Sun Wukong's body, lacking true understanding of the Saiyan condition and their power control. In contrast, Vegeta had spent over a year studying his own physicality and the laws of power. Combined with this transformation, he had grasped the essence of the Super Saiyan God transformation. The black lightning was the inherent law of power within the Saiyan body, the fundamental reason why Saions grew stronger with each battle and even in death. Let us call it the combat rule. The Super Saiyan God transformation utilized energy to stimulate the combat rule, akin to how the ordinary Super Saiyan transformation stimulated the S cells. Fundamentally, they were the same. However, the involvement of the law of power would lead one toward the divine realm. Zamasu had merely stimulated the combat rule with divine energy, resulting in his transformation into Super Saiyan God Rose. Vegeta, on the other hand, had comprehended and integrated the combat rule, aligning it more closely with the Saiyan physical transformation. Thus, the Super Saiyan God Rose Gold was born. Moreover, Vegeta had a faint sense that the Super Saiyan God Rose Gold was still an incomplete transformation. Once he fully attained divinity and completely grasped the combat rule, This form would continue to evolve, becoming even more formidable in terms of realms. The Super Saiyan God Rose Gold and the Super Red belonged to the same tier. Yet their strengths were worlds apart. The most evident distinction was that, in his Super Saiyan God Rose Gold state, Vegeta's battle power was recorded at 250 trillion, with a strength of 10 quintillion, surpassing the quintillion threshold and even multiplying tenfold, resulting in an astonishing regularity of 50,000 times. With such power, he could easily overpower Beerus. Could he perhaps even contend with Whis? Vegeta's heart surged with excitement, unable to restrain himself from letting out a long howl towards the heavens. But then a sudden turn of events occurred. An invisible divine pressure radiated outward in all directions, resonating across the entire earth. Puff, 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 puffed out a series of minuscule explosive sounds erupted, falling like raindrops in that moment. All the earthlings who had been implanted with babies' eggs experienced their embryos bursting into a mist of blood, transforming into black smoke that ascended, dissipating into nothingness the instant they left their bodies. Chapter 068. Baby transforms into Golden Ozru in West City, at Bulma's residence. The moment baby Vegeta returned, he began to amplify his energy. He had been intimidated by Vegeta's battle power. If he did not enhance himself swiftly, his goals would remain unattainable. The moment Trunks returned, the embryo within him was activated, contributing a portion of Super Saiyan power. And Trunks' sister, Bra, was also implicated. Ultimately, baby Vegeta completed the final energy fusion, advancing to his complete form, Super Baby in its third state, where the visage of Vegeta was utterly unrecognizable, wholly embodying Baby. Shortly thereafter, Dandy and Bobo delivered the Black Star Dragon Balls. Baby had originally sought a Dragon Ball from planet Zephyr, but upon recollecting Vegeta, that notion was swiftly dismissed. Defeating Vegeta was paramount. Even if he revived planet Zephyr, it would be meaningless. Dragon, is there any way to further elevate my energy? Baby was aware that the dragon could not fulfill wishes that transcended limits. So he posed this question first as he summoned the dragon. The Earth's environment was undergoing changes due to Vegeta's transformation, causing energy disruption, which went unnoticed by Vegeta and Sun Wukong. The dragon's eyes flickered with red light as it responded. The greatest potential of a Scion is concentrated in the tail, that if you allow your tail to regrow and absorb the blood's waves released by the moon, which exceed a strength of 17 million, you will be able to maximize your potential. As long as you can fully master that power, you will grow ever stronger. The tail? Baby rifled through Vegeta's memories and indeed uncovered the secret of the Great Ape transformation. So that is how it is? Vegeta's strength stems from his retention of his tail, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta removed theirs? How foolish! Baby scoffed to himself, and then made a wish to the dragon. My desire is to have Vegeta's tail regrow. I understand now. This is far too simple. The dragon emitted a beep, its eyes shimmering with red light, and a tail sprouted from Baby's back. Subsequently, the dragon resplit into 7 Black Star Dragon Balls, scattering into the depths of the universe in all directions, transforming into a great ape, mastering power. Haha, who will stand against me then? Those wretched Scions, that accursed Vegeta, will all be beneath my feet. Baby laughed with glee. Yet before he could revel in his triumph, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, nearly causing him to collapse. This sudden change alarmed him. Puff, puff, puff. Following a resounding, authoritative howl from the horizon, a series of muffled explosions reverberated. The embryos implanted within Earth's inhabitants by Baby exploded into mist, dissipating into black smoke. What? How is this possible? Baby could no longer maintain his composure, abruptly rising to his feet. However, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and others were also present. They quickly regained consciousness and remembered everything. Damn it! You manipulated us to harm Xiaofang. I will not spare you. Son Gohan roared with fury, charging at Baby with all his might. Son Goten and Trunks, witnessing this, suppressed their other thoughts and joined in the attack against Baby. Unfortunately, their powers had been absorbed by Baby, and they had yet to recover. Thus, they were no match for the significantly empowered Baby. They were swiftly taken down in a few exchanges. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! I will not forgive you! Son Gohan continued to roar. The memories of his previous actions towards Xiaofang filled him with regret, causing him to lose his rationality. What does it matter if you cannot forgive me? Though I did not comprehend your circumstances, if I could control you once, I can certainly do so again. Baby had regained his composure, surveying the fallen Earth warriors with a cold smirk. Soon, Son Gohan and the others were once again implanted with embryos, unable to muster any resistance, for they were simply too weakened. Stop it. At that moment, a dark-skinned youth burst forth, launching a series of energy blasts at Baby. Unfortunately, he arrived a tad too late. Son Gohan and the others had already fallen victim to the attack. Who are you? Is there anyone else on Earth with such strength? Baby braved the onslaught of the youth's energy blasts. Remaining unscathed, the newcomer was the reincarnation of Majin Buu. While his power was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to Baby's might. Damn it, I arrived too late. Did not respond to Baby's inquiry. He quickly assessed the situation and realized that he could not match Baby's strength, prompting him to flee in haste. Baby watched his retreating figure with a glint of mockery in his eyes. Yet he refrained from pursuing him, for he had far more pressing matters at hand. The recent calamity was undoubtedly the work of Vegeta. Only he possessed the capability to execute such a feat. Cursed be it, I must elevate my powers swiftly, lest it be too late when he comes searching for me. Disregarding the revival of Son Gohan and the others, Baby floated outside, recalling Vegeta's memories to conjure an artificial moon. In the original narrative, he refrained from employing this technique due to Vegeta's lack of a tail, relying instead on a machine crafted by Bulma for transformation. However, under the influence of Vegeta's pressure, Baby had learned about transformation from the dragon and had grown a tail, rendering the machine unnecessary. Roar! Soon, after absorbing the energy of the artificial moon, Baby transformed into a Great Ape, and a golden one at that. Being merely a parasite and not a pure Scion, he lacked the knowledge to control his power and thus could not attain Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, the sudden surge of power had inflated him significantly. Ha ha! This power is overwhelmingly strong. I can undoubtedly defeat Vegeta. Vegeta, I am coming for you. Baby sensed the locations of Vegeta and Son Goku and immediately soared toward them. Ordinary Scions, upon transforming into Great Apes, could not utilize flight due to their massive size and lack of reason. However, for an intelligent golden Great Ape, such limitations posed no issue. Meanwhile, Vegeta, after briefly sensing the state of Super Saiyan God, rose. Reverted to Super Saiyan 4, but maintaining the Super Saiyan God form would continuously drain energy, and the initial transformation could not be sustained for long. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 consumed minimal energy when not engaged in combat, allowing it to be maintained indefinitely. Is that Baby's energy? Has he transformed into a golden Great Ape? Vegeta raised an eyebrow and gazed toward the horizon, where indeed a golden Great Ape was hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Is this Baby's energy? Son Goku also sensed it, astonishment etched upon his face. How could he have transformed into a golden Great Ape? Grandpa! Xiaofang tensed momentarily. However, when she turned to look at Vegeta, her worries began to dissipate. Vegeta should be able to handle this, right? After all, she had witnessed the golden Great Ape form just moments ago. Moreover, Vegeta's current appearance was a further evolution beyond that form. Not to mention, there was an even more elusive rose form above that. Son Goku shared this sentiment, and thus he too felt reassured, albeit with a hint of regret as he remarked, I never imagined there were such skilled fighters in this world. If I still had my tail, perhaps I could contend with them, but now I am no match at all. Since Vegeta had not committed any malevolent deeds since his arrival, his energy remained pure. Naturally, Son Goku and Xiaofang would not perceive him as an enemy, but rather as an ally. Fortunately, Vegeta harbored no ulterior motives. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in tears. Vegeta, I'm back. This time, I will demonstrate what it means to possess overwhelming power. The golden Great Ape Baby began to cackle arrogantly before he even drew near. Yet upon arriving in proximity, he only spotted Son Goku, Xiaofang, and a red monkey. Baby! Son Goku's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. However, fully aware of their disparity in power, he refrained from recklessly charging in. Son Goku's simplicity did not equate to foolishness. Get lost, son Goku. I have no time to deal with you. The inflated, golden Great Ape baby completely disregarded son Goku. After speaking, he glanced around. Where's Vegeta? Tell him to come out. I intend to obliterate him right now. How arrogant. Xiao Fong shrank back, playfully sticking out her adorable pink tongue. Grandpa, he's so infuriating. I want to fight him. I want to as well. Son Goku nodded in agreement, though his head hung low. But I'm no match for him right now. That's okay. Grandpa, we still have Vegeta. Xiao Fong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her face adorned with excitement as she eagerly awaited to witness how Vegeta would decisively defeat the arrogant parasite baby. Unfortunately, son Goku was not interested in such thoughts, and his head drooped even lower. Vegeta, Vegeta. The golden Great Ape baby ignored son Goku and Xiao Fong, as well as the Super Saiyan for Vegeta. Bellowing in all directions, come out. Are you afraid of me? Do you know I've become stronger? So you're hiding? Amidst his roars, the golden Great Ape baby unleashed energy blasts that reduced the surrounding area to ruins. Damn it, this fiend is wantonly destroying Earth. Son Goku's fury surged. Grandpa, don't be impulsive. Xiao Fong hurriedly restrained him. Luckily, at that moment, Vegeta finally spoke. Are you looking for me? He had been standing there with his arms crossed, observing Baby with an expression of disdain, as if watching a fool. Astonishingly, Baby had failed to notice him, or perhaps had simply disregarded the fact that Vegeta had assumed a different appearance. The golden Great Ape Baby finally turned to regard him. You are Vegeta. What happened to you? You look different. Even your energy feels entirely distinct. Whatever, as long as you're Vegeta, that's enough. How about it? Are you shocked to see me like this? My power now far surpasses yours. Are you ready to meet your end? He cackled maniacally. Ding, ding, ding. Battle power intensity. 250 trillion. Vegeta scanned with an invisible detector, realizing why Baby had become so inflated. He indeed had the means to do so, that if Vegeta were still his former self, he might have truly struggled against Baby. Regrettably, his current peak power was sufficient to surpass even Beerus. Vegeta wasted no time exchanging words with Baby. Swiftly darting beneath him, Dragon Fist! Bang! The golden Great Ape Baby's chin received a powerful blow, sending his massive form soaring. Shadowless Kick! Vegeta delivered a kick to the golden Great Ape's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry as Baby's body hurtled away, crashing violently to the ground and creating an enormous crater. Fool! Vegeta tossed his hair back and raised his middle finger at the spot where Baby had fallen, with 250 trillion in battle power. I haven't even begun to speak that, of course, in Super Saiyan 4 form. Vegeta's power was only 9,999 trillion, yet that was more than sufficient to thoroughly thrash the golden Great Ape Baby. So cool. Xiao Fong, witnessing this spectacle from afar, felt her heart swell with admiration. Incredible. Son Goku's eyes also blazed with fervor, his fists clenched. No, I need to regrow my tail. Vegeta's current form must be related to the Scion tail. Boom! The golden Great Ape Baby erupted in fury, blasting soil into the air as he soared from the pit. Damn it! How dare you ambush me? Baby ground his teeth in anger. Don't think this will be effective. The gap between us cannot be bridged by a single sneak attack. Allow me to show you the overwhelming power I possess as a great ape. With that, he charged at Vegeta, swinging his arms down with tremendous force. In Baby's eyes, having augmented his energy to such a degree, his speed had also increased exponentially. Even relying solely on brute strength should suffice to defeat Vegeta. Unfortunately, reality delivered a harsh lesson. Dragon Fist. Once again in the same position and the same stance, Vegeta's form flickered, effortlessly sending the oncoming golden Great Ape Baby soaring through the air, abruptly halting its forward momentum. The disparity in power was evident. Bang! A surprise attack, was it? Bang! Such strength indeed! Bang! Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike landing with precision, causing the golden Great Ape Baby to flail about like a frantic monkey. Yet, Vegeta always managed to position himself in front of Baby, retaliating with a swift punch. The golden Great Ape Baby, disoriented and dazed, began to question its very existence. Is this a joke? I've multiplied my power many times over, yet the gap has widened even further. Ha ha! In the distance, Xiao Fong was rolling on the ground with laughter, her delicate fists pounding the earth in sheer delight, completely disregarding her image as a lady. "Grandpa, look! Baby's expression is so hilarious. It's killing me." Sun Wukong smirked slightly, pondering, "I never expected Vegeta to have such a side to him. He truly resembles the personality I shared with Vegito when we fused. Could his nature be tied to our fusion?" Chapter 070. The Blinding Bull's Light Wave indeed. There was a connection, though it was not as Sun Wukong presumed, that Vegeta's playful demeanor stemmed from a significant boost in power, filling him with joy and prompting him to seize the opportunity for amusement. As for the target of his entertainment, who else could it be but Baby? With a final blow, the 12 routes of Shaolin's tan legs, Vegeta struck the golden Great Ape Baby with astonishing speed, landing 12 kicks in quick succession, producing only a singular sound of impact before Baby plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Were there individuals from a previous life present, they would undoubtedly mock Vegeta mercilessly. What in the world is this 12 routes of tan legs? Is it merely 12 consecutive kicks? Alas, no such individuals were here to comprehend Vegeta's peculiar sense of humor. "That you win." Vegeta gestured triumphantly at the fallen baby. "Vegeta is amazing," Xiao Fong exclaimed, jumping up to applaud, adding, "And so handsome too." The image of Super Saiyan 4 had utterly captivated Xiao Fong, transforming her into a love-struck girl, which left Sun Wukong feeling rather dejected. It was worth noting that Xiao Fong had previously idolized him, but now her entire focus was on Vegeta. This only solidified Sun Wukong's determination to reclaim his lost tail. Boom! The golden Great Ape Baby erupted from the pit in a disheveled state, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, its breath noticeably weakened. Though Vegeta had claimed it was the final blow, he had not dispatched Baby outright. After all, the golden Great Ape Baby possessed considerable strength. To eliminate him completely would require a substantial buildup of energy, not something that could be achieved through mere physical blows. Damn it! Damn it! The golden Great Ape Baby roared in fury, his voice laced with disbelief. "I've enhanced my powers so significantly. How can I still not match you? This is absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it." Vegeta crossed his arms, gazing down at him with disdain. "Indeed, you are a baby. Is your intelligence merely 5? What do you mean?" The golden Great Ape Baby bellowed angrily. I know. Xiao Fong interjected from a distance, raising her hand. "Baby, have you forgotten? Vegeta also has a tail. You could transform. But can't he? Even I understand this logic, and yet you still can't grasp it." Vegeta raised an eyebrow at Baby. "Now, do you comprehend? Truly, your intelligence is only 5. What?" The golden Great Ape Baby was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at the red tail behind Vegeta, his eyes widening in terror. "Could it be? Since you've transformed into a golden Great Ape, you should have sensed it, right?" Vegeta replied with a smirk. "This form possesses an immense power. But alas, you are not a Scion and cannot fully harness it. That if Vegeta's consciousness were still intact, he would have undoubtedly transformed into this very state. That's so." Baby finally understood. And no wonder he always felt powerful, yet struggled to utilize that power. It was because he could not fully control it. That's so. The complete mastery that the dragon spoke of was this. Vegeta continued nonchalantly. "The transformation into a golden Great Ape is merely a process of unlocking a Scion's potential. True mastery lies in my current form, which I shall refer to as Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong and Xiao Fong exclaimed in unison. So. This was a level beyond Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 4. It was no wonder Vegeta displayed such formidable strength. Even the transformed golden Great Ape Baby was no match for him. Xiao Fong glanced at the towering and powerful Vegeta, then at the small and slender Sun Wukong, and couldn't help but remark, "Grandpa, you're so weak. How could I possibly know that?" Sun Wukong lamented, clutching his head in frustration. "The my tail was removed long ago. Had I known that Super Saiyan 4 required the tail to transform, I would have figured out a way to regrow it." "Damn it, don't get too cocky," the golden Great Ape Baby roared. "What's Super Saiyan 4? To hell with it all. I will tear each of you insufferable Scions apart. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, the golden Great Ape baby erupted into laughter. Vegeta, you've underestimated me. You shouldn't have said so much. Do you know that I was merely biding my time? Soon, you will regret this foolishness. Oh no! Sun Wukong and Xiao Feng's faces paled simultaneously. They were unaware of Baby's intentions for stalling, but the very utterance of those words indicated that he had achieved his goal. Yet, Vegeta merely smiled, showing no other reaction, and in truth, he had already anticipated Baby's plans and merely wanted to see how far Baby could go, hence allowing him to stall for time. After all, with Baby's intelligence level being a mere 5, could he truly strategize against Vegeta? What a joke! Ha, Vegeta, just wait for your regret. And you, Sun Wukong, I won't spare you either. The golden Great Ape baby suddenly bent his legs and leapt high, reaching Vegeta's height. However, instead of attacking, he yelled towards a distant mountain, "Come forth. Let these Scions witness the consequences of their arrogance." The direction Baby was gazing towards was a towering mountain. As his words echoed, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the mountain's peak. Buzz! A white beam shot forth from the mountaintop, instantly striking the golden Great Ape baby. What is that, Bulma? Sun Wukong squinted towards the mountaintop, spotting Bulma's figure. There, she was tinkering with a machine, and the white beam emanated from it. Bull's light wave? How unoriginal! Vegeta had already deduced Baby's intentions upon sensing Bulma's energy. He wanted to observe how much Baby could enhance his power in his current form, and he was also curious about the extent of the Bull's light wave's effect on Scions. Baby was indeed a fine test subject. It was worth noting that in the original storyline, Baby had engaged Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong to a standstill while in his golden Great Ape form. Ultimately, after absorbing the Bull's light wave from the machine, he had nearly decimated everyone. Had it not been for Ub's interference within Baby, granting Super Saiyan 4 Wukong the opportunity to absorb the energy of others and transform into an all-energy form, the final outcome would have been uncertain. As for how Ub ended up within Baby, that is another tale of entanglement. Oh no, rather a sorrowful story. Chapter 071. The Earth is on the brink of explosion, Daddy. We rehear, at that moment, several figures approach Sun Wukong and Xiao Feng, revealing themselves to be Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Ub. Son Gohan rushed over to embrace Xiao Feng, exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, are you all right? I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier. It was beyond my control." Upon encountering Sun Wukong, Xiao Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming tearfully, "What a relief! Father, you have finally returned to your true self. You cannot fathom how terrified I was. You nearly scared me to death." After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl who had traversed the universe alongside Sun Wukong for nearly a year. Just as they returned, her father had transformed into a villain, and beneath her seemingly strong exterior, Xiao Feng was far more fragile than she appeared at. "I am sorry. It is all my fault," she added, her voice trembling. Sun Wukong, too, bore a look of trepidation. The thought of harming Xiao Feng weighed heavily on his heart, and he felt he could not bear the consequences of such an act, especially with Bai Er on the other side. Wu Fan, Wu Tian, how did you manage to revert back? Sun Wukong inquired, his expression one of curiosity. The presence of Baby's aura had vanished from Wu Fan and the others, which brought him a sense of relief. "It was OOB and Lord Kaio-Ken who saved us," Wu Fan replied. OOB scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh, it was nothing really. Actually, Lord Kaio-Ken fetched some super divine water from the sacred realm. After drinking it, he was able to eliminate Baby's embryo. That I didn't do much to help." "You were indeed quite helpful," Wu Fan expressed his gratitude. "I also remember that you attempted to intervene when Baby tried to implant the embryo in us again. That I feel quite ashamed. I arrived too late to stop him." OOB admitted, his embarrassment evident. Indeed, the super divine water proved to be effective. Sun Wukong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. But where are Lord Kaio-Ken and Piccolo? Why did they not come along? Although their assistance was no longer required, having extra hands could always be beneficial as a precautionary measure. Sun Wukong, despite his preference for solitary battles, often relied on the strength of his companions. "They have gone to the sacred realm," Wu Fan explained. They intend to purify the entire Earth with the super divine water to prevent baby from implanting embryos in humanity again. Trunks suddenly interjected, "By the way, I've been meaning to ask. That gigantic ape must be baby, correct? And who was the one fighting him? I've never seen them before." It seemed that only Trunks had yet to encounter Vegito and OOB, but he is the type to keep his curiosity to himself. Wu Fan thought that Wu Fan's expression shifted to one of unease. Vegito. He recalled the Scion who had defeated him, but how had he changed so dramatically in such a short span? Not to mention that. On the other side, the golden Great Ape baby, having absorbed the blood's waves, was brimming with energy and had significantly enhanced his strength out of course. This was only the case for baby. However, after Vegito conducted a scan with his invisible detector, he felt a twinge of disappointment. 300 million, and it only increased by 50 million. All that anticipation for nothing. He lamented, "Ha ha, Vegito, this time you're finished. Can you feel the overwhelming power of my lord, baby? Are you trembling in fear?" With his energy amplified, baby swelled with arrogance, exuding an air of invincibility. "Indeed, I am utterly terrified," Vegito replied dismissively, even stifling a yawn as he rubbed his eyes, adding, "I'm nearly falling asleep from fright." "How dare you mock me?" Baby roared, realizing that Vegito had not taken him seriously. Enraged, he charged forward. "If I were you, I would have found a place to hide long ago. You fool who cannot comprehend the situation." Vegito retorted, losing his patience as he effortlessly blocked baby's massive fist with a single finger. Golden Great Ape baby's face contorted in fear as he finally recognized the vast disparity between their strengths, one that could not be compensated by merely absorbing blood's waves. Vegito vanished from sight, reappearing above the Golden Great Ape, and delivered a powerful split kick downward. Boom! Golden Great Ape baby crashed into the ground once more. Vegito swiftly pursued him underground, delivering another kick that sent him flying. It seemed that the blood's waves merely awakened latent potential within baby's tail, rather than enhancing his energy. Through close combat, Vegito discerned this truth. For Vegito, who could unleash a mysterious transformation, the notion of needing any external means to unlock potential was utterly unnecessary. Thus, the blood's waves held no practical value for him. "Very well. If that is the case, it is time to eliminate you," Vegito declared, his gaze sharpening as he observed the soaring Golden Great Ape baby. With a swift motion, a golden energy sword extended from his hand, slicing through the air. Blood sprayed forth as a robust tail detached from the Golden Great Ape, its body gradually diminishing in size. "No, I refuse to accept this," baby cried, desperately struggling in vain as the giant ape's form continued to shrink and its cells compressed. Baby, who had been residing within Vegeta's body, was finally expelled. He attempted to flee swiftly, but Vegito's energy sword swept across, cleaving his body in two. Baby's face was filled with defiance as he roared in rage towards the heavens, ultimately erupting in a blaze of intense light. "Not good. He is about to self-destruct. We must stop him," exclaimed Sun Wukong and the others, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Thud! Vegito landed from the air, placing a foot upon baby's form, instantly extinguishing the radiant light enveloping him. "You think you can pull off such tricks in my presence?" "Hanavi!" Vegito declared, kicking baby's severed halves away and following up with a Kamehameha wave that sent them far into the sun. Indeed, this fate was baby's ultimate demise. Phew, that was close. Sun Wukong and the others exhaled in relief. Finally, it's over. Wu Tian collapsed onto the ground, as if he'd been the one fighting moments ago. "Vegito, you are incredible," Xiao Fang exclaimed, running from Wu Fan to Vegito, bouncing with excitement. "Vegito, you are simply amazing. I admire you so much." "What? Xiao Fang, didn't he used to say that only to me?" Sun Wukong grumbled, his face displaying annoyance, which elicited laughter from everyone. Vegito, however, shot a glance at everyone, saying, "Just a friendly reminder, the Black Star Dragon Balls have already been used by baby." In an instant, the laughter ceased, and the expressions of the crowd turned solemn. Does that mean the Earth is about to explode? Chapter 072. The target, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Ultimately, the Earth did not explode, Vegito utilized instant transmission to bring Sun Wukong to New Namek to seek the Dragon Balls, requesting Porunga to nullify the effects of the Black Star Dragon Balls, thus sparing Piccolo from a dire fate. However, it remained uncertain how Sun Wukong would return after Super 17 emerged and trapped him in Hell without Piccolo's assistance. Yet, this was of no concern to Vegito. Porunga on Namek could grant 3 wishes. Since they were there, Vegito asked Sun Wukong to restore his adult form. He intended to assist Sun Wukong and Vegeta in transforming into Super Saiyan 4, and then engage in battle with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, naturally preferring opponents of greater strength. For the final wish, Sun Wukong requested Porunga to erase all memories of Baby from the people of Earth. Although Vegito felt this was somewhat unnecessary, he decided to let Sun Wukong have his way, as it was not his timeline that on Earth, in a desolate wilderness, Vegeta cast a glance at Sun Wukong not far away. His face flushed and his mouth twitching at that moment. Sun Wukong had removed his trousers, his backside elevated high, while Wu Fan struggled with a massive pair of pliers, attempting to pull out his tail. And Wu Tian stood by, chanting 666 that Sun Wukong emitted a series of anguished cries, a sensation of pleasure and discomfort that even those who had not experienced it could easily imagine. Vegito smirked slightly. While Sun Wukong might not mind such antics, for the proud Vegeta, it was indeed difficult to accept that, in truth, even Vegito himself would never engage in such behavior. However, as the saying goes, one is often quick to judge without experiencing the situation firsthand. Thus, Vegito teased, you could always choose to refuse. If that is the case, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 will be up to you to figure out. Indeed, if we rely on the kind of Blutz wave generator crafted by Bulma, it should enable a successful transformation. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Vegeta was immediately inclined to turn around and seek the device from Bulma. However, before he could make a move, Vegeta interjected. Yet, the strength derived from machinery will never be entirely within one's control. Even if you successfully transform, I cannot guarantee that your power will reach its zenith, nor can I assure that you will not have to rely on the machine for your transformations in the future. Perhaps you should invest more time in research. Vegeta's lips twitched once more, as the foot he had already stepped forward with retreated. Although during the Buu saga, Vegeta's strength had significantly lagged behind that of Son Goku, and he had personally acknowledged Goku as the strongest among Saiyans, he had not entirely relinquished the notion of surpassing him. In the comfort of his home, he spent 10 out of 11 days in the gravity chamber, gnashing his teeth in frustration at Kakarot while fervently training without respite. It can be said that no one could rival Vegeta in terms of relentless training. This is precisely why Vegeta labeled him a relentless warrior. Now, an excellent opportunity lay before Vegeta. The fact that Vegeta was willing to guide him through the transformation was an opportunity he could scarcely hope for, but if he allowed his embarrassment to hinder him, and Goku were to get ahead, even evolving into a more perfect Super Saiyan 4 form, it would be utterly unacceptable for Vegeta. In truth, he believed he could also wish for it using the Dragon Balls, much like Baby did. However, Earth had just endured the calamity of the Black Star Dragon Balls, and the old Kaio-Ken had repeatedly forbidden them from using the Dragon Balls. Thus, Vegeta ultimately decided against that route. Alright, Vegeta gritted his teeth, resolved to proceed. His face flushed crimson as he mimicked Son Goku, shedding his trousers and raising his tail high. Naturally, the one assisting him in extracting his tail could not possibly be Vegeta. He would never engage in such an absurd act. Thus, it fell upon Trunks. All of them were eager to witness the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, and they all gathered around. Even Bulma, Bra, and Chi-Chi had come, though the women were temporarily kept at a distance, allowed to approach only after the tail was removed. Soon, Vegeta experienced the anticipated discomfort, yet unlike Goku, who howled wildly, he clenched his teeth, striving to stifle any cries. To strip in front of so many was already quite embarrassing. If he were to scream like Goku, it would utterly shatter his pride. Ultimately, it was the one with the strongest will who took the lead. Vegeta managed to extract his tail first. Observing this, Son Goku gritted his teeth and held on for a moment longer, but ultimately lagged by a mere step before also managing to remove his tail. Vegeta gazed at his palm, slightly astonished. Extracting the tail did not directly enhance strength, yet it improved balance and refined control over power. Indeed, there was a reason Scions were born with tails. Removing them was akin to rendering oneself disabled. Conversely, Goku, in his Navet, struggled to adapt to his new tail, stumbling over his own feet. After a brief period of adjustment, both warriors became accustomed to the presence of their tails. Next, it would be time to transform into an OU. And Vegeta could hardly contain his eagerness. Yet he prudently sought Vegeta's guidance first. Vegeta nodded slightly. Possessing the power of Super Saiyan, when transforming into an OU, you will simultaneously unlock the power of the Super Saiyan transformation, ultimately becoming a golden Uzuru, as long as you can maintain your reason in that form and completely control that power. You'll be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Is it really that simple? Vegeta appeared quite surprised. While he was unaware of the specifics of Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he did know that Baby had transformed into a golden Uzuru without achieving Super Saiyan 4, leading him to believe there must be some hidden intricacy. Indeed, it is that simple. Vegeta smiled slightly, hinting, though for some individuals, mastering this may prove more challenging than the transformation into Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta paused, then realized something, a grin forming at the corners of his mouth. So, could it be that Vegeta, finally had the chance to rise above and get ahead of Kakarot? Are you speaking of me? Son Goku also realized, if I transform into an Uzuru, I will lose my reason. That is something I cannot control. Vegeta, do you have any solutions? None, Vegeta shrugged and replied. Others may be able to stimulate your memory, but ultimately it will depend on you. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, this time I have finally surpassed you. Vegeta laughed triumphantly. As a Super Saiyan genius, I will not lose my reason when I transform into an Ozu. Just wait and see as I become Super Saiyan 4 first. Dad, don't worry. We'll find a way to help you. Gohan, too, felt immense pressure, but he had caught on to Vegeta's key point. Chapter 73. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta vs. Super Saiyan 4 Goku. The process of Vegeta's transformation was remarkably straightforward, truly as he and Vegeta had described. It was just that simple. He created an artificial moon, transformed into a golden Ozu. And after a brief adjustment to the power, he successfully transformed. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The strength was astounding. Vegeta himself was taken aback. After fervently training for so many years from the Buu saga to the present, a full 16 years had elapsed. Although his base combat power had consistently improved, he had never managed to transform into Super Saiyan 3. The combat power of Super Saiyan 2 was merely 100 times his base form, far from matching Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Yet now, with Super Saiyan 4, he could transform without transitioning through Super Saiyan 3, resulting in a staggering increase of 5,000 times, leaving Vegeta with a surreal sensation akin to that of his first successful transformation into Super Saiyan 1. Beep beep beep. Power level detected. 150 trillion. Vegeta used an invisible detector to scan 150 trillion. Quite decent. After all, he no longer had the enhancement from Baby, nor had he absorbed Scion energy or the hatred of Earthlings toward Scions. Achieving this height solely based on his innate strength was already commendable. Ah, Goku, feeling the pressure, exclaimed, "No, I must transform quickly too. Go on, Goten. Are you ready?" Gohan and Goten assured Goku that they would help awaken his memory once he transformed into an OO. Of course, if it truly became uncontrollable, Vegeta would intervene to suppress him, so those with lower power levels were kept at a safe distance, alleviating safety concerns. Haha, Kakarot, I have finally surpassed you. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta laughed with glee. Rest assured, if you transform into an Oozuru and cannot regain your reason, I will take responsibility for severing your tail. Currently, Goku's base combat power was 50 billion. If he transformed into a golden Oozu, it would only amount to 2.5 trillion, while Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta could easily overpower him, which explained his delight. Finally, it was Vegeta's turn to sing a triumphant tune. If Goku failed to achieve Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta might very well wake up laughing in his dreams. However, given his pride, he could not prevent Goku from transforming. Damn it, Vegeta, don't be so smug. I will definitely regain my reason. Goku's heart raced at Vegeta's words. Since Vegeta had said so, he would undoubtedly follow through if his tail were severed. The next time he wished to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he would have to endure the same ordeal once more, which Goku was keen to avoid. Gohan, Goten, are you ready yet? Goku could not help but shout. Ready! Ready! Gohan and Goten swallowed nervously. Although they said so, they themselves were uncertain of their chances. All right, then I shall begin. Goku performed a few warm-up exercises and lifted his gaze towards the artificial moon that Vegeta had created. In the next moment, the golden Oza re-emerged. A wave of primal, ferocious energy swept through the air, and Gohan and Goten barely had time to react before being caught in its overwhelming aura. Roar! The golden Oza howled to the heavens and began to gather energy blasts in its mouth without a hint of hesitation. Indeed, it had gone berserk. Vegeta's heart quaked with trepidation as he swiftly darted towards the golden giant ape, Son Goku. Just aside, having resided on Earth for so many years, he had long regarded himself as an integral part of it. How could he possibly stand by while Goku wreaked havoc upon their world? However, since Vegeta had already taken action, there was no need for Vegito to intervene. With a flicker of motion, he effortlessly retrieved the two sons of Goku. Gohan and Goten, Dad, Uncle Goten, you're both so pathetic. You're really going to help Grandpa regain his senses like this? Xiao Fang exclaimed as she saw them return, unable to suppress her sarcasm in her eyes. It was evident that Vegito was the most dashing of them all. Gohan and Goten's faces flushed crimson, at a loss for words. The truth was undeniable. They could not refute it. Even if Gohan unleashed his full power, he was still vastly outmatched by the golden giant ape, Goku. Not only could they not assist Goku in reclaiming his sanity, but even approaching the rampaging ape was beyond their capability. That moment, Vegeta had already engaged the golden giant in battle. Empowered by the strength of Super Saiyan 4, his confidence soared as he relentlessly pummeled the golden ape. Kakarot, you cannot blame me for this. I will not allow you to destroy Earth at your whim, that if you wish to avoid a beating, you had best regain your senses and transform into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta quipped, his words laced with mockery. While his hands continued their assault without pause, his heart swelled with exhilaration. From their first encounter until now, he had always been the one to suffer defeat. When would it be his turn to unleash fury upon Goku? This opportunity was too rare to squander, and he was determined to land a few more blows for whether Goku could transform into Super Saiyan 4. He had no doubts. Even if he failed this time, success would surely follow in the future. After all, Goku was a man whom even Vegeta considered his superior, and he could not possibly be vanquished by a mere giant ape form. Indeed, there was no need for Xiao Fang's emotional appeal. The golden giant ape, Goku, ultimately regained his sanity due to his unwillingness to concede. However, in a moment of unguardedness, Vegeta was caught off guard and struck into the ground by the now reasonable Goku, who then proceeded to stomp on him several times. Boom! The sky darkened ominously, and within moments, the earth transformed yet again into a searing inferno, glowing a vivid crimson as the temperature soared. An immense surge of energy erupted from within the golden giant ape. Goku. Eventually, the golden ape diminished in size, revealing a red-haired monkey standing atop another red-haired monkey. The onlookers gasped as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta exploded with energy, his entire being engulfed in golden flames, forcefully shoving Super Saiyan 4 Goku aside. Damn you, Kakarot. Not only have you regained your senses, but you also dare to launch a sneak attack on me that I will not let this slide. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta commenced a relentless barrage against Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Regrettably, his base power paled in comparison to Goku's, and thus, the might of their Super Saiyan 4 forms was magnified. Super Saiyan 4 Goku effortlessly absorbed all of Vegeta's assaults. Chuckling, didn't you also take advantage of my moment of weakness to give me a good thrashing? I am merely returning the favor. Now we're even. Infuriated, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta refused to relent, continuing his assault, yet he was unable to gain the upper hand. Beep, beep, beep. Power level detected. 250 trillion. Vegito, utilizing an invisible scanner, assessed Super Saiyan 4 Goku and found his power level alarmingly comparable to that of the golden giant ape, baby. Initially puzzled, he soon realized the implications that in the original story, Super Saiyan 4 Goku did indeed dominate Baby. Yet the outcome was one of mutual destruction, with neither able to prevail over the other. Chapter 074. The mysterious state torments two Super Saiyan 4's. The mastery over their power in Super Saiyan 4 form was extraordinarily refined, allowing them to mitigate significant damage to Earth even amidst fierce combat. This exceptional control over their energy surpassed even the divine realm. Thus, it was entirely understandable for Goku to triumph over Baby when their power levels were equivalent. However, Vegito's assistance in their transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was not intended for them to clash. "You two, cease this at once," Vegito exclaimed, appearing on the battlefield in a flash, delivering a kick to each of them, sending them sprawling. Although both Goku and Vegeta were in Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegito remained in his base state. The two were so engrossed in their conflict that they had left themselves vulnerable to Vegito. Most importantly, Vegito's base power was still an impressive 2 trillion. "Have you forgotten something?" Vegito said, crossing his arms. "That I promise to help you transform into Super Saiyan 4, but you must fuse into Gogeta and accompany me in battle." Truly, they were quintessential Saiyans, ever eager for combat. Goku chuckled, while Vegeta, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "I think it's unnecessary to complicate things. We can fight you right now." Exchanging glances, Goku and Vegeta found an unexpected synergy. Without a word of warning, they simultaneously launched their assault on Vegito. "How utterly untrustworthy you both are!" Vegito shouted in exasperation. "To transform into Super Saiyan 4. One needed to gather energy. It was not a matter of mere thought." Knowing Vegito's formidable strength, Goku and Vegeta understood that if he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, they would stand no chance together. Thus, they initiated their attack, hoping to prevent Vegito from achieving that form, perhaps even overpowering him in the process. Just imagine the scenario. Vegito painstakingly assists them in transforming into Super Saiyan 4, only to find himself on the receiving end of their thrashing. The expression on his face would be nothing short of spectacular. Both Goku and Vegeta shared this thought, unleashing their full strength without hesitation. Unfortunately, Vegito's shouts of protest bore no trace of panic upon his face. Unable to transform into Super Saiyan 4, no matter. There was another state he could instantaneously achieve. Boom! Vegito's aura surged dramatically, enveloped in a vibrant silver-white flame. His hair stood upright, save for a single strand that fell forward. And his features became even more pronounced. The mysterious state. In this form, his power escalated 500-fold, equating to that of the golden giant ape, yet with greater agility. What is 2 trillion multiplied by 500? The answer is 1,000 trillion. Thus, the moment Goku and Vegeta charged in, they were met with a Spartan encounter, only to witness Vegito's menacing grin. "Untrustworthy, are we?" Vegito vanished in an instant, materializing behind the two, each hand grasping a red tail. But oh no! Goku and Vegeta gasped in simultaneous horror. Unleashing their golden flames of energy, they intended to escape Vegito's grasp and regroup for a counterattack. However, they had underestimated the vast disparity in their powers. There was no way Vegito would allow them to easily slip away. Bang! The two red-haired monkeys were flung together, colliding with such force that stars danced in their vision. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Vegito aimed to make them acutely aware of their inferiority, compelling them to fuse. What followed was a scene of utter brutality, as the two newly transformed Super Saiyan 4s, who hadn't even had the chance to flaunt their new powers, were toyed with by Vegito as if they were mere puppets, tossed, slammed, and occasionally forced to collide with one another. Oh dear! Piccolo, who had come to witness the spectacle, covered his eyes in disbelief. Gohan grimaced. It's a dire situation. Who could have predicted that 2 Super Saiyan 4s would be outmatched by Vegito? Who hasn't he even transformed? What a monster this guy is. I can't fathom where he came from. Goten chimed in, unable to contain his astonishment. Trunks inquired, "Do you still not know his true identity?" Gohan shook his head. "All I know is that his name is Vegito, the same as Dad and Uncle Vegeta's fused form, and he is a Saiyan. Beyond that, I'm in the dark." They refrained from delving deeper into the matter. While the male compatriots debated Vegito's prowess and origins, the female contingent was equally engrossed in their own discussion, though the topics diverged entirely. Xiaofang's eyes sparkled. See, I wasn't mistaken. Vegito is incredibly handsome. He was the first to achieve Super Saiyan 4, and he looks far more dashing than Grandpa or Uncle Vegeta. Really? I can't wait to see him. Bulma's eyes sparkled with heart shapes as she exclaimed, I only know that he possesses immense strength, having defeated Baby, who controlled all the people on Earth that I never imagined he could also guide my father and Uncle Goku in their training. He is truly my idol, isn't he? Xiao Fang wore an expression of pride as she chimed in. Bulma marveled. I never anticipated that there exists a Scion even more formidable than Son Goku and Vegeta. If I were younger, I might have found myself infatuated with him. Hee. Xiao Fang and Bra exchanged glances, stifling their giggles. In the center of the battlefield, Goku, dazed and struggling to discern direction, raised a white flag in surrender. Stop! I concede. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, equally daunted, shouted, I surrender too. At this, Vegito finally ceased his tormenting antics, flinging them away by their tails. Boom! They both crashed into a crag, managing to regain their composure after a moment of catching their breath. Despite not being seriously injured, Vegito, your strikes are far too ruthless, Goku grumbled, massaging his arm. Humph, Vegeta retorted, his expression equally displeased. Enough of this nonsense. Let's fuse already. Vegito tossed them 2 Senzu beans. This is Senzu bean? How do you have these? Goku asked, astonished. The cultivation of Senzu beans requires a significant amount of Master Karen's energy, and their yield is low, so they typically refrain from requesting them unless absolutely necessary. I grew them myself, Vegito replied candidly, urging, hurry up and eat them so we can fuse. Don't keep me waiting. Ugh, I really dislike making such an unsightly gesture, Vegeta grumbled, yet he consumed the Senzu bean without hesitation. Goku remarked, there's no helping it. We initially agreed to Vegito, after all, that I'm curious to discover whether our fused strength surpasses that of Vegito. Chapter 075. The mighty Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, Goku, was aware that Vegito possessed a level beyond Super Saiyan 4. Yet he was unsure of its name. Previously, as he could not even transform into Super Saiyan 4, he had not pursued the matter further, but now seemed the opportune moment to inquire. He believed that with his power fused with Vegeta's, he could surely compel Vegito to unleash his ultimate strength. Vegeta, however, preferred to rely solely on his own power for battle and was resolute in avoiding external assistance unless absolutely necessary. Yet, as Goku pointed out, they had initially consented to it. This is a fair trade. Ultimately, the two executed a fusion through their dance, creating a formidable warrior. Here it comes, the fusion of my father and Uncle Vegeta. I have yet to witness this. Goten exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Trunks met his gaze, both sharing an unspoken sentiment. They had once defeated Majin Buu using this very technique. Alas, in recent years, Gotenks had not made an appearance, leaving them with only memories. In stark contrast to their mixed emotions, the others were filled with anticipation. What level of power would Goku and Vegeta's fusion, especially in Super Saiyan 4 form, reach? Would Vegito stand a chance against them? As the battle commenced, no one could foresee the outcome, nor could they guarantee that the fusion of Goku and Vegeta would indeed surpass Vegito. In a brilliant flash of golden light, a new warrior emerged. Since Goku and Vegeta achieved their fusion directly in Super Saiyan 4 form, the resulting warrior also manifested in that state. His appearance bore resemblance to Super Saiyan 4 Goku, yet his hair was red, his eyes blue, and his body hair a deep crimson. He donned the traditional attire of the Metamorans, adorned with the fusion insignia. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. You may call me Gogeta. Upon his arrival, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta flicked his hair and confidently proclaimed this statement. Impressive, Gohan remarked, a sheen of sweat on his brow. Although I cannot sense his energy, the overwhelming pressure he exudes makes it difficult to breathe. Indeed, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta was astonishing. Piccolo stood in awe, speechless. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had done nothing yet, not even released his energy, yet he emanated an unfathomable sense of oppression and intimidation. akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt with the potential to unleash devastating power. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power registered at 7.5 trillion upon detecting Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's strength with his hidden scanner. Vegito was taken aback. Is it truly that outrageous? He understood that in this era, Goku and Vegeta's base power levels far exceeded those of the Z era. Even he, as a fusion via Patera earrings, might not match Gogeta's prowess. However, he had anticipated that Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta would only possess a power level of 2 to 3 trillion at most. With Vegito's current unmatched strength, he should be able to hold his own against Super Saiyan 4. Yet who could have anticipated that Gogeta would reach 7.5 trillion? If this was the case, engaging in battle would serve no purpose. The current Super Saiyan 4 Vegito could not contend with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. And if he utilized Super Saiyan God, the disparity would be far too great. This is troublesome. Vegito rubbed his temples. What's the matter? Didn't you summon Goku and the others to fuse with me? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta crossed his arms, exuding an air of superiority. Now that you've realized my strength far surpasses your expectations, are you beginning to falter? Damn, this is precisely why I loathe this arrogant attitude in fusions. Unlike the Patera fusion, which is merely a show of strength, fine, let us set aside the comparisons of power. Let's just fight. Vegito quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, dashing towards Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta with full force. Before we proceed, allow me to gauge your strength, Vegito shouted, golden light shimmering around him. In Super Saiyan 4 form, he possessed 999.9 trillion of power, a significant gap from Gogeta, so he did not recklessly charge in, but instead directly tapped into the power of rules. With only a step away from attaining Divine Realm status, even without transforming into Super Saiyan God, the enhancement was considerable, at the very least, when Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta sensed the change in Vegito. His brow twitched slightly. What is this ability? It seems rather peculiar. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta observed with an air of nonchalance, even stroking his chin. It was only when Vegito's fist closed and that he swiftly evaded. Despite his arrogance, his instincts compelled him to avoid potential danger. Humph, your speed is quite commendable. Let's see how long you can evade, Vegito sneered, channeling the power of rules, propelling himself forward at an even greater velocity towards Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. He was acutely aware that his current form could not match Gogeta's strength, and no matter how much he enhanced himself, it would not bridge the vast chasm between them. However, transforming into Super Saiyan God would be excessively intimidating, and aside from delivering a thorough beating to Gogeta, it would serve no purpose. Thus, Vegito resolved to confront Gogeta using Super Saiyan 4 combined with the power of rules. Perhaps he could leverage the pressure from Gogeta to finally step into the Divine Realm. Your power is quite strange. It differs from ordinary energy. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta deftly dodged Vegito's attacks while analyzing his energy form. This energy seemed to have undergone intense compression and incorporated something else. Should he be struck head-on, even Gogeta might sustain injuries. However, it was unfortunate that the gap between them was too vast. As long as he wished, he had countless ways to evade Vegito's strikes. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta exudes an undeniable confidence, and indeed, he has proven himself capable, seemingly able to see through Vegeta's attack patterns entirely. The onlookers are left in awe by the nonchalant demeanor of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. While they may be unaware of the true extent of Vegeta's strength, every warrior present, with the exception of Trunks, has been soundly defeated by him. In fact, just moments ago, he effortlessly dispatched both Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta without even resorting to his full transformation. Yet now he has yet to lay a finger on Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Just how formidable is Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta? Come on, Vegeta! Xiaofeng shouts from a distance, her voice ringing out. Bra joins in, exclaiming, Vegeta, don't hold back for our sake. Unleash your fury. That Gogeta is far too arrogant. He must be taught a stern lesson. The expressions on Gohan and the others reveal their astonishment. Indeed, it appears that the female Scions are far more tenacious. Chapter 76. Has Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta been overwhelmed? Transform, Vegeta! In your current state, you cannot hope to defeat me. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta effortlessly evades all of Vegeta's attacks, his face displaying a complete lack of interest. It seems that Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta fails to pique his curiosity. With a raised brow, he remarks, from Goku's memories, I've learned that you possess another transformation. Hurry and reveal it. Otherwise, this battle holds no intrigue. What? There's another transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4. Gohan and the others are instantly taken aback. Aside from Goku and Xiaofang, none have witnessed Vegeta's Super Saiyan God form, leaving the others in the dark. Upon hearing Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's words, they gain a deeper understanding of Vegeta's terrifying strength. However, Vegeta finds himself amused by Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's demeanor. He had indeed given it his all, yet could not even graze Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, as the latter had no intention of engaging him. Even with a slight wariness towards the rules of power, he still appears utterly disinterested. It becomes clear that he has a specific goal in mind. You wish to witness the power of a Super Saiyan God, Vegeta smirks. Unfortunately, while your strength is indeed formidable, once I unleash the power of a Super Saiyan God, you won't even be able to withstand a single blow. Though the combined strength of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God amounts to 10 trillion, merely 2.5 trillion more than Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. It is crucial to remember that upon surpassing the threshold of trillion, Vegeta has already ascended to godhood. At that point, his control over energy will ascend to an extraordinarily terrifying level, far beyond what Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta could hope to match. Despite the apparent disparity between their current strengths, they ultimately exist within the same realm. As long as Vegeta adeptly utilizes the rules of power, he still stands a chance to contend. The form is called Super Saiyan God. Does that mean it has already reached the level of divinity? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta displays an excited expression, eager to witness what heights a Saiyan can attain upon achieving godhood. Not only Gogeta, but also Gohan and the others are left astounded by this exchange. The realm of gods. I ascend to divinity akin to that of the Supreme Kai or the Kaio-Ken. Is there truly a distinct level of divinity? No, the realm of gods indeed far transcends that of mortals. Since the Supreme Kai does not engage in battle, his combat power is not particularly high among the divine. Yet even so, compared to an ordinary individual, the Supreme Kai is extraordinarily powerful. It is Piccolo who speaks, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Having once fused with the old Kai, he possesses some memories of the divine, allowing him to comprehend more than others. This is why, upon first encountering the Supreme Kai, despite his superior strength, Piccolo chose to concede. The oppression of the divine realm extinguished any thought of confrontation. Regrettably, Vegeta has no intention of transforming. He looks at Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and grins. Let us see you defeat me in this form first. That if you can't even best my Super Saiyan form, how do you expect to contend with a Super Saiyan God? As he speaks, the power of rules surges around him once more. This time, he prepares to unleash his full strength. Defeat you in this form. That's a trivial task. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta regards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta with disdain, which is precisely why he previously opted to evade battle. However, since you've proclaimed it so, I shall demonstrate just a fraction of my power. That will suffice. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta pinches off a small fragment with his pinky, his meaning unmistakable. Yet, no sooner has he finished speaking than Vegeta's figure vanishes before his eyes. The next moment, bang! Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta receives a punch directly to the face, propelled backward in an instant. What? Not only is Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta incredulous, but even the spectators, including Xiaofang and Bra, who support Vegeta, are equally astonished. Humph, did you truly think I was powerless against you? Vegeta smirks, his form disappearing once more. Bang! Before Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta can regain his balance, he is struck again, sent flying once more. What is happening? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta cannot even discern Vegeta's movements. The force of the punch is not excessively strong, at least for his Super Saiyan 4 form. It merely stings, causing no significant damage. Yet this is already remarkable. Given the vast disparity between their strengths, how did Vegeta manage to land a blow? How could he evade his perception? This is dire, just as Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta struggles to devise a countermeasure. A premonition surges within him, prompting an immediate retreat. However, even after retreating, he is still struck, this time from the front, landing squarely on his face. What manner of ability is this? An afterimage punch? Instantaneous movement. It resembles neither. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta cannot comprehend Vegeta's strategy. He is unable to defend against it, continuously battered by Vegeta's relentless punches. Each blow seemingly increasing in force at this rate. It 1 TB long before he sustains an injury. What on earth is happening? Gohan and the others exchange bewildered glances, equally baffled. Gogeta, if you continue to be so careless. Don't even think about contending with a Super Saiyan God. Even in your Super Saiyan form, I will bring you down. Vegeta, noticing that Gogeta has yet to enter the fray, cannot help but chuckle. Persisting with the same tactic in truth, Vegeta's ability is quite simple. It relies on the rules of time and space. This effect bears resemblance to Hit's time skip, yet is far more potent. Hit can only freeze time, allowing him to act freely within a limited time frame. However, Vegeta's rules of time and space encompass both dimensions that he can traverse space at will and manipulate time. The spatial aspect is manageable. With a mere shift, he can appear in a location Gogeta could never anticipate, even remaining stationary while his fist traverses space to strike Gogeta directly. The temporal aspect, however, proves more challenging to control. If the time shift is too brief, it bears no significance. If it is too extensive, he risks crossing into a parallel dimension. Hence, Vegeta is still adapting to and understanding this capability. What a peculiar ability. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta can only glean a hint of its nature, ultimately surrendering to the complexity of it all. Very well, then I shall engage you seriously. However, no matter how strange your powers may be, the disparity in strength is evident. You cannot hope to best me. With a mighty roar, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta unleashes a formidable aura. Golden flames erupting forth, his entire presence transformed, beyond the enhancement of his aura. His expression grows noticeably serious. At last, he has entered the fray. Chapter 77. Perfect synchronization of consciousness and combat power. When Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta takes the matter seriously, he indeed becomes a formidable force. His combat power reaching 7.5 trillion, vastly surpassing that of Beerus. For Vegeta, confronting Gogeta in this state proves to be quite a daunting challenge. Yet he too possesses the blood of a Saiyan, having comprehended the unique battle rules inherent to his kind. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he becomes, eager to engage in battle. Come forth. Vegito, too, released all his energy, and the once golden flames gradually transformed into shimmering golden particles, leaving only a minuscule portion of flame energy. This was the final shackle he needed to break through the divine realm. Once all the energy was converted into particle form, it would be tantamount to achieving divinity. Drink! Vegito utilized his spatial abilities to teleport beside Gogeta, freezing time while simultaneously activating the rules of combat. A powerful kick landed squarely on Gogeta, targeting his weakest point, the waist. However, after unleashing his energy, Gogeta's power greatly surpassed Vegito's, preventing time from being completely frozen. As he kicked out, Gogeta became acutely aware and reacted instantly. Bang! The 2 feet clashed with tremendous force, igniting the air in an explosion. The invisible shockwave was torn apart by their overwhelming strength before it could even dissipate. This meant their powers were all compressed within an exceedingly small radius, unable to expand outward. Gogeta, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, initially believed this kick would be sufficient to send Vegito flying. Even in haste, he exerted half of his strength. Yet astonishingly, Vegito matched him blow for blow, bolstered by the rules of combat, equaling Gogeta's half power. With no decisive outcome from the strike, Vegito swiftly darted around, using his spatial abilities to flicker in and out of existence, making it difficult for Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta to anticipate his movements. Each time Vegito appeared, it was invariably at the most inconvenient position for Gogeta, making defense arduous and unleashing his full power nearly impossible to such moments. time would freeze, and the rules of combat would erupt. Bang! 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 A series of collisions ensued, and despite Vegito employing every tactic at his disposal, the gap in their powers was too vast. Gogeta could sense the energy fluctuations and react accordingly, countering swiftly. However, this battle was proving quite uncomfortable for Gogeta, as he was filled with power, yet could not utilize it fully. Meanwhile, Vegito grew increasingly emboldened, his strength amplifying with each attack. The Scion physiology naturally allowed for growth through battle. After grasping the rules of combat, Vegito had maximized this trait, continuously enhancing his power during the fight. Although the data from the scanner still read 9,999 trillion, his energy compression was escalating, and his understanding of the rules was advancing as well. That if this continued, it might not be long before he shattered that bottleneck and ascended to true divinity. Damn it, your abilities are too overpowered. If you're capable, fight me head on. Gogeta began to feel irritable, eye in his eyes. The seemingly easily defeated Vegito had him flustered. This was intolerable for the prideful Gogeta. Moreover, he felt that Vegito's evasive tactics were hardly commendable. Flitting about like a fly, it was frustratingly difficult to land a hit. How can you even utter such words? I genuinely feel embarrassed for you, Vegito chuckled, dismissing him entirely. Infuriating, Gogeta nearly spat out blood in exasperation. Yet, as a fusion of Son Goku and Vegito, his combat instincts remained exceptionally high. Gradually, he adapted to this style of combat, allowing him to unleash greater fighting power. What astonished him, however, was that Vegito was growing increasingly ferocious. As Gogeta gradually released his strength, Vegito's combat prowess soared, maintaining a balance in their struggle. How is this possible? Is your physiology akin to Broly's, a legendary Super Saiyan? Gogeta could not help but voice this thought. Though Vegito's appearance was entirely distinct from Broly's, and he retained his sanity in Super Saiyan form, the very essence of the term legendary implied that it was rarely witnessed, with perhaps only a couple of exceptions. Thus, the Broly he had encountered might serve as a reference, but it could not be claimed that only Broly's form could be deemed a legendary Super Saiyan. A legendary Super Saiyan. Vegito raised an eyebrow and replied, perhaps, at their core, they are not so different, but even a legendary Super Saiyan could not surpass me. Vegito was confident that the reason Saions grew stronger through battle was due to their inherent connection to the rules of combat. The legendary Super Saiyan may simply possess a greater strength in this regard. Regardless, it could not compare to his direct comprehension of the rules. Is that so? It seems I must take this more seriously. Otherwise, I might genuinely find myself in a precarious situation. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's aura surged once more, delivering a punch that sent Vegito, who had just emerged from spatial traversal, flying that if he had merely been entering a state before. Now he was in a form of complete energy manifestation, his consciousness perfectly synchronized with his combat strength. In other words, at this moment, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had temporarily ceased to view Vegito as a mere target, but regarded him as a formidable opponent. No holds barred, then. Vegito smirked slightly. That suits me perfectly. Let me see just how powerful you are in this era. Perhaps through this battle, he could refine his consciousness and combat prowess to the level of Whis. Even if he ultimately could not reach Whis' realm, he could at least contend with him. After all, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta embodied the pinnacle power capable of overwhelming the Super One-Star Dragon. You speak of this era. So, you are not from this era. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta suddenly caught onto this unexpected phrase, a look of realization crossing his face, and no wonder it all makes sense. Regardless of which era you belong to, the strongest will always remain as me in front of Gogeta. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta initiated an attack, marking the first instance in this battle where he unleashed his full power. Vegito sensed the explosive rise in his opponent's fighting spirit, and a chill ran down his spine. He immediately activated Time Freeze, but to his astonishment, it proved completely ineffective this time. Spatial traversal. Vegito dared not confront Gogeta head-on in this state, promptly teleporting to another location. However, what truly shocked him was that Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta seemed to anticipate his position as Vegito materialized from a spatial shift. Gogeta's attack was already descending. Chapter 078. The old Kai's dismay your ability seems somewhat akin to instantaneous movement, yet not quite the same. However, as long as I pay attention to the fluctuations in the air, I can detect you in advance. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta kindly explained, even while his hands did not cease their actions. After landing a successful strike, he unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Vegito in disarray as he retreated step by step. Fortunately, after the earlier exchanges, Vegito had become quite adept at wielding the power of the rules. With the rules of combat backing him, he barely managed to fend off Gogeta's barrage, but of course, as long as Gogeta altered his breathing, he could unleash the same combination again with minimal effort. However, having withstood the flurry of punches, Vegito found his limbs numb, breathless, and his energy significantly depleted. Fluctuations in the air, is it? In that case, I'll render you unable to sense anything. Vegito immediately suppressed his energy, employing spatial traversal once more. This time, he remained undetected by Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and landed another hit. Yet, you've lowered your energy. The air fluctuations have indeed diminished. But what use is a featherlight punch? Just as Gogeta prepared to retaliate, Vegito swiftly slipped away. Is that truly the case? Vegito replied with a teasing smile, refusing to elaborate as he continued this tactic. Spatial traversal, another punch to Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and before a counter could be mounted, Vegito vanished. Once more did a Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta search for Vegito's aura. He closed in again through spatial traversal. Repeating his earlier actions, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta fumed. If Vegito were relying solely on a speed advantage, there would be nothing to say, but now he was employing an incomprehensible and elusive ability. Appearing and disappearing without a trace. This isn't hide and seek. Enough is enough. Haha. Haven't you realized yet? Vegito chuckled softly. This time, let me make things clear. With a bang, he traversed the space, landing a punch to everyone's astonishment. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta staggered momentarily from the impact. What? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was taken aback. Vegito, having lowered his energy, continued to ascend in power. This indicated that he was delving into that elusive ability, gradually evolving from an aura of fluctuating energy to one of absolute stillness. Are you using me as a training dummy? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, belatedly grasping the situation, realized, so this is why you refuse to transform into another form. Hee, you finally figured it out, Vegito replied with a smile. Yet his movements remained relentless. This time, he did not retreat after a single strike, but launched a fierce assault on Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Boom! 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 Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta seized the opportunity to counterattack. Shifting from a defensive stance to an offensive one. You think you've gained enough power to face me head-on. Unfortunately, your assumptions are misguided, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta declared, intensifying his onslaught, having finally found an opening. He was determined not to let Vegito escape. Vegito was indeed being forced back, gritting his teeth to endure, lacking even the energy to banter. However, unbeknownst to Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, this was precisely the predicament Vegito desired. He had nearly mastered the power of rules, and now he could wield it with finesse. Yet he always fell just short. If he could surpass that threshold, he would enter an entirely new realm. Now that his power had been honed, he required immense pressure to help him shatter his limitations. That I truly don't understand what you're thinking. That wouldn't it be better to simply transform into that form? Why insist on fighting me with this considerably weaker power? If this is all you can muster, you might as well not have summoned me at all. After all, why waste my energy on your Super Saiyan form? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta continued to unleash a barrage of attacks while chattering incessantly. Well, trash talk is a form of attack. After all, still, Vegito found himself increasingly irritated by Gogeta's lowbrow taunts, roaring in anger. Silence, boom! Vegito suddenly erupted with energy, his aura skyrocketing, suppressing Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's fiery spirit. The pressure did not catalyze Vegito's evolution. Instead, it was Gogeta's taunts that bore fruit. In his vexation, it seemed as if a certain shackle within Vegito had been unbound. With a soft pop, the so-called bottleneck shattered like a membrane. Boom, boom, boom. An invisible barrier was broken, and the energy within Vegito surged forth like a dam bursting. golden particles of energy shot into the sky, expanding around him for dozens of meters, transforming him into a colossal golden energy titan. Under the sudden onslaught of this explosive energy, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta lost control, being propelled back hundreds of meters before barely regaining his footing. His face a mask of shock as he beheld Vegeto's transformation. This. Even Son Gohan and the others were equally astonished. The golden particle energy was imperceptible, but merely from its appearance, it was evident that Vegeto's energy had overflowed immensely. The godly realm. Piccolo managed to utter those 3 words with difficulty. He could ascertain that this was indeed the godly realm, though he was unsure if it was the same transformation previously mentioned. One preceding Super Saiyan 4. Is this truly the godly realm? Previously, he could vaguely sense Vegeto's energy, but now it was entirely beyond his perception. Son Gohan's face was filled with disbelief. Is this really the godly realm? It's entirely different from the strength I understood of the Kaio-Ken. In fact, it might not even belong to the same dimension. Not only were Son Gohan and the others stunned, but even the old Kaio-Ken, who had been secretly observing the battle, was now agape, his jaw nearly hitting the ground, unable to close his mouth for a considerable time. The sheer magnitude of this divine energy was astonishing, overwhelmingly powerful beyond comprehension. The old Kaio-Ken had lived for millions of years, encountered countless beings and gods, yet none could compare to the divine energy emanating from Vegito. Most absurdly, a mere Scion had managed to elevate himself to godhood through sheer effort. Such a notion was preposterous, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he attain divinity without receiving a divine title or assimilating the rules? The old Kaio-Ken abruptly stood, the astonishment on his face reflecting a reaction far more intense than that of Son Gohan and the others. Beside him, Kibito Kai had been trembling since the moment Vegeto's aura manifested. Now, witnessing the old Kaio-Ken's agitation, he meekly remarked, "Ancestor, I have always wanted to ask, those are Patera earrings that Vegito is wearing, right? So, where exactly does he come from as a Kaio-Ken?" Chapter 079. Vegito is no fool. You ignorant, colossal idiot, the old Kaio-Ken berated Kibito Kai, spitting as he spoke. You really need me to point that out? I had already recognized those as Patera earrings. Moreover, those Patera earrings are of the same model as yours. This means that Vegito is essentially the super warrior form from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta through the earrings. Earlier, Gogeta mentioned he was not from this era, so it is highly likely that he is the Vegito form during the battle against Beerus. However, something must have transpired in his timeline that prevented him from defusing, altering both his appearance and aura entirely. Indeed, the old Kaio-Ken, the most sagacious being in the Dragon Ball universe, had managed to deduce the truth from mere fragments of clues. So that's how it is? Kibito Kai finally understood, exclaiming, "No wonder Vegito is so powerful. It all makes sense now. Clearly, only through the Patera fusion can one surpass the Metamoran fusion. And this is why I said you are a colossal idiot." The old Kaio-Ken continued his tirade against Kibito Kai, but the real issue is not this. The biggest problem is that Vegito has attained godhood, and he did so through his own cultivation, inadvertently stepping into the godly realm. But what does that mean? Kibito Kai scratched his head awkwardly that Vegeto's self-cultivation to divinity was indeed surprising. Yet he had long grown accustomed to the Scion's monstrous capabilities and considering Goku and Vegeta's fusion. It was only natural for him to be even more formidable, wasn't it? The old Kaio-Ken felt utterly exasperated, sighing, "How did you even become a Kaio-Ken? Have you forgotten the fundamentals of divinity to attain godhood? One must first possess a divine title, then gain recognition of the rules and assimilate them. He possesses none of these prerequisites. He is essentially a black market entity. Do you understand?" Kibito Kai finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression turning serious. "So, if the other gods learn of this, Vegito will be hunted down by all divine beings." Not just that, the old Kaio-Ken lamented in frustration. He achieved godhood within our universe. We cannot escape responsibility. We either capture him or face being hunted ourselves. You understand now. Capture Vegito. Don't be absurd. Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta were effortlessly defeated by him. and my strength is even less than Piccolo's. How could I possibly subdue Vegito? With my head, perhaps? Kibito Kai exclaimed in panic. What do we do now, Ancestor? What do you think we should do? The old Kaishin's face darkened. Making a gesture across his throat, Kibito Kai's expression shifted to one of profound admiration. His ancestor was truly this fierce. He had never noticed it before. However, the old Kaishin then changed his tone, saying, "Of course, you will have to figure this out on your own. I've long retired. This is no longer my concern." Bang! As the god of Jebite lost his footing, he instantly toppled over. The earth, the once towering golden particle energy giant, reaching several dozen meters in height, had gradually contracted, now merely hovering outside the surface of Vegeta. Apart from the differing energy form, everything else seemed remarkably unchanged. However, Vegeta's aura had vanished from everyone's perception, eluding any semblance of detection. This is the realm of the gods. He has finally taken this monumental step. Feeling the utterly transformed energy within him, Vegeta could not help but smile widely. This was still the Super Saiyan 4 form, yet his battle power had reached an astounding 1.5 quintillion. Although it was merely a 0.5 quintillion increase, the disparity in strength compared to before was nothing short of astronomical. Once more, Vegeta tossed a Senzu bean to Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and beckoned him with a finger. After such an extensive battle, although Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had not expended much energy, the fusion's time limit was likely approaching. Consuming a Senzu bean would restore his energy, allowing the time to be recalibrated. Indeed, after consuming the Senzu bean, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's energy stabilized significantly. He fixed his gaze on Vegeta, who was emanating golden particle energy, and narrowed his eyes, remarking, "Though this transformation isn't quite like the one Goku remembers, the power should be comparable, right? If that is the case, let us engage in a proper battle." He understood that since Vegeta had initiated the provocation, he would undoubtedly choose to confront him head-on, avoiding any evasive tactics. This suited him perfectly. He was eager to ascertain just how formidable a Scion in the divine realm, or a Saiyan God, could truly be. Perhaps after close proximity, he could analyze this energy and attain such a state himself. Though it was a fanciful notion, should Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta manage to decipher it, it would undeniably enhance his own prowess. "Come on," Vegeta bellowed, immediately assuming a stance. This time, he opted not to initiate the attack, but to remain stationary, awaiting Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's advance. So confident. Are we? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta chuckled, employing no flashy techniques, charging directly at Vegeta. Bang! Their fists collided, the air erupted in a deafening roar, creating a vacuum in the process. Suddenly, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's face flushed crimson, his form propelled backward in an instant. "How can this be? Your power has surged so unexpectedly." It took considerable effort for Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta to regain his footing, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Vegeta grinned, providing no explanation, but beckoned Gogeta once more. Again, "Come if you dare." Who fears whom? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta refused to believe he could be outmatched by Vegeta's Super Saiyan form, even if it wasn't a pure Super Saiyan 4. Bang. Once again, they merely exchanged blows, yet Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was sent reeling. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing all his power as he charged forward with unrestrained force. The outcome remained unchanged. In the subsequent clash, he was once more driven back. After 3 encounters, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's strength only intensified with each attempt, yet he was forced to retreat further each time. The backlash from the impact growing increasingly severe. At this juncture, his fists were crimson, his entire arm trembling, unable to muster any further strength. Why is this happening? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta wore a perplexed expression. In his perception, Vegeta's 3 punches bore identical power, even maintaining the same angles. Yet regardless of how he struck, despite feeling his strength eclipsed Vegeta's, he remained the one being pushed back, curious to know why. Vegeta smirked. "If you shout, 'Vegeta is not weak,' I shall enlighten you." "Vegeta is not weak," Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta shouted without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 080. The true identity revealed. The most significant distinction between the divine realm and the ordinary realm lies in the meticulous control of energy. In comparison to the Super Saiyan 4, the divine state surpasses it considerably. Moreover, Vegeta had already completed the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, layering the divine realm atop it, achieving an astonishing mastery over energy. When unleashing energy of equivalent intensity, he could effortlessly pierce through the surface. Thus, even though Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's energy intensity surpassed his, it was easily countered by Vegeta to their level. Energy intensity is no longer the sole measure of combat prowess. What is sought after is precision. Jiren exemplifies this meticulous control of energy. He can, with minimal energy, defeat Ultra Instinct Goku with a single punch. His victory over Ultra Instinct Goku does not stem from superior energy intensity, but from his ability to strike at the core. Akin to how Vegeta repelled Gogeta. If meticulous energy manipulation represents the pinnacle of conscious expression, then the mastery of the physical body epitomizes the ultimate physical prowess. These are two entirely contrasting, yet equally lofty paths to greatness. In the manga, Jiren did not succumb to Ultra Instinct Goku. Thus, his peak battle power is tantamount to that of Ultra Instinct Goku. Vegeta had only just begun to breach the threshold of meticulous energy control, still far from reaching its zenith. Yet this state was nearly akin to half a step into Ultra Instinct, making it entirely reasonable for him to easily repel Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Vegeta succinctly elucidated the situation, and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta grasped the concept. However, understanding it did not imply that achieving it was merely a matter of practice. Fortunately, having already touched upon the threshold of the Super Saiyan 4 realm, with continued exploration, Gogeta might indeed have the opportunity to reach this level. I never anticipated your Super Saiyan 4 form could contend with me. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta shamelessly regarded his defeat as a stalemate. Believing he had many techniques yet to unveil that in the end, he might not necessarily lose to Vegeta. This assertion, Vegeta remained non-committal. He recognized that Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's intent was merely to witness the power of the Saiyan God. Should he not be afforded this opportunity, Gogeta would likely remain unsatisfied. So be it. Vegeta had yet to employ that power. He would allow his opponent to witness the terrifying heights achieved by the fusion of Super Saiyan and Saiyan God. Suddenly, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta disintegrated, reverting to the forms of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The two floated in the air, exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? Did we not consume Senzu beans? Super Saiyan 4 Goku blinked in confusion. Don't ask me about such matters. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta snapped in frustration. Clearly, Vegeta was on the verge of unleashing the power of the Saiyan God, only to have everything fall apart at a critical moment. This was no different from disintegrating just before vanquishing a formidable foe in battle. Infuriating. Perhaps the maximum duration of their fusion was 30 minutes. Regardless of the consumption of Senzu beans, Vegeta speculated that in the original narrative, during the few instances of fusion, whether it was Gogeta or Gotenks, they seemed to dissolve early due to excessive energy, unable to sustain the fusion until the end. Vegeta had apprehensively provided Gogeta with Senzu beans beforehand. Fearing this very issue to his surprise, while energy was restored, the fusion did not dissolve prematurely, but rather ended automatically once the 30-minute limit was reached. Is that so? Goku exclaimed helplessly. What a pity. We were so close to witnessing Vegeta's Saiyan God power. Vegeta retorted angrily. And you dare say that? Was it not your initial lack of seriousness that squandered so much time? Had you used your full strength from the outset, we would have compelled Vegeta's Saiyan God form to emerge long ago. Can you truly blame me? After all, once fused, Gogeta possesses both our consciousnesses. Not just mine, Goku immediately countered. Thus, it was only natural that the two began to bicker, neither willing to admit fault. Vegeta sighed softly, shaking his head as he turned away. Gohan and the others looked on, their faces awash with astonishment, their hearts racing. They had witnessed a remarkably high-level battle, immensely beneficial to their future training. Yet, before the crowd could gather to express their admiration, a figure suddenly emerged from within them. Jedi God, King Kai, what brings you here? Son Gohan was the first to greet them. Son Goku and Vegeta ceased their bickering and turned their attention towards the god Jebit. Previously, they had all engaged in combat using the Super Saiyan 4 form, which, despite its formidable power, had not inflicted significant damage upon the Earth, as they had mastered the art of energy control, allowing them to compress their strength into a minuscule range. Thus, they were quite curious about the emergence of Gogeta. The deity merely exchanged pleasantries with the group before his expression grew serious as he focused on Vegito. Vegito, perhaps I should refer to you as the warrior from an alternate timeline? The designation of warrior from an alternate timeline caused the others to exchange puzzled glances. It was then that Son Goku belatedly realized. So it's the Patera earring fusion. No wonder it seems so familiar. Could it be that Vegito? At this moment, nearly everyone widened their eyes in unison. After all, the Patera earrings had only been utilized once, and that was over a decade ago. Even Vegeta had little recollection of it. Were it not for Gogeta's mention, they might have entirely overlooked it. Vegito felt a stirring within. Had he finally been recognized? However, he was not particularly concerned. This world was inherently multidimensional, so what did it matter if they learned of his origins? Hadn't Goku also traversed multiple timelines? Vegito refrained from outright revealing his identity simply out of a reluctance to engage in extensive explanations, as doing so would inevitably lead to a cascade of inquiries that would require further clarification. Now that he had been seen through, he merely shrugged and said, "You are not mistaken. I am indeed the fusion warrior formed when Son Goku and Vegeta battled Majin Buu via twist of fate. I traversed through time. However, I have since mastered the means to return, so I shall not linger here for long." At the moment of his ascension to godhood, his comprehension of the temporal laws had reached its zenith, allowing him to sense the timeline that belonged to him, enabling him to manipulate the temporal rules to return at will. How astonishing! The others exclaimed in unison. Son Goku inquired with curiosity, "But weren't we separated from the fusion upon entering Buu's body? How is it that you maintain this form, and your appearance and aura are so different from before?" Were it not for this, they would not have been led to such a preconceived notion. Vegito provided a succinct explanation and then turned to Gogeta. "So, esteemed Kaio-Ken, is there something you wish to convey?" Gogeta felt somewhat apprehensive, for Vegito's power was indeed formidable. Should he provoke the warrior's wrath, the entire universe might be at risk of annihilation. Nevertheless, considering that Vegito was ultimately the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, he surmised that his nature could not be excessively malevolent. Thus, Gogeta resolved to speak candidly. He relayed the words of the old Kaio-Ken directly and continued, "In truth, you should not bear the blame, as you are unfamiliar with the divine race. However, now that we are faced with this situation, we must find a resolution." Gogeta's remarks left everyone momentarily speechless, including Vegito himself. To attain godhood, one must first acquire a divine position. This implied that to become a god, one must obtain official recognition. Otherwise, one would be considered a rogue. Moreover, according to this line of reasoning, Vegito's ascension to godhood was entirely serendipitous, as an ordinary individual could never achieve divinity through personal effort alone. And oh wonder in Dragon Ball Super, Zamasu always maintained an air of superiority. The realm of divinity was evidently monopolized by the divine race. For ordinary beings to ascend to godhood, the sole pathway was to secure a divine position and ascend step by step. "Well, I now comprehend the situation," Vegito remarked, his demeanor inscrutable. "So, esteemed Kaio-Ken, what do you believe should be done about this matter?" While Vegito did not consider himself capable of challenging the entire divine system single-handedly, he felt confident in his ability to evade the pursuit from the GT timeline. If it came to a dire situation, he would not hesitate to eliminate the divine beings for the sake of his own survival. However, it was evident that he had misunderstood. Gogeta did not imply such intentions, but rather sighed in resignation. "To be honest, I am uncertain myself. Vegito, you are not a malevolent villain. You have even saved the Earth. Even if I possess sufficient power, I would not act against you. However, since you hail from another timeline, should your presence be discovered, the charges of disrupting the timeline combined with the unauthorized ascension to godhood would leave you with no option but to fight." Vegito, perceiving the sincerity in Gogeta's demeanor, fell into contemplation. The original narrative repeatedly emphasized that manipulating time was a grave offense. Even when Son Goku and his companions traveled to the future to assist Daz, they still could not secure the support of Beerus. Ultimately, it was only upon learning that the deities of the future world had perished, including Beerus himself, that they had any hope of proceeding. Otherwise, they would either ignore the warnings and face punishment for time travel or be thwarted by Beerus. Vegito did not believe he possessed the same protagonist aura as Son Goku, that if he encountered other deities, they would likely resort to violence without hesitation. What if I were to leave this timeline? In the end, Vegito chose to retreat, not out of fear, but to avoid causing trouble for this timeline. After all, he had gained considerable strength here and had even attained godhood. It would be unreasonable to destroy this place upon departure. Moreover, he had been away from his own timeline for quite some time, and it would be appropriate to return and see how things stood. However, he first needed to ascertain whether any deities might pursue him directly from this timeline to his own, if that were the case. It would be better to face them here. Gogeta seemed taken aback, clearly not expecting Vegito to suggest leaving so outrightly. After a moment of contemplation, Gogeta replied, "If you were to leave, your aura would lose its origin, making it easier to manage. I could utilize the power of the rules to cleanse the area. As long as no deity pays particular attention here, we should not encounter any issues." Is that so? Vegito considered the proposition and nodded in agreement. His arrival in this timeline had been a mere accident. Now that he had significantly enhanced his power, exceeding the boundaries of this timeline, easily overpowering a one-star dragon was a trivial matter. There was indeed no necessity to remain. Furthermore, Gogeta's words sparked an idea in him. Perhaps he could return and experiment further. Ultimately, if he were to be hunted down, he could simply evade capture across timelines. Very well. If it comes to that, there's no need to be overly concerned. Based on Vegito's own calculations, Super Saiyan 4 combined with Super Saiyan God and refined energy could undoubtedly contend with Whis. Additionally, the mixed energy he had unexpectedly acquired had not yet fully integrated, possessing a remaining 20 to fuse. If he could find a way to complete the fusion process, he might very well ascend to the level of the Grand Priest. What would he have to fear then? The Omni King. That entity was but a child. A few amusing offerings would suffice to placate him. Moreover, Vegito harbored serious doubts regarding the Omni King's combat prowess. Each time Son Goku raised the question of whether the Omni King was formidable, those queried would sidestep the topic and redirect the conversation to the Omni King's erasure ability. Did this imply that aside from his erasure capacity, the Omni King possessed no real abilities? If that were the case, Vegito could easily find a timeline to hide in. What could the Omni King do then? Erase all timelines and universes. Ridiculous. Most importantly, Vegito had already merged the forces of the rules, the laws of time, destruction, and combat, converging three types of rules into one. He certainly would not fear the erasure rule. Vegito, are you truly going to leave? Before anyone else could speak, Xiaofang clung to Vegito's clothing, her face awash with sorrow. On the verge of tears, the two had not interacted extensively, but ever since Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan 4, she had become his little fan, even verging on obsessive. Now, upon hearing that Vegito intended to depart, and from an entire timeline no less, Xiaofang was unable to contain her emotions. Vegito felt a twinge of discomfort. He had never been adept at handling young girls. At the tea that moment, he could only offer words of comfort. Do not worry. Once this storm passes, I will return. By the way, you can also utilize the dragon's power to minimize the impact. Right? Xiaofang's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination, secretly resolving to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to ensure that no divine beings from other realms would notice Vegeta. Little did she know, the Dragon's powers were inherently limited. After making such a wish, the extent of its fulfillment remained uncertain. You must return swiftly, she added, her eyes brimming with tears, struggling to hold back her sobs before turning and running away. Vegeta, not one to possess a heart of stone, chose not to chase after her for comfort, but was resolute in his decision to return someday, if only for Xiaofang's sake. Should he return to his own timeline, and everything proceed smoothly, it would likely not be long before their paths crossed again. Most importantly, when he did return, it would be under entirely legitimate circumstances. Chapter 082. The unexpected battle of gods and deities. Vegeta bid a brief farewell to the warriors of the GT timeline. Promising to return once the storm had settled, he then summoned the powers of the temporal rules, using their guidance to locate the marker of his own timeline. With a simple act of instantaneous movement, he vanished from the GT timeline, leaving no trace behind. It seemed deceptively simple, yet Sun Wukong found himself utterly bewildered. On the surface, Vegeta's ability to traverse timelines appeared akin to instantaneous teleportation. Wukong focused intensely, eyes wide, but unfortunately gleaned no information, understanding only that this capacity was fundamentally distinct from mere teleportation. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smug expression on his face. If it were that easy to comprehend, there would be countless individuals capable of traversing time and space. Having been defeated even after merging with Sun Wukong to become Gogeta, Vegeta felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction that I in this world. He acknowledged only Sun Wukong as a worthy warrior, and the sudden emergence of Vegeta only served to shatter his fragile ego. However, upon realizing that Vegeta was a fusion of himself and Sun Wukong, he begrudgingly accepted the situation. Indeed, the only ones capable of defeating them were themselves. At that moment, the god Jebet shared similar thoughts, marveling, truly, he is the fusion warrior of Wukong and Vegeta. He has even mastered the ability to traverse time and space. It seems he is fused with the temporal rules. If he were to attain divine status, might he be referred to as the god of time? Had Vegeta possessed only the temporal rules, perhaps the title of God of Time would be fitting. Alas, in addition to the temporal rules, he also harbored the rules of destruction and combat. Lord Kaio-Ken, what do you mean by rules? Sun Wukong seemed to grasp something significant, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Vegeta displayed a similar reaction, albeit more subdued, yet he too perked up his ears. Coughing, Jebet realized he had spoken too much, nearly choking on his own words, and quickly shifted the topic. I must erase any traces of Vegeta's existence to prevent other gods from sensing him. I shall take my leave. With that, Jebet vanished in an instant. What a miser, Sun Wukong complained immediately. Even he, with a singular focus, could see that Jebet was deliberately diverting the topic, unwilling to disclose the truth. Fine, if you want to tell me, I shall investigate on my own. Brimming with determination, Sun Wukong declared. Vegeta is the fusion warrior of me and Vegeta. If he can learn such abilities, surely I can as well. Vegeta interjected, Kakarot, it would be wise to abandon such thoughts, since Lord Kaio-Ken refuses to speak. It must be a taboo. Are you certain you wish to tread such perilous waters? Sun Wukong had not considered this in the past. His response would have been reckless disregard. Yet now, with Vegeta exhibiting caution, he felt compelled to reconsider. Vegeta scoffed. Rather than concerning myself with those convoluted rules, I'm far more curious about the realm of Super Saiyan God. When Vegeta returns, I shall master that transformation. You can pursue those rules on your own. With that, Vegeta departed without a word, heading undoubtedly towards his gravity chamber at home. Vegeta, you sly fox. Sun Wukong finally grasped the situation and shouted, You've outpaced me in achieving Super Saiyan 4. But this time I shall catch up. I will transform into Super Saiyan God before you. With that declaration, he too dashed away, his destination set for the heavenly realm. Back at the spot, Sun Wufan and the others exchanged glances, followed by weary smiles. By the way, has anyone ever witnessed the transformation into Super Saiyan God? Piccolo inquired. Since it was a transformation state, even if it bore the title God, it surely differed from divine realms. So he felt no concern regarding Sun Wukong and Vegeta venturing into forbidden territory. The others fell silent for a moment, realizing that indeed, none present had witnessed it, and they were only aware that Sun Wukong had seen it once. If that's the case, how could Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan God? They pondered, bewildered. Trunks explained, after the fusion dance, memories are shared. Uncle Wukong has witnessed it once, so after fusing with him, Dad has effectively seen it too. I see, they exclaimed, understanding dawning upon them. Even Sun Wooten was slow to catch on, only realizing it after Trunks' explanation. However, unbeknownst to them, besides Sun Wukong, there was another who had witnessed the transformation into Super Saiyan God, Xiaofang. Of course, this fact held little significance. Meanwhile, in the GT timeline, when Vegeta traversed back to his own timeline, he was immediately taken aback that in the Earth's stratosphere, two figures, one crimson and the other violet, were engaged in an intensely fierce battle. Each collision sent invisible shock waves rippling through the cosmos, causing spatial disturbances. However, it quickly became apparent that the red figure was beginning to falter, being overpowered by the violet figure. You truly wish to engage seriously. But this is where it ends. The violet figure declared from a commanding height, "Your strength is waning." Damn it. The red figure gasped, drenched in sweat. Even as a Super Saiyan God, I cannot defeat Lord Beerus. Have you enjoyed yourself enough? It has been ages since I unleashed my full power. The violet figure gathered a massive sphere of purple-black energy, preparing to strike downward. Now, let us conclude this. I shall fulfill my promise to destroy the Earth. Bear the weight of its fate. The purple-black energy sphere descended with overwhelming force toward the red figure and the Earth behind him. This truly the battle of gods. Vegeta gasped, astonished. This must be my timeline. Right? Can someone explain this scene before me? Did I inadvertently make a mistake while traversing time? No, absolutely not. Vegeta concentrated, the temporal rules confirming that this was indeed his own timeline. But what in the world was Sun Wukong doing here? Was he truly akin to a character sprung from a stone, like in Journey to the West? Perhaps some unforeseen event transpired during his absence. Vegeta could only speculate, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After merely a year's absence, had he truly been so thoroughly erased? What a cruel twist of fate. Chapter 083. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta versus Beerus. I apologize, Lord Beerus. The power of the Super Saiyan God is whispering to me. I still have the potential to ascend further. The Kamehameha wave, unleashed by the Super Saiyan God Son Goku, delivered a stunning blow that astonished Beerus, effectively neutralizing the energy orb he intended to use for the destruction of Earth. Although Goku subsequently reverted from his Super Saiyan God form due to energy depletion, his unwavering determination and courage earned him Beerus's respect, prompting the deity to spare the planet. However, before Beerus could deliver any grandiloquent remarks, another enormous energy orb hurtled towards him. This Kamehameha wave, while identical in name, bore an entirely different intensity of energy, this time aimed directly at Beerus. His expression shifted to one of shock as he instantly erupted into his full power form. Dark purple particles swirling around him. With a thunderous roar, Beerus summoned every ounce of strength, barely managing to block the Kamehameha with his hands. Yet his hands were left charred and trembling, showing signs of imminent fatigue. Who dares? Show yourself! Beerus nearly exploded with rage, his senses rapidly extending outward. Once he caught the essence of the individual who had launched the Kamehameha, he would not hesitate to obliterate them, as for Goku, who had exited his Super Saiyan God form. He was swept away by the force of the Kamehameha upon its manifestation, ultimately saved by Whis, who shielded him from a catastrophic fall from the stratosphere that would have surely reduced him to mere dust. Impressive! Lord Beerus possesses such formidable power, yet to be unleashed. You were merely toying with me, weren't you? Goku was utterly flabbergasted. After executing his final Kamehameha, he believed he was quite formidable, convinced that with a bit more training he could surpass Beerus. Now, however, he comprehended that Beerus had not even begun to fight seriously. Had he chosen to do so, a mere finger could have vanquished him. But the question lingered. Who could possibly harm such a powerful being? Moreover, it seemed that the attack was reminiscent of his own Kamehameha wave. Suddenly was raised an eyebrow, a look of intrigue gracing his face. How fascinating. He has returned. Who? Goku asked, bewildered. Whis regarded him with a profound gaze, ultimately saying nothing. As an angel, he embodied neutrality, neither upholding justice nor embracing evil. Therefore, he would refrain from voicing an opinion on the matter. Goku felt inexplicably puzzled, sensing a connection, yet he could not fathom the circumstances. At that moment, a crimson figure gradually emerged before Beerus in the stratosphere. The reason it was described as red was due to its entire body being enveloped in crimson fur, donning red trousers on its lower half. And sporting a flowing red-tailed IT was Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, making his entrance. "Who are you? Were you the one who ambushed me?" Beerus did not immediately erupt in fury. Instead, his countenance was etched with gravity. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the suddenly appeared red monkey. Although this individual lacked the aura of a god, his power seemed to rival Beerus's own. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily on Beerus. When had such a formidable warrior arrived in Universe 7? If he turned out to be a target for destruction, it would spell trouble for Beerus. Beep beep beep. Battle power intensity. 1.5 quintillion. The invisible detector on Vegeta registered this data as he scanned Beerus, causing a smirk to form on his lips. Oh divine aura. Of course, he was aware that ascending to godhood without divine status would result in a bounty from the divine race. So Vegeta had refrained from utilizing his divine powers. Instead, he had extracted the rules of energy and concealed them within the black lightning, the essence of battle. Thus, he appeared as an ordinary mortal, albeit with an energy intensity compressed 50-fold in his Super Saiyan 4 form. His battle power stood at 1.5 quintillion. Although the quality of his energy was slightly inferior to Beerus's due to the extraction of the rules, his refined energy made him ultimately stronger. Long time no see. Beerus, I have always remembered your kindness, and today I have come to repay that debt. Vegeta grinned, disregarding Beerus's confusion, and erupted with golden flames, charging forward in an instant. Humph, repay? More like seeking revenge. As the god of destruction, Beerus could not afford to retreat, unleashing a massive wave of energy, dark purple particles pulsating around him before he launched a powerful punch forward. Though I know not who you are, it matters not. Once I bring you to your knees, you shall reveal your identity, Beerus declared as he struck, his mouth never ceasing to move. Indeed, I cannot abide your demeanor. Vegeta scoffed, thus, I have resolved to repay your kindness in full. Boom! The collision of their fists resonated across the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of space and leaving countless fissures in their wake. Whis, having returned to the ground, gently waved his staff, enveloping the entire Earth in his protective aura. He then gestured again, projecting a three-dimensional image of the battle between Vegeta and Beerus. Kakarot, what on earth is happening? Who is this person? Vegeta exclaimed, pointing vehemently at the stalemate between Beerus and Vegeta. If Vegeta had the leisure to glance at the scene, he would find it almost reminiscent of a divine confrontation. Those familiar to Vegeta were gathered on a colossal cruise ship, seemingly celebrating some event. Most astonishingly, Goku and Vegeta were also present among them. I have no idea. He just appeared out of nowhere. Goku replied, bewildered. Though he seems familiar, I've certainly never met him before. That moment, Piccolo, Krillin, Bulma, and Gohan all approached, encircling the holographic projection with astonishment. Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan God and was still no match for Beerus. Yet this sudden arrival was holding his own against the god of destruction, prompting a flurry of speculation. Whis, do you know something? Bulma inquired, attempting to ingratiate herself by offering a plate of snacks. Earth's food is simply divine. Whis took a bite, his eyes curving into crescent moons with delight. However, even for the sake of culinary delights, he adhered to certain principles. Hence he merely replied to Bulma. There are matters I cannot disclose, but soon you shall understand. Chapter 084. Rubbing Beerus into the ground bang. Just as the two had reached a stalemate, Beerus suddenly faltered, and Vegeta's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. What? Beerus gasped in shock. Having activated his full energy form and exerted his utmost strength, he had lost in a direct confrontation. Vegeta wouldn't dwell on Beerus's thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly pursued him. Vegeta raised a finger, aiming directly at Beerus's forehead. Are you jesting? Do you think I, Beerus, am someone to be trifled with? Beerus's fury erupted. However, he was astounded when, despite unleashing all the energy befitting a god of destruction and even employing the power of rules, he was effortlessly breached by that seemingly innocuous finger. Pop! Vegeta's finger struck Beerus's brow, propelling him away at an even greater speed. Hey, remember when you flicked me and landed a punch? Well, it seems only fair to return the favor. Vegeta laughed as he pursued Beerus once more. Damn it! Beerus seethed, his pride wounded, and his rage boiling over. But what could he do? His power was utterly overwhelmed. Even invoking the energy of the god of destruction proved futile. Beerus, consider this a tit for tat. Given your initial reluctance to kill me and the benefits I've gained, I shall spare your life. However, a year-long exile warrants some interest in return. Before Beerus could react, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to his face, forcefully pressing him downward. Beerus struggled to break free, but he was no match for Vegeta. All his efforts were in vain. Soon enough, the implication of Vegeta's words dawned on him. Exiled for more than a year. You are. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? This guy is actually Vegeta. Not only did the appearance of Super Saiyan for Vegeta differ completely from before, but his aura was also unlike anything from the past, and his strength had exaggeratedly surpassed his former self by several folds. Previously, after mastering his powers, Vegeta's normal strength was around 1 trillion. While in Super Saiyan 3 form, it was 400 trillion. Now, it was a staggering 1.5 quadrillion, nearly a fourfold increase. Coupled with the mastery of energy manipulation, Beerus found himself being thoroughly overwhelmed. Most astonishingly, after falling into the space-time rift, he somehow managed to return. This was undoubtedly beyond anything Beerus could have imagined. Boom! Beerus was kicked from a stratosphere by Vegeta, crashing down to the Earth's surface with tremendous force. Vegeta did not relent. He continued to press down on Beerus, driving them both underground in the desolate wilderness of Earth. The collision created an immense crater, sending massive amounts of earth and stone flying, akin to a raging tidal wave. What an incredible level of combat this was. The Z-warriors on Earth watched in shock, their mouths twitching. The forces exerted by both combatants were entirely focused on each other, with not a single ripple of residual energy escaping. Yet even this minor clash caused such a reaction on Earth that, if all their power were to be unleashed, could the galaxy even survive? Bang, 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 bang. However, this was far from over. After burying Beerus into the ground, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon him, striking his face with resounding explosions. The earth and stone around them were tossed about like waves, surging outward in layers. Had it not been for Whis shielding the earth with energy, it would have likely been obliterated by now. You need to know when to stop. Beerus, pressed against the ground and subjected to constant friction, finally snapped, unleashing a massive surge of purple particle energy that evaporated the surrounding space. After all, his energy intensity was not inferior to Vegeta's. Vegeta had merely taken advantage of his surprise with his mastery of energy manipulation to gain the upper hand in the short term. At this moment, Beerus unleashed all his energy, creating a tremendous force that disrupted Vegeta's movements, causing him to involuntarily retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Beerus surged upward, breaking free from the ground and ascending back into the sky. Once Vegeta regained his footing, he leisurely floated back to face Beerus, staring him down. You really dare to do this, don't you? Do you think I, Beerus, am just anyone? Beerus panted heavily, roaring with fury. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled. Did I not mention? I'm merely reclaiming a bit of interest. You certainly weren't polite when you struck me before Beerus's mouth twitched, a silent expletive forming in his mind before. You were the one who took advantage back then. You scoundrel! Although Vegeta had indeed been thoroughly beaten by Beerus in the past, his subsequent antics had provoked Beerus significantly. Despite lacking immense power, he could still land a kick to Beerus's face. And that continuous barrage of Kamehameha blasts was still fresh in Beerus's memory that on a luxurious cruise ship, the Earth's Z-warriors, who had been watching the projection through Whis, gradually began to comprehend the situation. They actually knew each other. Moreover, they had fought before, with the last match ending in defeat for that red monkey. So this time, the red monkey had trained harder and returned for revenge. Incredible. Who would have thought there could be such powerful beings in this world? I am still far from their level, thought Goku, filled with fighting spirit. Even after losing a battle, he refused to lose heart, always believing that no opponent was insurmountable. Damn it, Vegeta gritted his teeth, shattered glass all around him. With his power limited to Super Saiyan 2, he was worlds apart from this level of strength. There was simply no comparison, and no matter how hard he tried, he feared he could never catch up. Unless, perhaps, he too could transform into a Super Saiyan God like Goku. Then there might be a chance for advancement. That person seems somewhat familiar, yet I can't recall where I've seen him. Bulma furrowed her brow in deep thought. Meanwhile, in a corner, Gohan and Piccolo huddled together, both wearing troubled expressions. Uncle Piccolo, do you think it's possible he has returned? Gohan asked with a wry smile. Piccolo, unlike his usual self, looked utterly at a loss. I told you long ago, your plan was unfeasible. If it truly is him, how will we resolve this? But at that time, it was the only way I could think of. Although you didn't agree. You also didn't oppose it, Gohan replied, tugging at his hair in agitation. There's no turning back now. If it comes to that, we'll just have to tell the truth, Piccolo resolved with a grim determination. Gohan's expression faltered. That would get us killed. Chapter 085. The shameless Beerus. Although Beerus was unaware of the trials Vegeta had faced, he had to concede that Vegeta had indeed acquired the strength to contend with him. However, did he truly believe this was all he was capable of? Beerus had simply been caught off guard. Underestimating Vegeta's newfound strength, it was only natural that he would be pressured step by step as Vegeta took advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, after being a god of destruction for billions of years, and the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction across the multiverse, how could he be so easily defeated? If that were the case, let strength speak for itself. The second round was about to commence. Vegeta had no intention of engaging in a war of words. He directly launched his attack, but of course, he recognized that Beerus spoke the truth. At least half-step Ultra Instinct had yet to be revealed by Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. As they clashed, the intensity of their fist and foot strikes escalated rapidly. Indeed, although Vegeta's assault remained fierce, Beerus found it considerably easier to respond now that he was on guard. Just as Vegeta anticipated, upon realizing he was outmatched in energy manipulation, Beerus did not hesitate to unleash his half-step Ultra Instinct. The collision of energy manipulation and the physical mastery ultimately came down to the depth of their foundations. In this regard, Vegeta was clearly at a disadvantage. Humph, you really think that merely raising your energy a little will allow you to defeat me? You are still a million years too early. Beerus, slightly ahead, began to revel in his superiority. But alas, his Ultra Instinct was not yet fully mastered. The moment he let his guard down, Vegeta seized the opportunity and landed a punch squarely on his face. You scoundrel! Beerus shouted in anger, determined not to let his focus waver again. Bang, 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 bang! The sounds of their relentless strikes echoed in the air. Both warriors had reached a level of mastery that could easily shatter the universe. However, it was precisely because they were masters that their energy was compressed within a confined space, preventing any residual wave from escaping, thus allowing for even more powerful attacks. Consequently, the destruction they caused was less than that of the previous battle between Beerus and Super Saiyan God Goku. Ultra Instinct, you say? While attacking, Vegeta also analyzed Beerus's techniques. Unfortunately, he quickly discovered that the principles of Ultra Instinct were entirely opposite to energy manipulation. The two abilities could not coexist if he wished to learn Ultra Instinct. He would have to abandon his understanding of energy manipulation. Never mind, since I've already taken the first step into energy manipulation, it proves this is the path more suited for me. There's no need to forsake an ability I already possess for the sake of learning a similar level of power. Vegeta soon came to this realization and promptly abandoned his study of Ultra Instinct. The white god form of Ultra Instinct was indeed impressive, but so what? If he continued to delve into energy manipulation, it would undoubtedly be on par with Ultra Instinct, and perhaps he could even develop an even more impressive transformation. Perhaps a form like Exalted Jiren? Pooh, never mind that. You dare to lose focus while fighting me? As Beerus encountered Vegeta, he appeared to be lost in thought. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. Believing an opportunity had presented itself, he immediately unleashed a devastating offensive while simultaneously activating the Destruction Rule. The Destruction Rule does not equate to mere annihilation. Rather, it elevates the quality of energy to several tiers, far surpassing the superficial manifestation of 1.5 quadrillion. For a fleeting moment, Vegeta was indeed caught off guard, nearly falling prey to Beerus's assault. However, it was precisely during that moment of distraction that his subconscious sensed the impending threat, and the energy within him reacted autonomously. Boom! A surge of crimson light erupted into the sky. as the golden aura that had enveloped Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta suddenly transformed into red particle energy. What? Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bulging out of their sockets, under the impact of this sudden surge of energy. His attack dissipated instantaneously, and his body was sent reeling backward. As aura churned violently. Beerus was nearly injured by the force. Finally stabilizing himself, he wore a ghastly expression of disbelief. Super Saiyan God. On a luxurious cruise ship, upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, nearly everyone gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this was the Super Saiyan God form that Son Goku had previously attained, since Vegeta had stripped away his divine energy, revealing a presence akin to that of an ordinary person. When he underwent the Super Saiyan God transformation, he transitioned into the Super Red state. After comprehending Vegeta's current form, the Earth's Z fighters collectively inhaled sharply. The former Vegeta had already been able to contend with Beerus, and now, with the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God, how terrifying would his power escalate? Beerus pondered this question as large beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Today, he had descended to Earth with an air of superiority, even throwing a tantrum over stolen food and threatening to destroy the planet. Yet now, not only had he failed to subdue Vegeta, but he was also in danger of being thoroughly defeated. What would happen to his reputation then? Would he ever dare to show his face on Earth again? Damn it, Beerus couldn't help but curse. Had he simply defeated Son Goku and departed gracefully, it would have been splendid. Why did he have to boast, insisting on staying to show off his bravado, only to be confronted by Vegeta? Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had already been present, albeit concealed. Even if he had chosen to leave at that moment, Vegeta would have still intercepted him. Beerus, are you still willing to fight? Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Vegeta couldn't help but smirk at the sight of Beerus drenched in sweat. In the Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan state, his combat power was an astonishing 75 quadrillion. This figure left even Vegeta himself in shock. It is worth noting that beyond Super Red, there exists a Super Blue. Although he had yet to delve into research on this aspect, he understood that Super Blue was achieved through the Super Saiyan transformation built upon Super Red, which was sufficient knowledge, with a bit of leisure to study. Reaching that state would be quite attainable. Moreover, let us not forget that this was merely the ordinary version of the Super Saiyan God transformation. If he were to utilize divine energy for the transformation, to what extent would his combat power soar then? Vegeta felt as if he had truly transcended, and with such prowess, why should he even set his sights on Whis? He could directly challenge the Grand Priest. Well then, it must be said that this transformation had indeed inflated Vegeta's confidence. However, the reality was that he genuinely had the foundation to be boastful. Indeed, there was no need to continue fighting. At this point, Beerus conceded he was no fool and had certainly realized that Vegeta's current power far surpassed his own. Furthermore, he was aware that Whis had gone above and beyond, gathering a large audience of Earthlings to witness the battle. How could he possibly seek humiliation before such an audience? Thus, Beerus shamelessly placed his hands behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Your strength is impressive. You have truly earned my respect. Although I have not exerted my full power, your form is already quite comparable to mine. Let us conclude this test here. Chapter 086. Bulma's Intuition Test. Vegeta nearly spat out a mouthful of dragon saliva in outrage at Beerus's arrogance. Even at this juncture, he still had the audacity to show off, not fearing that he might be put in a humiliating position. As this thought crossed his mind, he heard Beerus' voice echo in his head. After all, I am a god of destruction, so please afford me a modicum of respect. Most, I promise to take better care of Earth in the future. If you have any requests, I will do my best to accommodate them, as long as they are within my capability. This telepathic communication, or mental connection, was a rudimentary application of rules. If a higher dimensional being were present, they could easily intercept the message. However, there was no need for concern at this moment. Beerus primarily sought to preserve his dignity. Vegeta found this somewhat amusing, yet he had no intention of utterly humiliating Beerus. After all, his divine status remained unresolved, and it was best to avoid offending a deity, if possible. Most importantly, Vegeta had a plan for returning to this timeline, and although he might not necessarily need Beerus, he was wary of potential interference. Very well. As the saying goes, one must engage in conflict to establish acquaintance. If you do not hold my previous affront against me, then I shall not pursue past grievances. Vegeta reciprocated with a telepathic message, implying that they had each gained a slight advantage in their encounters, thus settling the score dead of course. In doing so, he had granted Beerus a measure of face, which could be considered a favor. Beerus, wise as he was, understood the underlying meaning and responded with a look that conveyed you are perceptive. Soon, Vegeta and Beerus arrived together on Bulma's cruise ship, where the atmosphere felt rather peculiar. Each person's expression varied. For instance, Son Goku exuded fighting spirit. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Krillin and Tien Shinhan looked on in admiration, while Fat Bu appeared shocked and fearful, and Whis wore a calm and gentle smile. The only oddity that struck Vegeta was Bulma's unwavering gaze fixed upon him since his arrival, brimming with curiosity and a hint of confusion. Additionally, there was Gohan, timidly clinging to Piccolo, hesitant to approach, which was also quite peculiar. Ultimately, Vegeta's attention shifted back to Son Goku and Vegeta. Why did these two individuals appear in his timeline? This was utterly unscientific. It should be noted that Son Goku and Vegeta had already fused through the Patera earrings, and thereafter, he had traversed dimensions, causing them to be disassembled into enhancement materials. Even the Dragon Balls could not resurrect them. Vegeta suspected that even the Eternal Dragon might be incapable of retrieving the Son Goku and Vegeta of this timeline. After all, they had not perished, they had been disassembled, and their energy had been assimilated by Vegeta. Who exactly are you? The first to speak was Vegeta, who was not one to keep his thoughts to himself. He shouted, "You have a tail and can transform into a Super Saiyan God. Who are you really?" At this moment, all eyes turned towards him. Their attention peaked to the utmost degree. Even holding their breath temporarily, Vegeta's power invited their awe, naturally sparking curiosity about his origins at this point. Vegeta had already reverted from the Super Saiyan God transformation, but remained in the Super Saiyan 4 state. He recalled that Super Saiyan 4 had several levels. The initial stage after transformation, the full energy form, and the state of transcending limits. Thus, he wished to test whether he could maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form for an extended period, akin to Super Saiyan 1, and adapt to reach full power. Even if it were not feasible, it should still enhance his energy to some extent. Who am I? There is no need for me to explain that to you, in response to Vegeta's inquiry. Vegeta did not answer, but instead raised an eyebrow and said, "The real question is, why are you here?" Vegeta's words left the uninformed audience in a state of confusion. What did that mean? What a joke! Vegeta flared up. "This is my family's cruise ship. Do I need to inform you of my presence here? Who do you think you are? Your family S?" Vegeta's expression suddenly became peculiar. Upon his initial arrival in this new realm, he found it challenging to adapt to his new identity, thus struggling to embrace this background setting. However, after a period of arduous acclimatization, he had seamlessly integrated into the Dragon Ball universe, naturally considering this timeline as his own foundation. Yet now, having returned with great difficulty, he discovered that reality diverged starkly from his expectations. It appeared that there was no longer a place for him in this world. Thus, where should he journey in the future? Goku and Vegeta had just returned today. Suddenly, Bulma interjected, and her manner of addressing Goku and Vegeta seemed somewhat jarring. What did her words mean? Everyone was perplexed, and Vegeta was equally bewildered. Even if they had just returned, so what? With Goku and Vegeta present, both families were now complete, rendering Vegeta's existence seemingly meaningless. Bulma continued, explaining that a year and a half ago, they had perished during the Majin incident and were later rumored to have trained under the Supreme Kai, only to be resurrected recently through the Dragon Balls. Hence, she had organized this party to celebrate their return. Vegeta then realized that this was not Bulma's birthday celebration as depicted in the original story. Rather, it was a festivity in honor of Goku and Vegeta's return. However, this raised a pressing question. How had they been revived? Bulma, why are you telling him this? Vegeta furrowed his brows, visibly displeased. The current priority is to ascertain this fellow's identity and his connection to the Scions. Silence. You have no place to speak here. To everyone's astonishment, Bulma suddenly shouted at him, leaving all present in shock. Just recently, Vegeta had been driven to rage due to Bulma's actions resulting in Beerus striking him. Yet now Bulma exhibited such an attitude towards him. What? Vegeta's disbelief was palpable. Normally boisterous, Goku now appeared unusually quiet. He grasped Vegeta's arm, urging, Vegeta, perhaps you should remain silent for a moment and allow Bulma to finish. Although Vegeta instinctively wanted to resist, he noticed something unsettling in Goku's expression, prompting him to quiet down. Nevertheless, Vegeta failed to recognize anything amiss, only perceiving the day's events as somewhat bizarre. Vegeta found it even more perplexing, as Bulma seemed entirely unconcerned with Vegeta, directly addressing Goku by name. Hadn't she begun referring to him as Mr. Son after Goku's marriage? Judging by Bulma's demeanor, Vegeta could only suspect that Goku and Vegeta were imposters. Yet no matter how he scrutinized the situation, he could uncover no discrepancies that I am a loss for words. Perhaps it is a woman's intuition, Bulma stated, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Vegeta. I sense a familiar essence from you. Yet with them, there exists only estrangement. Bulma, do you realize what you are saying? Vegeta's eyes nearly reddened, whether it was his wounded pride or his deep regard for family. Bulma's words ignited a fury within him. Yet Goku tightly restrained him. Vegeta, don't act impulsively. Let go of me. Vegeta struggled for a while, but his strength paled in comparison to Goku's. However, Bulma remained indifferent to Vegeta's outburst, her focus steadfastly on Vegeta. Truthfully, I found it quite strange. It had only been a little over a year since we last met. Yet my feelings towards Vegeta have become markedly unfamiliar, resulting in an awkwardness when faced with him. But upon seeing you, I felt a sense of familiarity emanating from you. Thus, he cannot be Vegeta. My Vegeta is you. Bulma gazed at Vegeta, her eyes brimming with conviction, trusting her instinct. This celebration was attended by nearly everyone, including Goku's wife, Chi-Chi. In fact, before Bulma uttered her words, Chi-Chi had experienced a similar sentiment. However, she attributed it to the prolonged absence and an inexplicable sense of estrangement. Unlike Bulma, Chi-Chi had not been able to interact with Goku since the Android Saga, despite his revival during the Bu incident, as he had immediately returned to battle and then perished once more. Thus, in Chi-Chi's world, Goku had been absent for nearly 9 years. Now, hearing Bulma's remarks, she too could ascertain that the Goku before her was not her husband. Yet, what left her bewildered was that she sensed a kindred essence for Vegeta as well. Could it be that Goku and Vegeta were indeed the same individual? How ludicrous. Ah, I will kill you. Absolutely. Vegeta erupted, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 rage mode, a state that even Goku could not contain. He dashed forward, his fist poised to strike Vegeta to N.O. Bulma and Chi-Chi instinctively shouted, and even Gohan seemed ready to intervene. But with a resounding thud, the enraged Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta was swiftly overpowered and brought to the ground by Vegeta, who then stood triumphantly over him. No matter how Vegeta struggled, he could not escape Vegeta's grasp. Vegeta scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Whis. He believed that Whis, with his abilities, could easily unveil the truth behind the chaos. Yet, observing Whis utterly absorbed in earthly delicacies, he realized the angel had no interest in the unfolding turmoil. Thus, Vegeta relinquished that hope. Angels remain neutral, unconcerned with notions of justice or evil, especially since this was merely a domestic affair among earthlings. Lastly, he turned his attention to the hesitant Piccolo and the remorseful Gohan. You too, did you orchestrate this mess? Care to explain? Vegeta could not hear their thoughts, but their expressions spoke volumes. In that moment, whether bewildered or seething with curiosity, everyone simultaneously directed their gaze towards Piccolo and Gohan. Piccolo's green visage flushed crimson, and he shoved Gohan forward, quietly retreating a couple of steps. Ahaha. Gohan scratched his head awkwardly, opening his mouth but eventually looking skyward. The weather is quite pleasant today. Do not change the subject. The crowd rebuked in unison. Chi-Chi stormed forward, seizing Gohan by the ear. Speak. What on earth is going on? Gohan, having barely begun to elucidate, faltered. To be honest, let us clear the air about everything concerning me. Vegeta, and the individual bearing a faint aura of both me and Vegeta. What? Vegeta, pinned beneath, widened his eyes, then bellowed, Kakarot, Are you implying this guy shares our essence? What does that mean? Goku, his expression complex, glanced at Vegito before sighing. Perhaps it is because I transformed into a Super Saiyan God before, making me more sensitive to energy signatures. I can faintly sense both our auras from him. If I am not mistaken. His name should be Vegito. The name Vegito did not resonate with many, for they had neither seen him nor even heard the name before. Yet Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, and his mind exploded with realization. His complexion paling instantly. Oh, that it. So that it. Vegeta ceased to struggle, lying on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Kakarot, you had already suspected this, hadn't you? Goku hung his head despondently. From the very beginning, I sensed something was amiss. Everything felt so surreal, but I wasn't certain. However, once Bulma spoke, it became clear to me we are merely substitutes. Indeed, substitutes. Vegito had vanished from his timeline, and even Whis admitted he could not retrieve him. Beerus and Whis could easily disregard Vegito's existence, as could the Supreme Kai, but the people of Earth could not. Thus, how should this situation be resolved? The Grand Kai had tossed this dilemma at the Earth's deity. Din, before making his exit, Din could only seek assistance from Piccolo and Gohan. Ultimately, their solution was to find a substitute. What else could they do? Could it be that Bulma and Chi-Chi are saying that Goku and Vegeta are gone, and even the Dragon Balls cannot bring them back? They must be going mad. Gohan, Vegeta roared. The focus of everyone once again converged upon Gohan. Cold sweat beaded on Gohan's forehead, yet this time he could no longer evade the truth. He could only speak candidly. When the Majin incident occurred, we all perished. However, my father and Uncle Vegeta were resurrected in the end, and all hope rested upon them. Yet, at their power level at that time, they were utterly incapable of defeating Majin Buu. They ultimately chose to fuse using the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai, just like Gotenks. The difference is that the fusion through Patera has no time limit and can never be undone. What? Apart from a select few who were aware, the others were utterly astonished. Thus, Bulma and Chi-Chi stared blankly at Vegito, completely at a loss for what to do. Get to the point, Vegeta bellowed once more. Even if he had an inkling of the truth, he still found it impossible to accept the situation. Moreover, even if he was a mere substitute, what kind of sorcery did Gohan employ to create an identical version of himself? Wishing upon the dragon? Don't be ridiculous. Chapter 088. Gohan's unconventional thought process. Goku and Vegeta's powers had long surpassed the boundaries of the dragon. It was impossible for the dragon's abilities alone to conjure Goku and Vegeta from nothing. Gohan had indeed tested this. The dragon could not fulfill such a wish. Otherwise, every time Earth faced a crisis, they could simply ask the dragon to create an ultimate warrior, thereby solving the problem. Why must they constantly risk their lives? However, while the dragon could not create from nothing, it could cultivate new beings from existing cells. In simpler terms, it was cloning. Indeed, the Goku and Vegeta present here were clones. With the dragon's capabilities, it could locate their previously discarded cells for resurrection and cultivation, and even grant them memory inheritance. They inherited the original memories of Goku and Vegeta from birth until the moment Vegito was born. When the cloned Goku and Vegeta were revived, they were entirely unaware of the truth, naively believing themselves to be the originals. As for the memories after their fusion into Vegito, they considered them lost upon death. In Gohan's words, their overwhelming strength post-fusion led to a personality akin to Gotenks. Arrogant, ultimately allowing Majin Buu to seize an opportunity, resulting in mutual destruction. Goku and Vegeta might have had their doubts, yet they ultimately accepted this explanation. Additionally, although the dragon had cloned them and granted them the infinite potential of science, it ultimately could not elevate their power to its zenith. Thus, Gohan presented another explanation. Goku and Vegeta's immense strength meant that after the dragon's resurrection, their physical forms could not reach their peak, forcing them to revert to a state akin to ordinary humans. Consequently, for over a year, Goku and Vegeta had been in a state of power recovery. With memory inheritance, they retained their former levels. Reaching their peak power again was not simple, but it was not insurmountable either. After several sessions in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku returned to Super Saiyan 3. While Vegeta attained the limits of Super Saiyan 2, due to their continuous training, They had not contemplated the situation further. Otherwise, with their intellect, they would have uncovered the oddities long ago. Little did they expect that upon their return to training, they would discover that everything was a deception. For Goku and Vegeta, it was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky, an unbearable reality to accept. What a joke! What an absolute farce! Vegeta roared to the heavens, unleashing the full fury of his Super Saiyan 2 form, crackling with electricity in that instant. His energy surged dramatically, rivaling Goku's Super Saiyan 3 state, nearly on par with Trunks' Limit Break's Super Saiyan 2 from the future. Vegito quietly removed his foot for Vegeta, at a loss for words. If he were in Vegeta's position, suddenly thrust into such a scenario, he too would be incapable of acceptance. Thus, the global prohibition on cloning technology in his previous life held undeniable validity. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the matter was now exposed. It was no longer a question of whether Vegito wished to withdraw. Both sides harbored grievances, making it impossible to accept the existence of Goku and Vegeta as they were. Nor would they accept identities that did not belong to them. The question remained, how to address their existence. Indeed, even the ever-optimistic Goku found himself rubbing his temples, his expression fraught with conflict. The surrounding group stood in stunned silence, their minds entangled, lacking even the capacity to conceive a solution. Humans are truly peculiar creatures, Beerus remarked, sipping his drink with a smirk. Detached from the fray, he merely reveled in the spectacle. Gohan. Ultimately, all eyes were still fixed upon Gohan, including Bulma and Chi-Chi, who wore expressions laden with terror, as if ready to pounce. Initially, even if Goku and Vegeta fused into Vegito and could not revert, they could devise a solution or, with time, overcome their psychological barriers to gradually accept the situation. Even if Vegito had disappeared, they could wait, harboring a faint hope that he might one day return. However, Gohan had orchestrated such a dramatic turn of events that the already dire situation had spiraled into chaos. It was a convoluted mess that could drive any ordinary person to the brink of despair. Gulp! Gohan, frightened, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Wait, I still have more to say." He feared that if he delayed, he might be torn to shreds by the others. Hadn't he noticed the redness in Vegeta's eyes, glaring at him as if the surge of power was about to be unleashed upon him at any moment? What more could he possibly say? Such a revelation was utterly unacceptable. Vegeta's furious roar reverberated, energy surging forth. The powerful aura enveloped the room, causing those far weaker than him stagger, on the brink of being swept away by the force. Boom! At that moment, Goku unleashed his own aura, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, then continuously gathering power for his transition to Super Saiyan 3. The explosive energies from both individuals overwhelmed the Earthlings. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Vegito intervened, and with a wave of his hand, he stabilized the unsteady individuals, dissipating the overwhelming pressure emanating from the two. Subsequently, under Vegito's protection, they were escorted away from Goku and Vegeta's vicinity. Vegeta, calm down. Goku, now fully transformed Super Saiyan 3, attempted to intervene. Yet it was evident that his own mind was in turmoil. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly transformed, nearly endangering those around him. Calm down? What a laugh! Who else could possibly remain calm in this situation? And stop calling me Vegeta. I am merely a clone. Vegeta howled to the heavens, his powerful aura radiating outward in layers. Observing that Vegeta had lost all rational thought, Goku charged forward to subdue him through sheer force. Regrettably, despite having transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the rampaging limit break Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta was not weaker than him. Without warning, the two erupted into a fierce battle, transitioning from the cruise ship to the ocean and then soaring into the sky, the air filled with explosive sounds. They were merely venting their frustrations. Vegito sighed softly, turning to Gohan. What else is there to say? Speak your mind all at once, or I cannot save you. Point one could only wonder what kind of thought process Gohan possessed that led to such a situation. Moreover, it seemed Piccolo had not intervened either. Thus he bore some responsibility as well. Gohan shrank his neck, weakly replying, "Actually, the original plan was that during your absence, they would serve as substitutes. However, once you returned." They would cease to exist. Swish! Everyone turned their gaze toward the battlefield. And indeed, the two figures had transformed into a translucent state. Chapter 089. The handling of Vegeta in the midst of a fierce battle. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta became acutely aware of the changes occurring within their bodies, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. They halted in midair, gazing at their forms, their faces etched with confusion. What exactly was this? Cloned, inheriting memories, and laboring diligently for over a year, only to end up with nothing, erased like mere shadows. It was not just Vegeta who found this intolerable. Even the open-minded Sun Wukong struggled to come to terms with such a fate. Yet, what could they do? With their capabilities, resistance was utterly futile. Vegeta regarded their figures with a contemplative expression that it was still the power of rules. The so-called settings were essentially the preemptive imposition of rules within their beings. Activated once certain conditions were met. They had originally been born from the capabilities of the dragon, and thus, should the dragon desire their disappearance, even if they possessed unparalleled strength, they would inevitably vanish. The physical body served as the foundation, while strength represented the floors, with the foundation in the dragon's grasp. What use was it if the floors were built high, once the foundation was removed? In an instant, everything would collapse, unless, after their creation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta could somehow escape the dragon's surveillance, learn the power of rules and secrecy, and eliminate the ticking time bomb within them. With a swift gesture, Vegeta summoned Sun Wukong and Vegeta back under his control, returning them to the cruise ship. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all present, it was unclear what Vegeta had done, but the two, who had been on the verge of becoming transparent and fading away, gradually regained their corporeal forms. What? Not only were the Earthlings astonished, but even Beerus stood in shock. Even couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. The power of rules. Beerus turned to Whis. Unable to contain his voice as he exclaimed, "Whis, this is indeed the power of rules, isn't it? How could an ordinary mortal reverse the rules so effortlessly? Such a feat was beyond even his capabilities." It wasn't that Beerus was incapable of using the rules. Rather, he excelled in destruction, while creation was the realm of the Kais. Only gods of angelic status and above could touch the essence of the rules. Whis, too, was taken aback. Yet he perceived many things that even Beerus could not. However, there were certain truths he would not openly disclose, so he merely cautioned, "Lord Beerus, do not forget that Mr. Vegeta is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God." Indeed, perhaps the Scions were indeed favored in their training endeavors. Beerus could not deny that, in terms of talent and potential, even he fell short of the Scions. Thus, it was likely that Vegeta had comprehended some ability unknown to him. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were both left in a state of bewilderment. Their bodies felt revitalized, and it seemed as though they possessed something more than before. They both sensed that previously they had been like rootless duckweed, existing in this world yet always feeling out of place. Upon learning the truth, they realized that, in their original settings, they were merely substitutes, akin to robots or lifelike dolls. Hence, this world would never acknowledge them as sentient beings, rendering them incapable of assimilating into it. Yet now, that feeling had vanished. The moment Vegeta waved his hand and their ethereal forms regained solidity, that sensation dissipated. Did this mean that Vegeta had facilitated their integration into this world? Why? Vegeta returned to his usual demeanor, his expression settling into the familiar cocky bravado. He had no idea how Vegeta accomplished this, nor did he care to ponder it. All he wanted to know was why Vegeta chose to assist him. Wouldn't it have been more advantageous for Vegeta to simply erase him? Sun Wukong echoed his confusion. Others shared the same sentiment. To them, the clone Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not truly alive. And once they vanished, the situation would no longer be complicated. Vegeta cast a sweeping glance over the crowd before finally focusing on Gohan. Speaking slowly, "Perhaps it is because no one has ever taught you the way of humanity that you have committed such an outrageous act today. Human emotions cannot be replaced by anything, not even identical replicas. Your wish to the dragon, resulting in the creation of two clones, was a fundamental mistake, by concealing the truth from both parties and allowing them to interact while ignorant of their circumstances. You mistakenly led them to regard each other as family. A blunder upon a blunder. However, the gravest error lies in the fact that clones are also human. They possess their own thoughts, since you brought them into existence. You must bear full responsibility. Put it bluntly, you are their father, yet you allowed them to vanish without considering their feelings. Have you ever contemplated that they did nothing wrong, being born from your hands, only to be suffocated by you to satisfy your own selfish desires? Vegeta's words struck at the essence of humanity, provoking profound reflection. Gohan felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his head in regret. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood dumbfounded, resonating with the sentiment. Even those surrounding them were left in stunned silence, beginning to contemplate the deeper meaning behind Vegeta's words. Well said. A sudden exclamation interrupted the moment. As Master Roshi approached, leaning on his staff, I never expected that after their fusion, Goku and Vegeta would grasp such profound principles. Nevertheless, Gohan is Goku's child. If Gohan erred, Goku must also share the responsibility. Master Roshi had been frowning since he first learned the truth, but in this era, his presence had diminished significantly, and his voice carried little weight. Thus, he refrained from speaking unless necessary. Now, however, Vegeta's words resonated with the sentiments he held, prompting him to finally step forward. Indeed, that was true. Sun Wukong instinctively identified with the statement, scratching his head as he replied, but these matters have always been handled by Chi-Chi. Yet midway through his sentence, he abruptly halted as a realization struck him. Those memories did not belong to him. Sighing softly, Vegeta extended his hand once more, enveloping the heads of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The power of rules surged, and the memories of both men were suddenly rendered vacant. They stood in unison, momentarily stunned that I have retained your basic awareness and some fundamental knowledge, but I have stripped away the memories related to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Vegeta explained, aware that their existence felt awkward to everyone. He chose to remove their memories, allowing them to become entirely new entities. Now, they merely bore the shells of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, yet they were fundamentally different beings. Beerus, from this day forth, let them remain in the realm of the Destroyer, Vegeta declared, winking at Beerus, a gesture to repay the favor from earlier. Chapter 090. I am purely Vegeta in this timeline. The true Sun Wukong and Vegeta had completely vanished. Although Vegeta now existed, he wielded the power of time and space, uncertain of when he might no longer be present in this realm. Retaining the clone forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was, in fact, advantageous. Should any upheaval occur in this timeline, while Vegeta happened to be absent, their strength could be employed. Moreover, Vegeta's power had now far surpassed that of Beerus. Considering future events, such as the tournament with the Sixth Universe and the Tournament of Power, what would it look like for him to participate? It would be better to leave those responsibilities to these two clones. With the true Sun Wukong and Vegeta gone, Vegeta generously bequeathed their names to the clones, appending the suffix Jar, Sun Wukong Jr. and Vegeta Jr. Admittedly, this was a quirk of Vegeta's sense of humor. Sun Wukong Jr. and Vegeta Jr. retained none of their former life memories. Aside from their personalities and powers remaining intact, they were essentially blank slates. Initially, Beerus was reluctant to allow these two to enter the realm of the Destroyer. Yet after Vegeta explained that with these two powerful assistants, he could delegate the duties of destruction to them, Beerus could comfortably indulge in leisure. Upon reflection, Beerus found the reasoning sound and ultimately acquiesced. However, I must clarify that I only believe in their potential. They are worthy of cultivation, and that is why I consented to have them as my servants. That IT is absolutely not for the sake of laziness. Before departing, Beerus not only indulged in a plethora of delectable Earth cuisine, but also left behind a rather telling remark. IT was evident to all that this was a classic case of there's no silver here. However, the matter did not end there. While the issues regarding the clones were resolved, there remained the concerns of Vegeta himself. Ahem, Piccolo, we haven't yet discussed your situation, Vegeta stated rather abruptly. Piccolo turned his head away. We Namekians do not comprehend emotions. What you are saying is beyond my understanding. He had come to terms with his own predicament. After all, Namekians do not differentiate between genders. Procreation involves merely laying eggs. Should complications arise, their processes of splitting and merging. Thus, for him, cloning was inconsequential, and naturally, he found no justification to impede Gohan's decisions. Furthermore, Goku is, after all, Gohan's family. When Gohan ultimately resolved to act in such a manner, what grounds did Piccolo have to stop him? Vegeta, however, could only roll his eyes, silently cursing. Typically, he regarded Piccolo as rather astute, so why had he suddenly become so obtuse? Was he truly expected to engage in this discussion? Very well, just as Piccolo himself acknowledged. He was utterly devoid of understanding regarding emotions, which rendered Vegeta's intentions futile. So, you are now referred to as Vegeta. Bulma instantly grasped the situation and fixed her gaze intently upon Vegeta. I'm unconcerned with anything else. I simply wish to inquire how you intend to resolve the matter of my missing Vegeta. Goku's absence was also a pressing issue. As Chi-Chi approached, it was one thing to be unaware before. But now that I know you are the fusion of the two, shouldn't you provide me with some clarification? The others around them were also ablaze with curiosity, yet, at that moment, even their eagerness could not compel them to linger inappropriately, each crafting a reason to discreetly withdraw. This included Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and others to discover how the situation would ultimately be resolved. They could seek answers later. For now, it was prudent to allow space for the ongoing discussion. Vegeta found himself in a state of exasperation. Truly, from the moment he had crossed over, he had envisioned this scenario, yet he remained at a loss regarding how to navigate it. It was surprising that the situation had come full circle, leading him back to the starting point, where he could not escape this hurdle. Is there any way to separate you once more? Bulma proposed, perhaps a wish to the dragon. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up with hope as she looked at Vegeta. In truth, had Vegeta remained his former self, there was a high likelihood that such a wish could be granted. After all, the deity known as Jebet had been disbanded via the Dragon of Namek. Although his power was not considerable, it clearly surpassed that of the Namekian dragon. If he could be disbanded, why not Vegeta? Alas, the current Vegeta was different. He was a traveler with an independent persona. Most critically, Goku and Vegeta had already been decomposed. Finding them again was an impossibility, at least not within the capabilities of the dragon. Even if, hypothetically, a means of disbanding existed, Vegeta would never pursue it. Would that not be a selfless sacrifice? He was not so noble. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta finally spoke. You need not harbor any false hopes. From now on, it will only be Vegeta. Chi-Chi stumbled, nearly fainting. Such a response was brutally harsh for her. What was once a reunion was now, just as hope began to blossom, transformed into despair. Bulma, however, displayed a greater fortitude, biting her lip as she asked, So, am I to consider them as deceased, or will you be taking their place? This was a difficult question to answer. It was a no-win situation, and Vegeta certainly could not respond directly. He could only maintain a serious demeanor and state, I cannot control your perceptions. But I am merely myself. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta, but a pure Vegeta. Naturally, as their fusion warrior, I shall shoulder all that I can for their families. Should you have needs, I will endeavor to fulfill them. Henceforth, you shall all be my kin. Vegeta had already resolved to face the situation head-on, acknowledging that since evasion was futile, he would confront it positively. How could the life of a traveler be bound by two ordinary women from Earth? Bulma and Chi-Chi were taken aback by Vegeta's declarations, momentarily unable to process his words. Vegeta spoke only of family, yet they were mourning the loss of their husbands. Could that truly be equated? Take your time to contemplate. Do not rush to conclusions that I will seek you out again later. Vegeta concluded succinctly before vanishing in an instant. He intended to give the two women a cautionary reminder, dissuading them from clinging to false hopes for Goku and Vegeta's return. Once they accepted this reality, everything else would be secondary. Ultimately, whether family, friends, or something else, it would provide a solution that, of course, having altered the lives of Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta would undoubtedly assume their responsibilities and strive to fulfill them even better than they had. Chapter 91. Vegeta vs. Whis in the Realm of Destruction. On Beerus Planet, three figures engaged in fierce combat. Goku Vegeta vs. Whis. Goku and Vegeta were in their normal states, both having unleashed their full might, exerting every ounce of strength they possessed. Yet Whis stood with his hands behind his back, effortlessly evading every attack with a mere flicker of motion. "I'll dodge." Just then, Whis vanished and reappeared at a distance. Unfortunately, Goku and Vegeta, having launched a full-force strike, collided with one another. Ouch! That hurt. Goku Jr., what were you aiming for? Vegeta Jr., can you blame me? Goku Jr., step aside. Vegeta pushed Goku away and charged at Whis alone in response. Whis merely sidestepped, grasped Vegeta's foot, and sent him hurtling downwards. Goku's expression turned serious, and he launched his own assault, managing to hold out slightly longer than Vegeta. But ultimately, Whis seized him by the throat. Soon after, Vegeta charged in again, and the two resumed their joint effort against Whis. However, it was not long before both were flung away, panting heavily from exhaustion. "This won't do. Your speed is completely insufficient." Whis descended from the air, standing before them with a pen in hand. "See? I even have time to sign autographs. When did you write that?" TCH, Goku and Vegeta finally noticed that each had a new letter emblazoned on their chests. "You two always ponder before acting, especially you, Mr. Vegeta Jr. That tendency is particularly pronounced. Furthermore, the transmission of signals from the brain to the body takes time," which began to elucidate the principles of Ultra Instinct to Goku and Vegeta when suddenly a new figure appeared before them. Whis. And Goku Jr., Vegeta Jr., greetings to you. The newcomer was none other than Vegeta, who had arrived via instant transmission. It's Vegeta. Upon seeing him, Goku's eyes sparkled and his fighting spirit surged. TCH, Vegeta maintained his usual cool demeanor, yet he too was filled with battle fervor. "How surprising, Mr. Vegeta. You were able to utilize the power of the rules for instant transmission, and you managed to find your way to Beerus Planet. I am quite impressed by your prowess," Whis chuckled lightly. Though he spoke with a tone of admiration, his expression remained calm, as if he were already well aware of Vegeta's strength. Vegeta, disregarding Goku and Vegeta, turned his attention to Whis and said, "You flatter me, Mr. Whis. It is you who truly conceals your depth. Oh, ho ho." Whis chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying, before shifting the conversation. "I had anticipated that Mr. Vegeta would arrive, though I did not expect you to come so swiftly." Hearing this, Vegeta could not help but let out a faint, bitter smile. It had already been 3 days since Beerus and the others departed from Earth. Initially, Vegeta had intended to accompany them, but he found himself preoccupied with the affairs of 2 families, which ultimately delayed his departure until now. Of course, the issues at hand were resolved flawlessly in the end. The inhabitants of Earth had accepted the reality of Son Goku's absence and Vegeta's inability to return, and thus they naturally embraced Vegeta's existence. For them, though somewhat awkward, it was evident that Vegeta was far more reliable than Son Goku or Vegeta, and he could undoubtedly be regarded as Earth's pillar and guardian. With him present, everyone felt at ease to pursue their own endeavors, aside from the occasional reminiscence of Son Goku and Vegeta. There was little else to dwell upon. As for the Scion descendants, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, Vegeta certainly could not allow them to address him as father. He merely permitted them to call him by his name. Nevertheless, Vegeta still existed as their elder in a sense. Regarding Bulma and Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi had been settled in West City to enjoy a life of comfort and was temporarily living next to Bulma, avoiding any potential awkwardness. However, Bulma's demeanor took Vegeta by surprise. Unexpectedly, she seemed quite open-minded and appeared to have fully accepted Vegeta, even subtly displaying signs of affection. Vegeta could not help but wonder if Bulma had once harbored feelings for Son Goku. Now, with Vegeta embodying the essence of both Vegeta and Son Goku, he had become the perfect candidate in Bulma's eyes. Thus, it was only natural that this woman had developed an interest in him. Indeed, even without prior experience, Vegeta felt confident that, with a little initiative, he could easily win Bulma over. However, in the end, he refrained from pursuing this grand endeavor, not out of unwillingness, but rather to allow time for both parties to adjust to their current relationship. These tangled thoughts flitted through Vegeta's mind, and then he turned to Whis and said, "Mr. Whis, I have come primarily to seek your guidance, to validate my own strength." "Seek guidance from Whis." Son Goku and Vegeta's eyes instantly lit up. They had already learned from Whis that Vegeta was in a Super Saiyan 4 transformation state, and that he could further transform into Super Saiyan God, with a peak power far surpassing Beerus. Thus, if Vegeta were to engage in battle with Whis, who would emerge victorious? What would the disparity be? Unfortunately, Whis declined. I apologize, but I cannot engage in combat. Why do you say that? Son Goku immediately voiced his confusion. Did you not just spar with me? And Vegeta Jr. was covered his mouth and chuckled. That was merely a training exercise. At that level, there is no issue. The implication was clear. Son Goku and Vegeta were too weak for Whis to enter a combat state. Having read the original work, Vegeta was well aware of this premise. It was said that if an angel were to fight with full force, they would face obliteration. However, the specifics of this obliteration were not disclosed in the original text. Nevertheless, it likely pertained to the Grand Minister, rather than a direct disappearance. Mr. Whis, please do not hastily refuse. Knowing this premise, Vegeta would not act rashly. He smiled as he explained, I am currently researching a particular ability that requires sufficient pressure. And among those I know, only you possess the requisite power. Mr. Whis, oh, are you referring to the formless freedom technique? Whis seemed to have an inkling. The formless freedom technique? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended. The mastery of the physical body was known as the ultimate freedom technique, while the mastery of energy was referred to as the formless freedom technique. What is the formless freedom technique? Son Goku and Vegeta both widened their eyes in curiosity. It was evident that this was something highly advanced, and they were undoubtedly interested. Was explained, as I mentioned earlier, when you two engage in battle. You often think before acting, with your nerves transmitting signals from your brain and senses to your body, which takes time. Therefore, the best approach is to allow your body to make judgments autonomously before acting. This state, where the body and consciousness are separated, enables each part of oneself to perceive surrounding dangers beyond instinct, eliminating the need for the brain to process thoughts before action. That we refer to this state as the ultimate freedom. He looked at Son Goku and Vegeta, stating, both of your battle styles lean towards the physical, making this technique particularly suitable for you. That if you can master this training, your strength will ascend to a remarkable level. After explaining the ultimate freedom, Whis continued, the formless freedom technique shares the same realm as the ultimate freedom, but represents a completely opposing combat method. It separates energy from consciousness, allowing one's energy to actively perceive surrounding dangers, similarly bypassing the need for brain processing, thus enabling energy adjustments beyond instinct. This approach is called the formless freedom technique. In truth, Vegeta's understanding of energy mastery, or the formless freedom technique, was still in its infancy. Claiming he had taken even half a step into it would be premature, so his comprehension of this ability was rather limited. However, after hearing Whis' description, he had gained some insights. Naturally, to advance further, practical experience was necessary. If someone were to simultaneously cultivate the ultimate freedom technique and the formless freedom technique, would they not become invincible? Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ultimate freedom relies on the body's instincts to fight, while the formless freedom employs energy instincts. If the two abilities could be combined, they would possess virtually no weaknesses as long as they did not encounter someone whose realm far exceeded theirs. Capable of forcibly breaking their techniques with sheer strength, they would be invincible. Whis nodded, then shook his head, stating, you are correct, Mr. Son Goku Jr. If one could truly cultivate both abilities to their utmost limits, it is indeed possible to become invincible. However, achieving this is exceedingly difficult, perhaps even entirely impossible. Why is that? Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Vegeta crossed his arms and remarked, fool, this is something you can discern with a bit of thought. How can you still ask why? The ultimate freedom merely separates the body from consciousness, allowing the body to fight based on instinct, but it does not eliminate consciousness entirely. It merely shifts its primary role to a secondary one, guiding the body's instincts through awareness. The same applies to the formless freedom technique. This skill is already extraordinarily advanced, requiring immense effort. How could one possibly execute the ultimate freedom technique while simultaneously employing the formless freedom technique? Can you truly look to the left while also gazing to the right? Is that so? Son Goku scratched his head. He had not comprehended the earlier explanations. but the final statement struck him with clarity. Whis nodded, affirming, "Exactly. Whether cultivating the physical body or energy, achieving the pinnacle requires complete concentration. Any distraction will cause one to exit that state. Therefore, it is essential to choose a path that suits you and to hone it to perfection. This is the correct approach. Point one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Attempting to learn both may ultimately lead to insufficient mastery of either." "All right, I understand," Son Goku admitted, feeling somewhat deflated. For him, learning as many abilities as possible was the ideal. Though his memories of Son Goku had been erased, his personality remained quite similar. Throughout this conversation, Vegeta had been quietly listening, but he suddenly interjected. "So, Mr. Whis, do you practice the ultimate freedom technique or the formless freedom technique?" The original work had not mentioned the formless freedom technique, but Vegeta was certain that Whis must have mastered it. Indeed, upon hearing the question, Whis smiled and replied, "I have practiced both. However, I can only utilize one ability at a time." Just as Vegeta had suspected, understanding dawned upon him. "But Whis, did you not just say that it is best to choose a single path?" Son Goku questioned, puzzled. Whis chuckled lightly. "After all, angels have long lives. I possess ample time to train it. Ah, that hardly seems fair," Son Goku exclaimed, feeling a twinge of injustice. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, Vegeta once again broached the subject of seeking Whis' assistance in training. "If it's merely a matter of assisting you in your training, that can certainly be arranged this time." Whis did not refuse again. He remarked, "However, I advise you to revert to your normal state first. The energy of Super Saiyan 4 is excessively immense, which will complicate your training. Moreover, for me to assist you in your training, you will need to exchange it for Earth's delectable cuisine." That last remark is truly the crux. After all, the culinary delights of Earth are irresistibly enticing, and Whis simply cannot resist. "It has already been prepared for you." Vegeta anticipated this and brought a refrigeration unit, stored within a convenient capsule, sufficient to last Whis and Beerus several months. Oh my. Mr. Vegeta is indeed generous. Upon seeing the refrigeration unit emerge from the capsule, Whis' eyes squinted into crescent moons of delight. Before long, everything was set. Vegeta and Whis stood a distance apart, sizing each other up. Vegeta wore a somewhat serious expression, aware that relying solely on his normal combat power against Whis would yield no chance of victory, necessitating utmost caution to avoid being vanquished. Admittedly, with Whis' character, he likely would not resort to such measures, yet Vegeta could not afford to lower his guard. In contrast, Whis appeared at ease, even savoring the Earth snacks he had discreetly sampled earlier. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have witnessed Vegeta in his normal state. I did not expect his aura to remain astonishingly potent. Nearby, the onlookers, including Son Goku, gaped in astonishment at this moment. Vegeta had reverted to his normal state. Yet through his aura perception, Son Goku discerned that even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he would not stand a chance against normal Vegeta. It seemed he would need to resort to Super Saiyan God to compete. As expected of one I respect. Vegeta crossed his arms with a huff. After all, having been saved by Vegeta, even in his pride, he held a deep respect for him. "Whis, be careful." Suddenly, Vegeta called out with a low voice, and the atmosphere grew tense. Immediately, the energy surrounding Vegeta began to shift. Chapter 093. Half-step into the boundless freedom. Accomplished. Previously, during his battle with Beerus, Vegeta had momentarily lost focus, allowing Beerus to seize the opportunity for a powerful counterattack. At that moment, Vegeta's energy surged, propelling him into the transformation of Super Saiyan God. That state indeed triggered the boundless freedom technique. However, since Vegeta's realm had not yet reached the necessary level, he was unable to retain that sensation at the time. He later contemplated it thoroughly but gleaned only minor insights. The purpose of coming to Beerus' planet was to have Whis exert sufficient pressure on him to rediscover that feeling. With his eyes closed, Vegeta reflected momentarily before swiftly adjusting his state, entering a state of refined energy. "Whis, be careful." In an instant, Vegeta dashed forward, delivering a punch aimed at Whis. Unsurprisingly, Whis effortlessly evaded Vegeta's assault with a subtle shift of his form. After all, Vegeta was merely in his normal state, and there was a vast disparity when compared to Whis, akin to a child confronting an adult. Within Vegeta's concealed detector, Whis' combat power was displayed as 100 trillion. Indeed, this far exceeded the portrayal of Whis in the original narrative if one were to factor in the ultimate energy and boundless freedom. Even if Vegeta unleashed his full power, he might not surpass Whis. Realizing this, Vegeta's previously inflated confidence began to settle once more. Is this truly the extent of Vegeta's prowess? Remarkable! Son Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly attempting to replicate every move Vegeta executed. Although he lacked the memories of the original Son Goku, he was still aware of the original's formidable strength, and Vegeta, as the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, amalgamated all their strengths, emerging as an even more flawless warrior. Thus, Son Goku remained curious about Vegeta's combat style. At this moment, Vegeta did not emit an overwhelmingly powerful aura. However, the precision of his punches suggested that every movement was devoid of superfluous actions, with all his strength compressed into an infinitesimal space. It appeared to be an ordinary punch, yet Son Goku believed he could never withstand it. This is indeed commendable. Your utilization of energy is quite adept, Whis remarked, not merely evading Vegeta's strikes, but occasionally parrying them while attentively sensing Vegeta's power. However, you're overly concerned with controlling your energy, which is counterproductive. The essence of boundless freedom is to allow energy to adjust instinctively. Your control is excessively meticulous. You must learn to relax somewhat, allowing the essence of energy to manifest while guiding it solely through your consciousness. Having received Earth's delicacies from Vegeta, Whis was indeed dedicated to offering guidance. Furthermore, Whis proved to be an excellent instructor, capable of revealing issues that Vegeta himself had overlooked. Unleash the essence of energy, guiding it through consciousness. Is that so? Vegeta paused his offensive, exhaling softly before attempting once more. Achieving refined energy entails mastering energy control at a remarkably intricate level, which is why Vegeta had been so focused on it. After all, he had not spent long in this realm and needed to exercise caution in his manipulation to reach the level was described. Vegeta first needed to adopt refined energy as an instinct. Even without deliberate control, his attacks should naturally achieve the refinement of energy. This requisite was indeed high for Vegeta, compelling him to engage in arduous training for adaptation. However, comprehending a realm does not necessitate mastery. Vegeta could very well wait until he grasped the understanding before gradually refining it. He is the most perfect warrior, and what may seem impossible to others is undoubtedly feasible for him. The essence of energy for Science is to grow stronger through battle. Thus, if merely guiding, he could employ only a fraction of his strength, facilitating unconscious manipulation while simultaneously evolving in combat. Various thoughts raced through Vegeta's mind as he gradually relaxed his control over the energy, resulting in a gradual decrease in its output. Yet paradoxically, his state improved remarkably. Whis' acute senses detected the change immediately as he was engaged in combat with Vegeta. Any transformation in Vegeta's performance became readily apparent to him. Reducing energy output to ease the burden of control? Quite an intriguing approach, Whis chuckled, and to accommodate Vegeta, he also significantly diminished his own strength. With a whoosh, a faint red glow began to emanate from Vegeta. Unlike the particle form of divine energy, this red light resembled a flame, seemingly pulsating with the flow of his aura. However, the flames appeared somewhat unstable, flickering intermittently. Yet, it was evident that Vegeta was entering a peculiar state. Once the energy stabilized, he would have accomplished his goal. Truly, Mr. Vegeta is remarkable. Whis was also somewhat astonished. Vegeta had only just conceived the method and was attempting it, yet he was already on the verge of entering that state. If he were to realize the final perfect, boundless freedom, would it not transpire in mere moments? Impressive! Nearby, Son Goku and Vegeta, who were merely spectators, now wore serious expressions, both awestruck by Vegeta's performance, even though they lacked comprehension of boundless freedom. They had heard Whis' description, to the very least. They had no inkling regarding the understanding of ultimate energy. Yet Vegeta had so swiftly grasped the threshold. How little time had passed. Regrettably, their astonishment was premature. Before they could fully process their thoughts, with a swift motion, The energy in the form of red flames stabilized around Vegeta, and his attacks adopted a more rhythmic cadence, half-step into the boundless freedom. Accomplished at this moment, the sensation enveloping Vegeta was extraordinary. The separation of consciousness and energy allowed him to engage in battle with merely a fraction of his awareness, while the remainder was liberated. This liberated consciousness resembled a soul detached from its corporeal form, observing the conflict from a divine perspective. Such a vantage point afforded him a clearer and more direct insight into his own performance, facilitating guidance akin to having a radar system at his disposal. Remarkably, this was merely a rudimentary step into the realm of formless freedom. One could only wonder what astonishing transformations awaited him upon achieving perfect formless freedom. It was no wonder that such an ability could be wielded even by deities, for it was undeniably beyond the scope of ordinary mortal techniques. Vegeta endeavored to manipulate this portion of liberated consciousness, intending to experiment with its capabilities. Regrettably, as he commenced this manipulation, a swift motion extinguished the crimson flames enveloping him, abruptly withdrawing him from the state of half-step formless freedom. Thus, this seemed to elucidate the reason why one could not amalgamate formless freedom with the ultimate state of freedom. Vegeta pondered thoughtfully, like the ultimate state of freedom technique. In the original tale, Sun Wukong attained the ultimate state of freedom through a tranquil and unperturbed heart. Any emotional fluctuation would cause the ultimate state to falter. Presently, Vegeta faced a similar predicament. The majority of his liberated consciousness existed as a divine observer, functioning like a radar to perfectly perceive his surroundings in a 360-degree radius, transmitting this information to his mind. By retaining a small portion of awareness within, he could guide his energy, thus achieving a more perfected offensive and defensive strategy. However, once Vegeta became dissatisfied with the current state and sought to commandeer that portion of liberated consciousness, the formless freedom would collapse. Therefore, under the state of formless freedom, it was impossible for him to simultaneously embrace the ultimate state of freedom. Yet, upon mastering the nuanced control of energy, he could amplify his power, even undergoing a Super Saiyan transformation, entering formless freedom thereafter, at which point his strength would become truly formidable. Alternatively, should he find himself in a state of formless freedom during confrontation and unable to best his opponent, would his energy instinctively trigger a Super Saiyan transformation? Regardless of the outcome, these were the avenues Vegeta resolved to explore. "Remarkable," Whis exclaimed, clearly impressed. "Mr. Vegeta is indeed a genius, having so effortlessly grasped the concept of half-step formless freedom. From here on, simply remember this sensation and gradually deepen your understanding to attain the realm of perfect formless freedom." In truth, after Vegeta's arrival, Whis had offered only a few simple insights. Yet, these seemingly uncomplicated words were, in fact, profoundly astute, precisely unraveling the greatest challenge faced by Vegeta. Thus, despite Whis's apparent lack of effort, Vegeta's achievement of half-step formless freedom was largely due to him. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Whis. Perhaps I shall need to spend a few days contemplating this place. However, I will return with some delicacies from Earth as a token of appreciation for the rental of this space." Vegeta did not rush to attain the perfect state of formless freedom, as he understood that his current mastery over energy was still insufficient. Should he forcefully elevate his realm, it would undoubtedly lead to an unstable foundation, complicating future endeavors to enter formless freedom. Much like the original tale of Sun Wukong, where the overwhelming surge of power rendered him incapable of recapturing that initial sensation, a consequence of hastily raising his realm. Oh ho ho! Upon hearing about Earth's delicacies, Whis's expression brightened instantly. "Mr. Vegeta, you are far too gracious. Feel free to remain here for your training, regardless of the duration." Although this territory was nominally Beerus's domain, Whis believed that Beerus would not object if it concerned Earth's culinary delights. Consequently, Vegeta naturally decided to stay, if he retained the sensation of half-step formless freedom, enabling him to enter it as his understanding deepened. He gradually began to amplify his energy, soon capable of entering half-step formless freedom while exerting full power in his normal state. Observing Vegeta's continuous progress in training, Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt a pang of envy, their eyes tinged with green. They too were studying the ultimate state of freedom under Whis, but a comparison of their progress revealed a stark disparity. It was akin to two individuals racing. Vegeta was advancing at a speed of 20 Mbps, while they struggled to reach even 1 kbps. Comparisons among individuals could sometimes drive one to madness. Thus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta toiled relentlessly, shaking the very foundations of Beerus's planet with their fervent training, occasionally unleashing bursts of energy that echoed like thunder. What on earth is going on? It's far too noisy. A humanoid Conus Rex cat, clad in loose sleepwear, approached, rubbing its sleepy eyes and yawning. "You're keeping me awake." With a sharp glare directed at the source of the commotion, it unleashed a formidable energy blast. Boom! The energy blast whizzed past, not hitting anyone, yet obliterating a sun high in the sky. The instigators, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, were drenched in cold sweat. If that thing had hit us, it would have been disastrous. Sun Wukong grinned nervously. He tended to act like this when he is asleep. Whis, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "When that cat destroys a sun, it darkens this area significantly. It's quite perilous indeed." Beerus's planet boasted 3 suns, with one already annihilated by Beerus. However, on occasion, if Beerus's temper flared excessively, he could potentially obliterate all 3 suns in one fell swoop. This was the concern Whis alluded to. Upon learning this, Sun Wukong inquired curiously, "How do we restore a sun? Can you create planets?" At that moment, after obliterating the sun, Beerus had leapt onto a tree, dangling from a branch by his tail, and promptly fell asleep again. Thus began Whis's moment to shine. No, in such a scenario, I merely need to rewind time. Rewind time? Just a slight reversal before he does something foolish. Who exactly are you? Ho ho ho. How should I put it? I'm a being known as Whis. Vegeta observed from a distance, silently awarding Whis an impressive score of 82 for his act, with the remaining 18 points attributed to a perfect score of 666. Well, Vegeta could also rewind time, albeit only by 1 minute. Anything beyond that would require forcibly traversing the fabric of time and space. This was due to his comparatively lesser comprehension of the laws of power than Whis. As his understanding deepened over time, this duration would undoubtedly extend. From this, it became evident that Whis's strength was indeed unfathomable. At least for the present, Vegeta had no confidence in surpassing him. How formidable must the Grand Minister be? And what lay beyond the Grand Minister? Vegeta could not help but indulge in such musings. His emotions stirred slightly. He had thought he was nearing the pinnacle of this realm, yet it appeared he still had a considerable journey ahead. Moreover, who could say if there might emerge 4 Grand Kings above the Omni King? Perhaps a Grand King God, and a corresponding Grand King Demon. Well, these were merely whimsical thoughts of Vegeta. Should such a scenario unfold, it would surely drive one to madness. Suddenly, Vegeta felt a stirring within. Turning to glance nearby, in an instant, 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared without warning, facing Vegeta directly. Oh, since when did Beerus's planet become populated with so many humans? Are they selecting a new god of destruction for Universe 7? Could it be that Beerus is in trouble? Is he nearing death? Whis? The shorter figure spoke first, launching a barrage of unpleasant taunts. His appearance mirrored that of Beerus, both being Conus Rex cats, yet while Beerus was lean, this one had grown quite rotund. The god of destruction Kampa. Wise held a freshly prepared instant noodle in his hand. Before him stood Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both awkwardly clad in gravity-defying attire as a consequence of their recent punishment, clumsily executing a series of ungraceful movements. How strikingly similar this scene was to the original narrative. Vegeta pondered, could Kampa's visit be related to the Super Dragon Balls? Was the tournament between the 7th and 6th universes about to commence? Yet, the timeline seemed off. The Battle of Gods had occurred more than a year earlier in the original story. And Golden Frieza had yet to make his appearance. So why was Kampa here? Vegeta couldn't help but suspect that his own actions might have triggered a butterfly effect, although it appeared that his metaphorical wings had yet to reach the 6th universe. "What brings you here?" Weiss inquired, setting down his noodles and approaching Kampa and Beerus. Kampa saw no need for Weiss to elaborate and bluntly stated, "Summon Beerus." "Understood. Please hold on." Weiss soared toward Beerus's resting place. Although his strength surpassed that of the Destroyer, he was still merely an angel, his status not as elevated as that of a god of destruction, in matters concerning the universe. He had to defer to the opinions of the Destroyer. As soon as Whis departed, Sun Wukong and Vegeta curiously gathered around. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. "You appear to be the rather rotund Lord Beerus." "How rude. This is Lord Kampa, the twin brother of Lord Beerus, and the god of destruction for the sixth universe." Vados interjected, displeased in a comparison with Lord Beerus. Who is stronger? Upon hearing that Kampa was a god of destruction, Sun Wukong's interest peaked. "Don't ask such questions." Vados feigned seriousness before stifling a laugh. "Can you not deduce it from his physique?" "Vados," Kampa bellowed. "Oh dear, how terribly rude." Vados pretended to be unconcerned, gazing elsewhere. Vegeta observed their conversation from a distance, not wishing to intrude, while he was genuinely curious about Vados' strength and how it compared to Whis'. He felt it inappropriate to inquire about someone's power upon first meeting, especially to engage in a brawl. Moreover, angels were unable to fight at full strength, which was a regrettable limitation at Vegeta's level. Finding a true opponent capable of unleashing their full potential was increasingly difficult. By the way, Whis and I are siblings, and in terms of power, we hold a slight advantage, Vados declared confidently. Just then, Whis returned with Beerus in tow, calling out from a distance, "Sister, there are still objections, as that was training from millennium ago. Would you care to test that?" Vados did not believe that Whis could have made significant progress in merely a millennium, considering that angels measure their age in billions. "What is your purpose here? Surely you're not here just to chat." Beerus grumbled, clearly irked. He had only just fallen asleep after being disturbed by Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and now he was being roused again. "Humph, Beerus, long time no see. I thought you had perished." Kampa grinned, baring his teeth. "Still eager for a duel, are we?" "Get ready." Whenever one party suggested a contest, the other would invariably accept without hesitation. However, this was not a physical confrontation, but rather a competition to see whose culinary offerings were superior. Having visited Earth, Beerus had a distinct advantage, effortlessly defeating the painstakingly prepared food by Kampa with a simple bowl of instant noodles. The conversation naturally shifted to Earth. After Vados conducted a search, it was revealed that the Earth of the sixth universe had long since been destroyed, prompting Kampa to propose a tournament between the two universes to decide the fate of Earth and the Super Dragon Balls. At this point, Vegeta found himself perplexed. What exactly was Kampa's intention? If it was indeed related to the Super Dragon Balls, he had already gathered 6 of them and merely needed to discreetly locate the final one, making it unnecessary to seek out Beerus. Was this purely for the sake of narrative, a whimsical endeavor? Observing Kampa's demeanor, Vegeta considered this possibility, as the latter did not seem particularly astute, with Sun Wukong's enthusiastic agreement. Beerus ultimately consented to the tournament with the 6th universe, wagering Earth and the 6 Super Dragon Balls. Vegeta, however, felt compelled to voice his dissent, as Sun Wukong and Vegeta could hardly be considered Earthlings anymore, rendering them unqualified to represent Earth in battle. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Vados caught his attention. "That I've been curious since the beginning. Is that person practicing the art of formless freedom?" Vados pointed at Vegeta, who remained seated and unmoving. "What? Formless freedom?" Kampa's eyes widened in astonishment. This technique was akin to the Ultra Instinct, a skill reserved for gods, and even deities struggled to master it. Beerus practiced Ultra Instinct, while Kampa had taken up formless freedom, albeit with a more lackadaisical approach. Despite their shared lineage and equal potential, Kampa's mastery of formless freedom had barely reached the introductory level, just as Vegeta had begun to awaken before arriving at Beerus's planet.